Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 68, World of Pirates, Part. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. Whatever you do, enjoy it to the fullest. That is the secret of life. Writer. Recap, in the last chapter, Hector defended the Whitebeard pirates from Big Mom, defeating the Yonko and claiming many devil fruits powers, genes of many races and the road poneglyph. His relationship with Seiko also gave the next step. Little note, hello there. Sorry for the delay. Time is tight. I could have published the chapter yesterday but I will need to cut 4K words. And I want to finish this arc soon. Better to wait a day than 2 weeks, right? Anyway, enjoy. Hector POV. I wave my hand, calling out my mana. Manifestating it ahead of me and controlling the elements, whoosh. A ball of fire is created on my palm and flies away fast, in the direction of the sea. I'm on the beach of a desert island in the New World. The environment with ridiculously strong animals makes it hard for people to create a base here, but apparently, some pirates come occasionally to hunt. Boom. The fireball hit the waves, the shock was big enough to spill water all the way here. Even with all this, the only thing I can think is too weak. I comment and move my hand again. Reaching my hand to the sea, I can barely see the magic circle shining under the water for a second before another explosion occurs. A huge pillar of water gushes out of the sea, reaching the 50-meter mark in the air. And slow. I comment with a sigh. Magic is underwhelming. Sad as it appears. This type of magic has no appeal to me. It's not that I'm shitting on magic, but I have better options. To continue my tests, I take off the famous Elder Wand from my pocket. The Death Stick, the Wand of Destiny, the Wand of the Wands, and the most, arguably, powerful magical object of the Harry Potter world and all that jazz. Let's see if you can live for all this hype. My eyes change to the all-seeing eyes of God to inspect it. Yep, there's a soul on it. Or the better term would be a spirit. It's like the swords of the One Piece world that has personality. Magic comes from the soul after all. The soul of the wizard connects with the soul of the wand to materialize magic. It reminds me of Soul Eater, where the weapons help the user amplify their soul powers, like a guitar amplifier. I point the wand in front of me and repeat the fireball spell. It's a spell from Rudius's world, it's out-of-context magic to the Harry Potter world. But it works just fine. The fireball forms itself easily, almost by itself after I just do some input. I see. It's like those tools to help with programming. I comment. With the same speed that I produced that fireball earlier, I made another 2 appear. They're stronger and faster. After shooting it I inspect myself and the wand. The use of mana was lower too. In game terms, the Elder Wand would give me speed in casting, increase in power, lower the amount of mana spent, and much more. I say, not bad at all. It's not for nothing that this thing can tilt the tide of a battle between wizards. And it comes from a low-tier world. I ask myself how OP those magic scepters made of Yggdrasil roots with dragon cores or whatever should be. It's not game-breaking, and that wand from Kurt's mom appears to be better but is not bad. But can I use Harry Potter-like magic with it? I point the wand forward. I think it needs a circular movement of the wrist too, right? Wingardium Leviosa. I chant and point to a crab nearby. Nothing happens. Okay, that's a little embarrassing. I look at the crab, the witness of my Chuyuni moment. Avada Kedavra. TCH. Anyway. Apparently, I will need a Harry Potter character. Anyone will do. Now that I know that my soul is overpowered, there's no need to be eager to gain a Dumbledore card. Even if gaining Voldemort and other people with unique skills like Parseltongue should be the ideal. But even a random side character is good. Wait, aren't the House Elves the most OP characters? If I gain Dobby I will have a hard time on deciding if I should summon or assimilate. I cross my arms to think. Whatever, I can't decide now. A problem for the future, I guess. I can also cheat. I just need to use a travel ticket together with a background card to give me a character from Harry Potter background instead of a drop-in, as I am right now in One Piece. Should allow me to use magic from there. These tactics should work in worlds where powers are somewhat common, like on Naruto or Bleach. But I will need to rely on my own potential. I could give myself the background of a no-name Shinigami and gain Ryatsu. Then I can learn Kidu and have my own Zenpakuto like I gained my own stand. Maybe even become Vizard, steal the Hogyoku. Usurp the Soul King. Wait, who I am? Aizen. Only our hair is similar. Tone down your hunger for power, Hector. Anyway, Bleach is a little problematic to go for now. Many ridiculous bullshit powers after all. Back to the Harry Potter world. It shouldn't be a problem to go there using a one-day travel ticket. I can raid Hogwarts and learn all the magic and be done with it. The danger is low, I'm faster than magic after all. There, they need to hit you. And we're back to square one. I'm faster than magic. That's one of the reasons magic is not that appealing to me. To compare with the fireball early, I raise my fist. Using my fire powers, my fist glows in a blue flame. Already hotter than that magic and using the same casting speed, boom. I punch forward using a sloppy fire fist. Yep, no comparison. I say looking at the devastation ahead. It was much easier to use, it's stronger, it's faster. Metapowers, magic. At least for me. But magic has its own advantages. I concentrate again on using a fireball. But instead of extending my hand forward, I take an extra step. My mana coalesces above my shoulder, the fireball is formed there and I shoot it without a problem. Look, Mom. Without the hands. I joke. But the applications and uses are big. I can be a really menacing flying artillery of magic. Keeping my hands free to throw it at my opponents. If I can use magic and meta powers together. It would be scarier than a simple increase of power or in the range of abilities I can use. Would be like fighting two people. Imagine fighting at close range, and your enemy casts magic from impossible angles and places to corner you. But I sigh. The amount of mental capacity to that would be ridiculous. Years of practice will be needed to perfect this ridiculous fight style. It's more than simply using a sword in one hand and magic in another. I miss Skyrim. This reminds me of the possible combinations. I extend my arm again. It's normal for people exclude magic from science and vice versa. In many instances, the two can't mix. Metapowers is a branch of science and can do the same as magic. But they go in the opposite direction. Or maybe not. My talk with the Ancient One revealed that there are metas that the meta genes are tied with their magic potential. Kurt, Wanda, Ororo. Advanced enough technology is no different from magic. I say to myself. Even if in many universes people who work with science despise magic and its mysteries. Reed is a great example, by the way. In many others, the two can mix pretty well. Those animes where they use magic to power mechas, aircrafts, etc. One can support another. I look at my extended arm, a gross sight happens and mouths start appearing all over it. One on my palm, another on the back of my hand, 3 on my forearm, and another on my biceps, $$ and %and. Each mouth speaks at the same, each one conjuring a different magic, an amalgamation of magic circles appear around my arm, BOOM. The place where my arm is explodes and I'm pushed back 2 steps. Okay. If I'm gonna do multicasting like that I need to use spells that work well together. Noted. I comment while swiping my hand to clear the air. My metapowers can help me be an anomaly in casting magic. I can have another set of arms doing the hand signs, mouths all over my body casting while I fight. Heck, I can multitask well and do parallel thoughts like no one, going even further, if I want I can make another brain to continuously spam magic. The possibilities and combinations are almost infinite. Do magic users need to stay on the back casting magic? Pfft. I'm not bound to these rules. I'm not bound to common sense. It's the basic of being a main character, right? I laugh to myself. I look at my arm again, this small show of eldritch monstrosity. What paradox. Trying to keep in touch with my humanity and at the same time become more and more inhumane to protect this lifestyle. I sigh. Whatever, let's continue practicing magic. I extend my hands again, this time trying to cast multiple and more complex magic. I'm not interested in elemental magic, even though will be useful in the case of finding myself unable of using my metapowers, so I will practice the more esoteric things. Like sealing, divination, contracts, and even the elemental plus something, magic. Like fire with another attribute. Like hellfire for example. The many mouths chants and glyphs appear on the air. Different colors and different attributes. A prison of crimson traps a rock. A circular area on the ground shines for an instant before going normal, a magic trap was put there. A seagull has its soul being projected out of its body by another spell. Another seagull was hit by a tracking spell. Confusion, sleep, and all sorts of other effects hit diverse other small animals around. I observe all this with scrutiny. The most important thing about learning magic, it's about defending myself from it. Yep, I'm faster than most of them. And that book that the Ancient One gave coupled with my strong soul will make me capable of resisting a good part of these spells. But magic is about preparation, so I will need to construct my defenses later. And the people that will attack are not bots, they will prepare themselves too. In a battle of magic, the most prepared wins. Now I will use another example of magic working together with metapowers, in this case, psionics. I will combine the two to create a very sturdy soul-mind defense. Let's practice it. Master. Cortana drawls on my mind, her tone admonishing me. Oh yeah. I promised. I promised to take a day off. Slurp, somewhere over the rainbow, I sing while playing my ukulele. So there's a Solomon in Marvel. I don't remember it appearing on any media. I comment while flipping through one of the many books I copied from the Camartage library. The book is floating in front of my face. I made physical copies of them because I like to feel the book on my hands. But I'm not using my hands either. Maybe I'm an idiot. Slurp, I sip again at my coconut drink that is floating at my side. I'm lying lazily in a hammock, I'm from Bahia after all, between the shades of some trees. I also made the perfect sandwich that is floating at my side too. The breeze of the beach hits me. Yeah, relaxing like this it's not that bad. I comment flipping through my book again. Was Solomon a woman in Marvel? Strange. I read the new information. You said that you would do nothing, Master. A chibi Cortana hologram appears from my wrist device, pouting at me. Cute. I'm relaxing. You're studying. The deal is for you to do nothing. She says, standing on my chest and pointing her accusatory little finger at me. Ah, come on, this is more of recreational reading. I point at the book, I even fused again, even though I could send myself to do some work. Then you wouldn't be resting. She crosses her arms at me. Wrong, it's like dolphins that have special brains. One side sleep while the other is active. I argue. You're a workaholic, Master. She accuses. How dare she? One of your objectives coming here is a vacation, remember? You're burning yourself out slowly. I could argue, but it's not worth it. Okay. I got it. She only wants what is the best for me, and a day without doing anything will not hurt, but I'm serious, I'm just reading magic history. It's like reading the lore of a fictional word. It's fun and doesn't tire me at all. She narrows her big eyes at me cutely. You read about some demon and then all of a sudden you start thinking about countermeasures. Then you want to start them already and all of a sudden you're working. Damn. That's the problem of having those people in your body/mind. They know you too well. Poor Naruto, Ichigo, and many wuxia MCs. Can't have privacy. At least my body freeloader is cute. Relax, I promise that I will not use more than 0.1% of my power today, okay? I negotiate. Fine. She accepts it with reluctance. Now, I'm reading about demonology because it's important and fun. This will be a huge problem in the future. I say, looking back at the book. Do you plan to actively get involved with the magic side, Master? She asks. Only if Earth or the universe is in danger. I answer. There are people more prepared to take care of small things, or if they call for help. In truth, I was thinking of keeping my magic abilities a secret. People like heroes with upfront power sets. So you're gonna make it look like Eidolon doesn't know magic to catch people off guard. She guesses. Exactly. And people know of the sword of actuation. So let them think that Eidolon can go against magic but can't use it. In truth, I was thinking of creating an occult hero persona. Something like John Constantine. Assumptions are dangerous, huh? She quotes my own words. You remember. A normal mind would think Eidolon has so many powers, it's not possible that he also knows magic. It would be unfair, blah, blah. People still think that I'm not that smart. I saw that superhero wiki that they made and the people said that Stark was much smarter than me. They put me on the same level of Black Widow and Captain America. I need to say it. My power armors are years ahead of Stark's ones. I just don't use it. I made it just for fun. And if Shago and Helena want to use it, they just need to call for it and the satellites will deliver to their location. Even the mechas. Unfortunately, they would only limit me. TCH, so sad. The romance. Being too strong is not fun sometimes. So do you think that you will have to deal with the Keys of Solomon? Cortana cuts my thoughts by asking a question about the book that I'm reading. I don't know. I never saw shit about this, but I can't exclude the possibility. It only makes it more dangerous, really. Look at this. I start reading an excerpt from the book. There are many precursors of magic. The origin of the magic in humanity can be traced especially from Agamotto, Merlin, and Solomon. Obviously, there are a great number of older sorcerers, but the teachings of these three are the ones that propagated themselves in our world. Humans normally don't have the ability to open the door to mysticism. We acquired it through our relations with other races that possessed such talent. Agamotto and his connection with the elder gods, but especially Merlin and Solomon and their relationships with demons. After this, it's a bunch of propaganda talking about how demonic magic is the best magic for humanity to use. Yada, 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 yeah, Merlin is half demon, and Morgan Le Fay also consorted with them. It's not for nothing that a great majority practice or study demon magic. Even with the risks. Anyway. The focus is Solomon. Solomon is special though. Different from the others, he has no special ability in her blood. But even so, she caught the interest of one of the most dangerous and powerful demon beings. The Nameless One. Okay, this is where things deviate from what I know. I interrupt my reading to say, to me, Solomon was an old wise king who tricked 72 demons using only his cunning and wits. Here, is saying that there is only one demon though. And Solomon is a woman here. Is that a problem? Cortana asks. Well, it's problematic when things are different from my meta-knowledge. But gender bender is normal, half of the universes in the multiverse are opposite to the normal. The important thing is the demon being only one. I say. The 72 Keys of Solomon, the Lemegeton, from the Ars Goetia. They are used a lot in fiction. High School DxD, Magi, and many others. They have a huge influence on everything magic of nature. Many magic circles are drawn using their glyphs and symbols, even in Marvel. I shake my head. And this book is saying that there are not 72 entities but only one. They call him, her the Nameless One, or the Faceless One. I go to read the part that talks about the demon in question. The Nameless One was given this title because no one really knows his origin. The real truth is that he didn't come from anywhere of importance. No special bloodline between the demons or connection with a higher being. He, or she, was a normal demon that stole the powers and authorities of 72 strong demons from hell. From Andromelius to Baal. He doesn't have a fixed form or name, sometimes he looks like an old decrepit man, a handsome young man, a small girl, a nine-headed monster, and the list goes on. So the ones that tricked/defeated the 72 demons here is this Nameless One, not Solomon. The fact he doesn't have a name makes it impossible to contact him. You can only reach for the authorities on his body that carries the name of his defeated foes, like Amon, Citri, and Stolas. So if you call from the fire of Phoenix, you are not really connecting with the demon Phoenix, this one lost his power, you are connecting with a fraction of the Nameless One power. Well, he didn't look scary at all. I joke. Some demon carries all this power and is still this mysterious. Will he be a problem? Cortana asks. That's the million-worth question. Luckily he rarely appears. He almost never appeared in the history of magic. He is not like Mephisto, who is always involving himself with our business to make things worse and profit. So he is not power-hungry. How can he be not power-hungry? He defeated and stole 72 demon powers for a reason. I argue. Maybe he is dead. I wish is that simple. No, apparently to this day the power and authority of the 72 demons didn't return. So he is still there, keeping it to himself. Then. What means when someone works hard for power and suddenly stops? Cortana asks me, she knows the answer too. He accomplished his objective. I say heavily. All that power was the means to an end. Ugh, the worst case scenario he is finishing whatever devious project he is concocting right now, like conquering the mortal plane. Then would be a problem for me. So cliché. The best case scenario is if he wants to dethrone Mephisto. The two can kill themselves for all I care. I don't think it's healthy to worry about him if you have no clue, Master. Cortana comments. True, the only clue would be Solomon herself. I read the part that talks about the relationship between the two. The only person in all history that even made a pact, or contract, with the Nameless One himself is Solomon. Many theorize the reason and the nature of their relationship. Some affirm that Solomon tricked the Nameless One, making him traumatized and distrustful of any human, hence never appearing again. Some say that there's a master/servant relationship between the two. Unknown who is the master and who is the servant. The more romantic ones ever affirm that they are in a more deep relationship. Needed to remember that the Nameless One embodies all sins and desires, lust being one of them. Would not be a surprise that Solomon bedded him an offspring to be born from such union, giving a fraction of humanity the potential to magic. I believe that the two are similar in their own way. They courageously rose from nothing and reached such heights. It's almost prepotent to believe that a demon like the Nameless One would even have a shred of humanity, but their compatibility and consequently relationship could be a result of the similarities that the Nameless One saw on Solomon. I continue to read. There are a lot of theories about them. Solomon never founded or jump-started a school of magic, but many studied through her ancient texts. She simply one day disappeared seemingly in thin air. I sigh, she is fucking alive. I say with certain. Hell is not that unknown to us, that delve in the mystic arts. But even after thousands of years we never found the territory where the Nameless One inhabits. This leaves only one option. I read. He must be on the abyss. The void and darkness that separates hell from that other dimension, where people theorize that creatures more vile than demons inhabit. Or maybe he went even further. Did his hunger for power made him cross the abyss to reach below? Did he succeed? Did he fail? It's probable that we never know. I can only sigh again. This story is interesting, I can't help but be interested in it. But how fucking deep goes the iceberg of magic in the Marvel multiverse? And this is one of many dangers of the magic side, right? Cortana asks from my chest. She saw the many books describing demons, monsters, entities, gods, spirits, and other dimensions. So she knows the reason I'm paranoid. Yeah. But enough of lore, the crux is this. I show her some magic circles and symbols of the keys of Solomon. Thanks to omnilinguism I can read all of them. Magic, Cortana. It's very similar to computer programming. If I understand. You can disrupt. She concludes, you're fast enough to destroy whatever magic anyone can conjure halfway. Yeah, but these guys have years and years of experience. Will not be easy to interfere with someone's life's work, especially in battle. But as a start. Exactly. That's why I'm studying this, find the common ground, the linchpin, so that I can deal with any bullshit these demon guys throw at me. Don't overdo it. I can only sigh at her. It's really hard to argue with the people who only want what is the best for you. I had this talk with Isabella once. It feels wrong to me to slack off. I say, all this power, if I lose to someone just because I was lazy, I could very well kill myself. I looked her up and down and said, girl, you look fine. Then she pulls out a penis that is twice the size of mine. IHA. Cortana. What? Nothing. Women. Now that I stopped studying and I'm simply relaxing, you still find something to complain about. I click my tongue playfully and continue to play SUS songs. She rolls her eyes at me and decides to start small talk, probably to stop me from playing and consequently destroying my dignity. How is Cassandra going? She asks. Oh yeah, this world makes it hard for you to be omniscient. It's because of this that you're cranky. I tease. Seeing her annoyed face I laugh. She is in one of the islands on Paradise, the first part of the Grand Line, just saved a village and is being rewarded with some food and candy by some old ladies. I laugh while using my powers to peek at her. I finally let her out to stretch her wings. She can go anywhere except certain islands like Alabasta and Fishman Island, because I want to visit them together. Flashback. Earlier. I interrupted her training and ordered her to go around and have fun. The journey ahead can be dangerous to go alone, take this. I said while presenting Rover to her. I was holding him by his armpits. Asterisk woof asterisk. Then after I give her some money and log poses she sets off. Even my mantle followed her. I'm surprised that you're letting her on her own. Cortana comments. Come on, I'm not that much controller. I say. No, more like. Overprotective. Well, she and Rover are strong enough to escape even if she is jumped by the admirals. I shrug, and I will be warned if something bad happens. And I'm enjoying seeing her growth. Very mature of you, master. She says, but you're acting like an old man already. She jokes. I laugh, well, my soul is ancient. So maybe it's simply right that I act like that. And maybe the assimilations destroyed any chance of me having immature/normal teenage years. It's sad when I think about it. That's one of the things that I lost because of my power. Meh, every power has a price. It's still cheap. But seriously, I recently discovered that I pretty much enjoy seeing my people grow strong. Like with Siko. Seeing her reaching and pursuing her full potential. Helping her do that. It's as much as enjoyable as getting stronger myself. I say. Strange, huh? I continue, in the past, I was a little more greedy and individualist. Like. I want every power, power system, magic, item, all to me and only to me. Sharing is losing. Blah, blah, blah. I make an act of frantically grabbing things close to me. Hey, after a laugh, I recline myself again on my hammock and finger some notes. In the future, I will probably have to do nothing while I leave my people to do all the work. What a lazy future I see ahead. Maybe I should appreciate it now. I say to myself, with a pensive expression. Cortana eyes me, no practicing with your powers. She declares. But is fun. I argue weakly. She raises one eyebrow. Would be more intimidating if she was not in her cute chibi form. Whatever. I shrug again before turning to receive a drink from Right. Thanks, my lovely robot. I say to her, accepting the drink. Right and left are those twin ballerina Russian robots that I gained through the gacha. They are hybrids character/item like Cortana, so I could bring them into my inventory without using a card. Cortana narrows her eyes, catching me staring at the jiggling metal of Right retreating backside. I mean, you can't blame me. It's metal and it's jiggling. Thank you, brothers of the dystopian future Russia. You are comrades. I salute them on my mind. Are you jelly? I poke her chubby face with a finger using a teasing smile. She harumps while turning her face away, crossing her small arms too. TCH, she is too cute. Ma kokoro. I can have a body like that too. She says in a whisper. But obviously I heard it, and the fact you didn't have it is your own choice, right? I smile at her. Against this, she can't argue. We already had the technology and materials to make all types of bodies for Cortana, but she is delaying it. And she is doing it on her own too. Something about being a surprise to me. I sneaked a peek at the early drafts. She was creating multiple bodies. A very humanoid one that is battle-oriented and looks like a mecha, and a multitude of others. We even have a good example with the twins' body. You could have made it already. I tease her. She doesn't answer. Maybe is some sort of technological pride or whatever. I just want the best body for you, master. She whispers again weakly. I think she is blushing too. I pause. That's the thing. Cortana's way of thinking is very similar to humanity but is not the same. She is too foreign and doesn't have the same concepts. She is an AI. She is too passive for my own good. Okay then. I see. I say to her and put everything else aside and look her deep into her eyes. You like me, right? I mean, forget it. Would be a little coward to ask first. After a sigh, I start again, be my woman. I decided to be direct. What? At least you didn't laugh. I chuckle, sorry if came off too strongly, but I think that are the best words to say. I like you, Cortana. Yes, you're a totally different existence and yes, it's complicated. And because of that I simplified and asked you to be my woman. I say seriously. Simple as that. My woman. I repeat strongly, no reason to beat around the bush. Master. You're waiting for me to make a move, right? She nods slowly after some surprise. You're waiting to make a body to seduce and nudge me into taking the first step, right? I guess. The way her eyes widen is all the answer I need. You thought yourself worthless of my affection and thought that you would need at least this much to enter in the whole harem thing. I make quotation marks on the air, hence, you're making all that surprise about your incredible body that you're making. It's not a question. I can guess this much. The truth is I'm only dense when I want, because acting dense is convenient. I could have courted her more normally, but our relationship was far from normal. The level of intimacy between us surpasses by a large margin other people's normal relationships. So we can skip a lot of the procedures and normal conventions. I will repeat. I like you, Cortana. As a woman. Be mine, as a woman. We are bound for life, even more than any other of my summons. Cortana is a constant presence in my life. Where our relationship is going is more than obvious, so I will just be direct. Seeing my seriousness shakes her a little. It's the logical thing to do. She finally answers. I can't help but burst out in waves of laughter, ha ha ha. Trying to put the airs of a cold and logical AI now. Oh ho, so she can really blush. I was right, whatever the essence did with her, made her more than codes. She is alive. She has a soul too. Turn yourself in your normal form. I say. After she stared at me for a while, the chibi version of her that was standing on my chest glows, being replaced by her normal adult form in a hard light construct. I can feel her weight when she straddles me and I reflexively put my hands on her hips. There you are. You're cute like that, but I prefer your sexy normal form. I smile at her and bring her close slowly. To my surprise, she resists a little. Master, will not be pleasant. She says unsure. Oh, it's because she is a hard light hologram. Well, as a man I have to respect her boundaries and all that. But as a man, I also have to make sure to destroy all of her insecurities too. Like when a wife says that she is fat and the husband needs to step in to show that his desire for her never diminished. I don't care. I say, shaking my head and kissing her. It takes 1 second for her to start reciprocating. Yes, it feels like I'm kissing a mannequin. It has no warmth, no wetness, no softness. But is Cortana. It's all that is needed, so I will show my passion for her. She moans in my mouth during our make-out session. None of us need to breathe, so we stay in our own world for a long time. Even if I can't enjoy her softness, I can enjoy her curves. My hands travel through all over her body. I notice her making herself a little more thick in the places that I caress. I won't comment now, but later I will address this. If she wants to pleases me for now, let her. We eventually separated ourselves from our lip lock, but our foreheads were kept glued while we stared at each other's soul through each of our blue eyes. Be more confident in yourself, my dear. Or should I reassure you again? I ask with a smirk while giving her a peck on her lips and pinching her butt. Yes, she can feel those things, probably because of my technopathy and our connection. This whole thing is a little weird, but it sounds strangely right with Cortana. She is mine and for me only. I can't help but love it. Very tempting, master, she says in a seductive tone. You can call me Hector. I like calling you master, she teases again and kisses my neck before moving her torso away from me. I raise one eyebrow seeing her put her hands on her hips and slowly run it through her own body slowly. We can't do much now, but, she drawls provocatively, I can give you a little show. Her hands trailed through her midriff, going up and up to her chest. Where her hands pass, the dark blue body paint of her design disappears. She is simply modifying her image, modifying to the NSFW version. Slowly and seductively. Finally, her hand reaches her breasts, and because it's her own hands, her breasts deform while she squeezes it, showing softness finally. She raises her blue tits, holding them for some time before smirking and releasing them to gravity. They really jumped, and without the body paint, her blue nipples were revealed to me. Neuron activation okay, I should have more self-control than that. But something about different skin colors gets me going. I think I have a fetish. Beautiful. I comment and go to touch her breasts. To my touch they're hard. Well, technically they're softer than my body. But they're not elastic, so if I squeeze too hard she would break. I will work hard to finish my body fast, master, she teases while keeping my hands on her breasts with her own hand. Her other hand travels lower, reaching between her legs. Erasing her body paint there to reveal her secret place. Okay. Enough is enough. Never underestimate the horniness of a man, Cortana. I raise my eyes to her face and say, no need to wait. What? It's the only thing she can say before I combine my speed and teleport to bring her to a room in my cubic lab. I don't have a bedroom here, so we are in an empty lab. There's only a table here. Master. She starts but I shut her up with a kiss. I separate myself from her, Cortana. I growl in her ear, I want you. And I want now. I can feel her emotions through our connection. Deep down she wants this as much as I do. I push her on the table nearby, but instead of letting herself be pushed on her back she turns around and bends over, putting her hands and upper body on the table. Yep, she knows me too well. The body paint disappeared in all the places that matter and she presents to me her blue slit. Should I change my color to one more normal? She asks unsure while her skin tone changes slowly. No. I answer fast, you're perfect just the way you are. I say more calmly later and approach her from behind. I pull her body closer to me and turn her face around for a kiss. Well, it's happening. I'm fucking an AI. And probably will not be the weirdest cheeks that I will clap in my life. And I'm all for it. I move back and remove my dick from its confines of my pants. I need to stroke it and use some lubrication powers. Cortana right now is basically a glass sculpture. We will have complications, but it's not gonna stop me. Cortana looks back over her shoulder and she uses one hand to spread her cheeks to ease my access. I align myself with her pussy lips and after sharing one last look with her, I bottom myself entirely inside. Yes, completely different and it's not that good, but it's not that bad either, thanks to my strong body. Seeing her moan confirmed a lot of my suspicions. I pull my mouth close to her ear and whisper to her, see. Even without the nerve fibers and all that, you still felt that, huh? I kiss her earlobe, and this too. Master, she moans while I slowly pull out of her cave. If you have the 7 emotions and 6 desires, you're alive, Cortana. I quote the Book of Rights while kissing her neck next, let us enjoy ourselves. And after that, taking full advantage of her holographic body I can go rail her strong. Her body perfectly adapts to me. The technopathy syncs our pleasures, it's really like she was made for me. The crash of her blue ass with my hard waist makes ripples on her butt, my hot AI can really multitask and simulate everything. If not for our connection, I would even think that her moans are fake and that she is doing this for my benefit. Master, I hear a voice at my side. And another Cortana appears there. The other Cortana kisses me and crouches down to grab the ass cheeks of the Cortana I'm fucking and spreading it from me, her face resting on her bubble butt. I raise an eyebrow at her and she gives me a mink smile. And then another Cortana appears. And another. And another. And another. Oh boy. I say slowly. Oh boy, indeed, there are 2 Cortanas on the table. A pole dance surges on it and one Cortana starts to dance to me sensually. The other on the table sits on it and opens her legs in an M to me, and starts touching herself while keeping eye contact. Another duo starts making out and touching their breaths while looking at me. A cacophony of moans assaults my ears. There's stimulus to all of my senses. Cortana is compensating tenfold for not having a body. You're gonna get me spoiled, my love. I deadpan to her. You deserve it. One Corton hugs me from behind and whispers in my ear, you have such impressive male appendage, master, truly a superior specimen. HN, you're fucking my circuits, master. Ugh, she is giving me the expressionless face dirt talk. It's hot. Where did she learn that? I can't wait to complete my gynoid body. I will be the perfect sex doll for you. She doesn't stop. The moans of the other Cortanas are background music to her voice. A body worth more than several countries and you will use as a cum dumpster. Do you like that, master? There are so many functions that I want to test vibrations in all my holes, ready to massage your cock. Adjustable tits, and as I downloaded all possible techniques to pleasure you too. All the fun and none of the trouble. And it's not only one body. A harem of Cortana only for you, master. Okay, maybe I'm in trouble. Days later. Seco POV Hector's temporary lab. He really can do anything, huh? I admire the high-tech interior design of this building. I can't even fathom how all of this was made and how he did it so fast. I'm proud of my boyfriend. Fufu, I can't hold the smile out of my face. He is my boyfriend now. My man. I was going to meet him for some sightseeing together. The small bots and shadow ninjas acknowledge my existence as I walk by them. A huge door opens to me and I'm out of the hallway, and now I find myself in a little more disturbing place. In truth, it would be disturbing to normal people. I already accepted that I'm not normal. I walk through a path to where Hector is right now and observe the many bodies in capsules along the way. It looks like a hive. I think Hector commented on this. Some sort of multi-body project. Too complicated. I'm not into sci-fi. It's wrong that I like worlds like this one. Without much of modernity and people's strength ruling over. It's liberating. But I know that a modern peaceful world is better for the majority, but even if I was not that strong and didn't have Hector to protect me, I would prefer to live in a world like this. Even if I died, I would accept it. But there's no reason to think about it, beyond my fantasies of living in a world like this with Hector, of course. With my men. That night he finally claimed me. I need to calm myself after I almost stumble by reflexively rubbing my thighs together mid-step. It was magical and romantic. We met in the subsequent days, and when we had time together we lost ourselves in pleasure again. And is slowly becoming even more passionate, to say the least. And it's weird of me that I want him to be even more aggressive. Maybe. Maybe not. Sometimes I just want him to own and use me as he pleases, without a care. Take what is his. I held out another moan. One of my fantasies. It's silly, but I can't help it, especially in this world. I imagine him in a position of power, a feudal lord or something, and I'm his retainer. He works hard all day on papers while I silently watch and protect him. At the end of the day, he calls for me and uses my body to relax, making me do anything he wants. Okay, I think I need to talk with someone about this. Maybe Cortana to have some feminine opinion. Or Shago-san after we go back. Talking about Cortana. She is the third one, huh? In truth, I thought there would be more at this rate. I really don't care about him having more women while he still has time for me. Maybe I'm really weird. We talked about the possible effects of his power on my mind, but I brushed it off. This is on me. I never felt like I belonged in modern Japan, felt restrained. Like the world rejected my true self. I always felt that I was born at the wrong time. I finally reach where Hector is, and after getting close the door opens to me. I'm glad for the second chance. I'm finally free of modern constraints. With an amazing man who understands and accepts me for what I truly am. PSSH. From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. I hear Hector's voice in the room. The scene shocks and disturbs me a little more than it should have. Not because Hector is reciting weird things, draped in a white lab coat while he dissects someone. No, I really don't care. It's mainly because the person on the operation table is Hector himself, a clone of him. I don't like seeing this vision. I crave the strength and certainty of steel. I aspired to the purity of the blessed machine. Hector doesn't acknowledge my arrival while he continues to say weird things while holding a femur. The femur in question is being replaced by a, probably, adamantium version of itself. The skull of the Hector on the table is open, with the brain for all to see. There are certain technological things attached to it too, a disc and antennae. The clone also lacks an eye, his socket filled with a tune that connects with a machine. One day the crude biomass you call a temple will wither and you will beg my kind to save you. But I am already saved. For the machine is immortal. Mwahaha. Hector laughs maniacally at the ceiling. I only continue to observe him in silence. Okay, I'm not the only one that is weird. All of a sudden he stops. How should I laugh in this world? Everyone has a unique laugh after all. Maybe, hue, to honor my Brazilian side. Hector sidetracks while keeping his chin between his bloody fingers. He does this a lot. He told me one time his mind is very fast. So at the same time, he is thinking about something, his mind goes on a tangent in a variety of related topics. The impressive thing is that he doesn't stop thinking or working on the main thing. I can see the tools moving around telekinetically through the lab, his doing while he appears distracted. Still working flawlessly. I can't even conceive how is the mind of such a person. Super TDAH, he called it between chuckles. Well, I take a step back and the door slowly closes with a low sound. No use interrupting his fun time. It's adorable, this childish side of him too. This one here is completely normal, but has some amazing genes and is the peak of what humanity can achieve. Hector points out and talks about the many bodies in capsules while we walk through the previous part of the lab. The body that he pointed to looks like a Greek god. It's even more muscular than Hector in his Eidolon form. It's like adult Hector but on steroids. His muscles have muscle and that biceps is bigger than my head. Not the arm, only the biceps. For some reason, the body has blonde hair. So, I can control them using a certain combination of powers. Ghost projection to take my soul off and possess the body. And soul anchoring so that the soul will go back unrestricted. He explains, it's very similar to me using a VR headset of an avatar in a game. I see. He explains a lot about the scientific applications but I really don't understand. Anyway, I keep nodding and trying to keep up with him. The thing is that I can probably make this to other people using the whole VR headset idea. So what about it? He smiles at me. In the future, some years from now. We come back to another version of this world. Without powers, on new bodies, and have fun properly, he asks. Exclamation point. This I understand and I like it. Would be great. I answer. Right. We can go for the One Piece. We can even seal our memories. I don't know how much. Maybe all, maybe just the meta-knowledge. Will depend on how we will feel at that time. He says. I softly smile seeing him go on and on about the future adventure. From where to start, who recruits from this world, if go for the One Piece or not. Yeah. I like this side of him too. He was much more relaxed after coming here. This world was good for him. In the past, whenever I saw him he was always very guarded. Walking like he will be jumped by everyone at every moment. Now he smiles more. You look happy, Hector. I voice my thoughts. He pauses. Well, after coming to this world I always have the urge to seek a good laugh. He does that and pulls his cheek, making it stretch unnaturally. He probably is referencing something that only he gets. I'm getting good at identifying when he does that. I chuckle nonetheless. As we're doing that I notice some other bodies and I read their labels. SC Spiderman. I ask slowly seeing one that is very similar to Hector. Great pun, huh? He looks proud of himself. This one has all of Spider-Man power set with some modifications and other spider powers. It will use the black whip to move. The suit will be inspired by the Future Foundation one mixed with the 2099. Hector shows me a hologram of how the suit of his Spider-Man persona will be. The black and white interlocked pretty well. In the chest, instead of a spider, it has the symbol of the SCP. I nod, but I'm more curious about this one. I raise my eyebrow and point with my thumb to another capsule. There, a woman. The label says the ultimate anime life form. Yes, with quotation marks. He looks a little bashful at my inquiry. That's more of a joke. He says slowly, it's just my female version. I look between him and his clone woman. Yep, very similar to Hector. Short black hair, and a very fit and muscular, but lean, body. The breasts are very big. And the ass. Well, his heritage is showing itself even more prominently in his female version. Why is she tanned? I ask in a deadpan, and why does she have a scar on the bridge of her nose? It's a tomboy. Obviously, she needed to be tanned and have a scar on her nose where she will put a band-aid. He gesticulates like it's obvious. Seeming my unimpressed face, he sighs. Asterisk ha asterisk you don't understand. When I altered the chromosomes and hormones of my clone with Ivankov powers I had an epiphany. He gets close to the capsule with his female form, it takes a man to be the best girl. He nods to himself sagely. I will probably never use it. But I didn't ever alter her too much and she is this hot. TSK, TSK. Too bad is me. He admires himself in a narcissistic way and with a shake of his head, she even has a fawn-like canine, you know. Only one, obviously. The original version looks like Wonder Woman. Okay, let's go sightseeing. I interrupt him before he gets even weirder. Third-person POV Alabasta. So Pluton is in Wano. Interesting. Hector reads the poneglyph on the secret tunnel beneath Alabasta. He needed to remove a lot of debris to remove it. He then puts it on his inventory and returns to the surface. Sorry for the wait. Let's go. He says to his companions. Seiko, Cassandra, and Rover are accompanying Hector to do some tourism. The place is healing. Hector comments while they walk through a bazaar. It's possible to see the scars of war, but everyone is lively. Seiko comments, looking around. As per usual, Cassandra adds nothing. Rover, behave. Hector sighs while paying a street vendor for the food Rover stole. The guy didn't ever notice it. The monster dog is in his smaller form and whines at Hector's reproach and hides behind Cassandra to finish chewing his food. So that's how is it? Now you're siding with her. Hector comments with his hands on his hips, whatever, at least I have Seiko. He grabs her hand and goes around like the couple they are, let's make them feel like the third wheel. He comments making Seiko giggle. This country is literally the cliché of desert country, Hector comments while eating cooked lizard meat from a bone. It's make it fun. Seiko smiles while eating her piece too, the king should be a good person. She observes some children playing on the streets. Even if the country looks torn and poor, the kids are always a good reflection of the country. Indeed. The group continues to walk shamelessly to the palace, reaching the gates they are stopped by two guards. Who comes there? A guard shout. Let us enter. Hector waves his hand, using the Jedi mind trick. The guard's face goes blank for a second before they nod and ignore Hector's group presence. Hector chuckles and shakes her head. Seiko knows that Hector has a multitude of ways to enter the palace, but he chooses this one to have fun. Nothing to see here. We are visitors. What is that? He continues to use his mind trick on guards, maids, and other people along the way. Before they even arrived at their destination, they stumbled through important people. King Cobra is accompanied by his guard Shaka and his helper Igaram. The two groups pause. Nothing to see here. Hector waves his hand again. This guy has a dog devil fruit, right? He thinks looking at the bodyguard. Igaram and Shaka's faces go blank with the gesture. What surprises Hector is that Cobra is not affected by the Jedi trick. You are, the devil. He says frowning. Cautinousness in his eyes. Oh, as expected of a king. Hector says lightly and without a care. The two people beside King Cobra eventually shake off Hector's influence during the standoff. My king. Stay behind me. Shaka exclaims, immediately moving forward and turning on his hybrid form. What is your purpose here? He asks Hector while pointing his sword at him. Princess Vivi. Hector says slowly, a smirk forming on his face. Anger covers Shaka's features and he attacks. Obviously, Hector is deliberately riling him up. Princess Vivi is one of his objectives to come here, simply because he wants to see her and check something. He could have had worded it better, but a little conflict can be useful sometimes. Shaka attacked first and Hector will magnanimously forgave him later. So easy. He narrows his eyes at the loyal guard of the royal family. Shaka swung his sword at him diagonally while giving a measured step forward, his form was good. But he never touched Hector, his sword bounces off on something invisible, and Shaka is slowly lifted by his neck before he can even express surprise. Calm down, man. It's not what you think. Hector says hypocritically, with a shake of his head. Start copying Shaka's power. In truth, he is protecting Shaka from Seiko. I'm a friend of the Straw Hats. Just wanna meet her. Hector says. Dad. Everyone turns to the new voice. Shaka. What are you doing? There she is, the princess herself. She is wearing a yellow dress and is accompanied by Pell and her reliable duck, Karu. Put him down. She says that, and she herself advances to fight Hector. He chuckles seeing that. Fine. He obeys without a problem. So you're Vivi, huh? He says. You're damn right. And you're that Yonko, the devil, she challenges, her first raised in a fighting stance. Hector almost can't keep a straight face. I suddenly had the urge to kidnap you. He confesses with a teasing smirk, leaning forward a little. I never kidnapped a princess before. His words make the people around him tense and Vivi blushes a little, but her face is still fierce. You can try. Hector laughs again, this time to the ceiling. You're fun. Don't worry, I do not mean harm. I'm a friend of the Straw Hats, you know. Wanna hear of them? He changes the topic. Really? Luffy Kuin and the others. Her eyes widen and her guard goes down almost instantly. How are they? Princess, don't trust him that easily. Igaram shouts but Hector ignores him. Good. You must have been worried after the Sabaody incident, huh? Hector nods to himself, by the way. Let me ask something. How old are you again? He frowns while looking at her, his chin between his fingers. 16, why? She frowns at him too. Nothing. His eyes discreetly wander to her chest. Then he side glances Cassandra. Cassandra is almost 15, but, poor girl. Hector stares at Cassandra's modest chest and Cassandra on her end stares at his soul. Her perceptiveness allows her to notice his rude thoughts. Her gaze dared him to make a comment. So manga is really the superior form of art. He nods to himself after some time in contemplation, manga, comics. The people around him tilt their heads in confusion to his words. He looks out a window, seeing the sunset, and salutes it. Arigato, Japan. Later, Hector and the rest had tea with the royal family and some others. Talked about many things, healed King Cobra from a blooming disease, and copied Pell's power. Hector has his fun talking with Vivi and teased the guards by threatening to kidnap her many times. He checked something about her bloodline and had a secret talk with King Cobra. But no one knows what they are talking about. Next day. Fishman Island. Boo. Wah. Hector-sama, I'm scared. Shirahoshi, the giant mermaid princess, cries while pinching Hector's clothes with her thumbs and index fingers of her 2 hands. She is only 14 years old right now, but proportionally she surpasses Cassandra too. Hector noticed. Confirming his theory even more. You're close to me, the literally safest place on the planet. Hector says slowly. Different from Luffy, he has much more patience to deal with her crybaby antics. To explain the situation, we need to go back a little. Hector's party arrived on Fishman Island without a problem with his powers. They looked around for a bit before Hector stopped and said, I'm gonna kidnap their princess. And disappeared. That's it. That's the backstory. Hector invaded her locked room, noticing the many weapons lodged on the door and walls. He talked with her for a bit and kidnapped her, promising that would keep her safe. The more in-depth reason is that he wants to deal with Vanderdecker, Shirahoshi's stalker. He has an interesting devil fruit, that when he touches someone, he registers the person with that hand. And if he throws something with that same hand, the thing will always go to the registered person. Like a super homing skill. Hector walking around with Shirahoshi is to make him jealous, so that he can locate the guy easily. He can't be bothered searching for such a small fry when he knows the guy will reveal himself. And because he wants to kidnap a princess who is locked in her room too. It's a men romance. He mutters to himself. As expected, it was easy to trick. Convince the naive and young princess. Listen here, Shirahoshi. I'm the strongest. Don't worry. He says, pointing to himself. Woo, it's not only that. Say, mutters sobbing, people are looking at us, strangely, she says. Hector looks around to notice some residents of Fishman Island looking at them insuspiciously and whispering to each other. Hey, he laughs, just act confident. You can enter any place with a ladder, after all. He says and starts pulling her by the giant bubble that makes her and her pet shark float. She is still young and can't separate her tail and feet yet. To where you want to go? Hector asks suddenly. She looks all indecisive, looking around and blushing. Not sure at what to say, maybe searching for an answer. Hector decides to help her out. There isn't any place that you should go. He asks slowly. Her short-quited brain clicks and she nods in sudden realization. My mother. She mutters softly. The poor girl couldn't ever visit her mother's tomb because of the threat of her stalker. Hector's group respectfully pays their respects to Otoheim's grave together with Shirahoshi. At some point, Hector needed to stop Rover from eating Shirahoshi's pet shark, but all went well. So let's go. Hector point forward. To where? Shirahoshi asks, she looks calmer now. Whatever. To whenever the currents take us. Hector shrugs and walks ahead. Letting the girls talk among themselves to socialize. Is this the princess? Shirley, a big shark mermaid, asks raising her eyebrow while looking at Hector's group that barged into her shop. No. Hector answers with a deadpan face. Shirley is a fortune teller and Hector is here to test her abilities. No explanation to this ability of hers. By the way. He thinks, but more importantly. Why is she a tall big titty goth shark mermaid mommy with short hair? He punches the ground in frustration. Are you testing me, Oda? He shouts to the sky. It's like a lot of his fetishes are coalesced in her. People look at him weirdly but he doesn't care. He is entitled to eccentricities in this world. The girls go first, receiving their fortune-telling after Hector convinces Shirley. Cassandra received one that she would be happy by following the wind and staying under a tree or something, but would be truly happy after confronting her past. Siko received an ominous one saying that she will not be capable of supporting a mountain on her shoulders and will be crushed if she try. She should climb it or something. Shirahoshi's one is special. Shyly expression changes and talks about the sea rising up to touch the sun or something, destroying Fishman Island in the process. The sun, the moon, whales, trees, the sea. All of this has great significance. It's all connected with the ancient kingdom. Shirahoshi is one of the ancient weapons. Poseidon. Will she play a part in the final war? Almost obviously. Hector thinks. Then it's Hector's turn. He moves to shyly and smiles roguishly at her. So. What are the laws about mermaids and humans having relationships around here? He asks. She takes a drag on her long pipe while eyeing him. She looks like the serious and unflippable type, ignoring his flirting. I met your brother in Impel Down. How the two of you are related is beyond comprehension. Hector looks afflicted, but I can bear having him as my brother-in-law. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. He puts his hand over his chest righteously. She raises an eyebrow at him, trying to look unimpressed, but Hector can notice the micro-expressions and sees that she is holding off a smile just to not give him the satisfaction. Let's get over it already. She blows some smoke at him. Surprise to her, he has the smoke fruit powers and sucked it before blowing it again at her, in a heart shape. Thanks to his perk to customize powers, he can make it smell really good. Now she can't say if she is annoyed at this brat or impressed. Hector just kept smiling infuriatingly at her. Siko simply shakes her head in amusement. She doesn't mind Hector flirting with other women. They talked about this. She knows that he is not serious, and if he was, he would talk to her first. In truth, strangely she feels a certain sense of pride seeing the effect he has on other women. Maybe she is really weird. Deciding to not say anything more, she goes to her crystal ball. And this is where things can get interesting. At this moment Hector decides to employ a certain tactic he studied by the orientation of the Ancient One. How does fortune-telling work? A certain person will read your fortune/destiny and predict your future, more or less. The key word here is read. The fortune-teller reads the person's aura, mind, lifelines, past, personality, and all sorts of things to narrow down in a possible and very probable future. The fortune-teller reads the person. Bringing to the scientific side would be the same as running simulations based on the person's personality and past actions to predict how he will act. Hector in the past was surprised when certain powers worked on him even after all the defenses that he raised on his mind. Those two X-Men kids could copy his skill set, a little, and manifest his fears. Rogue's power could read the surface of his mind and guess his personality. Something that shouldn't be possible after he shuts down his mind to the world. But as the Ancient One explained to Hector, if you live you're always leaking something. Thoughts, life force, karma. The mere act of walking will displace the air around you, even if you don't notice. You look behind you, you make no sound, leave no footprints. But you left some heat, breathed some oxygen, and other very small things. It's the same thing, but more mystic. Unless you go completely still, and cease all of your body functions, you always leave traces. When someone seeks a real fortune-teller, he always receives a prediction of the thing the person wants, more or less. The reason because the person has that topic in mind. The person is unintentionally broadcasting his thoughts and intentions, and these are reflected in the prediction. Siko and Cassandra's predictions could be an example of that. It's not hard to guess that Cassandra has unfinished business with her traumatic past, so shyly sees related things in the future. And Siko has some sort of inferiority complex and doesn't want to burden Hector and be worthy of him, a worry on the back of her mind that is always constant. Then shyly probably saw some event where this worry will cause trouble. Shirahoshi's case should be a little more special. A person with great destiny. This destiny should take precedence in whatever is on the mind of the 13-year-old girl. Hence, it appeared on the prediction. Now, what Hector will do. With his defenses. Mind palace. Willpower and many other resources. He will try to manipulate the fortune-telling. Instead of trying to erase his presence completely, something that even the Ancient One said took years for him to do, he will try to confuse Shirley's power. Sitting in front of Shirley, Hector smiles while he controls his mind space and brings only what he wants to the front of his mind. His aura moves in accordance with these thoughts, and his emotions too. Even some related powers started acting up. His gaze is fixed on Shirley while he broadcasts his thoughts to the ones who can perceive them. Manipulating Shirley fortune-telling to her to see a future related to what he is thinking. Shirley freezes in shock. Her smoking pipe falls from her mouth. You. A rare blush colors her pale cheeks. Your filth animal. No. Never. Doing. Those things. Shameful. Uncouth. Her gaze shifts from her crystal ball to his face, heating emanating from her features. All human males are beasts. You're pervert. And she swims away in her bubble, practically running from him. Everyone stares at Hector in disbelief. Hector on his part, laughs. What did you do? Seiko asks slowly. Ah. Well. I was curious about my love life. Only that. He smiles lightly while rising to his feet, but seeing her flustered is worth it. Hector-sama. Shirahoshi calls him while they walk around a path filled with colorful corals. The palace must be worried. She says weakly, but worried on her own. Hector pauses. Don't worry. Don't you think that they would be following us already? They probably know that I took you and let that happen. Hector says without looking at her. Oh. I see, that makes sense. She smiles and stops worrying about it. Hector continues to keep a straight face. On the palace. Clank. This detestable barrier. Let's us go. We need to find Shirahoshi. The people of the palace attack with all their might, the barrier caging them inside the palace. I will apologize later. Hector thinks before he suddenly looks at the distance. Finally. I was almost actively searching for you. He says with a roll of his eyes before disappearing from his spot and appearing above Shirahoshi. Boom. With a punch, he destroys the mast of a ship that was flying in Shirahoshi's direction. Shirahoshi screams in surprise while splinters of wood explode in all directions. Relax. Hector pats the giant mermaid's head. I'm going to destroy your stalker now. He says to reassure her. In the next instant, like going back in time, the mast reforms itself and starts going back from where it came from. Hector hops on it and flies away. I will meet you guys later. He waves at them. After dealing with Vander Decken and copying another interesting devil fruit, Hector is slowly coming back to where his group is staying. Apparently, they are resting on a clearing, but Hector notices another presence together with them. A familiar presence. Hector appears already greeting the newcomer. Long time no see, Jim. Did you kidnap the princess? Jim turns to him fast and in exasperation. Yes. Hector doesn't deny it this time, but I dealt with her stalker, now she can live properly. Serious? Jimber asks curiously. I can't take his head out with a little girl watching. Hector deadpans in a whisper and signals with his eyes to Shirahoshi. With her personality, the girl would probably feel guilty about the death of the men. Well, we're going now. Bye. Hector acts dismissively towards the first son of the sea. He really doesn't care much about Jim. Wait a little, Hector-san. Jim calls him, making him stop. Hector slowly turns around, looks Jim in the eye and says, no, can't do. Sorry. And takes everyone away and disappears faster than Jim can react. By the way. Hody Jones. Capture him. Hector instructs, but gives no further explanation. Hector can guess what Jimber is trying to ask. It's probably about the protection of Fishman Island. In canon, Jim accepted the invitation to the Big Mom Pirates after the dissolution of the Whitebeard Pirates. It's common for people to kidnap fishmen and mermaids, so a layer of protection of one of the Yonkos is essential. Especially because they can't deal with the world government while the Tenryubito slave their people. And after Jim went against the Marines in the Marineford War. But Hector's time in this world is limited. Luckily, without Blackbeard and with Ace alive, the Whitebeard Pirates can rise again to the level of Yonko's crew. A day later. Oh, you're lucky, Shirahoshi. Just the time to see the sunset. Hector says while he groups emerge from the sea. Hector makes a cloud for them to float and to slowly enjoy the scenery. So that is the sun? Shirahoshi asked amazed. So it's orange. It's more shiny during noon. It's almost night. At least you will see the stars and moon. Hector explains, that's Sabaody, by the way. But sorry I can't take you there today. Hector points to the archipelago in the distance while they float away. Oh. She looks a little disappointed in not going there, but she cheers herself up almost immediately. It looks lively. She notices the lights of the amusement park, her eyes sparkling. Yeah. But not everything that shines is gold. Hector says solemnly before he decides to not explain further the ugliness of humanity. She feels a little bad about the fact she can't enjoy something so simple. But in the end, he lets things to be solved by the residents of this world and Luffy, probably. Let's enjoy the moment. He lies down on the fluffy cloud, his arm behind his head. You father and brothers will chew me up later, but that's a problem to Hector from the future. I envy and pity that guy. He jokes with a smile before relaxing. Shirahoshi looks at him confused by his words. Just lie down and enjoy, Hector says lazily and taps his side. Shirahoshi also lies down beside him, but she is so big that casts a shadow over him. Hector side glances her. Should I lie down on her stomach? He thinks, not having lewd thoughts at all. He is simply curious. Nah, the omnidimensional FBI will not listen to my excuses. He jokes on his mind before closing his eyes again. Hector-sama. Shirahoshi calls him, "Are you sleeping?" "Yes." He answers. "Oh." And she doesn't speak further. "What is it, Shirahoshi?" "Thank you for bringing me here," she says gratefully, "and for allowing me to visit my mother. And for dealing with the bad guy." She continues, she loses her battle against her tears and ends up crying. Shoo, there, stop it." Hector pats her giant arm with his hand. "I didn't do much. Everyone deserves a childhood," he says slowly. His thoughts, complicated. Siko walks through the streets of the city of Zou. She always marvels at the different types of people that she can encounter when she follows Hector. The mink tribe, the race of anthropomorphic animals, is just another nice surprise. Hector told them that they were cool, loyal, and friendly. And it's true. Garchu, Siko-san. Carrot, Siko almost laughs at the obvious name, is a bunny mink and she greets Siko while rubbing her cheek on hers. Garchu, Carrot. Siko greets with a warm smile. Garchu. Wanda, a canine warrior mink, also greets Siko. Garchu. "Where is Hector?" Siko asks after the greetings. "He is with Inuarashi-sama. Let me accompany you to them," Wanda offers. They walk through the friendly city while talking about their life. Siko greets other mink, but respectfully denies some others. "Sorry, but it's not right to get too close to another man." Siko raises her hand to stop a male mink from greeting her. She knows that he doesn't have any second intentions, but even so, she can't. "Is this a human thing?" Carrot asks curiously. The minks accept the difference in customs easily enough. "Yes, our males can be very territorial," Siko says with a laugh, and it's a sign of respect from the female to abstain as much as contact with other males as she can while with her partner. Especially, when her partner is not close. She can't help but find funny how she is explaining it. "Oh," Wanda and Carrot nod seriously. "So you and Hector Dano are really partners?" "I knew it. By the smell, I mean." Carrot's pump her first and certain. "Yes." Siko debates herself if she should explain more, but their relationship is so complicated that it can't be a rule. At this moment some children come at them running. "Woa! Wanda!" They run and hug Wanda's legs with scared faces. "What is this?" Future beast warriors can't cry that easily. She smiles softly at them, trying to make them muss some courage. Asterisk sniff asterisk it's the furries, Wanda. One kid cries her eyes out. Siko's eye twitches hearing the word, she can guess what happened already. "And the culprit?" "The furries?" Wanda asks confused. Yes. Hector Onizan said that the furries are the enemies of the mink tribe. And that their favorite meals are children. Siko facepalms. "Let's go pull Hector's ear," she says with a shake of her head. "Ouch, Inuarashi-san, protect me." Hector cries out while Siko pulls him from above Inuarashi's neck. Hector was cuddling with the giant dog mink. Again, it was anything weird. He is just a dog person. He falls to the ground after Siko unceremoniously pulls him by the ear. Inuarashi laughed at their interaction. "Okay, let me explain." He starts. But Siko cuts him off. "Why scare the children?" She crosses her arms and eyes the little children behind Wanda's legs. "I didn't. I was just trying to make them behave by saying that the furries would come to eat them." He defends himself, "But don't worry, kids. I swear that I will protect you from the furries." Hector gives them a thumbs up with a big grin. "What are the furries?" Carrot asks innocently. "Bad people that shouldn't exist. They disguise themselves like you guys. They are fatherless because they get rid of him by sheer disappointment. They spent important things like money, time, and their dignity in a quest to embarrass themselves by becoming what they were not. They justify their desire to abuse the ones that can't consent using victimism and Hector says without missing a beat, making claws with his hand and a scary face to the kids. His eyes glowing red, his teeth pointy and his long tongue wriggling out of his mind like the devil. Siko slaps his head, making him stop. Siko POV. Wano, another day. This is really refreshing. I breathe out the atmosphere of this country. Like Japan in the past. A very nice place and I would love to live here. Or it should be like that. I can only enjoy the atmosphere because the air and the land are, poisoned is the best word for it. Hector allowed me to walk around like a ronin, to fulfill my fantasies while he went somewhere. I think he is storing all the genetic material that he collected in the last few days. So here I am, in samurai garbs, sword on the hip, and walking around feudal Japan. Edo period maybe. You all really don't need to thank me. I say to the old people in this small village, Ebisu. I just happened to defeat some people who were harassing some children who were collecting herbs or plants nearby. The kids insisted to me to follow them here. The small town/village is incredibly poor. There's really a tyrant here. I will try to convince Hector to help all of them. But Hector said that he doesn't want to interfere too much. If he defeats the tyrant, doesn't mean that things will change. He will not stay to manage this country after all. I will try at least. The final say will be his, but he is not as bad as he thinks he is. I mean, look at these people. They are very optimistic even if they live in horrible conditions. They are laughing all the time. So you hear, Seiko. I turn around after hearing Hector's voice. To fit the atmosphere, he is also using samurai clothes. He told me that it was from a young guy. It's a setting of white and black samurai clothes, with half-length sleeves, his chest is exposed and he is wearing a belt of huge beads draped on his waist, and a waist cape covering his pants. To my surprise, he is carrying a small girl on her shoulders. She is cute, even if she is wearing a patched kimono. Following them, there's a lion-like creature. Wait, it's a kamainu. So here there are even these beasts of myths. This is Tama, Seiko. And the one behind us is her pet, Kamakio. Hector introduced us. The girl waves her hand at me. You're so pretty, Wani-san. Fufu. Tama-chan is more cute. I smile at her. For some reason, Hector pauses seeing the city, his face strange. Oh hee, so you're this little Mrs. Boyfriend. Haha, you're a lucky man, I will tell you. A friendly old lady approaches Hector and pulls him by his sleeve and makes him sit at my side on this bench. He puts Tama on his side. Hector is strangely silent. Haha. Here, Kozu. I just finished boiling this water. It's safe to drink. Another old lady delivers him a broken cup while laughing. Hector absent-mindedly takes the cup and stares at it without drinking. I'm almost asking what is wrong when I hear him talking to himself. Isn't it too early? They already made the smiles. Hector says slowly, still staring at the water. Then I notice, he is angry. My eyes widen seeing that. It's a rare scene after all. Shago-san and the others commented that it happened before, but that was the first time that I'd seen him getting angry. Not annoyed, but angry. He is completely and absolutely still. His eyes are fixed staring ahead, his jaw is clenched. The main signal is the veins popping off under his skin. Going from his neck till his jaw, on his temple, on his forearms holding the cup. This reminds me of a talk we had in the past. I always thought that anime thing with the eyes glowing, the teeth becoming pointy and the nails growing in claws when a character gets angry was bullshit. An easy-to-understand representation to the readers. Hector comments looking down on me that just was thrown on the ground after a spar. He is making small talk, waiting for me to catch my breath. But is not. It's happened to me and I didn't even notice. The girls that alerted me later. He says it's like your body is responding to your mood and getting ready for violence. He tries to explain while he puts his fingers on his chin. Powers have a certain level of will. Especially animal-based powers. So it's not weird that my body changes to accommodate what my body is expecting that I will do, or I want to do. My nails growing in claws, heat vision activated, muscle mass increased. He says it happens with normal people too. The adrenaline pumps your muscles. It's more obvious with someone with powers. But is a more normal response than some would think. I have so many powers, it's hard to keep them in check. I really need a pat on my back for my self-control. He laughs one time. I was with my guard down because I was in the solitude of my lab. Thinking about the problematic people to kill. And my control slipped for a second. The lab became freezing cold in response to my killing intent. Mostly attributed to my ghost nature and my own personality. My element is water, by the way. So the great signal of me getting pissed is the veins popping off. They are the step below my body change in some other form, ready to some slaughter. He looks ahead to the empty space, the fact it's only the veins and some changes on my eyes. He nods to himself, I really deserve some praise. I'm almost a Buddha. He jokes. And now it's happening. Even I am tense. It's a natural response, but mainly because I don't know what made him so angry. Thankfully, Hector is Hector. The calmest person I ever met. In the next instant, he is normal. His eyes are not threatening to change colors and the veins disappear. But he is still completely unmoved. Suddenly he downs the entire cup and drinks all of the content. Thanks for the water, Oba-chan. He smiles warmly at the old lady. He turns to Tama. Tama, can I have one of your hats? He asks out of the blue. The question confuses even me. I turn to see that in the back of the kimono, a bunch of kasa, hats made of straw are there. Does she sell it? Of course, Aniki. You helped me early. Tama smiles at him brightly. Hector gives her a smile on his own, thanks. He extends his hand and a hat flies to him, but I don't have money right now. Can I pay you later? he says while holding the hat. Question mark. What is he saying? You don't need to pay anything, Aniki. Tama shakes her hand and head in denial. I insist. Hector says slowly while standing up, Oba-chan. He waves his hand and in a flash of green light a bunch of food appears on the street. This is for the water. Everyone's eyes and mouth go agape seeing the amount of food that can only be carried by a truck. The people start going for the food and celebrating. Some ask Hector if it's okay. Some say that is too much. Everyone is laughing though, some crying amidst their laughs. The fees increase the value of the water 1,000,000% for a second, Oba-chan. I will give you the rest later. Hector smiles at her. He turns to me, and his smile slowly disappears. Siko. Let's go. I obey and rise to my feet to wear. We still need to pay for the hat. He says slowly, let's liberate the country of Wano. He says with his voice tight, looking at the horizon. Without a doubt, he is glaring at the perpetrators from here. I can feel a big smile blooming on my face. I'm sure that these people just felt a chill on their spine. I was waiting for you to say this. I answer. Hector's control must have slipped again because his eyes are glowing red and his pupils become slits. I breathed out and saw mist forming from it. It's cold. Fuck the plot. Let's kill Kaido and Orochi. Ahoy. We are approaching the end of this arc, Kaido, and a last surprise and we can end. That's the main things. I'm really delaying the meeting with Vegapunk because I want to know more of the actual arc. Damn, that devil fruit from the Gorosei. And the past of Kuma. Fun fact, in this topic, Bonnie would be one of the girls that Hector would have involved himself more deeply. But my senses are tingling and I'm thinking that she is a child that uses her devil fruit to appear adult. Omnidimensional FBI is no joke. We get a little naughty with Cortana, and before you guys say that I'm playing favorites. Siko's time was very generic, not worth writing. Cortana's A.I. sex looks more interesting and new. As a side note, I was reading Record of Ragnarok and Apollo is a cool guy. It's fun that his gimmick is self-improvement and know thyself when this arc that I'm writing is about it too. Apollo climbed to the top of the list of cards to be gained from the Record of Ragnarok world after that. Surpassing Buddha, Adam, and Beelzebub. Bye. Till next time. I will try program my time better and be prepared to inconveniences. Stay good. Chapter 69, World of Pirates, Part. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. Doing the right thing isn't always easy, in fact, sometimes is really hard, but just remember that doing the right things is always right. David Cottrell. Recap, Hector practiced magic and visited many islands together with his people. His decision to stay away from the plot is thrown out the window after he visits Wano. Now he will not hold back anymore. Little An. Ahoy. First, let me explain. I don't think you guys know, but I only write during the weekends. Saturday and Sunday. So, I write this chapter in like 2 days because I also can go out and whatnot. Recently my schedule changed and I'm busy during the Saturday and strangely free on Monday. Sucks, huh? Again, I could have cut the chapter a little. This one has 16k words by the way, but I don't like it. I have a formula for my chapters, which I discovered later and naturally, but I like my chapters to always have some certain things. First, starting with a little introspection of the MC, the world, and what are his thoughts on what is happening and what he is about to do. 1k words to create the mood. This is what people complain of monologue BTW. To people who binge read must be annoying, maybe. The repetition, I think. Then the chapter, with comedy, interactions with beloved characters, relating the growth of powers and discoveries, starts of some minor plots to be explored in the future, a big something in development. And end in a good point to let you guys want more. But at the same time satisfied. That's the reason my chapters are big. There is a beginning, a development, and a conclusion of some sort. Always. Always. Whatever, enjoy the chapter. Wano. Hector POV. Maybe I should have seen this coming. But I really didn't expect that Orochi would already be giving defective smiles to the poor people here. I didn't even expect these shit fruits to be ready. I came during the time skip so that I could avoid these sad storylines and plots. The plan was simple. Come and do a quick grab of powers, genetic samples, materials, and technology, and go back. Leaving this world behind and taking some good memories with me. I did a lot of my childish bucket list. Talked and fooled around with a lot of people. Flirted with my fictional crushes, hey. Even if I was not serious and it was just a good way as any to copy their powers, seeing their reactions was fun. I don't plan on getting attached to this world. And I didn't plan to change this world that much and solve all the problems. In the Hero Academia world sigh. In the Hero Academia world, I was weak. I needed to use some underhand and opportunist tactics to have my kickstart. The fight of All Might and All for One in Kamino was the best chance. There's no way that I would appear there and not become a public enemy. So I went big. I killed the main villain without scruples, solving a lot of problems and saving a lot of lives by the way. Made a cringe speech on TV to gain time to get used to my new powers. Buffed, idiots. Who let the villains monologue? After getting used to my new powers, was super easy to defeat Midoriya and take, one for all. That's it, in the first few hours on that world it's already game over. Before that, I was assimilating Katakuri. Had Star Killer, Miles. I was strong, but not invincible. After that. Buffed, not a chance. And that's it, certain paths cross other people. I learned that. It's inevitable. I was not a villain, but I needed to get stronger. If I didn't do that, defeating Thor during the invasion would be a problem as an example. I was not wrong. I was an invader. Went to that world and messed things up greatly to my own benefit. Disrupted the balance and everything. Killed a lot of people. Took a lot of powers. Traumatized people, made people lose their jobs, kids didn't go to school for that month. That was inevitable. So gave them a gift. A path to a better future. For their benefit and as compensation. Thanks to me there's no war against All for One, and a lot of people survived. They will never know that I saved them, but it's okay. I took what I wanted and repaid them. I can take the eternal blame for everything there. Unfortunately, I was not strong enough to do it in a better way. Now. Here if I want I can be like a ghost and take what I want and change nothing. That's how ridiculously overpowered I am compared to everyone here. And I really want to impact this world the minimal. But at the same time, I want to enjoy a little. Really touch this world instead of being a spectator. And for my people too. Making Siko train with Mihawk, Cassandra travels by herself. So I thought of making some positive changes. Saving Ace, controlling the course of the war so that fewer lives will be lost, kill Blackbeard and impede him from releasing a lot of dangerous criminals in the world. Just a little bit. Nothing that will make me entangled with the plot. Let the plot to the people here, it's what I thought. It's essential for their growth and that they could make a better world in the end. I will not be here forever. If I mess things up, maybe I will make things worse and I will not even be here to see. But enough is enough. There are things that even I can't ignore and stay still while saying things like, it's for the big picture. Kill a useless world noble and the leader of a nation and a Yonko are different. But fuck it. I say out loud while walking on this shitty road in Wano. At a distance, I can see the factories polluting the air and rivers. The dry land, a toxic river running close to me. For the first time in this world, I'm letting my hearing loose to listen to the suffering of normal people. Sniff mommy. I'm hungry. I hear the voice of a small kid. Today was a good day. Only 3 died in the factory. A tired and weak voice comments. If you punch your belly, the pain goes away. The voice of a kid advises other kids, being the leader of the small group. We need to choose which meal we will keep. Another voice, female this time. And it goes on. I also can hear people being beaten up, drawing their last breaths, being forced to sell themselves for food and other things. TCH. It should be a simple wish fulfillment vacation. I comment to myself while walking. The fact that you can't ignore these things proves that you're a good person, master. Cortana says in my mind. I continue walking, they just destroyed my vibe. So I'm gonna teach them a lesson. I explain. I see. She says in a smug tone, meaning that she doesn't believe me. Whatever, I'm not gonna delve into that again. It's hard to ignore these things when they are literally slapped on your face. I continue to walk around, thinking about flaying Orochi and Kaido publicly when something catches my attention and I stop in the middle of the road. What's it? Siko asks me. She is walking some steps behind me, to my left. She was also angry after I told her the specifics of the situation. Even if she is sadistic, she doesn't enjoy bullying the defenseless. Let's postpone the slaughter for 3 days. I say, my eyes and ears focusing on the distance. Why? She frowns, don't like it I can tell. Can't wait to cut some assholes. There will be the perfect opportunity in 3 days. A festival. Everyone will be reunited. I explain, what coincidence. Maybe is destiny. I say more to myself. The Fire Festival, the same one that will mark the date of the Onigashima raid in canon will happen in 3 days. All of the Kaido crew and Orochi people will be together. The symbolism is good too. I explain this to Siko. And will give the people here a chance to fight. I finish talking. Are you gonna conscript the people here? She tilts her head. I'm not gonna force anyone. I value freedom, after all. But. I pause and change the topic to explain, do you know I'm half American and half Brazilian, right? She nods to the obvious. Brazil has a certain problem compared to the United States. I pause, it didn't fought on the important moments. Side glancing at her confused face, I delve deeper. We rarely fought for anything. Our independence was declared relatively peaceful, with no war or anything. Slavery was abolished in a political move, etc., etc. But this is not as good as it appears. I sigh, our history lacks blood. Weird, huh? The peaceful and blessed past creates a certain lack of patriotism and drive to fight for changes. I think she understands where I'm getting it. Hee hee. I just remembered a meme about French people. The price of the gas goes up 0.01 cents and they are already burning the parliament. I laugh out loud, they have a huge history of revolutions. See? A country built like that is strong. So you're gonna make them fight even if there's no need. So that they can participate in this important moment and grow strong. She says. Yes. They will be hurt, some will die. But it's for the best. Freeing the body is easy, Siko. The tricky part is freeing the mind and heart. They have been whipped for too long. They need to let a battle cry and conquer their independence with blood and tears too. I will not be here in the future. Momonosuke will only arrive in 2 years and he is a brat. This battle needs to create a strong foundation now or problems will appear in a not far future. I say heavily. Makes sense. She nods. I bet she can relate. In the past, I helped her free herself from modern moral constraints and accept the darkness inside. I didn't free her body, but mind and heart. After that, she is living much better. Another example is abusive relationships. It's not only about taking the abuser away from the abused person. A certain change in mindset needs to come from the abused person too, even if the person is the victim. Sad. So in 3 days, huh? She asks. Yes. Now that I decided to help, I will go all out. It's not enough to simply get rid of all enemies. It would have been easier. But the easy path is rarely the correct one. I say, there are people that deserve a shot at dealing with Kaido and Orochi more than me too. The people who deserve their revenge. Odin's people, the Whitebeard pirates. I will call them too. This time frame will be enough to organize everything. I will also discreetly help so that no one will die during these 3 days from overwork or hunger, I say. Again, it's more complicated, but is the right thing to do. I will go meet some people and arrange everything. I say before giving her a peck on her lips, sorry for ditching you, have fun around being a Ronin. I smile before disappearing. Time to convince a bunch of people that never saw me to join me in beating their trauma against their biggest foe, betting everything on me in a last standing after they failed 2 times already. Must be easy. Let's hope my char stat is up to the challenge and I roll a nat 20. First things first. I will study the enemy. So right now, I discreetly invaded Onigashima. Seeing the layout of the place, counting the people, and other things. It's the basics. And meeting a certain someone, crack. I met her. Him, whatever. I will call her a female. I don't think she identifies herself as Odin because he is a male, she wants to be Odin because he is Odin. Being male is more of a consequence. And there's no Twitter in the One Piece world, anyway. I met her while she was destroying a big boulder with her kanabo, that weapon is like a fancy Japanese club. Blunt weapons are OP against armor and in the old times, a good choice. Yamato is not wearing any mask to hide her features while she trains. She has her white and slightly curly hair in a high ponytail. A characteristic of her features is that her horns and her hair gain colors on the edges and tips, red and azure respectively. I simply drop in front of her without ceremony, I can see the surprise on her pretty face. And she is tall. And has big badunkas. TCH. This world, man. Every moment is a challenge. Who are you? She frowns and points her weapon at me cautiously. I notice the cuffs on her wrists. Sorry, let me test you a bit. I say simply before suddenly attacking her. A katana appears on my hands and I slash at her lightly. Fast, but not strongly. Her reaction speed and observation haki are good enough, because she hastily puts her kanabo in the way of the slash. She also doesn't waste time in retaliating, putting her 2 hands in her weapon and advancing to nail me on the ground with an overhead swing. I calmly put my katana away while she approaches, and when her attack comes, I grab it with my left hand. Some cracks spread on the ground, but I'm unfazed. Her surprised face is cute too. Good strength. I compliment her. She retracts her weapon, I let her through, and puts a distance to prepare for the continuation of this fight. But I cross my arms to show that I'm not a threat and sit down on a rock. Yamato is a good person, she would not attack a defenseless someone, so she stops in confusion while watching my actions, or inaction really. Again, sorry for the sudden attack, but it's convenient for us to measure our strength now. We'll make things proceed smoothly later. I say. You're familiar. She frowns at me, slightly on guard. Are you a new subordinate of my father? She asks. Hell no, in truth I'm here to kill your father. I say bluntly. Her eyes widen. Are you crazy? That cowgorilla will kill you. She says in warning. Hey, worried about a person she didn't even know and has attacked her. So pure. Don't you know me? You should be able to acquire the newspapers here, right? I tilt my head at her. She tilts her head in response too. And looks closely at me. Very closely. Really, she literally came closer and crouched down to look at my face from centimeters away. Squinting her eyes and all that while thinking hard. I put my elbow on my crossed legs and support my cheek with my hand, patiently waiting for her. She is pretty, so I have no problem letting her closer. Hey, I would flirt with you if I was in a better mood. I smile at her. What Orochi did with the country of Wano messed up with my zen. What sucks because one of the reasons I come to this world is to get out of my depressive mood after seeing a lot of shit in my world. Well, I think I need to accept that there's darkness everywhere. Can't escape that even if I go to the My Little Pony world. She doesn't acknowledge my words, maybe she doesn't care, or doesn't know about the concept of man-woman relationships, or she really sees herself as a man. I think it's the former. Oh. She finally exclaims and stands up, crashing her fist with her palm. She points at me again. You're that new emperor guy, like my father. The devil. Something like that. I shrug. She pouts in thought while looking at me. That cowgorilla is strong. Warning me again. I am stronger. I say immediately, wanna join? I go to the point. Join. Yeah, defeat your father, liberate Wano. I will even call Odin retainers and former companions to help. To give them closure. Will be too much overkill if I bring Rayleigh. Liberate Wano. I wanna do that. She suddenly exclaims, I'm Odin after all. She poses while smashing the tip of her kanabo on the ground. No, you're not. I say bluntly, you're Yamato, right? No. I'm Odin. She says stubbornly and starts explaining what I already know. How she was touched by Odin's heroic spirit, journals, and even his people. And deciding to not let his legacy die down, and how she makes his last words of opening Wano borders her objective as Odin. It's the whole inherited will thing. I can understand, but I still fail to see you as Odin. In truth, I'm more Odin than you. I smile broadly. She is a little taken back by my words and is ready to argue. If I work hard, I will become Odin. Okay. I can respect your strange wish a little. You as a child went against everyone around you, including your father, and suffered a lot of abuse to keep your wishes. It took courage, I don't doubt that. I say in a placating way, but there's no need to try to be the guy. Just try to be like the guy. I continue when I notice her paying attention to my words. I can understand your feelings. Admiring someone's way of life and especially his cool last moments and wanting to be like that. Heck, I have people like that too. But you will not be seeing me abandoning my identity and starting calling myself future Gohan, for example. I say, even if I know she will not catch the reference. She doesn't have anything to say. I still want to be Odin. She exclaims. Okay, I can't get on that thick head of hers. I shrug. It's not like I want to convince her now. I just think she doesn't have the time or opportunity to mature. My therapist side is saying that this whole Odin thing is a coping mechanism and escapism. But whatever. Anyway, wanna join? I ask again. Are you gonna fight him now? No, during the fire festival. I know I can defeat him. But it will be good for other people to defeat the rest of his group. Give the people of Wano a chance to fight for themselves. I will bring Ace here too. Oh. So you really saved Ace. She is suddenly close again. Thank you very much. I was so worried when his Vivre card almost disappeared. She grabs my hands on hers and shakes it excitedly. Then the Vivre card suddenly returns back to normal, totally repaired. She continues to say. No need to thank me. I just felt like it. I say, smiling lightly at her enthusiasm. I can feel my heart being healed by her giddiness. I put my free hand on her hands too, joining all of them together. Wow, already hand-holding. Should I propose now? Anyway, let's get rid of these things. My hand moves to the cuffs on her wrist. Oh. My father put it there. He says that will explode if I leave Onigashima. But I don't know for sure. Don't want to test, apparently is strong enough to take my hands away. She says lightly. Can't you take this by yourself? If you use advanced armament hockey, or Ryuo as people call it here in Wano, you can suppress the explosives inside, delaying the explosion enough for you to take it off. I say. She absolutely knows how to use armament hockey. I saw that earlier. Can you disarm it like that? Really? She gasps in surprise. Oh, so she knows how to do it, but doesn't know that doing that can work. Typical. It's like, everyone knows how to connect some wires, but the thing is knowing what wires to connect, hence we need engineers and mechanics. Yep, like this. Hockey covers my hand and I grab one of the cuffs, crushing it and taking it off. I throw it away and encapsulate it in a barrier bubble. Inside there it explodes, and it's possible to see that it is a strong explosion by the way the bubble shines white for a long time, but no shockwaves leave the bubble. That damn cowgorilla. He would do it to his own child. Yamato says in a little of disbelief. So she is really a little naive and gullible. Still hoping for some familial love. And the other one. She raises her other wrist. Wanna try doing it yourself? I can do this too. I say and use my larceny power. The cuff suddenly is teleported to my hand, making Yamato go wide-eyed. A convenient power, a pity that there's a range and weight limit. And eye contact too. If not, I would be capable of doing the famous steal from Kazuma. I can cheat on this last limitation by touching the object with my telekinesis, but I'm not gonna do that to steal panties. You can do that too? She asks. I have many talents. I say and create fake cuffs, similar to the previous one, use it to trick people. I say while putting the fake cuffs on her hands. We are smart. She says in admiration, her eyes shining while she praises me. I can only chuckle at her and ask the obvious question, marry me. What? What? Flower capital. Obviously, I was kidding. I don't plan on getting married. Yamato was one of these types that doesn't even understand flirting, so it would be a monumental task to even make her blush, so it's no fun to flirt with her. Thanks for the waiting, dear guest, a geisha bows at me while she opens the door. I'm in a certain place where another important person is hiding. Sitting on the ground in front of a table full of food while waiting for that person. The geisha allows the person in question to enter the room before politely leaving us alone. Thank you for choosing me, dear guest, Kamirasaki, the disguised Hiyori and daughter of Odin, bows politely and kneels at my side. I paid a huge amount of money to have this lunch with her, so that we can be alone. Yep, only a lunch. Even if a crass way of calling courtesans lumps them together with prostitutes, it's not the same. Yes, I bought her time, but there will be no sex involved. Especially with a Taiyu, the highest rank Oiran, like Kamirasaki. An easy way to explain is. These Oirans are like that modern thing of renting a girlfriend in Japan. There's a manga about that, damn I hate that protagonist. That's a guy that deserves to be cucked. Maybe I will do that. Anyway, I'm sidetracking. You rent Oirans to spend time with you. To cuddle, to show off in banquets, to sing to you, dance, play instruments. Basically, this is where all that rent-a-girlfriend thing started. Their virginities are kept intact, at least of the high-level ones, because the endgame is to be bought as wives or concubines. Yes, they are like professional wives. Trained for that. Maybe that was why nobles were beautiful, they constantly insert new beautiful blood into their bloodlines by choosing beautiful brides. Now, how do I approach the subject? I look at her. Kamirasaki, Hiyori, is putting me a drink respectfully. I thought she would be more arrogant, because that is her persona as a courtesan, but maybe she is always like that at first to trick the bad guys and take their money. I never saw you before in the capital, dear guest. She comments softly. Her voice is pleasant. She presents the Ichoko, sake cup, at me with her two hands and smiles. I say nothing, but take the drink from her hand. Yep, she is really pretty. Enough to put no-name models in Marvel to shame and even other named characters. Mary Jane level but Asian. If all K-pop and Japanese idols are lumped together, maybe we'll be on her level. It's not a surprise she has a lot of simps. She is trying to make me one too. Too bad she is against me. After downing the drink, I still don't like alcohol, I finally deign her with an answer. First time here in the capital. I say. Oh. So what did you think of the city? Pretty, huh? She asks cutely, with her eyes half closed in crescentes. She is leaning at me while I look forward, ignoring her attempts of seduction. A petty part of me just doesn't want to give her the satisfaction of being exactly like every other male, the rest is simply because I pity her more than anything. Must have been, and still is, a hard life. Imagine having to talk and act all merry with your family murderers. I can't do that. Well, maybe I can. If needed, I'm that cold-blooded. Luckily, I never needed to do it. Perks of being strong. But she doesn't have this option. Weak people can only fold. And I know that she is not a cold bastard like me. People in this world tend to be very emotional. Every day must be a battle. I can respect her. It's a different type of strength that she has. This city is disgusting. I spat finally. My words make her gasp slightly. No one ever said that, probably. In truth, the city is beautiful. The climate is great, the buildings' aesthetics pleasant, it's clean, people even act amicable. It's the perfect fantasy Japan in the Edo period. But I turn to look at the wall of this VIP room. I'm not really looking at the wall, I'm looking beyond it. Using the empathic type of observation hockey, to observe everyone's feelings around the city. I can even observe the land aura. It stinks. I elaborate, it's rotten on the core. Like a person that didn't take a bath in a long time and tries to cover the stench with a lot of sweet perfume. It can mask the smell of shit, but still makes a horrid combination. I'm holding back to not puke. Her soft and droopy eyes are finally showing real strong emotions while looking at me. But she controlled herself fast after I turned to look at her face. She covers her mouth with her sleeve and looks down to put some food on a plate for me. Hiding her eyes from my vision, I bet. Is that so? Too bad, dear guest. I hope that I can change your perspective. She looks up again, batting her eyelashes at me and going back to her courtesan act. I chuckle. She is good at it. She knows how to use her looks. There's a joke on the One Piece fandom that all female characters are Namis with different skins. Heh. So even if it's said that Hancock, Shirahoshi, and Hiyori here are super beautiful, there's really no difference between them to the other female characters. The simple explanation is that Oda is ultimately a shonen mangaka, he didn't put much thought into a female character design. I think in an interview he revealed that he is simply drawing his type and his wife as the beautiful female characters. So the guy likes big-breasted, small waist and tight butts women. Can't fault the guy here. Congratulations on scoring a wife like that. Now, seeing the characters in real life I can tell the differences. Nami has more of a round face, passing that innocent vibe even if she is everything but that. Hancock has high cheekbones and sharp eyebrows. Shirahoshi looks almost surreal, with dazzling eyes. And Yamato is pretty as fuck, even if she acts like a tomboy and masculine. Hiyori here has that calm and demure look that awakens the instinctive male urge of wanting to protect her. And what do you think of the flower capital? I shot back the same question. I love it. She puts her hands together, her eyes wide, everything is so pretty, the people are nice, and she goes on with practiced lines, acting all proud. Can fool anyone but me. I don't see any light in her eyes. I roll my eyes at her, not caring to hide the fact that I don't believe in her bullshit. Tell me about these dishes. I change the subject. The conversation goes pretty well. Talked about various topics, but nothing really important. I didn't even talk about Orochi or any other important person. I don't need to ask her for information. I think she is surprised by the mundane topics, she was secretly on guard against me. Maybe she thinks that I'm someone sent to test her loyalty to the shogun. Gacha susuma deshita. I join my hands to say my thanks after the meal. Why didn't you play a song to me before I go? I turn to her. What song dear guest wants to hear? She asks before clapping her hands 2 times and instructing someone to bring her some things. The one that you play the best. I say lightly. After waiting for some time, the door is opened again. Excuse me, haha, a young voice attracts my attention. A young girl with pink hair enters the room carrying a shamisen and a mask. Toko. I think while watching the smiling girl delivering the musical instrument and mask to Hiyori. Toko is Kamurasaki's Kamuro. Basically her sidekick, intern, apprentice, padawan, servant. Whatever you want to call it. Her too, huh? I frown while looking at the laughing girl. Orochi is really a bastard. He must have distributed the defective smiles in many cities at the same time. He really wanted all of his way to make people miserable. Oh, Toko is a good girl. She is my Kamuro. Hiyori explains while patting the girl's head. She must have misunderstood my frowning at her. Some people are assholes, and it would not be uncommon for some to mistreat a kid. So she acts like that to make her simps dote on the girl too. Trying to gain brownie points with her. I don't explain myself, there's no need, but the little girl's eyes go around the dishes on the table. I obviously, in respect to the cooks and people in hunger around this country, have eaten everything clean. The way Otoko's eyes go around the table and her disappointment make me deduce that she must eat the scraps of the guest when she can. TCH. I hope that the theory about Orochi having 8 lives thanks to his devil fruit is true. 1 death is not enough. Here girl. I put my hand inside my sleeve to retrieve some candies from my sky poison pearl and give them to her. Seeing her face brighten up is good. In the past, I didn't like children that much, but after going into the hero business, I started liking the little ones. After ruffling her hair, I let Otoko go away and turned to Hiyori. She is looking at me intensely. What? I ask. Nothing. She giggles a little before going to put on her mask. That's the first 100% real smile that she gave me all. She starts playing with her instrument slightly, setting the tone. A part of me recognizes the music. It's the music that she used to play to her father when she was a child. When she plays it, she always uses a mask because she can't smile while playing, a failure as an oiran who always needs to smile. The song starts gaining intensity while her fingers dance for all the shamisen. I like this song. Or does the Odin card like it? I don't know. I instinctively lay on my side, supporting my cheek with my hand, to enjoy her music while slowly closing my eyes. Yes, I'm being healed. I can feel a real smile slipping up from my poker face. The atmosphere is good. After doing it, I noticed a sudden change. Another person wouldn't notice it, but I can see how she tensed up to my actions. Her muscles tighten up and she missed a note that she hastily recovers. Flashback much, dear? Seeing your dad in me. I didn't even notice that I did his usual routine to hear your songs. Well, this is not a topic we can dive on, so I will just close my eyes and enjoy the music. She hits the last note, pressing the string with a finger and moving it up and down so that it can vibrate, making the note reverberate as long as she can. Ending the song masterfully. I open my eyes and sit again, clapping calmly. Very good, I can feel your passion through it. I compliment. I thank the dear guest for his kind words. She says with a polite bow, taking her time to remove the mask to school her features. She approaches my side again. Our time together is coming to an end. I'm glad dear guest enjoyed it. She beams at me. I did. I nod, as expected of Hiyori Haim. I finally say it. Well, it appears that she is not a flower vase either. After a second of shock, a knife goes straight to my neck very fast. It's obvious that she is hiding weapons. Everyone who wears loose clothes hides something. I stop the knife with my fingers. So that's your real face. I prefer this way. I smile at her angry face. Who are you? She asks in a low tight voice. Any pleasantry far from her features. You wouldn't know even if I told you. I say. Orochi didn't let the newspapers arrive in the population's hands. She struggles to get out of my grasp. I don't fight her too much. I would be worried about other people hearing us if I didn't know that only one person is close. I waited till this moment to confront her because of this. She backs off from me and... What the hell? I move fast and grab her hand, going on top of her, to stop her from killing herself. Did she really think that I was with Orochi? Whoa, whoa. Calm down. I say. Fun fact, no one ever calmed down by only hearing those words. But is a necessary step to start. She struggles under me, some tears in her eyes. Okay. This looks really bad from a third-person perspective. Hiyori. I say strongly, in a whisper, look at me. This makes her pause and look at my face. If I wanted, I could have already heard you. Trust me for some minutes, all right. I look deeply into her eyes. That's a real strong woman. Ready to die to not be a liability. Choosing death over humiliation. I'm gonna release you now. I say slowly and stop pressing her on the ground. Swish. But I need to let her go faster to catch the sword aiming at my neck. Good form. I grab the sword of the assailant. Kayashiro, or Dejiro, goes wide-eyed seeing me react that fast. He is one of Odin's retainers and another guy that ate a lot of shit in silence to create a foothold for Hiyori and other loyal people under Orochi noise. He was the only one closer, another person that I needed to talk to, hence why I broached the sensitive topic with Hiyori. What do you think you're doing, Dejiro? I ask him in annoyance. This makes him back off quickly. Maybe is the surprise of me knowing his real name, maybe he felt some familiarity with Odin and is instinctively listening to my orders. That's an interesting thought. How much do people feel my assimilations? The people close to the characters, I mean. Can I bat-glare the Bat family in submission too? Evoke good feelings in Catwoman and Wonder Woman. A thought to the future. I remove myself from Hiyori and back down. Let's have a little talk. I sit down and make no moves to threaten them. After Denjiro checks that Hiyori is okay, they set their eyes on me. 10 minutes later, I explained everything to them. Well, almost everything. The abridged version is that I have some connections with the previous generations, Odin, Whitebeard, and Roger. Came to visit Wano and I'm livid about the situation of the citizens, so I'm gonna do something because I'm strong. Yes, I can defeat Kaido. Denjiro must have seen some newspapers in Orochi's place because he trusted me on it. And I proposed my plan of allowing them to fight together with me while I deal with the top brass members. It's too soon, there's no way people will move to it. Denjiro says with certain. I really don't care, I say plainly, crossing my arms, I'm gonna liberate Wano anyway. You guys can be part of it or not. This is madness. Oh ho, I laugh at him, you have no idea what I can do. All of you great enemies are insects to me. Hector-sama. Please. Hiyori starts slowly, we can maybe do this properly. Planning for some weeks. She says softly and worried. Look at this. Another person is saying to me so that I can do things properly. What a weird day. I chuckle and slowly stand up, I don't have the time and people are suffering right now. I'm already making a huge concession of waiting till the fire festival. I look down on them, on the day of the festival I will attack Onigashima. I have the power to take anyone there. Pass the message to the ones loyal to you, Denjiro. To the ones that want to give this step to the bright future. Just follow behind me. And I disappear to make my point that I can really teleport. So you're Yasu. I say slowly to the silly men with a big head, or should I call you Yasui-san? With my words, all the goofness leaves him and the former daimyo of Hakamai reveals himself. How do you know that? He asks frowning. He was hanging with Siko after she met him and said that someone wanted to talk with him. Me, obviously after I sent a message to her. Now we're in a dilapidated house that was previously being used by some bandits. The bandits in question are tied to a tree after being beaten by Siko. She spared them probably because of the hard life in this country, and the small chance they are not that bad and are only led astray. But she beat them pretty harshly, so she can only control that sadistic side this much. Just a fan, Yasui-san. I say. Yasui-san is a real one, he will not die on my watch. A fan? He asks confused. I met Otoko earlier. I changed the subject, talking about his adopted daughter. And no, I'm not threatening you. I say before he reaches strange conclusions. He narrows his eyes at me. I will be brief, Yasui-san. I'm gonna take Kaido down and Orochi too. I say surprising him, you, more than most must understand that this victory achieved from an outsider means. I look at his eyes. He looks hard at me. On the day of the fire festival, I will do the grand opening. Follow me if you want. I say and don't wait for an answer before going away. It's okay. I can look into their eyes, there's still a spark amidst the cinders of their will. If I create a strong wind, their fighting spirit will reignite. Third-person POV. Those were not the only people Hector met. He does not work too hard to convince anyone. He only gives them words because this is everything he can give. In Wano, there's a prison called Udon. It's the place where they put the greatest criminals, people against the actual regime, to break their will. Hector confidently walks on the shitty barren land to the front gate of the prison, Siko by his side. He scanned it earlier and noticed that Queen, one of Kaido's commanders, was not there. Already left for Onigashima probably. Boom. Hector kicks the gate and sends it flying till is lodged in a wall. What? Intruders? Impossible. Is it one of the top commanders? Is he angry? The entire prison pauses to pay attention to the commotion. Okay people. Stop working. Anyone that is not a prisoner please step forward. Hector's cheery voice shows itself before the person. Who are you, you bastard? A prison guard shouts and steps forward, the rest just behind him. So there's really no one with artificial zoans. Siko. Hector watches them for a second before ignoring them completely and starts walking to a certain part of the prison. The guards angrily step forward to attack him but Siko is faster. A gleam of purple is all everyone sees before she appears behind the group, their limbs flying in all directions. Arg. My arm. The signal. Ring the signal. It's not working. They shout while Siko runs around the prison, bathing it in the blood of the guards. Moving fast, jumping over walls, and blitzing through everything. Obviously is not working. Hector scoffs to himself, as if he would let information leak. He walks, passing through the bewildered prisoners, ignoring them completely too. Except one. An old small guy with blue hair and Yakuza tattoos. He gives the guy a look and a wave of his hand before he stops in front of a solitary cell. With a move of his hand, the bars of the cell are ripped off from the small cave. Come out, Kawamatsu. Hector says and goes to sit on the small arena in the middle of the prison, his leg dangling from the edge. He looks very relaxed. Slowly people can hear the steps of the person in the cell. In no time a fishman in samurai attire steps out to the sunlight. He looks like a kappa from the legends. Siko finally returns to Hector's side, no guard can move anymore. She eyes Kawamatsu carefully. In her hand was a sword that Hector told her to retrieve from the supervisor's room. She throws the sword at Kawamatsu, it's his from the beginning. He catches it easily and gets himself familiarized with it again after a few swings. Kawamatsu. That is one of the red scabbards. So he is the mysterious prisoner. The prisoners mutter between themselves. Hector raises an eyebrow and looks around. Why are you still holding these pickaxes and rocks? Did the slave mindset is already wired in your brains? He frowns. Let them go. He shouts like a drill sergeant in the last part. Instinctively their bodies move and everyone lets go of their tools and rocks. Hector nods to himself and smiles, seeing that, only after they obeyed him that people find it weird. Siko gives Hector a long look but says nothing. All right people. Hear me out. Hector starts, attracting everyone's attention. He raises a finger to the sky and says, I'm gonna kill Kaido and liberate the country of Wano. Exclamation point. His confident tone makes everyone flabbergasted. You. Before voices of outrage or disbelief start, Hector interrupts. He doesn't have time to convince anyone. Shut up. Everyone shuts up instinctively. Kaido is less than a garden snake to me. I can pick him up and spin him around like he is a toy. He says. His tone is light. Normally people would think he is joking, but for some reason, some people are starting to believe him. The truth, I don't need you fuckers with your lousy will and pathetic fight spirit. He mocks. I can do all alone and hoard the honor to myself. He says in a grandiose way. His words make people ball their fists and grit their teeth in anger. Siko. But I can throw some breadcrumbs to you guys and let you all participate in the fight against the small fries while I do the heavy work. He sighs contemptuously. More shouts are heard from the prisoners. Hector raises his hands, and some people including Kawamatsu get on guard, but when Hector makes a grab motion the cuffs and collars are teleported to his hand. The process is repeated fast. He uses larceny in a person's restraints and throws it over his shoulder before it explodes. In less than 1 minute all prisoners are free. There, you can go away like little bitches now. Hector then spreads his hands and a green light covers the whole prison, healing and recovering everyone. The prisoners look at themselves in awe before Hector's voice interrupts their little moment. Or you all can fight with me. He waves his hand down and a lot of katanas and weapons suddenly drop from the thin air. The sudden appearance of a bunch of weapons surprises everyone too. He smiles broadly while surrounded by weapons. It's hard to not see some glimpse of hope there. On the night of the fire festival, the 2 paths will be open to you all. Choose wisely. Hector says before grabbing Kawamatsu and disappearing with Siko. A thief hideout. Kawamaki is in a good mood right now. Not only he was free from imprisonment, but Hector also told him that Princess Hiyori was alive and well together with Denjiro. And right now he is feeling like he is in the past again. I like direct guys like you, Ashura Doji. Hector smiles down at the defeated samurai, also part of the Red Scabbards. Now that I defeated you, do I have your loyalty? Kawamatsu watches the scene with some nostalgia. He is not the only one. Ashura Doji feels like is suddenly teleported to the past. He lies defeated on the ground and a smiling bastard is looking down on him while standing on his body. You're scumbag Ashura Doji, I heard that you've been stealing from the people. Very scummy. Hector laughs at him and shakes his finger from side to side, but your skills are very sharp. Those are not the skills of a guy who lived a life preying on the weak. You've been training every day, right? Ashura Doji looked up to him. You've been honing your swordsmanship for 18 long years. Hector extends his hand to him. Let's put these skills to use, shall we? One last and big hurrah. He smiles at him. Siko looks attentively at the scene. Once again she was certain that Hector is simply too charismatic. If someone has a heart he can move it. It's a dangerous ability. He knows exactly what to say and how to say it, and he has his actions to back it up. You're the last one in Wano, Doji. After you, I'm gonna recruit Nekomakushi and Inuarashi. He says. Just follow me, you're scumbag. On the same day, Hector decided to gather the rest of the allies and solve some business. On that evening, during the sunset, an enormous flock of cranes flew over the country of Wano. The crane is the bird of the Kazuki clan. The thousands and thousands of birds rained down leaflets to the whole population. A simple piece of paper with the symbol of the Kazuki clan, a full moon, a flame, and a vortex. Under rushed whispers people discuss what is about. Hector's small actions created a small wind that was fed by Denjiro's spies and Yasui's contacts. Ayurg. My stomach. It hurts. It can't be. It's 2 years early. The 20 years haven't passed yet. In the castle of the shogun, people heard Orochi cursing during the whole night. On the top of a huge tree, Hector observes the sunset, the flock of cranes flying around him. After they get too close, they change themselves back to cherry petals. Gold experience. Very handy. He comments to himself before opening a portal. Let's destroy their allies first. 2 days is more than enough time. He laughs before disappearing. 2 days to the fire festival. Hector meets the interested parts around the world and says his simple plan. The mink is a little complicated. He needs to beat Inuarashi and Nekamakushi to set them straight and end the 18-year-long feud. Everyone starts moving and making their preparations. Hector on his side is heading to a certain part of the new world. It's here. Ready? Hector asks while standing on an invisible platform high in the air, looking down on the G5, the most infamous marine base. You are the one that should know that. Law deadpans while giving Hector a look. Hector shrugs his shoulders. You're in an important part of your training. The truth is, you got used to fighting against me. Hector points at him. Hockey evolves during battle, during real situations where you put your line on line. I simulate those situations. You got the fastest development in history, but to find your own path and specialties you need to fight your own real battles. Hector says sagely. Law can't argue against that. Now, young Padawan. Let's prepare the battlefield. Hector looks down on the marine base with a smirk and presses his palm downward. From the center of the base, shock waves propagate in all directions, destroying all the constructions and pushing the debris away in a circle. Law tries to keep a calm face seeing Hector's power. There. Hector points at a certain point. The debris are moving a little. Law pays attention and sees his target emerging from beneath the debris. Virgo. Law squints his eyes. Wants help from your crew? Hector asks. No. Good. Hector says and prepares himself to send him down. If you die I will collect your body. He says lightly. That's Law battle. His devil fruit development is obviously inferior to his canon counterpart of 2U from now. But his hockey is nothing to scoff off. And on this battle against Virgo, hockey will decide the victor. Thanks to Virgo's full body armament, there's no way to catch him off guard. Law will need to overcome him on hockey. Hector would give him a 30 to 70 chance of winning. But he can still run. Hector will not watch the duel. Let's go do my own thing. Punk hazard. Please spare me. Caesar Clown cries out while Hector grabs him by the neck. His face is all swollen after a good beating. I don't think I will. Hector answers without pity while copying his devil fruit power. An excellent power. Hector wouldn't say that is wasted in Caesar. After all, the scientist has a lot of knowledge and can use his power efficiently, but he could have done better. Well, he is a non-combatant. He thinks. This guy here experimented with children and made them addicted, put a lot of lives at risk, and created the smiles. So Hector has no hesitation in killing him. After skimming through Caesar's memories he already made his decision. After he is done copying his power, he is gonna kill him. He stopped holding back on this world. Fuck the plot. Fuck if these villains are essential to the development of some characters. He is already going to destroy the hardships that would mold Momonosuke into a better person in the future. Nothing can stop him now. Damn it. Caesar Clown cries out. At this moment, a glimmer of hope shines on his pupils. He can see his subordinate Monet sneaking up on Hector. When the green-haired woman finally is close enough she launches her attack, whoosh. That was completely neutralized when a burst of blue flames sent her flying. Hector didn't even look at her. The flames emitted from his back are enough to neutralize her snow powers and hurt her severely. Before she can gather herself, 2 stakes of sea stone impale her forearms, pinning her on the ground. She groans in pain, but Hector doesn't even acknowledge her existence. I'm done. Hector says slowly before releasing Caesar's from his grip. The scientist appears surprised and elated at the sudden freedom, before he feels a momentary pain and in the next instant he is no more. Exploded by Killer Queen power. Hector walks slowly to Monet. She gulps seeing him loom over her. Pretty. What waste. He says slowly and with a sigh, but she can say that in his eyes there's no pity or mercy. She closes her eyes for the last time, waiting for the inevitable death. She feels her head being held by a big hand. The next time, maybe I will try to steal you from Doflamingo. It's the last words that she will ever hear. Hector's playful and flirting ways that he adopted after coming from the One Piece world are nowhere to be seen. Hector walks to an abandoned part of the laboratory. Punk Hazard was in the Pasta Island. Where Vegapunk and Caesar do their research. One day Caesar blew up the island in a spiteful moment, making the whole place inhabitable because of the toxic gas. To everyone but him. In truth, he started slowly rebuilding the research facility after the same being abandoned by the world government, all of this funded by Doflamingo and Big Mom, which was supporting his research in creating giants. In a not-so-far future, in canon the island will be the stage of a big duel between 2 admirals, altering the landscape tremendously and creating a dual hot-cold climate. Now, beyond the poisoned gas that lingers on the air a little, the island looks almost normal with trees and normal rivers. Hector removes his hand from a red slime and nods to himself. The slime changes and turns himself into an axolotl. This is a rare case of an inanimate object eating a devil fruit and gaining life. A special process that only happens with Zoans. Hector just finished copying the axolotl devil fruit. It's a good fruit because of its regenerative properties. Then he intimidates the slime axolotl with his conqueror's hockey and captures it. It will be a good pet. He nods to himself again, satisfied. Now, it's here. He turns his head and moves fast to a certain room. Crossing the door he sees what he was searching for. The artificial devil fruit created by Vegapunk himself. Artificial mythical Zoan, Uo no Mi, model, Siryu. Fish fruit, model, Azure Dragon. Pink eel to be more exact. Hector chuckles, still believing that is defective devil fruit. But is much better than any smile created by Caesar Clown. He grabs the fruit and uses power manipulation to study it lightly. He frowns. The fruit does not give him the weird feeling he expected. He put his hand on some smiles earlier while dealing with Caesar. He felt the difference to a real devil fruit. He does not feel a big discrepancy. He then takes a fruit from his sky poison pearl. The fruit is brown with scale-like patterns. That's the devil fruit he found earlier when his sky poison pearl signaled him. After checking a devil fruit encyclopedia he discovered that is a Zoan. Hebe no Mi, model, brown snake. Nothing impressive, a normal Zoan. At least brown snakes are very venomous, so is not pathetic either. It's not that different. He comments while carrying a devil fruit in each hand, like he is weighing it. An idea pops into his head. Maybe Momo is a child. Luffy as a child is pretty pathetic with his devil fruit too. He narrows his eyes while looking at the artificial mythical Zoan, a smirk growing on the corner of his lips. He had an idea. Well. You're alive. Congratulations. Hector walks slowly and pats Law's broken body on the ground, making the men wince in pain. Laws glares murder at him when vomiting blood. He is in a bad shape, a bunch of his organs are being sustained by his own power, but he won. Virgo lays defeated on the ground close to him, sliced in half. It's also possible to see some wounds on his body. Hector makes a rough analysis and concludes that Law tried half a dozen of times to surpass Virgo's defense before finally having a breakthrough and defeating the men. Let me guess. Finally imbued your hockey in your sword perfectly. Hector smiles at him, happy. But Law continues to glare at him without answering. His lungs are in a bad shape even to answer. Virgo must wanted to beat him a lot before bringing him to Doflamingo. Sucker. Hector thinks. He finally stops teasing Law and restores his body with crazy diamond power. Rest well, little disciple. Tomorrow we will go for Doflamingo Head. He gives a huge grin to the now restored surgeon. The day of the fire festival. Dressrosa. Hector floats above Dressrosa, observing the country island-like pain before using the Shinra Tensei. He admires the style and aesthetic of the country. If Ueno is like Edo period Japan, Dressrosa is like Spain. A little at least. Siko floats to his side, standing on an air platform formed by her own powers. I started liking fight Siko. Hector says, attracting her attention. She turns to him. Different from you, I'm not a battle maniac. Even if I assimilated Yujiro Hanma, he thinks, the thrill of battle and excitement of putting your life in line. It's not for me, I think. She keeps her silence and lets him conclude his thoughts. It's more like a battle is the stage where I can show and test my hard-earned abilities. Where I can apply all of my training. Hector opens his arms to the world. He chuckles a little while enjoying the wind. To me, a good battle is the one where I know that I will win from the beginning. Suddenly having a power-up and relying on plot armor to win. He jokes while he makes a disgusted face. He never liked this cliché, even if it's cool to watch. Leaving things to luck like. It's ironic too. That is the reason I train so hard, Siko. My future battles is happening right now. He gesticulates to the moment. I don't even know what I will fight, when I will fight, but I'm training for it. And I will be victorious because of it. He always hated those characters with a lot of potential but lived normal lives till a threat appeared. If your life is not normal, don't go with a happy-go-lucky attitude and trust that shit will not happen. Say vices pacem, parabellum. If you want peace, prepare for war. He stops his gesture and looks down, his eyes locking on all his foes. When I enter in battle is not about if I will win, it's about how I will win. He smirks, and I already decided. With his great plethora of powers, ironically the hardest part is deciding what power to use. Let's start. He waves his hand at the country. Locking it up in a barrier. No one leaves, no one enters. Everyone is suddenly in panic when the country is locked in a transparent dome. Suddenly, a screen appears on the dome and Hector's face is on it, smiling at them. "Greetings, people of Dressrosa." He says, "You guys must know me as the big and bad devil. But I'm not a bad guy. Okay, I'm a little. But I'm better than your actual king and hero. I noticed that you guys worship Doflamingo. I'm here to say that all of you have been brainwashed." He says lightly. Everyone looks at each other in confusion. It's okay. You guys don't need to believe in me. I will prove it in the next instant. Prepare for the shock. He says, and the screen changes again. Right now Hector is using a combination of the powers, hologram, and chart to show what he wants. The screen shows a small kid eating some fruits leisurely. The kid jumps in fright at being shown on the big screen suddenly. This is bad. In his castle, Doflamingo frowns and moves fast to where Sugar, the child in question, is. But Hector is faster. He suddenly appears in front of the girl and smiles devilishly at her. His hands go to his torso. He just started assimilating a certain character after finishing Arthur Luyon's assimilation. He is assimilating this character next only for this moment. His fingers trace his torso like he is going to open a coat, and then he opens his torso. Ghost freak, ectoneurite physiology. The people watching the screen can't see because his back is turned to him. They can only see some tentacles, other things getting off his torso, and the face of Sugar for seeing it. Her eyes bulged out, her mouth opened so much that her jaw almost fell off. Tears and snot cascade from her face and she pass out. Hector laughs out loud and turns to the camera. Now let's start the battle royale. Beat everyone from the Doflamingo family, people of Dressrosa. Freedom. He shouts in his best impression of William Wallace. Hell broke loose after the screen disappeared from the dome. Hector looks down on the passed out form of Sugar. His eyes show disgust before he grabs her and starts taking her power away. Yes, taking her power away. For the first time since arriving in this world, he is not only copying a devil fruit but taking it completely. The reason is simple. As a fleeting traveler in this world, Hector is adopting a respectful harvesting instance. Similar to how people gather in nature, you don't take the roots of a plant, only what you want without taking it in excess. If Hector takes a devil fruit power, the devil fruit will never reincarnate in this world because it will always be with him, so he avoided doing that. Now, Sugar's Hobby No Mi is probably the only exception that he will make. The power to turn people into toys with a touch, one-sidedly create an enslaving contract and retroactively erase all of the memories of that person in everyone's mind. It's simply ridiculous and disgusting. Hector mutters while taking the power away. One of the 5 priority paramecias that he came to take, but different from the others, this one he came to take and seal away. And done. After taking the power away, Hector snaps Sugar's neck without pity. She only looks like a child because of the side effect of her power. She is an adult. So no mercy was given. She throws her body to the side like trash and walks away. There's a lot of powers here to take, and after deciding to go all out, he is not holding back anymore. Fuck the plot. He repeats himself. Doflamingo tried to stop Hector but was intercepted by Law halfway. Law. Doflamingo. The two stare at each other. Doflamingo can't even fly because he can't connect his string powers with the clouds in the sky, thanks to Hector's dome. Hence he could only jump from roof to roof. I waited for this day for a long time. Law says slowly while removing his big katana from the scabbard. Doflamingo gives an angry laugh while covering his face. So now you think because you have backer you can go against me. He scowls. I think I need to put you in your place, Law. He shouts in scorn before attacking. The whole country is in chaos. Normal people and some soldiers are fighting the Doflaming family goons. Some high-level people of Doflamingo are intercepted by Law's people and others are in battling some good fighters from Dressrosa's side. Some former good soldiers remembered their loyalty and others finally have the courage to act. Freedom. Hector shouts from above a huge building, his voice crosses the battlefield. Carrying Bello Betty's hype power, strengthening the ones he sees as allies. That's too easy. He comments with a shake of his head. Creating chaos is easy. Another Hector is now in a certain building, and a bunch of people from Doflamingo lay down on the ground defeated. He is holding a woman in his right arm, she is sitting on his forearm like she weighs nothing. So. Do you believe me now? He turns his face to give her a cheeky smile. Viola's eyes are wide when she is in Hector's arms. The situation changed fast. They met earlier, before Hector even trapped the whole of Dressrosa. He talked with her and defeated all of her subordinates while doing it. He approached the people who really matter in this whole situation. After all, if he defeats Doflamingo, someone needs to rule and deal with the aftermath. Creating chaos is easy, but establishing order is hard. Thanks to his reputation and her overall dislike of pirates and men, Viola was distrustful of Hector at first. But the guy has his way with the words. See. I kept my promise. Hector says to her, it's too much to ask for a vote of confidence. Hector acts hurt. What did you expect? I can't see what you're thinking and I don't know you. Viola deadpans. Viola has one of the best non-combat powers in this world. The Gyro no Mi, Glare fruit, allows the user to see through everything. Things, lies, minds. Also allows the user to have a clairvoyance move where she can see everything in a 4,000 kilometers radius. That's a ridiculous huge distance. The applications together with other powers are vast too. The user can also weaponize their tears, but this is not the focus of the power. So you can't cheat with your powers and need to know me better to have a measure of me. Like any other person. Wow. So horrible. Hector exclaims exaggeratedly, making fun of her. She gets angry and pouts to the side. Ah, come on, don't be like that. I thought women like a mysterious man. He puts his face close to her and whispers in her ears, sending shivers down her spine. Hector smiles like the Cheshire Cat seeing her reactions. Don't make those faces, dear, I almost can't hold myself. You look delectable enough to eat, he whispers again, and takes advantage of her position on sitting on his arm to give a squeeze on her thick backside. She yelps and glares at him, but it lacks heat. If this was in his world, would be sexual assault. Here people are a little more desensitized to this whole thing. It's flirting. Obviously, if the guy is weaker than the woman, he must be ready to bear the consequences. Now. What will be my reward when I take down Doflamingo and his goons? He asks flirtingly to create small talk. He needs time to copy her power after all. And he is enjoying the weight of her body on his hand too. She turns to look at him, if you defeat Dash. When? He corrects her with a cheeky smile. She gulps at his confidence, she is feeling some weird things now, when you defeat him and if you not hurt innocence. She adds strongly the last part, making Hector's smile grow a tad more warm, I will be yours in any way that you want. She finishes strongly. Oh, he whistles with his eyebrows raised, interesting. He approaches his face even closer, well. I'm starting to like you beyond your thick body, plump lips, and velvet voice, my dear Spanish princess, he laughs. Then he moves away a little, but I'm a man of principles and integrity. I will not scam you. He says with a hand over his own heart. Scam. So you are really lying to me? She accuses. Well, I already planned to simply deal with the flamboyant pink guy and leave this country alone. No need to put it on the bargain. So. He eyes her again, unbothered by her accusation. What about a kiss? He gets close again, their lips almost touching. This whole get close and move away is taking a toll on Viola's mental state. She is being teased a lot by him and can barely think straight. And this without taking into consideration the whole chaotic situation the country finds itself now. A kiss? She asks incredulously. I've never been kissed by a princess. He shrugs, it's a men romance. She really can't say if or when he is serious. Hector finally finishes copying her power and puts her down. Now my olive-skinned and thicker than a bowl of oatmeal princess. Hector steals a peck of her lips, making her eyes go wide in surprise. This is the down payment. Pray that I will come back to claim the rest of the reward. He winks at her and disappears. Viola unconsciously puts her hand together above her chest, maybe in a praying motion, maybe for longing. She sighs after watching the place where disappeared for a long time. Her hands can feel her heart beating fast. Am I that easy? The Colosseum. Another Hector is there, just finished healing all the retired gladiators of their crippling injuries. Go fight for your freedom. What we do in life, echoes for eternity. Hector hypes them with the quote from the movie Gladiator. The people raise their weapons to the ceiling and shout together. In the next second, they are emerging on the streets of Dressrosa and fighting. Hector then turns to the last person that stayed. Now little princess. Hector says to Rebecca, and then his eyes go to her chest. Yep, Oda has preference. Only 13-year-old. What is the nutritional value of the food here? And bikini armor? Really? Let's go find your father. You have a lot to catch up. He says softly. Rebecca sniffs and can't contain the tears from escaping her eyes. She fought for a long time alone, putting up a strong front. Now she finally recovered the memories of her father. And she knows that she was never alone. The Hobi no Mi is truly a cruel power. Hector thinks. Rebecca then surprises him by jumping on his arms and burying his face in his chest and bawling her eyes out. Eh. He puts his arms in the air reflectively, not touching her. I'm a minor too, officer. Now, the main Hector walks calmly through the streets of Dressrosa. He ignores the people running around, but occasionally helping with his telekinesis. Well, let's wait for Law to lose before stepping up. He thinks while giving a glance to where the battle is happening. He also gives glances to where other important fights are happening. Pika, the man who has the stone fruit fused with a mountain, but is being thrashed by Gigantomachia in his giant form. Hector is holding himself back to not laughing at the high-pitched groans that he is making. He can see Cassandra and Rover fighting half a dozen of high-level officers of Dom too. Against the guy who can increase his weight in tons, an old martial artist, the guy who can make explosions, and others. She will win easily. These guys barely know hockey. Seiko is fighting two of the elite officers, Diamante and Treble. One can turn everything in flags and the other can make a sticky mucus substance. It's a good matchup because Diamante uses an unconventional swordsmanship and Treble has some advantages against Seiko's style. But all of the tricks are useless against overwhelming power. Hector thinks while he continues to walk calmly. He is still in his samurai clothes, but there's a different thing about him. He is carrying a weapon. This is rare, he doesn't need to do it. But he is carrying a huge weapon in his left hand. It's a halberd. No, a glaive. Chinese style. A guandao. It's more than 10 feet tall, 3 meters, and is mostly silver, with the exception of some details in gold. The main characteristic is the draconic style of the weapon, where the blade connects with the pole there's a dragon head. And the curved and thick blade is being projected from its mouth. A little similar to the blades of Chaos of Kratos. The pole is covered in silver scales to help with the grip and a gold line passes through the body in a circular motion. Hector leisurely carries the weapon, the tip being dragged on the ground, leaving a thin line because of how sharp it is. Oh, finally here. Hector comments looking forward, suddenly a woman ambushes him. She is in a maid uniform and her arm is transformed into a rifle, she points it at him and screams, "Die." She shoots several times but not even one bullet connects, is unknown if he became intangible, diverted the build with telekinesis, or is simply too fast and avoided and no one saw how he did it. The bullet hit the ground below him and seeing the futility of this type of attack, Baby 5 arm transforms into a sword and she advances. Baby 5. I need you to stop. Hector raises her hand at her. She halts, her feet sliding through the street while she forces herself to stop, finally stopping when she is just some feet away from Hector. Do you need me? She flushes and puts her hand on her cheeks while avoiding eye contact in embarrassment. The corner of Hector's mouth rises seeing that. Yes. Since the first time I laid my eyes on you, I know that I need you in my life. Hector says in a smooth tone while approaching her. She flushes even more hearing that. He snakes her hand around her waist and brings her closer. You're exactly what I need. He whispers in a husky tone. He can practically see the heart in her eyes, the smoke of her cigarette forming hearts too. She is almost fainting. Be mine. He says strongly. Demands even. Yes, she doesn't hesitate. Hector gives her a warm smile before kissing her lips, she melts on his arms at his ministrations. She literally melts because she is knocked unconscious in less than 10 seconds. Hector eyes the sleeping form of Baby 5 in his arms and he shakes his head, some gas is leaving his lips while making a sizzling sound. He just used the gas fruit to create sleeping gas and forced her to inhale it through the kiss. The gas fruit is like the gas version of Momo's creation, quirk. If you have the knowledge, you can create any type of gas. Hector then passes Baby 5 through a portal, putting her to sleep in a cloud far in the sky that he made previously. Well, she is useful. I just need to solve her extreme emotional dependency on others. He says, I can fix her. Baby 5 can't say no to anyone thanks to childhood trauma, her loyalty is very dubious because of that. When I turn her into a card. No, I should deal with it first. Hector talks out loud before resuming his walking at his objective. So you're the only one guarding it. Hector finally arrives at his destination, stops, and says to the people blocking his path. There's a little group of people there, some guards, some women, but the most prominent person makes Hector smile only by seeing his face. Senor Pink stays still with his arms crossed while blocking the path. The man in a baby attire and diapers, wet his pacifier in a cup of alcohol before putting again in his mouth, nursing his drink in a cool way. That was the last step that you take. He declares while some women fawn over him. Hector laughs to the sky. Ha ha ha. You're fun. Senor Pink throws down his drink and throws the cup over his shoulder before throwing himself on the ground. His devil fruit power allows him to swim in anything. Hector calmly waits for him to approach, the glaive on is ready to destroy his opponent. But, to the surprise of everyone, including Cortana, Senor Pink's sucker punch really connects with Hector's face. Cortana. Hector didn't put any defense, even if the attack didn't hurt he was sent sliding for some steps. He slowly turns his face back to Senor Pink and says that one was free. He disappears, reappearing immediately in front of Senor Pink and punching the men in the gut. The attack raises the men some feet in the air before he goes back to the ground in pain. The next attack will be the last. Make it count. Hector declares and crosses his arms after stabbing his glaive on the ground. Master. Cortana asks confused. It would not be manly to dodge his attacks. Hector answers the unspoken question. Senor Pink looks at him for some time in silence. The people watching the fight are in awe. Ugh. For some reason. I can feel my heart beating fast, a woman declares. Why there are tears in my eyes? A dude asks in confusion. That's too hard-boiled. Senor Pink straightens himself up before diving on the ground. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to let me go all out one last time. He grabs Hector by the waist and continues to swim with him, pushing him to a building where the two go up like he is swimming against a waterfall. Hector let it happen. He kept his arms crossed while Senor Pink dragged him through the highest tower wall. Finally, the two leave the tower by the roof, Senor Pink holding Hector by his back. He pulls him down together with the gravity. Nyanyan suplex, baby buster. Senor Pink exclaims before slamming Hector on the hard ground, Hector's neck hitting the hard ground first. Senor Pink slides away from the collision, taking advantage of the momentum and looking at the result of his attack. Hector is nailed to the ground, his legs in the air. Silence falls over the street before, boom. Hector propels himself from the ground, straight like an arrow, using a burst attack from somewhere. And no one ever promised to sit on my face. He chuckles while letting the dust and small rocks fall off his hair. He is completely unscathed. No. Some women exclaim in shock seeing that. Hector looks at Senor Pink and calmly walks over the men. Senor Pink on his part does nothing, only crossing his arm over his chest and waiting too. That's the end. Hector says before raising his fist in the air. Senor. The people on the street shout. Please, dodge. But he remains unmoved. You have a lot to atone for, Senor Pink. Hector says first comes rock. Hector concentrates a lot of power on his fist, even the wind is blown away by his aura. He is serious. Senor Pink. Some people murmur sadly, accepting his fate slowly. Hector doesn't hesitate anymore and punches him on the torso. It's possible to see that it's the end. Senor Pink is sent flying to the end of the street, his body hitting a house and disappearing on it. Hector turns and takes his glaive off the ground before starting to walk away. If you survive that, go open an orphanage or something so that you can have something to be proud of when you meet your family on the other side. He says without looking back. Seiko gives the last attack at her foes, effectively ending the fight. She lands on the ground, while watching her enemies lie in a pool of their own blood. Too bad she can't kill them before Hector copies their powers. Seiko. She hears Hector on her side, a strange intonation in his voice. She turns to see him giving her a predatory gaze. What? She can't ask more before he grabs her hand and takes her somewhere. I just had a manly moment. The testo is high. He says while looking at her directly in the eyes. What? She is confused. They teleport to somewhere private and he gives her a look. Oh. She finally realizes and starts blushing, not protesting after all. She is also in the mood. Just a quickie. Hector whispers in her ear. Maybe I'm an idiot. Having to multitask this way, it's not that relaxing. The main Hector comments while walking out of the plantation of Smile. His pants are a little tight because of what he is doing too. Behind him, all the trees are burning. What? A small Tontada on his shoulder asks him. There's a bunch more climbing him and many others going around to help the rest. Having these innocent creatures close while at the same time he is bending Seiko over is strange too. He needs to get used to it. Nothing. Leo is saving the princess, go help him. He says and watches the small people run away at incredible speed. The Tontadas are the race of dwarves of the One Piece world. They are incredibly gullible, so everything Hector needs to do to convince them is to talk to them. Doflamingo has captured their princess because of her healing powers. Now he is helping them save her and the ones that are used to harvest the Smile's fruits because of their great dexterity. In exchange, they will create some chaos and help the ones that need it from the shadows, avoiding more casualties. Hector also will copy their devil fruit powers later. Oh. Law lost. Hector says while looking at the result of the fight. Finally is time for him to end this. Fu. Now you see, Law. You can escape from my grasp. It's like that in the past and is the same now. Doflamingo laughs. Law is now being crucified by his strings between some buildings, all bloody, and appears to not be far from death. Doflamingo doesn't even look hurt. Maybe he received some attacks but they are inconsequential. I will put you in your place and you will be a good compensation for all the problems that you and that trash caused. Doflamingo smirks, ready to take one limb or two. But a massive wave of Conqueror's Haki assaults him, making him stop. He turns around fast, but the world is silent. He then turns back to Law in surprise and finds nothing there. Did you take a good chunk of him? He hears a voice and looks up. Hector is carrying using high glaive support. Ugh. More or less. Law says slowly. Yeah, he is strong, right? Top 50, unfortunately, you're only in the top 100 now. Hector says light. A golden light envelopes Law and suddenly he is cured. Wanna try again? Hector asks while Law stands up in the air platform. No. Law answers slowly, are you gonna kill him? Absolutely. One of the last hit. No need. Law says before exchanging places. Law already made the guy suffer some pain in the battle. Doflamingo is really strong, beyond what he imagined, now he understands what Hector said about the new world being beyond his imagination. So. The devil, huh? Fufufu Doflamingo laughs to hide his nervosism while looking up at Hector. The heavenly demon. What a cool name. Hector smiles down at the guy. A crashing sound attracts their attention and they look at the source. There, they saw Makia finishing tearing up the mountain giant that was Pika. Ending his battle. You lost, heavenly demon. Hector smirks at them, this sudden attack even prevented you from going begging to the world government for help. You know. Using your Tenryubito status and all that. So you know about that. Doflaming frowns more seriously now, stopping smiling. I know everything that is need to know. Wanna know what is the One Piece? He lies easily to mess with him. Hector lets the man think. The more he thinks, the more he overthinks, the more he weaves himself into a trap. While this he plays with his silver glaive, spinning it on his hand and doing tricks with it. You know. I have Kaido at my side. Doflamingo starts saying. I know, I'm gonna end him tonight. Already dealt with Caesar by the way. Next try. Hector dismissively says without even looking at him. Exclamation point. Veins start popping off the warlord forehead, so be it. If I take you down, will be my victory anyway. Doflamingo exclaims before waving his hands like claws, creating strings to the battle. The chances are not good, but he is not gonna down without a fight. That was I'm talking about. Hector smirks, let me present you my new weapon, Heavenly Demon. Hector makes a stance with his glaive, Heavenly Demon. And you people even call you young master. He let's enter in character then. Hector laughs. Doflamingo does a claw attack, the sharp strings trying to cut Hector in ribbons, but Hector counterattacks with a slash of his glaive. The warlord was surprised at how easily Hector cut his armament-covered strings. Doflamingo watches Hector prepares a thrust motion with a frown, but dodges to the side nonetheless. The decision proves to be the correct one because the glaive extends itself for many meters, almost stabbing him. It's not over yet, Heavenly Demon. Hector laughs, he appears to be having fun, and twists his wrist. With his motion, the glaive changes, becomes soft and strikes Doflamingo's side like a whip. The warlord spits blood while he is thrown away in a street. What is that weapon? He tries to think. But he doesn't have time because Hector is already swinging down the elongated whip-like glaive at him. The glaive changes again, this time widening in size greatly. Becoming meters thick. The glaive hits the street, the pole covering all of it. Fitting perfectly between the houses. Doflamingo didn't have time or space to dodge. Except down. He thought fast and buried himself deep on the ground to avoid the attack, even creating a string cocoon but still received damage by the shockwaves. Hector retracts the glaive, letting it spin around him like a whip in the air. Get out of your turtle shell, Heavenly Demon. Hector shouts with a big smile on his face. He finds the whole situation funny. It's not about if he will defeat the enemy. It's how he will defeat the enemy. And he already decided how he will end Doflamingo. It's a rare chance. He finds it very funny and fitting the whole wuxia/xianxia act. Hector waits leisurely for Doflamingo's next move, he can predict what will be. And the warlord didn't disappoint. Hector watches with interest how the building and everything around Doflaming shifts. Changing to strings. An awakening. Interesting. He says, but still calm. Off-white. Doflaming shouts and swipes the white threads at Hector. The threads surround him like waves ready to crush him. But before they make contact, Hector smirks and the eyes of the dragon head on his glaive shine in a golden light. The wave of threads finally hit him. Or not. Everyone on Dressrosa can watch how the attack was pushed back by something, a huge body covering Hector protectively. A huge silver dragon to be exact. Hector smirks behind his dragon while looking at the shocked face of Doflamingo. Doflamingo's mind instinctively went to Kaido, but it was a different color. The common sense that only one of the same devil fruit can exist at the same time short-circuited his brain for a moment. But the image is a little unbelievable too. There he is. The devil floating in the air, holding a huge dragon by the tip of his tail. The part of the tail is still small compared to the rest of the body and doesn't need a genius to deduce that the dragon is the glaive. The dragon is almost completely silver, with the exception of his hair, whiskers, and eyes that are gold. Gold fire also envelopes it in ring-like clouds. Hector releases his tail, allowing the dragon to complete his transformation, before hopping on his head. Now. This is what I'm talking about. Hector smiles satisfied with himself. The silver dragon is obviously a glaive that has eaten the artificial dragon fruit from Vegapunk. It's possible to make an inanimate object eat a devil fruit, a zoan more specifically because of the will inside the fruit, the animal instinct that will create the life. Hector read about it in Caesar's lab and from his memory. The men copied what Vegapunk discovered in creating the poison slime axolotl. The process is a little costly and time-consuming, the reason why there are so few instances of objects that have eaten fruits in the world. But Hector can cheat with his power manipulation and dauntless power. So yes, he created a weapon with essentially the strongest zoan in the world that he knows. And another thing. The silver luster on the dragon's body is not only because Hector edited it with his perk of visual customization. The glaive is made of adamantium. A dragon with scales of adamantium. Virtually indestructible to anyone here. A glaive that can change its body, enlarging itself, shots fire breaths, control the wind and much more. It's really the strongest weapon in this world. Hector declares to Doflamingo. The weapon alone can probably create havoc on the world, only being subjugated under special circumstances. And this is mostly because it's still a young life. Hector can still pump it up with more powers with Dauntless. Hector standing on top of the dragon's head, while his body hovers above Dressrosa, the clouds darkening and creating a huge pressure on Doflamingo. Hector smiles seeing Doflamingo deparing face. Don't worry, I will stop using Long Een now. I tested him enough. Hector jumps off his dragon's head, he still has some things to try. He can't have Doflamingo breaking now. Come on, heavenly demon. I will give you another move, if not I will forgive you transgressions. Hector says sagely, I just need you to rip off your own arm, slap yourself 300 times, beat your head on the ground 3,000 times, beg for forgiveness, and crawl between my legs. Then after I abolish your cultivation you can let your treasures here and you can go, yes, I'm very merciful. He nods to himself stroking an invisible beard. Doflamingo almost vomited blood at his provocations. His fingers crack while he prepares his next attack. The buildings once again shift, the strings being prepared and aimed at Hector. He let it happen without worries. He takes his time to take off his arms from his sleeves and bare his chest, letting the upper part of his clothes fall under his waist. God thread. Doflamingo exclaims before shooting his strongest attack. 16 special threads covering an armament hockey are shot straight at Hector. Hector closes his eyes and puts his hand in front of him in a praying gesture. In the moment of contact, a golden light envelopes him again, blinding everyone who is watching the fight. The golden light dims to reveal Hector again, but he is different now. He is 3 meters tall and all golden. He used the Buddha's fruit to transform himself, but there are differences. First, he is not fat. He kept his muscular body and there are some golden details on it too. His hair is not like an afro, but it is a huge bun on the top of his head, similar to the one from Buddha from Record of Ragnarok, but instead of the hair being smooth, it's on a small conglomerate of braids. All of these changes are possible thanks to his perk that allows him to customize his powers. Your strings can't pierce through my tyrannical golden Vajra body. Hector says with his eyes closed, and with one hand in front of his lips on a prayer. Cortana, _ Even Cortana rolls his eyes at him and his antics. Amithaba. Hector says before releasing a palm strike at Doflamingo. A golden shockwave in the shape of a hand flies to Doflamingo and strikes him down, a huge palm imprint is left on the ground. We are gaining the Netero card with this one. Hector joins his hand again. His golden hands make a ting-ting sound. Hector suddenly disappears in a flash of golden light, every move of him is accompanied by the joining of his palms in antecedents. He reappeared beside the fallen Doflamingo, the man was struggling on his knees and looked up at his hated enemy. Hector, in his 3-meter-tall form, is finally at the same height as Doflamingo. But his more well-proportioned golden body makes him look like a god close to the fallen and bruised Doflamingo. Hector still hasn't opened his eyes, keeping himself in character, when he joins his hands again making the ting-ting sound, Amithaba. Buddha is merciful. It appears that you're in a bad shape, benefactor. Hector says in visible worry. Doflamingo is so angry that he could swallow Hector whole. Buddha is merciful. It appears that your time in this mortal plane is coming to an end, benefactor. Hector joins his hands again to pray ting-ting. But his brows furrow slightly. But appears to be a problem, benefactor. I can read your karma and I can tell that in your next life, you will have a horrible life because of your bad deeds on this one. Amithaba. Hector sighs and joins his hands again ting-ting. The sound is making Doflamingo go crazy. The warlord prepares an attack, but he can't even start before, boom. Hector's foot descends on his calf, breaking it, and making him howl in pain. But don't worry, benefactor. This poor monk has the solution. Hector beams, completely ignoring the fact he just broke the man's leg. Ting ting. Life is a circle. Reincarnation is a wheel. On the samsara, your deeds, good or bad, and your suffering and blessings determine how will be your next life. Hector explains amicably, but for a moment a smirk slip, before he schools himself. Hector grabs Doflamingo by the hair and punches his face with his other hand. His fist breaks a lot of teeth and carves his skull a little. I just need to create some tribulations for you to overcome now, benefactor. Before you reincarnate. Hector slams Doflamingo's face on the floor, then we will cultivate positive karma to you. He slams his face again. Hector straightens himself and turns Doflamingo's body with his feet, making the men face the sky while lying on the ground. The warlord is breathing heavily, he curses his great durability that keeps him awake. You have a lot of negative karma. But we will pass through this together, benefactor. I can cure you till you turn a new leaf. Hector smiles before breaking another leg of Doflamingo by stepping on it too. Doflamingo cries in pain and curses Hector under his breath. What is it, benefactor? Hector puts his hand close to his ear to make a show of trying to hear him. Are you worried about me? Worried that I will cultivate bad karma by helping you. How touching, benefactor. Hector puts his hands together again. Ting ting, Amithaba. It's this poor monk's job to help the stranded sheep. Hector opens his eyes slightly to look down on Doflamingo. His golden eyes open in slits and shining maliciously while he gives the men an evil smirk. If I don't enter hell, who will? Ting ting. Ahoy. I had fun doing the whole cultivation battle with Doflamingo. Now the beginning of the end. Raise the curtains to the last important act of our boy in One Piece. But there's still a little surprise, smirk. Till next time. Chapter 70, World of Pirates, Part. Biggest chapter, need to be cut in half but I want to conclude it, so. Enjoy. Dressrosa. Let's end with a bang. Hector smiles widely after finishing his business. Everyone from the Don Quixote pirates was defeated and he already copied everyone's powers. Still in his muscular Buddha form, he goes to join his hands again, but different from his precious actions of simply clapping, it's more like he is squeezing the air. Ursus shock. He is preparing a modified version of it, at least. His actions become more obvious when he is almost finishing his praying movement and between his hands a golden sphere is being tightly compressed. Finally, his hands are in a shell, is not even possible to see the small golden sphere inside anymore. He moves his joined hands from a vertical position to a horizontal one and opens it like the mouth of a beast. The golden sphere slowly floats to the air like a firefly. Now. He opens his arms again, gesticulating to the whole of Dressrosa. All of his enemies are enveloped by his telekinetic powers and are slowly sent to the air. They converge in the sphere like it has some sort of gravitational pull. Walmart Chibaku Tensei. I need to search for Fujitora. But the guy doesn't make big moves. He thinks about other things while finishing his move. Finally, everything is in place. All the bad people are together in a ball while the golden sphere is at the center of all. Let's call it Buddha's shock. He says before clapping his hands one last time. Like a trigger in a detonator, the small golden sphere explodes. Boom. In an instant the golden sphere expands and sucked everyone close, using the people and the air as nourishment to fuel the golden brilliant explosion. As a side note, Hector didn't compress only air in the small ball. He compressed other energy-based powers like Nijire's quirk and even fire. So will not only be an explosion of shock waves. The people around are literally disintegrated by the Buddha's shock, consumed by it. Everyone in Dressrosa can see the flashy attack and how it ended their time in darkness. Hector admires his own work. And obviously it needed to be lotus-shaped. He nods while watching the golden lotus of destruction revolving around itself in the air. Impressive how solidarity comes naturally in those times. Hector comments from a rooftop while looking down on the Spanish-like country. He is back to normal, I ask myself if it's in the human nature. He watches how the citizens help each other, carrying the wounded, moving the debris away from the road, etc., etc. Maybe human nature is not that bad, master. Cortana says in his mind. He doesn't answer at first, watching how people act, studying it maybe. His cynical side adds that they are only like that because the danger is already over. In a life-death situation, people return to being beasts and would tear each other apart to increase their chances of survival. Are you not gonna appear to them? Siko asks. All of Hector's group already reunited on this rooftop. Nah, Hector says while watching the people from his higher position, seeing if he can have some more understanding of the human heart that he can apply to his world, now is with them. Not even see your thick princess. He can feel Cortana raising her virtual eyebrow. He chuckles, please. I was not that serious, but maybe I will visit her in some days or whatever. He says with a roll of his eyes, she has better things to do than humor me now. At the same time that he is cold, he is considerate. Hector looks at the people now seeking guidance from King Riku. They plead for forgiveness and for the men to lead them again. In the past, Doflamingo manipulated the country to hate the men, then erased the pertinent memories to consolidate himself as their hero and savior. After some back and forth, King Riku eventually accepts his position back with some reluctance. Reluctance is a good trace on a leader. The ones that less want the position most of the time are the most apt to the job. Hector comments while watching everything, remembering a bunch of examples in the Omniverse. Well, I know that I probably messed things up with Luffy and all, but the country is standing. In canon, all the buildings are destroyed and there's a lot more suffering. He thinks to himself. Feeling better in messing with the plot, after all, people's lives take precedence over the character development of someone. Unless this character development is necessary to win in the end. He sighs, if I continue thinking about it, there will be no end. I did what I did, let's see to the end now. Hector stretches his arm at Dressrosa, look at this. We're witnessing a prime example of how society works. He gestures to the people around King Riku. You know. We are born free. No restraints beyond our own flesh. We have infinite potential and infinite paths. Then we start to grow. And maybe you notice that you're not that athletic. And all those sports and martial paths are closed to you. You notice that you don't have a good voice. And suddenly you can't be a singer, actor, or whatever. Hector keeps his eyes on the people below. But it's okay, these limitations come from the natural competition. He nods to himself, but what about the invisible chains of society? Why can't you do that? Or that? Why do we obey laws? Why can I speed in that zone? Or jump over that fence? Or beat too close to death that guy that disrespected me? The answer is simple, we exchanged our freedom for security. All these law restraints and moral ones are what allow us to sleep well at night. Peace of mind. Heh. Hector points again to the people below. The ones that are now helping King Riku to be king again, see. Why didn't that guy in an orange shirt become king? Why put someone above you? He gave up on control for security, for stability. Hector rests his chin on his hand again, at least they choose personally. Imagine being born and not having even this choice. He makes a strange expression. In his mind, he is thinking about his own world again. Now a question. What can break your chains? What can make you free? He asks without even looking at Siko and the others. Strength. Siko answers immediately. Exactly. Power. If you're strong enough you can do whatever you want. A pity that this doesn't apply to everyone. We have powers. Others not. There's strength in numbers. How can we fight against that system if everyone around us is a favor of it? In the worst cases, you will be ostracized and be called crazy. Only strength can change things. He sighs, but is not enough. He completes. He knows that people resist when they have their freedom taken. A strange contradiction because they surrender their freedom easily, almost making him want to laugh. If he is forceful and takes over the world, for example, like a cliché villain, there will be a never-ending stream of troubles and revolutions of people wanting their old lives back. They need to surrender for me voluntarily. He concludes, making plans, two things are needed to orchestrate this. An external threat and internal incompetence. Many possible scenarios appear in his head, listing the options for these two roles. The United Nations are dumb. The Sentinel program. Risky, the Skrulls maybe. Numbers are useless against me. He thinks ahead. There's a reason he exposed the Skrulls' threat to the world and didn't take direct and efficient action against them. He is playing the long game. Maybe Hydra. I can throw S.H.I.E.L.D. under the bus too. A crisis is good too. I can kill many problematic people, the ones that will likely oppose me during the chaos. The secret invasium. His schemes about manipulating a whole civilization are interrupted. By Cassandra suddenly pointing in a certain direction. Forgot. She asks. Siko focuses her senses on where she is pointing and understands what she is talking about. Did you spare an enemy? She turns to Hector. Hector kept his silence for some time before finally saying, I like him. It's his explanation for sparing Senor Pink. He didn't spare per se. He just didn't attack with all his might. The guy had a 50-50th chance of surviving. And he survived. Maybe destiny has something reserved for him. Now the man is walking in the opposite direction, going away from this country silently. That's what power allows you to do. It gives you options. I can spare him because I'm strong enough to deal with any bad repercussions that this move can produce. I'm strong enough to be merciful. Hector stands up and stretches his back a little. Am I a hypocrite for sparing only the one that I like, while I mercilessly killed the others? Cassandra shrugs. You can do what you want, Gigantomachia doesn't care. I trust your judgment. Seiko says a small nod. I think you have enough leverage to be a little selfish, Master. Cortana says in his mind. Thank you for the input. Hector says while looking forward, I will save your words in my heart. Wano. Some hours before the fire festival. In the flower capital. Faster, you idiots. We should have already been there. Orochi shouts from his palanquin. If you didn't order all the streets to be emptied and all the city scrutinied, we would already be there. Every one of his subordinates thinks the same. From the people carrying his palanquin to the ninjas guarding him in the shadows. Orochi is a coward and has been holed up in his castle since papers with the symbol of the Kazuki clan rained down on all Wano. If it was not extremely necessary, he wouldn't even leave for Onigashima tonight. Don't worry, Kamurasaki. I will protect you. He smiles to assure the woman at his side. His two-faced display is pathetic and is not fooling anyone, but Hiyori smiles and thanks him all the same. Orochi-sama, there's someone blocking the road ahead. One of his followers exclaim. Orochi practically jumps from his sitting position and puts his head off the window. What is this? Who is this? He stretches his neck to see. Far away on the road, on the seamless empty street, a man stands alone. He is wearing samurai clothes in black and white, his chest open to the air, and is holding two katanas relaxedly at his side. Even if he is not in a fighting stance, it's obvious his intentions. A run over that bastard. Who dares to stand in my way? No, capture him. Strip him naked and hang him where everyone can see. Go on, do it. Orochi shouts maniacally. His group continues to move at high speed while Hector leisurely walks at them, the tips of his two swords trailing on the ground. He stops and waits. The people in the houses nearby are peeking through their windows to watch what this commotion is about. What are you all waiting for? Orochi screams, spit flying from his mouth, get him Fukurokujo. Kayashiro. Denjiro, who is disguised as Kayashiro, frowns from his position on the roof of a palanquin. Isn't this too direct? He stands up while eyeing Hector, he is not sure what to do. Maybe make a show of a fight and kill Orochi while he does not expect it. But his ninjas are on guard too. He doesn't know Hector enough to gauge his plans. Maybe he will screw them over. Hector on his part looks completely relaxed even though Orochi's bigger group is approaching at high speed. Stay still, Denjiro. He says in a low voice, but it travels to everyone's ears. Kayashiro's eyes widen a little and he pauses. Denjiro? What Denjiro? From the red scabbards. Orochi shouts, asking everyone and no one at the same time. Everyone watches curiously while Hector slowly raises his two swords and prepares a stance, a very familiar stance. Odin Nitoryu. He says flatly. Hi. Orochi almost pissed his pants seeing the stance. Not only the stance. The presence, the air around Hector. Everything sent the people that are familiar with it in a storm of flashbacks. The first paragraph of this historic change will be written with your blood, Orochi. Hector says with a predatory grin. Flexing his muscles a little, Hector looks at his target before blurring. The ground cracks and he already attacked, surpassing any obstacle on the way and cutting Orochi's palanquin. The people can only see the aftermath. Their eyes couldn't follow Hector's movements, even the sound only arrived in their ears after the attack. The palanquin was cut in half, its roof flying in the air. Orochi was thrown out of it by the shockwave and at some point he has his arms cut too. Kayashiro, Denjiro, hurried up to catch Komurasaki, Hiyori, who was conveniently sent flying on his way. Togen Shirataki. Hector finishes saying, his back to Orochi's group. His words are carried by the wind generated by the attack through all flower capital. Hector slowly assumes a relaxed stance after his attack and turns to look at Orochi like he is trash. The man is rolling on the ground pathetically with his two bleeding stumps. Ready to die. Hector approaches and looks down on him even though Orochi is taller. Orochi is not dead yet just because a clean death is too good for him. You. Orochi looks at Hector with hatred in his eyes, what are you doing? He shouts suddenly. A bunch of figures appears around Hector, and his guards ninja prepares to take him down. Then more guards and retainers appear. Hector side glances them without a worry in the world. He lets the confidence in numbers grow inside the hearts of his enemies. He lets the people hiding in their homes think that he is finished. He let them think that he is at a disadvantage, swish buck. Before his right arm blurs and everyone around him turns into a mist of blood and gore. Hector turns to stare calmly at Orochi again. The shogun of Wano, as well as everyone else, is mouth agape at the display. The display of strength is so ridiculous that their brain is taking its sweet time to process it. Now it's your turn. Hector says and points his katana to Orochi. Orochi on his part reunites whatever little courage he has and grits his teeth. He finally reveals his mythical Zoan, turning himself into the 8-headed snake, Yamata no Orochi. Now you've done it, boy. He hisses angrily at him, his 8 heads moving around wildly. Hector is obviously not intimidated. Ugh. His calm demeanor only works to make Orochi more nervous, his false bravado slips a little. What waste of a good fruit. Hector comments lightly, what are the special powers of this one? He asks interestedly. All mythical Zoans are like packages, filled with other powers that could have been a paramecia or logia. The fact that he is not intimidated and is talking casually with Orochi serves to piss off the guy. Here he is, challenging the almighty Shogun of Wano on his face, and the man himself has done nothing yet. Didn't attack, didn't retaliate. Nothing. The man is a pathetic loser who can only scheme, cheat, and betray his way to the top. This reinforces Hector's way of thinking. That there's a proper way of doing things. His talk with Blackbeard showed that. And is even more apparent now. These people who can only achieve their objective/dreams through these underhanded tactics don't amount much. They don't have a solid foundation. If they meet someone that rose to the top in a proper way, they will lose. They don't have the real power. Orochi, even after years of scheming against Odin's family, would have lost in the end if Kaido hadn't gotten himself involved. Even after years of dominating Wano, humiliating Odin, and making people lose their faith in him, he would still have lost. And is still unknown if Kaido wouldn't have lost to Odin if that woman hadn't used underhanded tactics either. At some point, your luck runs out, Orochi. Hector says to the men, you don't deserve to be where you are. Without the skills to back you up, just die already. He spats in disgust. Orochi looks enraged, and all heads grit their teeth. What do you know? One head starts saying but is interrupted when Hector's arms blur again and the head in question is cut clean. You dash. The head that starts saying was cut too. Now Orochi shuts up. It doesn't need a genius to figure out what Hector is doing. The power move on his actions. Orky stares at Hector's eyes. Calm blue eyes that appear to see everything about him. His whole demeanor is not different, as if someone is doing the most menial of the tasks. Orochi continues to grit his teeth in anger, thinking about his next move. It appears that Hector will not move if Orochi stays still, treating him like an unruly child. The Shogun felt humiliated, but it was a good opportunity to think. The two continue in a stare-down. Hector's gaze makes the Shogun uncomfortable. Everyone is his own person, and it's common sense that doesn't matter what, no one can know everything about you. But Hector's gaze fixed on Orochi appears to break the rule. Orochi feels naked to his gaze, like all of his secrets, sins, desires, past, sufferings. All of it is bare to Hector to see. It's, understandably, uncomfortable. Like being looked down on and judged by a god. A fish on a chopping board. Orochi can't take it anymore. Kayashiro. Someone. Kill him. He finally shouts, half crazy. His shrills are cut off by swift sounds, and consequently sound of all his heads, but one, falling on the floor. Once again, no one saw when he moved and what happened clearly. Then stone stakes are produced from Hector's chest and he impales Orochi on the ground with it. In the legs, torso, shoulders. The man is forced to go back to his human form and can barely move. You outlived your stay. Hector says again, looking down on the fallen Orochi that now has only one head. Some subordinates really move to try to do something or try to appear to do something, but Kayashiro acts. He stops some of them and decapitates some with a slash of his sword. Kayashiro. What are you thinking you're doing? Orochi shouts from the ground, mustering all his strength just for these shouts. Kayashiro just died. Denjiro smiles and starts to take the disguise part of his hair. Now Denjiro lives to see another day. Even if I die now, I have no regrets. The samurai says. Wait. Some old-school samurais and onlookers exclaim in realization. Denjiro. One of the red scabbards of Odin-sama. He was hiding in plain sight for this whole time. You. Denjiro. Ugh, it can't be. Orochi practically vomits blood while looking at the scene. Kill him. Kill him, this traitor now. Now the situation is confusing. This retinue of hundreds of samurais is looking at each other with complicated looks. Where the loyalties of the one next to them lay. To Orochi. To Odin. Odin is dead. There's even a future following a dead man. Even if they like Odin and despise Orochi. What is better for them? To their families. And who is this stranger? Is he here to take Orochi's place? Is he worse than Orochi? Better. And what about Kaido? All these thoughts are running through almost everyone's mind. The situation reached a deadlock where everyone waited for another to make the first move. And the one that does that, Hector. A low rumble is heard by everyone when a shockwave is emitted from his body. Suddenly all these samurais, with some exceptions, are hit by this power like a wave has crashed on them. They suddenly feel submerged. It becomes hard to move and impossible to breathe. They slowly drop to their knees, their consciousness barely standing by Hector's mercy. That is Odin-sama power. Denjiro thinks, recognizing the conqueror's haki. The image of Hector in his heart and mind grew slowly. Who of those we should purge? Hector asks Denjiro in a flat tone. Denjiro's surprise lasted only for a second before he moved his sword again. With swift moves he decapitated the leaders of some groups, but sparing the subordinates. Those are Orochi's most clingy dogs and corrupt beasts. Denjiro says while cleaning his katana. I see. Hector nods, and the others. They will behave. Another wave of conqueror's haki crashes against the people kneeling. Hector's gaze looks like can pierce their body and mind and kill them with a thought. I understand. Denjiro thinks and acts fast. They are not as bad as the others, Hector-sama. They can prove themselves if you give them a chance. Denjiro exclaims passionately while bowing his head. Hector gives him a side glance before turning to Orochi again. Fine, but we'll be on your shoulders, he says. Denjiro makes an act of sighing in relief and turns to the rest. He can see the samurai's grateful eyes looking at him. He knows his way in politics. Hiyori is thinking while watching the little show that the two put by thinking fast. Hiyori. Come here! Exclamation point. She is suddenly jolted in surprise by Hector calling her. He is still looking at Orochi, and if not by him curling his finger in her direction, she would think that she is imagining it. With measured steps, Hiyori moves at Hector. Arriving closer, Hector offers her the handle of a katana. All yours, if you want, he says. Exclamation point. Hiyori is surprised for only 1 second before she practically rips off the sword from Hector's hand and holds it above Orochi. Kamurasaki. Orochi says slowly, but Hector kicks his face making him shut up. Hiyori's hands are trembling and her face is dark while she stares at nothing. She is not hesitating because of pity or whatever. In her mind, a flashback of memories is appearing at high speed. Her happy moments with her family and the red scabbards, the difficult times with Kawamatsu, all these years of suffering, and the smiles that she needs to put on her family killers. Her eyes are already full of tears while she loses herself in the memories and in the faces of her loved ones, and then she feels a hand encompassing hers. If you want to do it in a painful way, aim for the liver. It's full of nerves. Hector's voice is from her side. He is behind her and moves the sword with her hands to the place above the liver. His voice broke her off from her reverie. If you want to be swift. Right here. He puts the tip of the katana on Orochi's temple. In the throat he will survive because of his amazing vitality, but he will drown in his own blood. You will have time to stab him a few times in other places. Hector continues to give her tips. Oh, the throat then. Hector pauses when he feels her will. Still enveloping her hands on his own, Hector applies pressure to Orochi's throat with the sword. Even if he is a waste of space, his fruit made his body stronger than most. He comments while helping her have her revenge. Komu glurg, Orochi tries to say while he dies. You deserve all of this. All of this. Hiyori spat with tears in her eyes and bit her lips hard enough to draw blood. Hector let go of her hand and let her with her thoughts. It's almost time but she suddenly turns around and hugs him, burying her face on his shoulder to cry. People here are really emotional, he sighs in his mind but lets her have her time. 18 years of resentment will take a lot of tears to be put out. Onigashima. The night had already fallen, but Onigashima was livelier than ever. The music is blasting loudly, there's a show of lights and the people are indulging in eating, drinking, and other carnal pleasures. Onigashima, Queen, the plague, one of Kaido's top commanders screams from the top of his lungs to the rave happening in the center hall of Onigashima. The pirates answer with equal enthusiasm. Queen continues to dance and hype the attendants. The fire festival is a good way to raise the morale of the beast pirates in times of peace. They brawl, have sex, dance. All to waste some of that pent-up energy while Kaido prepares himself for his big war. The party is very similar to canon, with the exception that there aren't people that ate the smiles, defective or good, and the number of people is a little lower too. 2 years before canon, and instead of 20,000 people, Kaido has somewhere between 17,000 and 18,000. Normally, the success rate of the smiles is 10% during canon. Now almost everything is a miss with the exception of some recent successes that put the research on the right path. Unfortunately, Hector destroyed this path already. Kaido and his people are ignorant of all this. Ignorant of Hector killing Caesar, liberating Dressrosa, and dealing with Orochi. The period where he did this was too short and he started from the borders so that when he dealt with Kaido, his allies didn't flee like flies. That's one of his biggest personal worries. If someone that has a devil fruit he wants, runs away and hides, or be petty enough to kill himself. Another reason Hector is being discreet in copying powers and lying that he has all powers on this world already. Where's Orochi? Kaido burps after taking a generous swig from his drink. He looks around seeing a lot of his high-level subordinates reunited, Black Maria pouring more alcohol on him. He didn't arrive yet. King, the Wildfire, another all-star like Queen answers from the side. The man clad in black leather from head to toe doesn't appear to be a partygoer, only standing still with his arms crossed. Is he that worried about those leaflets, big brother? Jack, the Drought, the last of the all-stars asks respectfully. He acts arrogant and tyrannical to everyone except Kaido and the other all-stars. Then he is a fool and a coward bigger than I thought possible. King scoffs lightly, isn't time to get rid of him. He asks to no one in particular. Wororo. Patience. He is useful to do the boring tasks. Kaido answers while taking another swig, and Orochi's sense of danger is very good, if not he would haven't survived till now, that bastard. Wororo. Who knows? Maybe something will really happen tonight. Wororo. Kaido laughs boisterously. You're goddamn right. A voice interrupts him. Exclamation point. Everyone's senses suddenly goes on high alert after hearing that voice and they're turned to the center of the room. There, a recognizable young Moan is walking leisurely to the outside. The situation is ridiculous because it appears that he is inside with them all the time and is now heading out. It looks like he appeared out of thin air. You are the devil, right? Kaido stands up with a big smile on his face. He is clearly excited. He knows that tonight will be fun. Wait a minute. Hector raises his finger at him, without even looking back, and continues to walk outside. Strangely this makes Kaido and the others pause and then start following Hector without starting a fight. A shout to the what? Queen is hyping the crowd when Hector appears at his side and cuts his microphone. He turns to the side to beat whatever destroyed his moment. But his eyes popped off from their sockets when he saw that the devil himself was standing there. Eawa. Hector already has a reputation. Even if people try to diminish his accomplishments in Marindard, his victory against Big Mom is enough to consolidate his reputation as one of the strongest in this world and frighten other people. Queen being the type of guy that doesn't enter into a fight that he isn't sure that he will win, likes to bully the weak and all that. Obviously, he would be scared of Hector. Aren't we gonna stop him? King asks. Wororo. That looks interesting. But what are you doing? Kaido asks Hector. Declaring war. Hector answers before turning around again to the crowd and taking the microphone, *************************************************************************************************************************** He starts. All around Wano suddenly screens start popping up in the sky. What is that? A guy asks while looking at the sky with his friends. I don't fucking know. One answers only a little interested. It's rare ways to distract himself here. Hector continues, you all don't know me, so you just need to know that I'm the strongest. See this guy behind me. Hector signals Kaido with his thumb, tonight I'm gonna kill him. Kill Kaido. That kid is crazy. An old man comments lightly while exhaling a puff of his smoking pipe. Who is that guy in the sky, Grandpa? A kid asks at his side. A fool. A brave one at least. The old man sighs sadly. So that's what will happen, tonight is the night that Wano will be liberated from this reign of tyranny, Hector says and then raises his hand to show something on the screen. By the way, I already did half of the job and killed Orochi. He says while showing off Orochi's decapitated head and throwing it to the side like trash. Udon prison. Old man Hyo, that guy is really doing that. An ex-prisoner comments in a little disbelief. What we're gonna do, boss? One of Hyagoro's old subordinates asks with a mischievous smile. I don't know you guys, but I'm going. Hyagoro answers with his arms crossed. Concentrating and ready to throw hands. Hi. You can't say selfless things like that, boss. Obviously we're gonna follow you. A woman who is also one of his subordinates answers easily. You guys. Hyagoro smiles a little. But how do we get there? Shouldn't we be there already? Another asks in confusion. Let's have a little faith in the one that owes us nothing but is doing everything. Old man Hyagoro says strongly. The truth is that I can deal with everything easily, but... Hector pauses on the screen and stares hard at it. His gaze appears to pierce through all of Wano people's hearts, but are you all gonna be satisfied with that? Letting an outsider win the battle for you? I think you guys have more pride than that. He lets the silence stretch, my connection with this land is superficial. I have a small connection with Odin and his pirate friends, I even called them to come here. Are you guys gonna do nothing? Damn it all. A young man stands up suddenly. I don't care who you are. If you're gonna create a chance to fight, I will grab it. The hot-blooded youth shouts. Yeah. Others accompany him on his enthusiasm. Better to die as a man than living in disgrace. If you all want a little of hope, know that in 2 years, the power of Toki-san will reach us, and Momonosuke and the rest of the red scabbards will reappear in this world, Hector reveals to the shock of everyone. You all will not be wrong in simply waiting for them. He says without care, laying down all the options. I mean, it's only 2 more years of being slaves and living in disgrace after all, he mocks. Veins pop in anger all over Wano. I mean, Odin humiliated himself for years too. And you all did what again? Huh? Hugh. He cups his ear with his hand. Now shame joins their anger. The people of Wano who know the history are trembling. Hector smiles, feeling that. Now listen here, you bastards. Hector is not acting calm or mocking anymore. Even if Momonosuke came, he will be a fucking brat. Do you want to throw all this burden on that twerp that just lost his family? Even with him, you all will lose. Hector doesn't mince words while pointing at the screen. Hiyori is braver than you all. She is alive too and fighting in her own way for the good of the people of Wano. The rest of the scabbards too. Hiyori, who is watching the screen, cries a little while covering her mouth with a sleeve. Slowly the people closer to Odin can't help but stand up. I am the strongest. Hector repeats himself, so use me to open this bright path, you idiots. But I can't do this alone. I can only open it, not walk down on it. He shouts at them. So rise now. He points his hand to the sky. Grab a weapon. He moves his raised hand to the ground and at the same time, weapons start harmlessly raining across Wano's. Stop this fire festival. Tomorrow we will celebrate. Because tonight, vortex portals started to appear in key locations of Wano. The same that was on the leaflets that rained down on the other day. Tonight we fight. BOOM. The screen trembles in shock. Everyone could see the place where Kaido struck down Hector. Wurororo. That's a good speech. Even my blood is pumped, but will be enough to raise these dead people walking. Kaido mocks with a smile before his face shows shock. A fountain of blood explodes from Kaido. From his old scar given by Odin long ago. The dust settles and everyone can see that Hector is unharmed, and instead of being nailed on the ground, he is standing above Kaido Kanabo. In his hand, a very recognizable katana. Emma. The purple blade of Odin's 2 katanas. The first blood is mine, you bastards. Hector shouts to the screen. He doesn't even turn to look at Kaido. What are you all waiting for? And then hell broke loose. Many things happened at the same time. Kaido is still surprised but has reaction time to react to Hector's income uppercut. Unfortunately, he is against Hector and he is sent flying to the ionosphere with that punch, making a hole in the ceiling. The 3 all-stars aren't sloppy either. They all jumped Hector after seeing him punch Kaido to oblivion. But a vortex of darkness appears in Hector's shadow and the attacks are all intercepted. Siko blocked King's huge sawsword with her own. Cassandra was a blur when she collided with Queen's huge belly, the 2 being shot to another part of Onigashima like a rocket. Makia's big hand grabs the trunk of Jack's hybrid mammoth form and pulls him down with him, the 2 disappearing on the darkness portal on the ground. All around Onigashima portals appear too, connecting with who knows where. From a portal, a pillar of flames is shot out and in the next instant, a crew member of the Beast Pirates is receiving a kick in his face. I'm back, Onigashima. Ace shouts while putting a fighting stance on the pirates around him, and I'm not gonna wait till Wano is liberated. Don't go so ahead, Asiwa. Marco appears too, giving a similar kick on the chin of a 4-meter-tall beast pirate. What if you fell in the middle of the big fish unprepared? Marco asks, but his posture is relaxed. Hector from his high position on the upper floor shakes his head in amusement. That guy doesn't change. You're not the MC, dumb. Hector then reaches into the air on his side and makes a grab motion. A small portal opens and his hand disappears on it. When he pulls back, he is grabbing Yamato by her collar. What? I was just getting started. She exclaims at him. Go deal with your father on the roof for some time, okay? I will send you a helper. Hector says and doesn't wait for her response before he bounces her a little in the air. Then he puts his hand where she would fall, and in that position, she sits on his hand, and Hector throws her like a ball through the hole where Kaido disappears. He chuckles hearing her screams and curses. He likes to troll people like that. Long Een, go help her hold off Kaido. Hector then throws his adamantium glaive through the hole too. Halfway it transforms itself into a giant silver Chinese dragon. Now. Let's go around copying some powers discreetly. Hector stretches his back before he surveys his battlefield. His clones keeping the portals open to those who want to come and they are live streaming this war too. Siko and King moved pretty far away. Hector eyes the 2 fighting. Then he activates his X-ray vision to see what is behind King's mask. His eyes widen. Pft, ha 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 ha. And he bursts out laughing. He even falls to the ground while clutching his stomach. He is black. He suddenly exclaims and is lost and laughs again. Seriously, Oda. Zoro enemy on this arc is black. You can be only doing this shit on purpose at this point. He can't control himself while remembering the meme of Zoro being the minority hunter. He finally controls himself after a long sigh. Let's go to work, starting with you guys. His eyes move to the room where Kaido and the others are previously. There, Black Maria and her entourage of females are still looking at him. Hector walks back to the room, meeting the group of women with a smile. So. A good time as any to surrender. He says to them. The women are obviously nervous by being in the same room as the guy on the level of Kaido, but Black Maria has a little more control. The 8-meter-tall blonde woman clad in a black yukata puts a hand on her cheek and acts aggravated. There's really a need for violence. Why don't you enjoy some quality time with us? I like strong men, she smiles at him. Me and my girls can guarantee that will not be a waste of your time. So when you can't defeat, you seduce. A good tactic as any, I suppose. Hector chuckles for a while thinking. My time is very precious. Hector humors her while feeling around the people arriving at the battlefield, and I don't see a circle above your head. He laughs at his own God of War reference. Maybe emboldened by Black Maria's calm and Hector's lack of violent response, the rest of the ladies circle Hector. Come play with us, my lord, one asks while pulling his sleeves mischievously. So handsome I think I'm in love. Another says while passing a finger through his cheek. Hector remained unresponsive at their advance, his gaze still fixed above, on Black Maria's face. The only one that is somewhat dangerous here. Such a cold face, you're gonna break our hearts, my lord, Black Maria sighs sadly. Don't you find us pretty? She asks coyly. She even lays on the ground, her chin touching the floor to put her face closer to his. Her big breasts are pressed on the floor too, her cleavage showing enough of soft skin that Hector could have drowned on it. What are you? A kukusekana? Hector asks in his mind. Smash, next question. He answers truthfully. What? She blinks confused. Just a way to say that you all are my type. He shrugs, but he doesn't have many requisites either. Hector requisites. Be a woman, Yujiro card, looks female enough. Have at least 65% standard female human form. Be alive, optional, note, in his bucket list he wants to bang a thick Sadako. Can consent. Now his requisites in personality are higher, but this is not important now. But business before pleasure. He says to them, why don't you guys obediently surrender and wait for me to win, huh? Fufu, you think you can win against Kaido? Black Maria asks with a chuckle. Absolutely. He answers flatly. In truth, he is not giving them a chance because they're women or something like that. Even if except for Black Maria the rest aren't much of combatants. He only predicted that there was no way that he would massacre more than 12,000 people tonight, so he already made a plan to use the survivors. A better plan than letting them loose on the ocean to hurt more people. Fufu, I like your confidence, you're making my heart skip a bit. Black Maria traces her big finger through his whole body, drawing dangerously close to his crotch. But Hector blurs and disappears. Well, it appears that negotiations are over. Let me end this quickly then. Hector reappears some steps back and looks at them with a deadpan face. Receive my super move. He turned his face away for an instant before looking at them again, one eyebrow slightly raised and his mouth pouting slightly too. Mero, light-skinned stare. Sin City wasn't made for you. Cortana, _ They become stone instantly. Everyone except Black Maria. The big woman had enough presence of mind to force her Zoan transformation, the ancient animal's instincts flooding on her mind for an instant, allowing her to bite her hand and control herself. Well. How the turntables. Hector smiles mockingly. You can't seduce me. You. Black Mari starts in anger, but Hector is not interested anymore. Suddenly he is beside her face, he grabs the tip of her horn and shoots to the ground with the help of gravity. Black Maria hits the ground, forehead first, and passes out. Tisk. Hector makes a show of taking a cigar from his inventory and starts smoking. Woman, I'm so Sigma that I was born by cesarean section to not even have contact with pussy. He lights the cigar and takes a puff. Cough, this shit is awful. Who likes this? Ugh. Oh well, I can't smoke anyway. That would make my grandma sad. He says the real Sigma thing while throwing the cigar away. Across Wano. Let's go boys. One last, hurrah. Hyagoro raises his katana to the sky and shouts to the prisoners on Udon. Hurrah. They shout together. Old Man Rio is the first to jump on the portal. I'm going. It's all a youth says before grabbing a mace on the ground and heading to the portal. Wait for me, Suzu-san. Another youth follows. And another, and another, and another. Some people rise from their bed and starts walking to the portals. Will be my eternal shame to not be beside them now. Look, that's one of the red scabbards. One points to the screen showing Kawamatsu blitzing through some beast pirates. Let's go. We will not waste this chance. Yeah. The herd effect. A psychological and social phenomenon that happens when people start following the majority without much thinking. What is happening is something similar but not quite. Obviously, there's a lot of resentment and grievances buried in the heart of the people of Wano. But even if they want to do something about it, it's hard to start. There's no way to contact other people with the idea of revolution. You never know if the other is on Orochi's side. The slave-like work hours take their energy and time. And there's no leader. No symbol. But now Hector solved everything. These last days he worked hard to heal the people working like slaves, not only preventing them from dying but giving them their stamina back discreetly. The portals gave them the option. The screen streaming gave them the motivation. Hector's speech. Seeing him injure Kaido, his people taking the All-Stars, the revelation that the Kazuki bloodline lives, the red scabbards. There are obviously people who would be down for participating in this war even if Hector didn't do all of it. They move to help without the need for convincing. Their movement instills the others. At some point, even the ones who are most scared, hopeless, or even resentful of the Kazuki clan start moving to make a change. If not now. When? Someone shouts just after arriving on the battlefield, SNAAATCH. Snatch. The number of people on Hector's side continues to increase. But they didn't reach even 25% of Kaido's side. But it's okay, all of this is to Hector's expectations. He is aiming for quality and not quantity. At the back door of Onigashima, a huge group of people starts to arrive. They're huge in the sense that they're giants. Ancient giants to be exact. The numbers. Failures clones made by Caesar Clown of Or's race. They're tall as giants and with horns and Oni-like features randomized. Is this the party? The noise is different. One comments lazily. This way, numbers. Kill the invaders. One small beast pirate shouts frightened while trying to direct the unruly numbers to the war happening inside. Swish. But suddenly the first number was hit by a flying slash and was sent tumbling backward, shocking everyone. So that's why he dropped me here. They can hear a calm voice, isn't this too much work for this old man? Duh. Duh. Dark King, Rayleigh. The beast pirate directing the number shouts, scared for his life. Why don't you go grab me some booze? I predict that I will be thirsty after I'm done here. Rayleigh says to the beast pirates while walking to block the number's path, sword in hand. Would be a huge loss if someone destroyed it before I can taste some sake from Wano again. The man acts completely relaxed. Suddenly a huge boulder flies over his head and hits some numbers too. Cut off the alcohol, you bastard. Watch out for your age. Rayleigh turns around to see a burly old man walking toward him while rolling his shoulders. Crocus. Haha. Rayleigh's face lights up seeing his old friend again, so he brought you too. Brought. More like kidnapped, Crocus makes an annoyed face, but he can't keep the smile away from his lips. Haha. It's good to see you, old friend. Rayleigh puts his arm over the doctor's shoulder, and don't be like that. That's a good opportunity to solve some regrets. I know. Crocus says while reminiscing. Let's put our old bodies to work one last time. For our old friend. The two put a fighting stance. These are the numbers, they're great weapons fruit of bioengineering. Even as failures they are absolutely terrifying, but they don't stand a chance. Altai, one of the Tobarapo, high-level commanders only below the All-Stars, jumps high and transforms into her hybrid Pachycephalosaurus form. Using gravity and something similar to Jeppo, she propels herself at Ace to give him a rocket headbutt. Ace reacts fast and jumps over her like a kid jumping over a friend, putting his hands over her head to propel himself. He doesn't have a lot of time to relax because a giant mouth full of teeth is almost enclosing around him. The bite is avoided by him separating his body and reforming himself some feet to the side, takes the opportunity to deliver a fire fist in Page 1's dinosaur face. Page 1, Altai's brother, in his full Spinosaurus form, shakes his head a little to help with the dizziness and recovers fast. He locks on Ace with his eyes, ready to continue the battle. Boom. But Page 1 head is forced to the ground when an object falls on it. Wow. These ancient Zoans are really hard. Jozu says while pulling away from Page 1, noticing the dinosaur fruit user already standing up slowly. Look who's talking. Ace jokes. The two Whitebeard pirates put their backs against each other and readied themselves to the fight. Can you take the annoying girl? Jozu asks. Ugh. I wanted to fight the other guy. Ace sighs a little. She looks like a pain in the ass indeed. Jozu deadpans while seeing Ultai whining to her brother about some feudal thing. Okay, I deal with the hardhead girl. He relents. Alright. Ace smiles before jumping at page 1. Who's Who stays lazily sitting on his spot while watching the war happening. He doesn't have much of a loyalty for Kaido. Being a subordinate of a Yonko is simply the best option after his career in the world government is cut short. Should I bail? That devil guy is strong. He tries to decide his next life-changing move. But at this moment he feels a dangerous presence behind him, something that is not even trying to hide, it's even growling. What are you? He turns around. Who's Who is the user of the saber-tooth ancient Zoan, a cat fruit. Hector released Rover on him. Gigantomachia and Jack are engaged in a brawl outside the huge skull building that is Onigashima. To avoid collapsing the whole pace, Hector instructed Machia to take Jack there and keep him there. Jack, in his hybrid mammoth form, enlarges his trunk and shoots a blast of air to Machia. The blast that is strong enough to rip off some decorations from the ground fails to move Machia even a millimeter. The Tun fruit. The devil fruit that allows the user to increase his weight in tons at his will. The previous user was from the Don Quixote pirates, now Hector gave Machia a copy. Machia has a lot of potential. Hector says that he only needs to substitute his subpar powers, his words, for something more fitting. No need to waste slots with weak powers. Annoying. Dirt in my eye. Machia says flatly before reaching to grab Jack's trunk. But Jack is prepared this time and avoids it, though with his moon-shaped blades he goes to slash Machia's neck. The momentum is good and it appears that Machia can't dodge, clank. But the blades bounce off from the Machia, even chipping a little. Jack's eyes widen seeing half of Machia's upper body turning into diamond. Hector really is not holding back in turning Machia on the greatest tank. Now during the rebound, Jack has no way to avoid when Machia grabs him by his tusks and raises him in the air, exclamation point. Jack was once again surprised to see someone lift him so easily. He had no leverage to do anything, his feet flailing around in the empty air. Boom. Machia performs an improvised suplex to nail Jack on the ground, disorienting the mammoth men. But Jack is resisting enough to not be shaken up enough to not see the foot aiming for his head. He rolls over to dodge the foot, but he can't go far and can't stand up either because Machia's hands morphed into mole ones, claws extending far and sinking on his back. Machia isn't any genius, he doesn't have a high battle IQ, but he has good battle instincts. The two are different. This means that he is not prone to outsmarting his opponent, but he can notice that he is strong and use his advantage. Without wasting time, Machia's knees descend between Jack's shoulders, pinning the half-fishman on the ground. Brusquely Machia finally grabs Jack's trunk and pulls back, strangling his opponent with it. The contest of strength lasts longer than expected, Jack refusing to pass out, and maybe he is too dumb to simply unmake his transformation. Or maybe oxygen is not reaching his brain. At some point, in a moment of clarity, before he passes out, he thinks about it and goes back to being 100% human. But this is not enough because Machia makes use of the opening to hammer his head on the ground with his two fists. Ending the battle. Can't kill. Master needs to copy first. He comments and starts dragging Jack's body away. Pest. Queen shouts and points his robotic arm and tail at Cassandra. The two limbs shoot lasers on the narrow corridor where the two are fighting. Cassandra uses Jeppo to change her trajectory in the air, after images are left behind where the laser attacks hit. She gets closer and closer till she is close enough to dropkick Queen on the stomach. Gag. The fat man almost spilled his guts while he was sent flying through some rooms. Sloppy. Cassandra comments while giving chase, evading a swipe of his tail by jumping and spinning on herself vertically, making use of the moment to give a guillotine kick on Queen's long neck. His head disappears on the ground, appearing on the floor below and scaring some people fighting there. Fucking brat. He spats. Cassandra frowns looking down on the man, apparently he is weaker than she expected. He relies too much on his strong body and technology. Or maybe Cassandra is too strong, in skills Queen is receiving a beating. But another reason for her frown is that she can tell that this fight will take some time. Hard. She comments about the Queen's durability. She needs more firepower. Exclamation point. Her eyes suddenly shot to the side and she jumped to dodge in a hurry. A snake surges from the ground, coils around her leg and climbs her body. Not a snake, Queen. He detached himself from his body. Cassandra is more than confused now. What the heck? They can do that. Hector also turns his head fast to pay attention to that fight. I mean, we know nothing about the dinosaurs beyond their fossils. So maybe they can. We don't even know how the dinosaurs are really, they can be giant chickens. Like, look at the skull of a hippopotamus and the real hippopotamus. The discrepancy is ridiculous. Oda can invent whatever he wants and be true, because we really don't know Hashtag Ode to Genius, he concludes. Back to Cassandra. She struggles for some time, but Queen puts everything into crushing her bones. Till suddenly he doesn't even feel her anymore. Huh. He looks confused, turning to see he has nothing on his embrace. The sound of something falling makes him turn to see a boot hitting the ground. Two eyes blinks from the black boot before Cassandra materializes herself from it and kicks him on the chin, sending him flying away. She used, black, her power to merge with black things, in a smart way to escape. Queen hits a wall and shakes his head from side to side to recover. Cassandra prepares herself for the next round, but she suddenly remembers a lesson given by Hector. She turns fast to the abandoned body of Queen and throws a device that sticks to it. A second later an electric pulse fries the cybernetic enhancements of the body. You. Girl, what did you do? Body, fire rockets. Queen tries to use the voice commander to control the body, but it doesn't react. What did you do? Queen asks again. E.M.P. Cassandra answers and puts a fighting stance again. EMP. The term appears foreign to Queen. He moves a little to the side, trying to circle Cassandra. But instead of accompanying him on circling each other, Cassandra moves in response to him, keeping herself between him and his body. Exclamation point. Bad move. She says flatly. Indeed was a bad move. He gave up on his body to launch a sneaky attack to end the fight, thinking that he would be capable of recovering it afterward. Now he only has his snake-like body. He lost most of his enhancements and biological weapons. He won't even have the opportunity to show his powers like invisibility that he copied from Germa. Different from a manga/anime, where the plot would give the chance of the characters to give their all to the readers/viewers' enjoyment. Queen will not have this luxury this time. His loss is more than inevitable now. He grits his teeth. You brat. He shouts while advancing to one last desperate struggle. In another open part of Onigashima, the battle between Siko and King is happening. Flashes of fire illuminate the night sky, obscuring the stars while the two exchange blows. Siko appears to be having some difficulties. The difference in height and range can't be underestimated. She thinks while dodging a swing of King and releasing a flying slash at the All-Star. After a particularly strong clash, the two separate themselves a little to observe each other. You're not a swordsman. Siko says with a strange intonation. I use a sword. King answers nonchalantly. I see. Siko sighs a little disappointed, her eyes change and become sharp. Then this isn't a duel anymore. It's a battle. King senses danger and he only reacts fast enough to not have his right wing and arm cut off, but a rain of blood is sprayed from the huge wound given by Siko on his shoulder. I will use my powers. Be careful. Siko warns him, and taking a deep breath she disappears again. King is more ready this time, and his wing opens wide to release a huge ring of fire horizontally, stopping Siko from attacking him again. He doesn't waste time in taking flight, the sky will be his battlefield. But Siko pursued relentless, using the power, air walk. Different from the move Jeppo from the Rokushiki, this power really creates a platform in the air instead of allowing a double jump. There's this world where these samurai Shinigami create platforms with their energies. If you fight with a katana, creating a platform to put a stance is essential. Siko remembers Hector's words when he told her about her choices, convincing her not to take a flight power on her build and take this one instead. Seeing the approaching Siko, King pulls his huge sword back using his two hands and makes a huge horizontal swing. A giant wall of fire descends on her, closing her escape routes. Siko narrows her eyes slightly and takes another breath. He knew. She thinks. Foxfire style, Hamirasaki. She says before cutting the wall of fire perfectly. The wall opens like is solid to her. That is a swordsmanship that shouldn't appear at this time. It's the swordsmanship of Kayaneman. One of the scabbards that will appear 2 years from now. How does Siko know it? Hector, obviously. The rest of the scabbards saw Kinemon fighting for years. Hector used his powers to watch their memories, using a combination of putting devil fruit and other projection powers. In the last few days, while waiting for the fire festival, Hector told Siko to practice it. Being the natural genius limited by her own world that she is, coupled with the card of other two genius swordsmen, Takiko Michiro and Miyamoto Musashi. She grasped the basics fast. She even surprised herself with how effective it is, better than in the training. And creates a vacuum to kill the fire. A vacuum. She mutters to herself, understanding more and more and growing during the fight. Arriving in front of King's face, Siko sheathes her katana for an instant before using an IAI technique to try to cut his head. King inclines himself back to dodge. But for some reason, he was pulled again into her range. Vacuum. Siko answers the unasked question. The lack of air because of her slash is being forcefully filled and pulling King too. Her purple eyes stared unblinkingly at her foe, vacuum slash. In an instant, she sheathes her katana again, while King is still being pulled in her direction. Using clockwork, she disappears from an instant, reappearing in the same spot like it was only an illusion. The katana is still sheathed and she is still in the same stance, but the attack already happened. A second later, a vertical purple flash appears between them, distorts the air, and looks like is sucking the light. King has his left arm and wing cut and falls impotent on the ground. His eyes were wide in disbelief, looking emptily to the sky. After crashing on the ground, still in a daze, King remains unresponsive even when Siko drops on his torso and stares him down. Sorry. I wish that our fight lasted longer, but I didn't want to lose the feeling. She says, almost apologetically at her defeated opponent. Kill me. King says in a deadpan voice. This is not to me or you to decide. She answers equally flat. Kaido will win. In a one-on-one. He always wins. King says. Well, this will be proven incorrect tonight. Siko answers while looking at the roof of Onigashima. On Onigashima's roof. Long In, Hector's dragon glaive intertwines with Kaido in his dragon form. The two fighting all the way. Kaido is surprised not only by another dragon but also by the fact that he can't hurt the silver dragon, and instead, Long Yin's claws and fangs can hurt him. Only his observation haki prevented him from receiving grave injuries. His attention is shifted from the silver dragon. Yamato runs along Long Yin's body, Kanabo in her hands. She jumps from Long In and delivers a Raimei hack on the side of Kaido's dragon head. After this blow, Kaido didn't waste time in changing forms. Now, in his hybrid form, he spins in the air in a surprising show of agility to his big form and attacks Yamato with a similar attack. Yamato is sent to the ground like a cannonball. Wororo. Finally showing the claws, my son. Kaido drops to the ground with a boom too. Long In goes to circle around Yamato's head, ready to defend her. I never hid my desire to free Wano from you. Yamato exclaims strongly. Yes. I think you are always idiotic like that, right? Kaido scratches his chin as if remembering, and appears that my lessons are too soft. Soft. Yamato is angry hearing his words. Not because of all of the abuse she suffered at the hands of her father, but because of the many people that he killed to teach him a lesson. Subordinates that give her food, prisoners samurais, and others. This time you will be defeated. Yamato declares and slowly she starts transforming in her hybrid form. Tonight you will learn of absolute failure. Then you will obediently listen to me afterward. Kaido readies himself too. But they are interrupted when Long In roars loudly to the sky. The two pause and look up too. Well, it's my time to shine. Be sure to capture my good angles, Cortana. Hector smiles. He is on a cloud high in the sky. He sits down in a meditation pose and his soul leaves his body and possesses a body close to him. The other Hector slowly opens his eyes and stands up. And without saying a word he jumps from the cloud in a free fall. Boom. Hector hits the ground loudly between the two fighters. He doesn't use any power so his landing creates a crater, and a lot of dust. Very weak body. But will do. His silhouette walks out of the dust, clenching and opening one hand and rolling a shoulder. You finally arrived. Kaido smiles seeing Hector. But feels that there's something weird about him. Sorry. Things to do. Hector says flatly. He is wearing different clothes from before. The set is very bland, and not his samurai garbs, Long In. He says. The dragon obeys by biting Yamato's clothes and carrying her away amidst her protests. A one-on-one then. Wororo. Kaido laughs. Hey, Hector smirks too. Where's that katana? Kaido asks. I'm not gonna use it. Are you sure? I'm not here as a samurai. Hector slowly raises his hand in front of his body. You know, I didn't plan to interfere much. But you get on my nerves. Evil without a reason pisses me off. Bullies. Blurg. So I'm here as a hero, Yusha. Hector smirks, answer my call. Sword of Durant. He chants. A golden light appears in the sky above them and boom, a huge heavy sword hits the ground next to Hector. The handle is close to his hand. Soulbound iconic items are gained even though are not package cards. Zanpakutos and such. But about sacred gears. Bijus. Hector muses on his mind. He grabs the huge sword with one hand even though the thing is bigger and thicker than him, testing the weight. A heavy sword is a symbol of a main character. Guts, Dante, Cloud, Inuyasha, Ichigo. He comments with a smile on his lips. Hector points his heavy sword at Kaido in a challenge. The hero, Yusha, will save the country from the clutches of an evil dragon. So cliché. I'm liking it. He laughs, I'm taking your daughter as a spoil too. This body of Hector is special. First, it has no meta powers. Its strength is of a simple peak one-piece body. So Hector plans to fight Kaido using only this body, his martial arts, hockey, and magic. The main reason for him to nerf himself is to test his magic fighting style and how good can be in a real battle. The two combatants are in standoff only for a second. From the tip of the sword of Durant, mana starts to coalesce and create fire. Like Rudius, Hector concentrates and spins the fire in a vortex to increase the potency. The fire changes colors every second till it becomes completely white. The basketball-sized vortex of white fire is so hot that it's distorting the air around Hector. On his side, Kaido is not waiting idly either. He has opened his mouth and is concentrating a fire breath too. The two shoot at the same time. Burrow breath. White beam. The two huge pillars of fire meet in the middle of the roof, and all of Onigashima tremble. The blast is enough to start to melt the roof and the horn of the giant skull that is Onigashima. The two didn't move while letting their attacks crash. So no spinning the joystick. Hector jokes on his mind seeing the attacks explode in each other and there's no contest of strength. From a third-person perspective it's obvious that Hector won. The explosion was much closer to Kaido, but even so, it didn't hurt him. Kaido grips his kanabo tightly. Are you ready? Wait a minute. Hector suddenly exclaims and puts a hand on the sign of stop to Kaido. Question mark. Tonight is a full moon. It's the only thing he says before he looks up. A mysterious smile is on his lips while the full moon is reflected in his eyes. The changes start almost immediately. His pupils contracted, and his muscles spasm slightly because they're growing. He became 7 feet tall. Hector's hair started turning white and grew longer at an absurd rate. The weight of the hair made it lose any curliness and become straight, reaching his thigh. He closes his eyes and takes a breath. When he opens it again they are red. From the sclera to the pupils, in different shades of red. Kaido has waited patiently for the 2 seconds transformation. A Sulong transformation. Are you a half-mink? He frowns. First time that I've seen something like that. Something like that. Minks and humans are mammals. Hector stares at him. His face is now much more adult. He created a clone with the main characteristic of the mink race. The ability to transform under the full moon. A human mink. Hector's usual appearance is between an adolescent and an adult. Anyone who looks at him will think that he is a youngster, but he is tall and has a well-developed body enough to pass as an adult. He is like 2 steps away from full adulthood. He sees his own reflection on his sword. Any remnants of baby fat, as small as they were previously, disappeared. Eidolon without the mask but not quite. I look like Sephiroth. He thinks and laughs when he thinks about the parallels and dichotomy. He just made a joke about heavy swords being a main character thing. At the same time, the spiked short hair is also a main character thing while long and white hair goes to the villains. Like Griff, Sephiroth, Sesshomaru. I like it. He declares, thanks for waiting, now let's start. He grabs his heavy sword with 2 hands and jumps high in the air. The electricity of the mink race covers his limbs while he holds the sword over his head, the moon framing his silhouette while he falls over Kaido. Wororo. I can already say that this will be fun. Kaido on his part grabs his kanabo and brings it from below. The 2 weapons meet each other shaking the whole Onigashima. No, they didn't meet. There's a space between the 2 weapons where air appears to be squeezed. A shock of advanced conqueror's haki. So you too, huh? Wororo, Kaido laughs in uproar. Obviously, enjoy your last fight. It's my final gift for you. Hector answers. To be continued. Chapter 71, World of Pirates, Part 08. Continuing. The battle is heated on the rooftop. Hector and Kaido clash dozens of times, no one giving an inch. They dash forward, meeting with their weapon, and backing off after the blow and repeating. It's impressive on his own that this body of Hector is almost equal in strength to Kaido in his hybrid form. But Hector has enough of having fun playing around like kids with sticks. Mana suddenly flows through his body, enhancing all of his muscles. Hector takes the second of respite after an exchange to touch the ground. Bottomless pit. A magic circle expands from his fingertips, with demonic symbols, and the ground in response becomes dark. With many eyes and small hands on it. The pit expands to Kaido, swallowing one of his feet. The small eldritch hands held him in place for a moment. This small moment is enough to Hector burst forth with his mana-enhanced body and cut a wound on his chest. So he can see the future. Hector thinks before Kaido frees himself from the pit and counterattacks. The 2 weapons meet again and Kaido takes advantage of the shock to be propelled to the sky, turning himself into a dragon during the jump. Hector follows with Jeppo. He can't fly because he has no powers at the moment, but his techniques allow him to not be at an advantage. Kaido starts circling himself and creating tornadoes to difficult Hector's movement. Tatsumaki. He shouts. Smash. Next question. Hector jokes in a shout while maneuvering around the tornadoes. From a blind spot, Kaido released his Keifu, wind blades trying to hurt Hector, but even without danger sense and spider sense, Hector's observation haki is advanced enough to allow him a somewhat comfortable dodge. Whoa. I should have transplanted Rudius's eye on this body. Hector comments after seeing a little of his long white hair being cut by the blades of wind. Tundra. Hector's voice echoes on the battlefield after he uses another magic. An icy wind blows to counter Kaido's one, and the low temperature slows down the wind, creating an opening for Hector to attack. He kicks the air with great strength and zooms at Kaido, slashing his big serpentine body. Gark, Kaido gurgles in pain when the slash cuts his hard scales. He coils himself in a ball and emerges in his hybrid form again. The two big weapons meet each other in the air. The clash creates shockwaves of power and haki. They slowly let the gravity bring them to the ground while they stare at each other through their weapons. A smile on their lips. Are you having fun? Kaido asks. Surprisingly, yes. Hector admits. Good. When Kaido's feet hit the ground first, courtesy of his height, he shifts his posture a little so that he can deliver Kongo Kabura at Hector, throwing him far away like he is a baseball player making a home run. Hector's organs tremble from the shock, even after he blocked it with the flat of his sword. Hey, what weak body. He smiles with a drop of blood on the corner of his lips. He stops his flight by creating a magic circle platform in the air. He landed on it vertically and didn't waste time on shooting himself at Kaido again. I am having so much fun. Whoa. Kaido shouts to the sky with eyes full of tears. You're weird. Hector comments, seeing him shifting his fighting style slightly based on his mood. The battle goes on. Hector tries new magic and new strategies all the time. Kaido with his strong body is an excellent dummy. He also noticed that even with Kaido's mood swings that only a pregnant woman could have, his fighting prowess didn't diminish. It became even a little more dangerous, thanks to the unpredictability. Like the drunk fist. Hector's body charged with electricity dances around Kaido. He is delivering more attacks than Kaido, getting used to this body. It's better that I didn't try to pull a Killua with this electricity. This brain will not hold out and I can mess it easily. He thinks while deciding what to try next. At some point, a surprising thing happens. During an exchange, when the two are creating distance as usual, Kaido grabs Hector's leg with his tail. Interesting. Should I break my foot to escape? Nah. Hector says calmly while looking down and being pulled closer. Good move. He praises even before he receives another direct hit, being thrown away. After he sent Hector flying, Kaido noticed some ice spikes piercing his leg slightly. He shrugs it off easily through. It's hard to imbue haki in magic constructs. Hector comments while hitting the ground and sliding many meters away. Kaido walks slowly in Hector's direction while catching his breath. Exclamation point. But when he steps a little forward, a magic circle appears under his feet and a huge explosion engulfs him. Boom. You're full of tricks. Kaido comments after swinging his kanabo to create wind to disperse the smoke. He is only slightly hurt by this explosion. Ah, man, this is sad. Hector gets off the ground but remains crouched down. Now I understand. How sad it is. What is? Kaido asks curiously, not really matter if the two are in the middle of a life and death battle. I'm too strong. Hector replies sadly while pouting. Kaido raises an eyebrow at him. Hector continues to stay crouched on the ground, writing something with his index finger while hugging his knees. Kaido has enough of his silliness and raises his kanabo to attack him. But from that defenseless position, Hector blurs and reappears behind his head, kicking him to the ground. Come on, man, I'm having an existential crisis here. Like Saitama. Have a little of empathy as a fellow strong dude. Hector whines like a petulant kid on his own while standing on Kaido's back. Kaido shakes himself while taking his head from the ground. He is catching on to what is happening. He turns fast and swings his kanabo. Hector responds in kind with a swing of his heavy sword. Yes. That's fun. Hector exclaims excitedly while exchanging blows and comparing strength with Kaido. I see what you're doing. Kaido says slowly after they are separated by a big clash. Huh. You're imitating me. Kaido says a little impressed. After being exposed to Kaido's unpredictable mood swing fighting style, the Shuran hack. Hector is using it perfectly. That Yujiro Hanma card is working just fine. Am I? Hector looks genuinely confused. I mean, maybe I can't control the emotions on this body, it is like 2 days old after all. He says, acting innocent. That's a little impressive. Kaido praises, 1 second ago you were sad and your fighting style changed because of that. I couldn't almost keep up with my observation. Suddenly Hector is crouching on the ground facing away again. Oh yeah. Now I remember why I was sad. He pouts while writing on the ground with his index finger. This fighting has been fun, Kaido. Hector says sadly. Is that so? I'm enjoying it too. Kaido smiles. But the truth is that I nerfed myself, you know. If I had used my real body, that good move from before would never worked. Hector sighs, even without using powers to phase through you or change the shape of my body. His head hangs low, depressed. You don't understand. Your strength comes from being almost invulnerable, hence your boredom. Mine goes beyond that. Hector rolls his eyes seeing Kaido's strange face. I'm so fast that it's like I'm living in a different flow of time, you know. Faster than the synapses in your brain. I could have written an essay on your back while your brain commanded your arms to raise your weapon. Hector sighs again. I understand Saitama and Seiki Kusuwa a little more now. There's no sense of danger or fulfillment. I need to constantly hold back myself to not leave in an eternal state of a hellish nightmare because no one can keep up with me. It didn't annoy me too much before, but I tasted again how is to be a little weaker, red normal. Hector sighs, and now here I am. I ask myself if I'm a little dumber in this body. Does intelligence is related to the physical brain or the soul? Self-inserts MC that possess bodies like of Peter Parker conveniently became smart. But when they self-insert in people like Luffy they didn't go dumber. Hector sidetracks on his own, almost ignoring Kaido. Kaido would have attacked, but he knows that Hector's fighting prowess didn't diminish just because he looked like an emotional mess. His guard is not down even if looks like it. Anyway. Hector stands up, he looks calmer now. It's funny how I'm talking about this with you. Is that thing of enemies being close as friends true? Oh. He suddenly realizes something and hits his palm with a fist. It's because one of us will die anyway on the end of it. So it doesn't matter if we speak about our secrets or open our hearts like that. I see. You're a weird bastard, but it's nothing that I haven't seen before. Kaido says, just enjoy the fight, no need to think too much. Overthinking is one of my character traits. And believe in me, I'm enjoying the fight. Hector shrugs, it's because this fight made my blood boil, the adrenaline shot high. This normally doesn't happen when I see everything in a slow motion and I'm prepared to all your attacks beforehand. Little flashback. I would never completely give up on my humanity. Not even by becoming a dragon. Hector says to Siko and Cassandra. At this moment, Hector is giving a little class about powers and everything related to them. And it's not only because of my human pride. There isn't much to be proud of on this crappy race anyway. He says, he was in a bad mood at that time, but being a human has its advantages. Especially a half-human. How so? Siko asks. Let me explain. Instead of being a pure breed of any other, doesn't matter how strong it is, if given me the chance I would choose to be a half-human with that race and the reason is simple. First, the potential but especially. We are weak. He concludes. You're confounding me now. Siko shakes her head. Wait for it. Because we're weak, we have a certain amount of untapped inner strength that we can use to survive in dangerous situations. This also helps tap on the full potential of those stagnate strong races. Hector looks at Siko, it's the whole, banana and rock, story again, Siko. There's a bunch of examples on the Omniverse. Gohan, John Kent, Mark Grayson, and many others. You guys didn't know all of them but understand that the fact they're half-human increased the potential. Like it lifted the cap, accelerated the growth rate, unlocked new powers. Because we have smaller lifespans. Siko tries to guess, connecting with the story of the banana and the rock that Hector talked about during Whitebeard's funeral. Yes. And not only that, but also because of a simple thing that we overlook because is normal. Can we guess what it is? He asks them and waits. Adrenaline. He answers after noticing that they didn't catch it. Adrenaline is low-key op. That classic example of mothers lifting cars to save their babies. Some powerlifters commented that they try to trick their mind to simulate danger so that they can have that boost in strength. Let me tell a story. That Mark Grayson guy. His father is from a strong alien race. They are literally invulnerable, live ridiculous long lives. He is half-human, and while people would think that this would make him weaker, this made him grow in strength fast and have a surprisingly boost of strength when the situation asks for it. It's not only plot armor. Hector exclaims that race is so strong that there's practically no danger to them. A dull rock. In a certain fight, Mark's opponent commented. Hector deepens his voice to signal that he is quoting it, it's no use in getting angry boy. This is not how it works. He spat on the whole, getting angry, getting stronger cliché, but this time he was wrong. Mark's anger boosted his adrenaline levels and made him stronger enough to overwhelm his opponent. He broke his limit. All because he is half-human. He is stronger, but his body thinks that he is weak and is trying to help him on it. Siko concludes. Yes, that's a bridged version. It's more like being a half-human erased the years of dull evolution. He is back at the bottom of the food chain even though he is not. And he can grow more. He has survival instincts that he doesn't need. Hector shrugs, and this is important to you, Seiko. Hector smiles while pointing at her, it's about your next upgrade. Question mark. Adrenaline is OP, but when was the last time I felt that? Hector thinks, his mind back to the present. Feeling his blood boil in practicing some physical activity. Having fun. Being jump-scared. He didn't feel those things anymore. How I'm destined to go down on the Saitama path. But I can't hold back either. I'm completing all the side quests before the main storyline so that I don't need to use a continue. Hector looks at the sky. Go drink alcohol then. Kaido says in a deadpan. Hector side glances him, well, that's not a bad idea. I mean, it's not like all in life is fighting, right? If I need to sacrifice whatever fun I will have in fighting to have a good life and give others a good life, I'm all for it. Hector says seriously. He continues, there's other ways to have fun. Like women. He thinks seriously about that. True. Kaido agrees with a shrug, so can we go back? My body is getting cold. He says. Sorry. Hector grabs his sword with his two hands, Dawnbreaker mode. The sword shines in a golden light. Kaido felt danger like never before and smiled broadly, that's it. Hector attacks. His strongest attack till now. Kaido sees the future and knows that he needs to dodge. The giant golden slash cuts the sky, even the clouds are pushed apart. How far the slash traveled is unknown, but Yamato, who is on top of Long Yin's head, made a shocked expression from a privileged position. That attack would have destroyed Onigashima. She says, mouth agape while watching the golden light disappear on the horizon. On the roof, Kaido has jumped to avoid the attack, but Hector suddenly appeared above him, his heavy sword pointing at his foe's back. Using his full weight, Hector stabs Kaido when he is turning around to confront him. Then, his mink electricity runs through the heavy sword, frying Kaido too, paralyzing him and delaying his response to the next move. It's when Hector takes his left hand from the handle of the sword and pulls back to Galaxy Punch Kaido in the face, mailing him on the ground with that strike. Hector takes distance to another huge attack, but he stops when the whole battlefield becomes a mess of a storm. Kaido probably creating a curtain to hide the next attack. Hector narrows his eyes and jumps to dodge a fire breath that swipes around him. Swipes. He wants me to jump. Hector guesses right, he looks behind to see Kaido's huge form behind him, already attacking with his kanabo. Kosan's Ragnaraku. Kaido shouts. This one will put me in a bad spot. Hector thinks while the attack approaches his defenseless back. But who is Hector? Even without his body, he is still a battle genius. He didn't take the assimilation for granted. He lived them, meditated, and trained every day to really incorporate the battle experiences of his cards into himself. The results are showing. Instead of turning around completely, he uses the flat side of his heavy sword like a fan and swings in front of himself. The wind generates and pushes him in Kaido's direction. His leg connects with Kaido's solar plexus and he dodges the attack on one simple move. Differences in height between characters can give advantages and disadvantages to the two sides. Kaido has more range, but that means if Hector enters in a certain zone, the zone between Kaido's torso and elbow will make it hard for him to attack Hector. Hector just entered exactly on this perfect spot. Kaido is defenseless. He spins around himself using Kaido as leverage and is already swinging his sword at the man's head. Dawnbreaker mode. He repeats and swings heavily. Kaido saw the future, saving him from having his skull completely obliterated when he pulled his chin back. The golden slash flies to the sky, cutting the clouds and making people think dawn has come already from some instance. Hector kicks Kaido again and prepares the finishing blow while he is off balance. Not only that, Kaido's future sight is also in cooldown after he just used so that is the moment, blurred. Until is not. Hector bleeds from all the orifices on his head. Blood cascades from his mouth like a waterfall while his eyes widen and his face pales. His body jerks a little and he needs to stop the attack. What happened? He murmurs, voice drowned by his own blood, oh, but Hector is still with a calm person. His face becomes stony even though he is bleeding all over. He calmly pats his own body and checks himself. Without my powers is hard to guess, but multiple organ failures. I think my heart is exploding. He thinks with a hand over his chest. His Sulong transformation slowly recedes while he looks at his hands, purple veins are visible under his pale and slightly cracking skin. Mana poisoning. Is that a thing? I'm an imbecile. He sighs, allowing another waterfall of blood to cascade from his lips. Normally body and mind need to be in synchrony. Too much of one can lead to troubles, it's a common trope when the mortal vessel can't withstand a godlike possession. But this was just another of Hector's bodies, something extremely compatible with his own soul. Yes, but is a one-piece body. A warrior body. He thought because magic comes from the soul he didn't need to make a proper vessel. Making a warrior body with a mage soul would be the strongest combination. The problem is that during the battle, his soul was constantly pouring mana on this unfit body. If it's aura, nen, chakra, maybe it would withstand for more time. Well, living and learning. Hector thinks calmly while keeping his body from collapsing. So that's why some worlds have magic conduits and magic veins. I see. I'm too spoiled with the body given by the essence. In the end, it's all a test drive. This body has an expiration date anyway. Different from common belief thanks to the banalization of clones. It's incredibly hard to create one. Vlones seldom are perfect, only inheriting partial characteristics, especially from people with powers. It's common for the bodies not to support it. It's a fact that Laura Kinney is the 23rd tried to clone Wolverine, and she was more of a daughter because they used a woman to conceive her. Clones have a low lifespan too. Hector keeps them in suspended animation, if not he would need to get rid of them weekly. And to bypass these limitations is very common for the creators to mix the clones with cybernetic enhancements, like Reed and others did with a clone of Thor during the First Civil War. Oi, are you okay? You're gonna die at this rate. Kaido asks with a frown, he does not like it. Hey, don't worry, Hector waves him off, but I only have fuel on this body for one last attack, so. Hector poses again with his heavy sword over his shoulder. Very well, I want to end this in the best way possible. Kaido readies his kanabo too. This time Kaido is the one taking the initiative, his jump on the air from momentum, or maybe he wants to Hector give his all on his attack without worry. Afraid of him dropping dead if he gives a step. Kosan's Ragnaroku. Kaido attacks with everything he has. Eclipse mode. Blood bursts from Hector's wounds, but his face is calm. His sword enlarges and he encounters Kaido's attack without any tricks. Boom. The clash is blinding to any bystander. Light, wind, and dirt. The whole roof of Onigashima was a mess starting by the epicenter. Huff asterisk when the dust settles Kaido is on his knees, wounds all over his body and breathing heavily. He appears to be on his last legs, but knowing the guy in this world he will be at 100% in some days. Hector on the other hand is in a worse shape. There's blood all over his body while he remains unmoved, if he gives a step he will really collapse, but he laughs, it's my victory. I'm standing. Dying standing. Haha, he says to Kaido before the laugh makes his body literally become dust. I don't feel so good. And I hope this will be the last time. Kaido narrows his eyes a little but laughs too afterward. Wororo. You won this battle, but in the end, I survived to win the war again. He laughs/cries to the sky after throwing himself on his back. He just stays lying on the ground for some time. Till something drops from the sky. Boom. Stop acting cool. I'm starting to like you. He hears the familiar voice approaching from the falling point, will become hard for me to kill you tonight. Kaido's eyes widen seeing Hector emerge from the dust and stopping close to him. How? Hector looks down on him and smiles. Well, how to explain? I have the power to create a body that is a weaker version of myself and control it like a puppet. Hence why that body fail. I was using too much power. Hector explains while looking at the sky and scratching his chin. You can be proud of yourself for making me use too much power. He praises. Hector then goes to copy the original dragon devil fruit and heal Kaido. I would give me a B-. I received too much unnecessary damage. I didn't adapt faster enough to the difference in stats and the lack of certain powers, especially at the passive ones. Hector says to Kaido and himself, I didn't use Arthur Luine Dragon Ether mode too, but that body wouldn't handle it anyway. What are you doing? Kaido asks while feeling his strength coming back. Healing you to one last round. Hector answers without a care. Are you mocking me? No. This is out of character to me too, man. Hector shrugs, but this needs a proper ending. You didn't use everything too, right? Hector finishes copying the devil fruit and curing Kaido and turns his back to the Yonko. He moves away a little and takes Odin 2 katanas. When you're ready. He says slowly and stands on his spot. Kaido slowly stands up with gritted teeth. Are you Joy Boy? Hell no. Kaido didn't say anything more before he jumped high in the sky and started flying to the clouds while in his dragon form. Hector remains unmoved. He is not worried about Kaido running away. He is sure that a man like Kaido would never do that. People in this world think differently from someone like him who came from a modern world. You wanted to die, right? Hector murmured to himself while looking up to the clouds where Kaido disappeared, but you don't want to simply kill yourself and be done with it. You want a death full of meaning. It's like how Itachi said once to Kisame. The clouds start churning. You envy Old Man Whitebeard because his death restarted the pirate era. It's an incredible death. You want something like that too. Die to Joy Boy. Hector guesses. He starts putting a stance when he sees an orange dot appear on the clouds. The best I can do for you, Kaido. It to guarantee that your death will free the people of Wano and start a new era in this country. The orange dot grows big. You are dying in the hands of the strongest, Kaido. He shouts at him. Kaido finally emerges from the clouds. Kane Daiko. His dragon form is enveloped in a giant dragon construct of fire many times bigger than himself. Kaido descends upon Hector. His attack will be enough to turn Onigashima into cinders. And Luffy won against that. What type of world do you want to create, the devil? Kaido asks while descending at high speed. The answer is too big to the moment, you bastard. Hector puts an Odin stance, but a world where everyone has at least a chance is a good start. They finally clash. Beyond being visually breathtaking, there's no suspense. Kaido is sliced into 4 parts by Hector. People of Wano and Onigashima. Cortana's voice is transmitted over all places. The duel between Kaido and Hector has ended. On Hector's absolute victory. The screen finally clears to show Hector's back while he holds his 2 katanas at the side, Kaido's corpse in front of him, and sparks slowly raining from the sky like fireflies. He turns to look at the camera and gives a thumbs up. Told ya. You all can shout now. And everyone obeys, shouting to the sky in celebration. Next day. Outskirts of the flower capital. On the previous night, everything ended as Hector expected. From his side, the number of deaths is kept at a minimum. Mostly old and sick people died with some exceptions. On the Beast Pirates side, roughly 15,000 are alive, with varying ranges of injuries. The small amount of deaths can be attributed to the people of this world being very durable, and when the people of Wano's side fought, they didn't have the time to double tap when they were being ganged up by more people. Right now, these survivors of the Beast Pirates are all receiving the defeated treatment on a huge open field outside the flower capital. They're on their knees, with their hands and feet tied. All lined up submissively while the people of Wano watches. There's a huge stage between them. The occupants of the stage are the key people of the war. The Red Scabbards, the Whitebeard Pirates, Rayleigh, Hiyori, Hyogoro Yamato, and others. So Princess Hiyori is truly alive. What a blessed day this is. Someone in the crowd of the Wano people exclaims. She was Kamirasaki this whole time, just for thinking how much she endured. I. An old lady cries out. The Scabbards are truly alive. And many other related comments. But, aren't those people pirates like Kaido? Someone asks, pointing to the pirate group. Idiot, they are old companions of Odin-sama. Someone shouts. Oh. There's good and bad pirates. The buzz sound is loud right now, so many people talking and guessing. But everyone shuts up instantly and instinctively when the man appears and starts walking slowly on the stairs of the stage. Hector is doing his cool walk where he puts a hand off his sleeve and lets it be supported on the opening of his torso. In his mind, this is the cool way to walk around when using traditional Japanese clothing. Siko that is following closely behind shakes her head in amusement. Seeing him act cool on the outside and still have these childish thoughts amuses her. Hector arrives at the front of the stage and pauses. No one says anything while he lets the silence stretch. At some point, the situation grows tense. Nice weather, huh? He finally opens his mouth but says something ridiculous. Siko facepalms while people widen their eyes while other laughs. The laughs get contagious and eventually, everyone is laughing. Siko understands where this comes from, the famous opening joke, to make people relax. What she doesn't know is that is a pretty similar way of acting on another someone that these people like. Odin never liked super formal things. Anyway, shut up for a bit, and let me make my speech. Hector says rudely. But people don't take this to heart and laugh a little. So. Before we celebrate the fire festival. Let's solve the problems first. Mainly these guys. Hector points to the crowd of Kaido's former subordinates. This makes people adopt expressions of anger on their faces. Kill them. Hang them. Boil them. A cacophony of shouts goes on and Hector lets them vent up. Luffy never needed to deal with the aftermath. He sighs on his mind. I refuse. Hector shouts interrupting them and before they can shout in protest he says, I'm not gonna slaughter 15,000 prisoners. I mean, I can. But I don't wanna. My karma will go downhill. He makes a disgusted face, so I was thinking of letting them work to revert their damage on the land of Wano. What about that? Hector asks. Well. Sounds reasonable. Someone says. Yeah, killing 15,000 defeated people doesn't sound honorable. Hector-sama has a good plan. Hector let them comment. I see that almost everyone is on board with it. Later I will narrow down the ones that committed the most heinous crimes between them and get rid of them. Now. Hector turns to the crowd of the beast pirates. I want all of you guys to accept me as your new captain. He jumps off the stage and stays in front of the higher-ups like the All-Stars and the Tobarapo. What? I will absorb you all on my Yonko crew. Or better, Yamato will create the Neo-Beast Pirates and you guys will be subordinates of my, Hell Pirates. Hector thinks on the spot. Yeah, I don't wanna. Yamato, who is on stage, whines. Do this for me. Hector turns to her. Fine. Yamato agrees easily. Well, that's it. You are all my subordinates, okay. Hector turns to the pirates. Kill me. King says slowly with his face down. Sure, boss. I will be the best subordinate that you can ask for. Queen answers easily. Jack keeps himself silent. On the Tobarapa's side, only Altai says something. Like hell, I will be your subordinate. Go kill yourself, you bastard. I want Kaido-sama. You will never be Kaido-sama. Altai shouts and tries to fight her restraints. Well, time for the example to be made. Hector's face goes cold, and the air together with it. He raises his hand on the air and from the distance Kaido's kanabo flies to his hand. It's a little comical how he is holding it, his hand can't even close around that ring on the handle. Without saying a word, Hector lowers the giant kanabo in Altai, turning her into a bloody paste on the ground. Some people shout at the display. Are you confusing my kindness for weakness? Hector asks in a low voice, but nonetheless, sends shivers down the spine of everyone present. Grovel at my feet for this second chance, bitch. Altai. Page 1, Altai's brother shouts, you basta dash, Pucci. He was smeared on the ground too. Like a gory and bizarre game of whack-a-mole, Hector moves to the All-Stars and turns Queen and Jack into the mist of blood too. I like you, King. I know if you surrender, will be for real. Any chance you will do it? Hector asks, the giant kanabo raised in the air by his arm. No. King answers resolutely. Too bad, Pucci. Hector moves back to the Tobarapo, any objection? Who's who, Sasaki and Black Maria say nothing. Hector with his powers can't feel disloyalty from them for now, but can't feel loyalty either. Only fear and acceptance. Good. He nods to himself, I have 2 months, I will kill the rebellious one after using them as work mules. He starts walking again to the front, this time turning to the people of Wano. Despite that, their crimes can't be easily forgotten. So that they can start anew, some punishment must be delivered. What are you guys thinking about it? He asks. Not even 1 second after his words left his mouth, many suggestions were shouted. Whipped. That's a good idea. Fast and clean. Hector considers a particular suggestion and removes a 7-pronged whip from his inventory. How many lashes though? Some more discussions went through, but they ended up settling with one unique lash, seeing which is a 7-pronged whip. Well, Doji wants to make the honors. Hector turns to the fat and pink-haired red scabbard and offers the whip. Will be my pleasure. Ashura Doji answers. At the same time, Hector pulls a random beast pirate from the crowd and puts him ahead of the crowd. The random beast pirate withers under the hateful gazes of the people of Wano. Well, if you survive this one you are good. Doji pulls his arm back and goes to deliver a strong blow. The whip snaps, cutting the air, and hits the back. Hector's back. Faster than anyone could see, Hector exchanged places with the pirate. Hector-san. Doji asked, shocked. The others on the stage rise too. Hiyori puts her hand in front of her mouth, Siko stands up fast too but stops herself from intervening. Thankfully Hector didn't bring Makia here. If not. That is one. Continue. Hector says like it was nothing. At some point, he removed his upper clothes and stayed unmoved with his arms crossed. 7 red marks start slowly appearing on his back. Hector-san. Doji asks again. I say continue. There's still 14.999 to go. Hector answers with a stony face. You can't receive the punishment for them. Denjiro intervenes. Obviously, I can. I'm the leader now. So it's my responsibility. Hector answers as a matter of fact. It's not your fault. Someone in the crowd says weakly, but Hector snaps and shouts at them. Obviously it is. First rule of leadership. Everything is my fault. He silences them. These pieces of shit are my people now, so I will take the full responsibility. Hector points back with his thumb. These trashes can't survive a strike. They still need to repent. They still need to continue living. Hector says. He turns to Doji again, now. Continue. The same strength. Hector adds. I can't. Ashura Doji trembles. Don't be a pussy. I can support you, weak as strikes like is nothing. This is a punishment for you too. Your arm will tire before me. It took a lot of convincing, but eventually, Ashura Doji restarted the lashes. 1, 2, 10, 20, 100, 1,000. The sound of the whip cracking on the air and hitting Hector's flesh is the only sound heard, even though thousands and thousands of people are present. The display is heart-wrenching. At some point, the whip really breached Hector's skin, and blood started flowing in every blow. Almost everyone is crying. The women clenching their chests. Even Rayleigh and others look solemn. He can understand the hidden intentions, but it doesn't make it easier. Siko doesn't avoid her gaze even if she wants, even if she knows that this much is nothing. Halfway through, Doji got tired and switched with Denjiro. Hector remained still the whole process, not making a sound or moving a millimeter. The sun eventually goes down. The sky gets red. It appears that even the sky is bleeding with Hector. The scene is so strong. His back is bare flesh at this point, even some bones being visible here and there. 14.000, 14.001, 14.002, and goes on. Even the beast pirates are touched by the display. They are united by strength. This act starts sprouting some seeds of loyalty on them. At some point, the people start to make a countdown. This will end with the 15.000 strikes, even though the number is not exact. No one cares. The point was made. The people of Wano's hate for the beast pirates is forgotten at this point. And the last one is the slowest. The whip dances in the air and strikes Hector's back almost pathetically. Denjiro is covered in sweat and has some tears in his eyes too. Phew, that's a good massage. Hector rolls his bloody shoulder and smiles broadly at them. Is all that really necessary? Siko asks with a frown at the privacy of a room. She is looking at Hector's healing back while she sits on the ground behind him. You, from all people, must know that this much is nothing. Hector starts saying, facing away from Siko. Liar. You lowered your defenses with whatever means you have. You can heal, but must have hurt nonetheless. Siko interrupts him while tracing her fingers above the angry wounds on his back. Hector can't argue against that, it was necessary. He finally says, people in this world are very emotional. A display like that united them a little. Made them forget they hate a little. If they still hold a heavy grudge or even act against the beast pirates, it's like pissing on my sacrifice. They are nice like that. Hector explains. All this for the enemy. All this for the future. Working hands are a limited resource. This little act of mine created a path to they walk together in the future. After I'm not here anymore. Hector says. Once again Siko is a little flabbergasted at Hector's charisma and methods. He moved the hearts of dozens of thousands of people today. She would not be surprised if they worship the ground where he walks now. The world is not his yet because he doesn't want. She thinks. She helps Hector bandage his torso completely. Are you not gonna heal yourself completely? She asks. Nah. Pain is a good reminder that I'm playing with people's lives and emotions. He says. Siko gives him a somewhat helpless glance, you're not the monster you think you are. The door of the room where the two are staying slides open, and Hector leaves it to stumble on someone. Hiyori. Shouldn't you be enjoying the festival? Hector looks down on the princess of the country. She needs to start acting like one. After all, there are 2 years before Momonosuke and the rest of the scabbards appear. Hector feels a little guilty by the fact his actions dumped a lot on her small shoulders. Everyone is waiting for you, Hector-sama. She says fast and. How are your injuries? She asks, stuttering a little. Hector looks down to see a small compartment in her hands. The smell denounces that is some sort of ointment to wounds. I will survive. I'm tough. He smiles at her. Is that so? She looks at him, still worried. Please. I'm so strong that I need to relax my mind and think about nothing to allow these guys to hurt me. You as their princess should put them in a strict training regime. Hector jokes. Despite herself, she laughs a little. The situation turns a little awkward because she is blocking the path, without even noticing it. Hector starts saying. Oh. I'm sorry. She exclaims, I brought you some. She stumbles with her words, flustered. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hector interrupts her embarrassment by grabbing her hands and gently taking the ointment from her hands. Hiyori looks up mesmerized at him and Hector simply smiles gently, while still holding her hand. Ahem. Siko interrupts the two and stares at them with a deadpan face. Well. The MVP needs to start the party apparently. Hector gives the two a wry smile before speed walking away. For some reason, he is missing fighting Kaido. He didn't even look back to see how the two were looking at each other. The following days are hard. For some reason, the position of interim shogun fell on Hector's hands. But he doesn't mind, it's on his plans nonetheless. Now that I decide to save them, I'm going all the way and taking responsibility. He said. He needs to reconstruct the cities, restore the environment, cure the victims of Smile, and deal with the corrupt officers and traitors. He has been busy. But he didn't complain one a bit. To him, it's a small training to the day he has his own contract/planet/empire. Isn't the reason he goes to these worlds using travel ticket to train and practice in certain things? But right now, he is in a little of a strange situation. He is completely still, his mind blue-screened, and the tea that he was drinking falling from his mouth like a waterfall. Say what? He asks. Hector-sama. Could you please marry me and give me a child? Hiyori asks, blushing. An. Baby mama number 2. Will our MC spread his seed through the omniverse? Will he accept it? I'm still hasn't decided. It's just a vacation trip without strings, Hector. Till next time. By the way, my observation hockey was sharp and Bonnie is really a 12-year-old. The FBI will never catch me. Chapter 72, Extra, Learn about powers with AMC. Hector, thanks for healing my depression. Shago, I just let you squeeze my boobs, conversation before going to the One Piece world. Sup. Short chapter to explain certain things and interactions. It's like a patch note. Tried to not make boring. I personally like info dumps, but seeing that some don't like and would take a good chunk of a chapter. And to make things clear to the future. Now, enjoy. The events of this chapter happened at some point in the past in the world of One Piece. Third-person POV boom crash. A big explosion reverberates in an isolated area of the sea, the huge sound travels far, together with the sound of breaking glass. Na object is propelled at a distance, skidding through the surface of the water like a pebble being made to bounce on it. Okay. I should have put more thought into that. Hector deadpans while he hits the surface of the water a record number of times before finally stopping after hitting the shore of an island. That's uncharacteristically reckless of you, master. Cortana comments on his mind. I know. But I went super carefully and everything appeared to be under control till was not. Hector answers while removing his upper body from the sand. He looks at his hand to see the incredible sight of his fingers bleeding. Not only that, the skin of the tip of his fingers appears to have been peeled off, a hint of white bones appearing underneath all the blood and mingled flesh. Hector holds back his regeneration to stare at this mess. He feels like he kinda deserves it. The reason for all this is that he was testing the limits of the recent powers he acquired. Pushing them beyond. The crux of the question is. The powers that Hector recently acquired are weaker than him. He went to the JoJo world and is now in the One Piece world, he is like a god in these worlds and he went there to acquire hacks. To have more tools under his utility belt. But the body is the medium to these powers. So Hector's strong body can push these powers to heights that the original users could never dream of or simply lack the creativity to use. Like, the Tremor fruit of Whitebeard, the power that Hector tested just now. Tremor my ass. More like space fruit. Not on the level of space manipulation, but allows the user to interact with space at least. A space interaction power. Whitebeard is just a simple guy that punches things that never went creative with it. Hector mutters. The idea came while he tested the known super moves of the said power. Like the ability to grab the space and tilt the horizon a little. The confirmation came when Hector flew off the planet to punch in the vacuum of space using this power. There are no molecules to vibrate there. And even so, a tiny crack appeared when Hector punched. Using the same strength, a 2-meter crack should have appeared on the ground level, but on the vacuum, only a crack of a length of 1 inch appeared. Almost pathetic, but appeared. Then Hector thought about many uses, the first that came to mind would be the ability to mess with teleportations and portals. Maybe even interact with them like Saitama did while fighting Garu. Then his Chu-Uni brain remembered those cool scenes where the physically strong characters grabbed the air and tore it open like a window, opening a rift in space. And this is what led to the present moment after he tried to imbue his fingers with the fruit power and open a hole in space by tearing it open. Trying to open the fabric of reality like a curtain. Don't try to create singularities at a whim, master. Cortana admonishes. But it's so cool. He almost pouts while finally letting his fingers heal. He stretches his healed hands again, making a grab motion of the air. The air molds like jello on his grasp. To him is not much, but on the horizon, the sea churns, huge waves start to grow, ready to burst, and the clouds swirl to the ground. It's hard to distinguish where the sea and sky start and end. Hector lets go of the air, the sea explodes. Fish and water fly everywhere, the clouds go back to the sky too fast, and a hurricane is formed in a split of second but can't be sustained by itself and disappears. A storm also starts forming but disappears after rain for some minutes. Hector pauses and lies down on the beach with his hands behind his head. So this is the life of the strong, huh? When a simple wave of a hand can cause that much destruction. It's a very suffocating lifestyle. He mutters. Whatever, next point. Hector suddenly says, energized. Beyond testing the changes in potency of these powers when used by Hector's strong body, there is also the need to verify the interaction of certain powers in a universe different from their origin. Most of the time that was not a worry because the powers mostly affect Hector or create small changes, but what about certain high-level concepts? The world. Hector says under his breath. It happened in an instant. The world gains a slight shade of gray and everything stops moving in a certain range of Hector. A nerf. No. It's more complicated than that. He says to himself, in truth, this is the best-case scenario. He smiles when the time stop effects wear off. Hector noticed that he didn't stop time of everything, but just in a certain, rather, large range around him. I don't feel the power weaker than when I used it in the JoJo world. This only means one thing. The JoJo universe helps its own powers and that buff is not working here. That's the true power of the world. He rightly assumes. Thinking about it, it's a little ridiculous that a city-level vampire can stop the time of the entire universe. The power scaling is going crazy. He puts a hand under his chin to think. Dr. Manhattan once said that the universe is likely written in a computer code and magic is when someone exploits that scraps. So in the world of JoJo must have something like a stand, the world, equals, range, 0 are less than or equal to infinity, / field, universal. He guesses. The world is part of the universe law, so it's on the code to work that way. It's similar to the Infinity Stones. They are like Game Master keys to the code of creation. Powers that affect concepts like time, reality, and soul would be considered viruses. They could really mess up things, so it's not surprising that it didn't work as intended. But it's good enough that the world is not being completely rejected and turned useless like the Infinity Stones when they are in another universe. In truth, creating a time stop bubble is good. Imagine using this power and stopping time on all the universe and the GM, read Living Tribunal, come to slap me away of existence. He laughs mirthlessly. This nerf, in truth, will allow Hector to use the power not only as a last measure. He uses the world, again, paying more attention and trying to create a smaller bubble. His heightened senses allow him to hear the sound effects and see the time shockwave expanding to stop time around him. That's cool. And the smaller the bubble, the longer the duration of the time stop. Makes sense. He thinks while observing. Being capable of creating a time stop bubble of any size is good news. All thanks to his good control and periodic training. He makes more tests with other similar powers. This travel also has this objective, because there's no higher being here to watch him. Well, that's interesting. But too bad. He comments after coming back from a trip around the multiverse of One Piece. Using D4C, he went to check the works of a multiverse. Watch everything clearly to deepen his understanding. It was an eventful and fruitful trip, but he couldn't find a universe with a more advanced timeline. TCH. So I really can't have Kanjuru's fruit. Whatever. I thought he would be like Marvel. But all are the exact same. He visited 33 universes and there's literally no change on them. Maybe he didn't visit enough, maybe he is unlucky, or maybe D4C prioritizes universes closer to the one that is the starting point. I remember really going far to search for a universe with the same signature as those alternative versions of the X-Men that we met on Limbo. I hope it was the right one. He thinks for an instant before moving on to the next topic. Now. About the fruits. The Moa Moa no Mi, more fruit, is a miss. Hector sighs regretfully but is not that annoyed. Everything is on his expectations and as a pessimistic guy, he always waits for the worst-case scenario. The Moa Moa no Mi is a non-canonical devil fruit that can be considered one of the most broken of the series. Capable of multiplying the size of any object 100-fold and even the speed of the user. And is theorized that can increase other stats 100-fold too. If this power worked properly on Hector would be game over. But as expected, a power from a lower world couldn't keep up with Hector's physical prowess. The man is literally stronger than this universe. His speed isn't exactly multiplied by 100 as advertised. There's a cap after reaching a certain point. It's like a beginner's skill that can't keep up with a high-level character. At this point, you need to learn the superior version. Hector says while trying to calculate how much his speed increases while using the power. If it's like this, then the same will happen if I unlock the ability to multiply my strength. Instead of a 100x actual STR, it's more like 100x limit OP STR plus actual STR. What would not be so bad actually? What are the limits of strength here again? Whitebeard. Gaining the strength of 100 Whitebeards is okay too. And my body probably can't handle 100 times my power either. I would be like Deku. And the power will evolve. At some point we'll reach the point of singularity with my body. And there's power boost cards too. He shrugs. Hector then decides to try something. He gives a step and blurs away, starts speeding around the island. He then increases his speed, boosting it. Then he stops the boosts, slowing down. Then he uses gear shift. He continues like that, changing gears and boosts. His movements are completely ridiculous. It looks like a glitch video game character. He doesn't need to apply force to stop his momentum and change speed. Completely breaking the laws of physics. But what is powers if not breaking the laws of physics? Or at least manipulating it? That alone is worth all. He says after pausing, fighting me must be a nightmare. He sits on the ground again. And about the Logias. Hector raises his two hands, they shine in a golden light. I think light would be the only one that is minimally effective, but even so. He says while doing some tests. While Logia users can be considered invincible in this world, beyond in certain circumstances, that was far from truth to Hector. And the ability to become untouchable, it's not that appealing to him. Going in layers, like in many media, the elements would have some weaknesses easily exploitable. And the material would even be weaker than his own body. Why would he turn his body into something weaker than him and with an obvious weakness? Turning into sand so that water can neutralize him. Or fire turn him into glass. Even lightning, which is not a physical thing, has a weakness. So, observing the options, only light would be a good alternative. But even light isn't completely safe. He wouldn't put to the side the chance of some energy projection attacks from Marvel being capable of hitting him while he is made of light. During the fight against Thor, to teleport the Mjolnir away, he turned his arm into mist. The power and electricity of Thor's attack were enough to pulverize the mist, breaking the molecules and destroying his arm. Even when mist should have been something untouchable. Much better to simply tank with my body then. He concludes, if necessary I just need to open spaces on my body so that the attack can go through. Or simply use Kitty's intangibility. He decides. It's important to decide beforehand because Hector has a problem. He has too many options. The infinity choices can maybe make him freeze in indecisiveness. Like Gojo Satoru once said, it's ironic, isn't it? When granted everything you can't do anything. So he is already putting on his mind how he will act in the future in those scenarios. He is an overthinker. Thinks too far ahead, about all possibilities, using his knowledge of the fictional world to create simulations and put himself in these situations. There's also the Yami Yami no Mi, darkness fruit. Hector says remembering something he heard in his other life. About a certain nerf that the author himself gave to the fruit. The darkness fruit is a Logia, but different from the other Logias, it didn't make the user untouchable. In truth, it's the opposite. It sucks everything, even attacks. Now. This is the canon version. In a certain guidebook, Oda confessed that the original draft of the darkness fruit would be very ridiculous. He commented that the darkness fruit would act exactly like the other Logias but with something more. Beyond being untouchable, it would absorb/eat the attacks, like an abyss, and return it, maybe even stronger. The attacks would sink on the user's body and he would be capable of reflecting it. Oda commented that this would make Blackbeard strong enough to solo the three admirals. Eventually, the idea didn't pass and the fruit is nerfed, but with power boost cards. Maybe I can upgrade it to the earlier versions envisioned by the author himself. Hector comments. Now he just needs to wait till his body strengthens the power at the limit before using the power boost cards to test his theory. And he is becoming even more difficult to deal with. Later. Crunch crunch. Hector eats some snacks while watching a simulation battle between All Might and Garp. The two are in their prime. As expected, Garp still takes it. But All Might is giving a lot of trouble. He comments while taking a sip from his drink, now, what if All Might awaken all the quirks in one for all? He restarts the battle simulation. Is there a point in doing that, Master? You can already calculate those situations in your mind. Cortana asks curiously. Slurp, well, I'm a sucker to power scaling. He admits, and now that I have the chance of really know who can beat who even when they're from different animes. I will make death battle simulations, yes ma'am. Okay then, if you're having fun. She concedes. You act like that, but did you know that Goku can beat most anime versus unironically? With the exceptions of people like Featherine, Hajuin, and Madoka. It's stated that if you have enough ki you can defend yourself from hacks with it. So yeah, Goku that is hundreds of times stronger than his version of the Saiyan Saga, that can already destroy the earth, would indeed beat your favorite mountain level guy with the power to do some bullshit. Like Wonder of You, many Sternritters, and the list goes on. Hector says like a nerd. Anyway, this gave me an idea. I plan to watch a simulation battle between All Might if he could learn Haki and Garp, but I will do that later. Hector jumps to his feet and moves away. By the way, All Might would absolutely have Conqueror's Haki. He adds, raises his finger. Hello, Virgo. Hector greets the men bound in a table with a smile. The ex-subordinate of Doflamingo glares at him, asking himself why he is still alive. Law cut him and won the battle, he would only need to cancel his power to kill him. But Hector discreetly saved the guy for certain experiments, after all, he is scum. Well, I would like you to use your full body armament Haki now. Hector smiles at him. Virgo only glares at him. I'm trying to be nice here, you know. If you do what I'm telling you to do, I will finally kill you. Hector says generously. Virgo only spats in his direction. Hector narrows his eyes, but his smiles widen inversely proportional. Hey, it appears that you assume that you still have the luxury of choice. He laughs before touching the head of Virgo. His head unfurls like a book to Hector. Heaven's Door. You know. I have a power called Forced Power Activation. It's a trump card where I can force people on contact to activate their powers at my will. Hector explains while passing the pages on Virgo's face, the thing is Haki depends on will, so controlling you with mind control would mess my experiment so. He raises a pen and starts writing on Virgo. He scribbles the man's history and mind, and writes new things before finally closing his face. That's probably one of the most fucked up things I've ever done. He comments, Virgo, use full body armament Haki. Like a robot, Virgo obeys him. Hector hums to himself before touching Virgo's face again. Oh. OOH. He smiles in surprise, haha. So Haki is really effective against other powers beyond the devil fruit ones. I knew that something was weird while fighting Big Mom. He exclaims. But it's only like 5 to 10% effective. Is it because it's not programmed to work in powers out of this universe? Must be it. Hector puts a hand on his chin. Even so. If I have a strong enough Haki, I can have a fight chance against any type of hacks. The names are even similar. Using willpower to resist powers is not that weird in the Omniverse, or even using your own vitality and physical strength either. All Might resisted a lot of weird powers from All for One with his physical prowess alone. Saitama and Garu too. The Viltrumites can resist even atomic manipulation thanks to their body structure and bioelectric aura. He paces around the room thinking. Haki is a surprisingly unfair power system, but still too low level. Can I really bring it to a level that would be effective against strong powers out there? Try to see the difference. Hector says to Cassandra and Seiko before pointing his finger to a boulder close. Right now, they're on a desert island. And Hector is giving them some lessons. Hector repeats the word bang 5 times and 5 identical holes appear on the boulder at a distance. Seiko and Cassandra look at the holes the size of his finger, totally identical. Any difference on them? Hector asks again. You use different techniques, right? Seiko jumps to the conclusion. Yes, one is an advanced form of Shingon, another is a mana bullet, another is using an electromagnetic pulse, another is with aura, another is a metapower. It's good that you noticed the difference in techniques. Now, any difference in the result? No. Seiko shakes her head. Exactly. The lesson here is that by using many methods we can accomplish the same result. So there's no need for you to delve deeply into many disciplines. You can study them, to know how to battle them. But it's a waste of time. He says. You do it. Cassandra points at Hector. Yes, but I'm different. I'm not saying that I'm better, Cassandra. You're a martial genius too. I bet you can learn all these battle power systems easily, but it would be time-consuming when you could instead become the best in something else, and... There's another issue. Another. Seiko turns to him. I think the more common term used would be chi deviation. But is basically the conflict of different energies inside your body. My body is special. A cheat really, so it's not a problem with me. But even I don't risk learning and awakening many types of inner powers left and right. I learned them that way, but the rest I waited for at least a card to assimilate. Hector explains. One of the reasons Hector decided to assist first-time characters like Tsunade and the others instead of trying to replicate the Nen method. So that the different energies in his body didn't clash. But we learned from you. Haki, Nen, Chi. Seiko nods, understanding. Yes. Maybe will not be so bad, many of these powers are a derivative of the same thing. Vitality, mental power, aura. These things everyone has. He shrugs, but who knows? There are some worlds of martial arts that people train many types of chi. Mirim, they called themselves. Fire chi, peach blossom chi, virtuose chi, sword chi, etc., etc. They can die if they mix different types of chi. And pay attention, that is on the same world, Imagine different power systems from different universes. Cultivation systems. They nod at him. He continues, hockey is very useful and then very versatile. They are good starting disciplines. Don't worry, I will help you guys in the future or simply give you a card. By the way, are you focusing on Hammon? He asks them. A little. Siko says. Cassandra raises her hand to show a yellow aura around her hand. Not that appealing to use with a sword. Hector asks Siko after patting Cassandra's head. Siko nods. I can understand, learning swordsmanship here in this universe must be more interesting. I just remembered that the universe where the breathing techniques originated is very similar to the universe where Hammon originated. So maybe, Hammon is not that different from the sun breathing and maybe you can learn it if you study Hammon. Just saying. Hector explains. Siko nods and puts more thought into it. Now Siko, you must have understood the ridiculous of the swordsmanship here. Even without hockey, they can send flying slashes. Yes, converging their own vitality/stamina in some sort of sword aura. With time and training, they can exteriorize it. Siko comments. It's similar to Nen, but not as versatile. As expected. I think those things come from your lifestyle, you know. How so? Like. Everyone has stamina and vitality to use, but the ones that can use these with swords dedicated themselves to that. Trained a lot. I think not even Roger can give a slash that can cleanly cut a mountain like my hawk. He continues, it's like your actions, dedication, and state of mind creates a seed that allows you to transform that inner energy in sword chi. There are similar examples in the cultivation worlds and Mirim worlds. Train on volcanoes to have fire chi, be a Buddha to use their techniques, etc., etc. Well, there are exceptions, normally the bullshit MCs that can do everything without specializing in anything. Oh, wait. That's me. Hector thinks. Let me give you an example about this whole lifestyle, fight style thing. Hector sits down, you know, I killed a lot of people. Like dozens of thousands. Hector confess. So beyond all the guilt and all that jazz, I can use these experiences to convert in killing intent and use it on a technique and even on magic. Hector says. To illustrate it, Hector's gaze suddenly hardens. Cassandra and Siko instantly felt shivers. The air appears to solidify and is a little hard to breathe. At a distance it's possible to see birds flying away. Beasts roar, and if they pay attention, some sea creatures create waves as they change routes in fear. Hector's gaze goes back to normal and everything follows suit. See. I didn't use conquerors or Ren. Only killing intent. In some cultivation/Mirim worlds, people really go on the path of slaughter to cultivate. Massacring millions of people to sharpen themselves. Hector says, a strange look on his face while he remembers something. Little flashback. Hector's inner world. Hector's mental projection walks through the vast expanse of still water before he suddenly sinks into the sea of consciousness. He is coming to organize his mind and meditate, to get himself closer to his own assimilations. While his body sinks, an uncountable number of specters swim around him and start attacking him like hungry ghosts. Hector remains unfazed while they pull his hair and clothes and try to claw his flesh out of his bones. Sometimes sucks to have a good memory. He comments while a specter grabs his cheek with a hand. They can't hurt him. In truth, they are his second line of defense in his mind. And they're formed by the memories of all the people he killed. He looks around, recognizing every one of them. There are even some fragments of the wills of people from whom he stole the powers. Enough. He finally says while frowning, and the specters disperse like a shockwave hit them. I only let you guys exist because you all can be useful in the future. He comments before continuing to sink, reaching the depths of his mind. When creating a mental mindscape, using things directly related to you is always the best option. Emma Frost probably has a diamond palace on her mind. Jean must, or will have flames. Even using things like your phobias as mental constructs to defend yourself is useful. Clowns, spiders. Whatever. So Hector uses these memories of dead people as a second line of defense. Remembering that the first line is simply a ridiculously large area to tire the intruder. Back to Hector, Siko, and Cassandra. It's useful in magic too, you know. Hector says, certain spells can be empowered by blood, killing intent, resentment. He comments. If one day he wants, he can use these specters as fuel for some dark magic. I explained to you guys about intent and will while teaching about hockey. Remember that is easy to bring these things when you lived it yourself. Someone who has never killed anyone can have the killing intent because he can have the intention to kill, but will be ridiculously weak compared to someone who lived through the experience. The same with a sword. Someone that has a strong desire, a dream even to be a great swordsman, can have sword chi even if he never touched a sword, but if compared with someone that swings his training sword every day. Hector trails off and doesn't conclude. He remembers of Zoro's childhood while it It's the whole talent versus hard work again. He sighs, I bet some innocent child out there must have the talent to be an incredible assassin even without having killed anyone. But without the will and intent. Will remains only as an untouched potential. This is an example. Maybe Tsukasa will unlock the cooking intent, heh. There's a world where good cooks can hear the voice of ingredients. Your experiences and will mold your path. He let them think about it. By the way, do you guys know that taboos can taint your soul and you can weaponize it too? Taboos can come from the world and from yourself. Let me explain. Hector moves to the next part of the lesson. You really need to live with a clear conscience to progress. To be continued. Hello again. Then we have it. Halfway through writing this fanfic I noticed the difficult imbalance, a multiverse fanfic. I talked about in the past, how an absolute power in a universe won't necessarily be absolute. Giving an example of a lightsaber versus Captain America's shield. It's the whole, unstoppable force against an unmovable object. In this chapter, you guys can see my take on this question. I think I can make a somewhat fair power scaling. I doubt that will please everyone. Many people ahs their own headcanons. It's okay. Just keep in mind that is my take. If you want to give your own opinion about the subject, feel free to do so. First-time writer, after all. This brings me back to some comments in the past. About the unnecessary act of giving my MC power manipulation when he already has the gacha. You know. I thought thrice about it before the travel to the Hero Academia world. I thought about the pros and cons, about the difficulties that will be created in writing. And decided to go for it nonetheless. Why? Because that would be something I would do. So what people will not like? Too overpowered? Lost the way? Whatever. I will treat it as a challenge to myself. Try to keep the story interesting even with a really OP MC. I hope I'm doing okay. Let's enjoy the ride. And it's Marvel. The universe has a big power ceiling. And even if he became too OP, I can end the story and make spin-offs in other universes. Damn, maybe I'm good in this writing thing. Anyway, before you guys ask. There will be the true chapter this week yet. This is a extra. Bye, till next time. Chapter 73, World of Pirates, Part. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. You must understand that there is more than one path to the top of the mountain. Miyamoto Musashi. Recap, in the last chapter Hector finally defeats Kaido and the Beast Pirates to free Wano. But he was confronted with an unexpected question that make him rethink a lot of things. Kazuki Hiyori POV, some days before. I think I'm in love. That can only be the only explanation. I never felt like that and maybe I'm wrong. But it should be something close. I can instinctively feel it. There's this throb in my chest when I think about him and a surprising urge to treat him well so that he has a good impression of my person. I never cared about that before. I, many times, said sweet nothings to stupid and evil men. But if worked, worked. If not, I go to the next. There's no lack of stupid men out there after all. But I never failed, even if I never tried hard. But now I'm nervous about failing to make him like me. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, I only had some talks with him after all. But watching him take those lashes made my heart go to my mouth, I almost could feel the pain too. At that moment I knew that this was not a transitory feeling. Especially when I went to give him some medicine for his back and we talked a little. Just a little talk was enough to confirm my feelings, but there's a problem. Another woman. Busujima Siko is her name. A Wano name but I never heard of her. At that moment I felt like she saw right through me. I think she was his lover, but even so, she only smirked for an instant at me before following Hector-sama like she always does. Was that a display of superiority? A challenge? You look exactly like your mother. I hear an aged voice behind me. Turning around I see the old friend of my father, Rayleigh. Rayleigh-san, right? I'm sorry that I can't recall you very well. I confess regretfully. I know that my family embarked on Roger's ship in the past. Ha ha ha. No problem at all. He laughs, you were just a baby after all. This is a little awkward but I would gladly hear stories of that time, Rayleigh-san. I can't remember anything after all, only that I've been on a ship. I see some sadness flashing through his old eyes. I'm sorry for everything that you've been through, Hiyori. He finally says, it's no excuse, but we only knew about Odin death years after it happened. And everyone was already separated. It was the second saddest day of my life. I bit my lip to hold back my tears. I remember when I was a little. My father was always a strong man who could hold the world on his shoulders. But when he read the news of Roger's execution, he cried like a child. I will never forget that. I remember crying too, even without understanding why. But he smiled too, between the tears. I watched this old and battle-hardened warrior take off his glasses and hold his eyelids. Yes, my father lived a good life if he was loved by so many. A pity was too short. How the problem of getting old is that you leave so many behind. He sighs heavily before looking at me. I can say for sure that Odin and Toki would be proud of the woman you became. And I only heard a little about you. He gives me a warm smile. I nod slowly, once again holding some tears. Words like that coming from people who know my parents always hit deeply. Swish. But we don't have time to continue our talk when a hashi flies in Rayleigh-san's direction like a hidden weapon, but is caught by him between his two fingers effortlessly. Oi oi, save some tears for later. Tonight you should be happy. Hector-sama's voice hits us while he shouts from the distance, below him a huge pot while he cooks something. Odin himself said that there's no need to cry or remember him like that. Just talk about him over a sake cup should be enough. He is surrounded by a lot of people while adding some things to the giant hot pot. Now, come savor my Odin. I'm sure it will make all of you forget how to cry. He exclaims while adding some seasoning by rubbing his fingers strangely. Hayori-sama, come. I took a bowl to you. Kawamatsu calls me, showing me the empty bowl. The rest is around Hector while he finishes his dish, almost in line to taste it. For some reason, that Odin tasted like a happy memory. I have fallen for the right man. After the fire festival, Hector-sama personally visits all of Wano. The decrepit villages, bandits' hideouts, factory slums. He also forced the ex-subordinates of Kaido to apologize to the people there personally. And he, true to his way of taking responsibility, knelt together with them while asking the people of Wano to forgive and try to create something better together. He is more than simply strong. Even if he acts brash, confident, and carefree sometimes, he has that sense of responsibility and acts humble and selfless too. A little like my father when he humiliated himself all these years ago, thinking that Orochi would keep his word. I'm strong, so I can shoulder what you weaklings can't. Hector said to the pirates, but remember that I'm still investigating you all. Better confess your wrongdoing now. When I discover that any of you did something outrageous like mess with women and children. He threatens while looking at them coldly. He at least is not naive like my father. Or maybe the word is optimistic. He must have seen a lot at such a young age. The days passed and he even cleaned the rivers and lands of toxicity and pollution using a green pearl. And even cured the people that are affected by the smiles. This only made him even more loved by the people here, and eventually, the temporary position of shogun fell to him. His annoyed face at that time made me giggle. Foo-foo. So it should be here. Hector-sama says in an area full of debris. The graves of my family and the rest of the red scabbards close to us. Right now we are in the Kuri region, my previous home, and Hector-sama is explaining something of utter importance to us. In more or less 2 years, they should appear here, so this area must be free. He says the Toki Toki no Mi, time fruit, has time-based powers, duh. But is limited to traveling forward in time. You all better than anyone must know that Toki-san is someone from the past. We and the rest look between ourselves. The only ones who truly know everything are my mother and father. Mother never talked much about her power or past. In less than 2 years, huh? What a relief. Denjiro didn't doubt Hector-sama's words and sighs in relief. All of them? Inuarashi asks. Yep. Momonosuke, Kinemon, Kikunajo, Reizo, and the traitor Kenjuro. Hector says heavily. He already revealed this piece of information, but it's still hard to believe, Hector-san. Kawamatsu exclaims. We've been through a lot together. Inuarashi says in a low voice. We ate, fought, and cried together. Nekomamushi adds. Hector-sama on his part shrugs his shoulders. I don't care if you believe in me. When he appears, he should send some animal paints immediately. This can confirm it. I'm not surprised that it's hard to believe. But scrap your brains to remember. The times when the enemy always appears to be one step ahead of you guys. Hector-sama says nonchalantly. Anyway, it's not that weird that you all haven't noticed anything. The guy was a psychopath and an actor. He lived that role wholeheartedly. He would have died with your guys if Orochi hadn't said anything to make him stop. Attitude is the mask of the heart. And someone without a heart can act whatever they want. I know a guy like that. Hector-sama adds while he walks around the place. He appears to be searching or at least waiting for something. Everyone is silent. I think some are already accepting it in their heart, but find it hard to acknowledge it loudly. You know someone like that? I can't help but ask. He turns to me for a moment before going back to stare at a certain point. My sensei. He was an evil guy who saw the whole world as a story where he was the ultimate villain. Similar to how Kenjuro sees the world as his stage, but different from Kenjuro, my sensei had a god complex. This. Strange that someone like that is your sensei. Inuarashi says. Yeah. It's complicated. He doesn't say more about the subject. Oh, found it. Now multiplying, Mr. Blue Sky, and using an illusion to cover them so that everyone can see and with moody blues. I hear him muttering, let's watch how the day went, shall we? He turns to us. I'm wiping my tears again. I've been crying a lot these days. I need to control myself, I'm a samurai, Odin's daughter. Hector just used some power to show an illusion of that night 18 years ago. Poor Momonosuke-sama. Kawamatsu is also crying a little. He suffered too much at such a young age. Nekamamushi can't hold it and cries to the sky. Yes, and he will reappear as a traumatized brat again. So you guys must know what to do, right? Hector-sama intervenes and says strongly. We need to start making a better Wano when Momonosuke-sama inherits the shogunate. Yasui-sama confirms Hector-sama's words with a strong nod. He is not acting like a fool anymore, except with Otoko-chan. We should reform this castle. Hector-sama comments while looking at Kuri below us. A symbol is good to boost morale. We don't have Momonosuke, the male heir, so this should be enough for 2 years. He advises before turning to us. A discussion about the theme develops between them, but an idea suddenly strikes me. No male heir. Kuri. Kuri was the region of my father, of the branch of the Kazuki family that my father created after being exiled. My brother will inherit the position of shogun of all Wano. There's no one to inherit Kuri. I give Hector-sama a side glance while he creates a circle where my brothers and the others will reappear. His illusion showed the exact moment when they simply vanished. But for some reason, Hector-sama's gaze continues to narrow while he looks to a certain empty space close. But I don't care about it now, the idea continues to grow on me, and the more I think about the more sense it makes. I talked with the retainers of the Kazuki family and Yasui-san about my plan. They're the people closer to me and the ones who can give me guidance. Surprisingly, or not so, they agreed that it is a good plan from a pragmatic point of view. And teased me a little when they made sure that it was a good plan from an emotional point of view too. I can't help but blush a little remembering they making fun of me. But I will not cower away from my feelings either, so. I walk alone first to deal with the first barrier. I'm a samurai daughter after all. Busujima-san. I knock on the door. You can enter, Kazuki-san. Her voice comes from inside. Hector-sama group is hosted in a corner of the Shogun Castle in the Flower Capital. It's a small place, but it has a beautiful and calm backyard where he relaxes with his dog and his woman. Their relationship is not a secret to anyone. I enter and see Busujima-san alone. Good. A bonsai. I start with small talk. She was on the porch of the house, sitting in a seiza while tending a bonsai carefully. She chuckles while I sit in front of her. One of these days Hector was planting rice with some old ladies. She starts. I remember that. It was cute seeing him interact with the grandmas. I asked him why he was doing such menial tasks. I mean, he could have planted that in an instant, but he was doing it normally. She cuts a small branch of the bonsai while talking. He didn't answer at that time, only shrugged and continued to listen to the old ladies about how to plant rice appropriately. Later, give me this bonsai. She cuts another branch. I understand now. There's a certain appeal in doing tasks calmly like that. It's like resting, but different from simply lazing around and sleeping. Better. She says with a small smile. Busujima-san is really a beautiful girl. But I think I'm more. HMPF. So Hector-san shouldn't have complaints, right? Right. He is wise beyond his age. I say to her story. Yes, he is. She agrees easily, the best man in the world, and beyond. And he doesn't even notice it. She adores him. I keep my silence while Busujima-san also doesn't make an effort to continue the conversation. She continues to tend to her bonsai, but she doesn't send me away either. I guess it's my turn to bring up the subject. The best way is to be direct. I want to marry him. I reveal. Good luck. She takes her eyes from the small tree for an instant before she nods at me. Is that it? I frown at her. Well. She trails off. Are you asking for permission? Advice. Declaring that you will steal him from me. She looks into my eyes with a dead serious expression. I don't want to steal him. I think. I hope we can come to a consensus, and I don't want to be ungrateful to you two and hurt the two of you. I try to say, but she suddenly laughs. Foo-foo. Ha. Sorry. I was just trying to act like him a little. She smiles broadly. She was teasing me. Let's talk from woman to woman. What are your intentions with my men? She continues with her broad and teasing smile. Right, I practiced it in my head, I want to marry him to secure the Kazuki bloodline. Our child would inherit Kuri dash. No, no, no. She interrupts me, it's okay that you're thinking ahead, and it's good that you're being direct, but this will not work with him. Just say that you like him and don't see yourself with any other men. Isn't this what you're thinking right now? She smiles broadly again. I blush a little for having my thoughts read so easily. Foo-foo. It's not that I'm that good at reading people, it simply makes sense. Again, he is the best man that exists. She once again laughs, a princess of the country he saved asking to marry him. Foo-foo. He walked right on this cliché. You don't appear annoyed by it. If he accepts and he marries me, you would be like a concubine. I was thinking that we could marry him together to avoid it. I say. But she looks at me with a strange expression. Before turning to look at the yard. A concubine, huh? I like this a little. It's hot. Then she turns fast to me, I mean ahem we have a lot to talk about, Kazuki-san. She says, acting more seriously. About what? Well. Sorry to say this, but you're never gonna be the first. She says seriously, doesn't matter if you marry him with an official ceremony and all that. If you can't accept it now, just go away, forget about it, and I will forget that we had this talk. The truth is, you don't know 10% of Hector. And maybe we'll never know. He talked about going away in 2 months, right? It's much deeper than that. How so? Really going away? To never come back? Being sincere, I would like you to succeed in convincing, because it would tie him to this world. He created so many good connections and memories, I think would be a pity that they become just that, memories. She says with a heavy gaze. I don't understand completely, but she doesn't elaborate. This must be some serious secret that only Hector can reveal. Why is he going away? Is that serious? I'm ready to raise our kid alone for years, if necessary, till he comes back. It's not that weird. But never coming back. Never. I can feel my heart shattering. I can't give up so easily like that. I'm okay for him to stay away, I can wait decades for him. But I want him. It appears that you've made your resolve. Busujima-san takes me off my thoughts. Why are you helping me? I finally ask. She is sincerely helping me. She looks at me with a serious expression. Again, he is an amazing guy. And I think he deserves everything of good the world has to offer. The seriousness left her face and she gave me a sly smile, even princesses. TCH. I know I'm pouting now. Another one that is teasing me. Sorry, but you're gonna have a hard time if you have no resistance against this, you know. He loves teasing. She says, now, let's plan how you will approach this. First, don't play games and don't try to seduce, you don't have time, and will not work. Just be direct. And. She suddenly remembers something and says, he will absolutely reject you, by the way. What? Hector Povh. Someone is plotting against me. Fucking anime world. Anyway, let me continue fighting my greatest enemy to this day. Paperwork. I continue to scribble orders and plans to pass to my temporary subordinates. Construction plans, execution orders, transfer of money, messages with the proofs of that guy being corrupted, and this is only Wano. TCH, I forgot that Kaido has a fourth of the New World as his territory. I can't let his subordinates go on a rampage because I defeated him. Luckily, I have Yamato to keep these guys on a leash even if I don't go personally. Yes, I can do everything alone. But if there's one thing I learned from All Might's mistakes is that sometimes you need to tone down your effectiveness to allow people to grow. And now that I'm helping, I'm going all the way to make this country better for that little shit Momonosuke. Now I will make a plan to distribute the wealth of this country. The flower capital is literally the 1% here. First, roads, then we work on the fields. I already cleaned the rivers, and I will not waste the people who learned smithing during their slavery. It's awful, but it's useful and many don't know anything more, 18 years after all. So it's not good to close all the factories, but I will stop producing weapons. I need to deal with the connection with the world government. Previously was Doflamingo that was the proxy, maybe the cipher pole will come to negotiate. I will periodically use N to check the blue nipples, HM. I pause, Cortana, don't suddenly show me nudes of you while I'm working. Sorry, master, she says apologetically, but not apologetically, I was just organizing my archives, damn it should have been a surprise, she sighs and pouts. As if I would believe you. I roll my eyes. She is a teaser, I know now. But you're working so hard, master, she answers coyly, you are spending a lot of time doing boring jobs. Isn't this a vacation for you? Well, in the end, Cortana always prioritizes me. Don't worry, it's also a learning experience. I say to her, I'm learning a little more about responsibility too. I comment and remember my last talk with Kaido. Little flashback. Where did I start to go wrong? The quadrisected Kaido asks from the ground, his eyes temptingly staring at the sky. Hector, that was already going away, turns back to him. Damn, are you some kind of troll? He asks, looking at the guy who is surviving only with his head, heart, and lungs. Surviving for 30 more seconds at least. Hector steps on him to keep him alive a little more with some vitality. I don't know if this is a rhetorical question, but if you want to know I can give my thoughts. Kaido stares at them. You became too much like the things you originally hated. Hector points accusingly. I researched about your backstory. The champion of a country that was eventually sold by the high-ups to the world government. I can understand why you are angry. Betrayed by the ones that ordered you, sold form benefits, treated like a bargaining chip. I can also understand your anger toward these people that just stay on their thrones or behind desks ordering us to be killed while they play wars, unaffected by the horrors of it. War is a place where the young kill one another without knowing or hating each other, because of the decision of old people who know and hate each other, without killing each other. Hector quotes. You think at least war is fair, right? If everyone participates in it. You want to drag those old bastards from their ivory towers and throw them on the muddy shitty ground to fight for their lives too. I can understand the feeling absolutely. I felt like that sometimes. Your vision of freedom is the one that you grab with your own hands, your own strength. The law of the jungle. The fairest of them all. Hector shakes his head, but this is not that fair too. There are people that are born with disabilities, even something like myopia can be a huge disadvantage. This diminishes their chances of survival. Should they die because of something they can't control? Some have great talents in other things, why should they grab a sword to stab another someone? War sucks. I watched, all quiet on the Western Front. War is not a place of glory. It's dirty. The ones that could fight, should fight to allow the ones that couldn't live a good life and contribute to society in another aspect. Imagine the waste of someone like Nikola Tesla dying on a trench. People have different talents, and as the strong, we should nurture and protect them. That's why I said that I will create a world where everyone at least has a chance. You started well, but eventually in your wrenched vision filled with hate, you started dismissing everyone that doesn't equate with your ideals of strength as a lesser being. Exactly like the kings that you hate so much. Freedom without responsibility is only self-indulgence, Kaido, king of the beasts. Hector looks down on him and says strongly, and in this world, self-indulgence is a poison that weakens you. You, Big Mom, and Blackbeard. All become weaker and will never reach their full potential because you only indulge yourself. Roger. Odin. Whitebeard. Luffy. They are strong because they have something to fight for. They said that you grow a lot when you have it. Hector pauses, I'm still searching for mine. Anyway, you at some point got closer to the world noble's lifestyle than the pirate path. Hector sighs and starts to turn away, or you die a hero, or live long enough to see yourself become the villain, huh? He walks away, letting Kaido to die finally. Back to Hector POV, freedom without responsibility is only self-indulgence. I repeat myself out loud, noblesse oblige. Now that I saved them, they are my responsibility. If you're okay with that. Cortana concedes. More than okay, Cortana. I smile while writing boring letters, I feel good doing that. Knock knock. Hiyori and the others. Enter. True to my senses, Hiyori, Denjiro, Kawamatsu, and Yasui entered my temporary office. Sit. I gesture in front of my table, what is so important that all of you need to come at the same time? And they are a little tense. I have something to discuss, Hector-sama. Something to ask for, in truth. Hiyori is the one leading the conversation. Go on. No need to make a ceremony, you can ask anything. I say and offer some tea to them, heating it with my powers. I take a sip of the tea, it's good. These samurai people are very shy to ask for things. I can understand. Would you please marry me? Hiyori says. Blurg. Say what? Am I finally going crazy? She takes a deep breath and repeats, Hector-sama. Could you please marry me and give me a child? She goes even further, blushing. The room is silent after that, my mouth is still open but all the tea has already fallen from it. I glance at the other people and no one gives me anything that this is a joke, no they would not joke about that. And this is not something thought on a whim either. The fact that Kawamatsu and Denjiro, who took care of Hiyori, are somewhat her closest guardians, and Yasui, the guy with the most political influence and acumen, are here, is enough for me to deduce they are deadly serious. So I will treat this seriously too. Fixing my posture, I cross my arms and put on my cold face. I can understand where it came from. But elaborate. I talk business. I was waiting for Yasui or Denjiro to talk about continuing the bloodline or whatever, but Hiyori opened her mouth first. It's because I like you. She declares strongly, putting a hand over her chest, and can't imagine anyone other than you to be my husband. Okay. I control the widening of my eyes. This is a little embarrassing. Damn, so that is what those girls feel when I shamelessly say those things to them. Ahem, this. This will not have a happy ending. It's better to explain and cut this idea on the crib. My time here is limited. I will eventually go back to my hometown and never come back. I only have 2 months left. After that, only a life of solitude awaits for you. I don't mind. She interjects again, if is not you, will not be anyone. I'm ready to spend the rest of my life as a maiden. What a hell. Where does this stubbornness come from? Oh yeah, Hiyori in truth is a tomboy problematic brat. She only knows how to act like a proper lady now. Her words shock her people too, they appear to want to say something but decide otherwise. You say this now. I dismiss her with a wave of my hand. In some years you could find someone good enough. Like Zoro. Wait, Zoro has childhood friend issues and alcohol problems too. Yep, this world is hard for women. And the many cases of them simply abandoning the family. I'm serious. She says again, what do I need to do to make you believe me? Nothing. I'm still surprised that you thought that I would accept that easily. We barely knew each other. I sigh. But I'm beautiful, so you should be happy, right? She suddenly gives a big, innocent, and bright smile. Like that was an excellent argument. Me and the others almost faceplant the floor. Yes, yes, you're beautiful. I admit, but this is not enough to me. She goes to say something more, but Yasui-san says first. Hector Dano, maybe it's weird to you that we came off so strong. But considering your limited time, we decided to be direct. He says level-headed, feelings can blossom afterward, or do Hiyori-sama has something that displeases you? He talked like an old noble arranging a marriage. Well, he is. No. There's nothing that displeases me on her. I'm not shy in saying it, but I feel weird seeing her blush astronomically at my declaration. Then nothing. I still need to eventually leave in 2 months, so you're saying to me to accept to play marriage life for 2 months to never again. I interrupt a little more coldly now. I feel like they are ignoring my feelings. Is it that common for two people think that a man would be on board to an arranged marriage just because the woman is beautiful? I also have to consider the feelings of my other girls too. My words shut them up a little. There's no way for you to come back. Hiyori asks in a half-despairing, half-pleading tone. It's not impossible. I admit, it's incredibly tough. It's uncertain and it would take probably years for me to return. Then. In 2 months I will make my feelings reach you. We can be married, I will raise our kid to the best of my abilities and we wait for you for as long as necessary. Hiyori exclaims. For one side, that was a very heartfelt declaration. But for another. I narrow my eyes, I think you don't understand what you're asking me. Maybe the culture and common sense of this world made your mind incapable of conceiving what you is asking of me. I'm angry now. I don't care that they are scared. I don't care that they flinched at my tone. I tried to reject nicely, but being ruthless is necessary sometimes. I start explaining through gritted teeth and narrowed eyes, it will take years for me to return. You're asking me to give up my first kid. You're asking me to miss your pregnancy. Asking me to miss his, or her, birth. Asking me to not be there to hold him and hear his first cry. Asking me to maybe miss his first words, his first steps, his first birthday. Do you understand what you're asking me now? I glare at them. I stand up to look down on them, maybe is normal in this world, but is not for me. I have a plan for my life. I'm working hard, acting like a maniac to be strong and solve many problems so that I can create a better future for others and my future family. I take my time to look at them one-on-one, my life is dangerous. When I have my children, my family, I plan to dedicate my everything to them. I don't want to be like those superheroes that juggle the hero's life and personal lives. That's why I'm going 300 mph on this road, without even enjoying the scenario, so that I can reach my destination and stop there with my loved ones. Well, don't bring this topic ever again. I say before walking away. Leaving them with complicated expressions. HMPF. Having a child. Now. I'm only 16, almost 17 if counting the month spent using travel tickets, but nonetheless, I'm too young. I walk through the backyard of the castle. The garden is nice and relaxing. Cherry blossom petals fall while I stop over a small bridge. Wano is a funny country, each region is perpetually in a season. There's a region where it always snows, one that is eternally in summer, the one where Luffy appeared. The flower capital is always in spring, hence the name. I'm too young. I repeat to myself while leaning over the bridge parapet, looking at my reflection in the water below. I'm too young. I'm not wrong in not wanting that responsibility. They have no right to get sad over it. Bad mood. I hear Siko's voice at my side. Something like that. I say and pull her closer by the waist. The people here asked me to marry Hiyori and have a child. I say immediately. I can be a bastard in having a harem, but at least I'm an honest and transparent bastard. I know, Hiyori-san approached me earlier. She hummed under my caressing, but her words made me give her a double take. She did. Yes. She is serious, you know. She gives me a look. It doesn't matter. You stole the poor girl's heart, aren't you gonna take responsibility? She asks with a teasing smile. She is 24. And I don't control other people's minds and hearts. I can. But I avoid it. Beyond some healthy misdirection and manipulation, and shouldn't you be jealous, mad, or maybe happy that I refused? Why do I feel that you are on her side? If I was the jealous type, I wouldn't be with you now. Fair, and I don't see the big problem in your giving in. Wouldn't she be a good wife? This is another universe and will only affect your main life as much as you allow it. Could be a good experience. Aren't you all in for new experiences? It's different. I know myself, I can't ditch the responsibility like that. I shake my head. Having separate lives is something that I thought before, but everything is so uncertain. It's simply not the right time for it. I want to have more free time before having children. I want to get stronger so that they can be born strong too. Not everything needs to be planned to the minute details, Hector. She grabs my cheek and looks at my eyes. Even your power is something based on luck. We being together is something born from chance too, right? Is it bad? No. Then. Maybe will be good for you. The perfect balance in experimenting with it without affecting 100% your life. She argues. But it's my firstborn. I shot back, I don't want to be the cliché anime dad. I joke. Foo-foo. People here are very accepting of this, cliché anime dad behavior. Either Hiyori-san or your child will not resent you. She laughs, isn't this the best world to do it? Stop using logic. That's my thing. I chuckle at her, and you don't know what my possible child would think. Born and raised without a father. He could be Luffy or he could be Naruto. I'm not letting those things to chance. She grabs my face with her two hands now, holding it more strongly and making me look at her. I don't know the far future, yes. But I know that whatever child was born from you, he or she would be incomparably blessed. He would be lucky to have you as his father even if you were not present earlier in his life. Better to exist than not to exist at all. She gives me a peck on the lips. You don't need to do everything, right? You talked about this to me before. He will be raised well in this country, surrounded by people that will absolutely love him. After this, she turns away and leaves me to my own thoughts. I put my upper body over the bridge parapet again. What did you think, Cortana? I ask my reliable AI lover. You're not wrong, master. She starts, but the other side has good points. It's the type of thing that you will not know for sure till you make a decision. But like you once said, you never know if you're ready, it's a leap of faith. You two using my words and my argumentation techniques against me. I mumble with almost a pout. Cortana's giggles at my words. Damn, I will never win a discussion on my life, huh? I will always be ganged up. Yep, just accept it already. Despite myself, I chuckle again. A child, huh? And I was shit-talking Roger and the others since day one. Ugh. It came back to bite me on the ass. Is it karma? And what do I say about this trip again? Let's have fun, no strings attached. I cover my face with my hands and grumble again. I don't know for how long I stayed watching the cherry petals fall on the water and create small ripples. But for some reason, I reached in my inventory. The Minecraft inventory. The one with limited slots. Where I let some weapons to quick draw and other important things, and remove a picture from it. In the picture, there's me, Kana and Eri. For some reason, my thoughts went to them. These are. Cortana asks. Don't tell, Shago. I smile while explaining. After that, I voiced my thoughts, the first world that I visited. At that time I didn't even know if I was really traveling to another multiverse or if my power was simply creating a simulation. I went there to take what I wanted and avoid some disaster as reparation. It was not in the plan, but in the end, I got attached. I look at that picture again. Do you regret it? Cortana asks. No. Absolutely not. I shake my head. I plan to visit there after some years. Initially, it was 5, but now I decided to actively try to go back in 2 years. I can't wait that much. In truth, I'm waiting to gain some two-way portal mechanic through the gacha, or a way to put a universe in a pocket dimension, I don't know. If nothing appears, I will dump all my power boost cards in D4C. One of the reasons that I'm frugal with my power boost cards for now. I want to comfortably accumulate at least 100 of them before starting boosting powers with potential. And there's that America Chavez girl too, I can go copy her power. I have a plan, I'm simply taking it easy for now. Then Master. Taking another one of your lines to solve this, you just need to ask yourself. Cortana smiles slyly, what option you will not regret in the future? I don't know. Damn, that's hard. I'm faltering. One part of me wants to say that I can do this later, you know. In another One Piece universe. But it would be the same. No. It would not be the same, Hiyori. It would not be the same circumstances. Aarg. This is too hard. I shout to the sky while passing my fingers through my hair, why I can't be a dumb wish fulfillment MC that thinks with the dick. I can hear Cortana laugh, you care too much and take things always too seriously. You know what? I suddenly say, more calmly, I will do the natural masculine response when confronted with the prospect of marriage and kids. Run. Nijirundeo, this shit is a viable strategy. I will think about it away from here. Now I'm far away from Wano. While fleeing I took Makia and Rover on a little trip. Only the boys. No women. A hopeless romantic all my life surrounded by couples all the time, I sing while playing my guitar on Makia's back. He is swimming in the sea. Really, Master? K-pop now. Your repertoire is really vast. Cortana says. Oi oi, don't criticize, I do not like the genre, but some songs are nice. I defend, I gave a second chance to Cupid but now, I'm left here feeling stupid. If you say so. She rolls her eyes. Cortana. You're having the privilege of participating in this boy's trip thanks to your short hair that temporarily gives you the tomboy status. Don't abuse. I threaten jokingly. Wow, sorry, she rolls her eyes again. And some songs are really not so bad. When I was 14, before moving to America, there was this female friend of mine who showed me K-pop. I disliked more of it but some went to my playlist. I say. It's weird remembering my past before coming to Marvel. It feels so long. Wait a minute. She was totally on me. I shot from my sitting position, I only noticed now. Men. Whatever. You girls are cuter. I relax again. Cortana. Now. To a boy's trip, there's only a place to go in this world. I stand up and put my hands on my hips, the manliest place. Elbaf. I declare. Oh wait. Let's take Tsukasa too. But before the manliest place. The gayest one. I point in the direction Kamabaka Kingdom. I sit down and continue to sing romantic songs, Wenama Kainsama. Ha 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 hey ha 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 asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk, I can't. Ugh, my stomach hurts. Hector-san. Please. Tsukasa deadpans at me while I try to support myself on a table. Or should I say? Tsukasa-chan. Ha ha ha. Don't be like that, Tsukasa-chan. You're cute. I say to the now with breasts Tsukasa. She still spots her short hair and her face didn't change much because he was fucking pretty boy before, but her body has the feminine curves. Yujiro Hanma, very breedable. Down. I'm lucky that the assimilations don't influence me this much. If Rindo saw me like that, she would be laughing like you too. She put her face on her hands. Stop acting cute, you bastard. Anyway, Rindo is that wild redhead friend of his in his world, right? She would be a good summon to have, very adventurous. Well, I already expected something like that to happen. Are they bullying you? I say and sit on the table of this pink castle. He sighs, IW will call him for my state of mind. Ivankov-san said that it's a good experience to be in the shoes of the other gender. To make better dishes. That Okama bastard is simply a fucking sadic. Suddenly Sanji appears by kicking the window of the room. He is panting and appears to be running from something. Oh, so that's why Sanji is so traumatized. He must have passed through something similar, as a form of training armament hockey. After learning it he could disperse the effects of Ivan's devil fruit. But Tsukasa is not a combatant so he is suffering till now. I side-glance my subordinate. His aura changed a little at least. Is he awakening then like Kamugi in Hunter x Hunter? Is his exposure to me and the others affecting him? Sometimes exposure to people with powers makes people awaken power themselves. Sup, Sanji. I greet the cook of the Straw Hats, where is Ivan? And Bon-chan. Who knows? I hope dead. He exclaims while lighting a cigarette, they left a week ago. So you're like this for an entire week? I turn to Tsukasa and he blushes. Ha 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 ha. He needs to go to the bathroom like that. Well, Ivan absolutely had hidden intentions, but what he said is not entirely bullshit. Men and women experience taste differently. The hormones and all that. Men have a predisposition to like garlic, for example. I explain. I want to eat some garlic bread now. With a barbecue. Tsukasa sighs, yes, I felt some differences too. Whatever, we're going on a trip, Tsukasa, but before. I turn to Sanji, Sanji, make me some bentos, I will pass them to the Straw Hats too. I shout at him, who is still hiding in a corner. Oh. I will do my best while thinking about Nami Swan and Robin Swan. He shoots to his feet and goes wiggling to the kitchen. The guy wouldn't let anyone go hungry. Later, after receiving the food and a lot of letters from Sanji proclaiming his love for Nami and Robin, I am prepared to take Tsukasa away. By the way, why are you avoiding looking at Tsukasa? I ask Sanji with a grin, while he gives me the bentos. It's too confusing. My eyes are lying to my heart. He continues with his eyes closed. Ha. I feel you, buddy. Here there are only Hariokamas, so seeing the cute Tsukasa, ha. This place really tests Sanji's mental fortitude. Here is the payment for the food. I put an envelope on the table like I'm passing some illegal stuff. You don't need to pay anything. He says slowly but checks it nonetheless. His eyes widen and his cigarette falls from his mouth. The man is trembling, his blood rushing through his body at Mach 2. On the envelope are pictures of Nami, Robin, and Vivi. The guy needs to catch a break. Let's go. I say while watching Sanji fainting on the floor but instinctively putting the pictures at some sort of armor around his body. I sincerely have nothing to say. Tsukasa, now back to being a man, gives me his incredible advice about my actual predicament. We are right now navigating on Makia's back. Well, it's not like I was expecting the guy who is a food otaku to be a love guru. I was simply ranting and making him catch up with the news. Can't let my subordinates feel left out, after all. It's okay. By the way, I didn't get to you because I was busy, but later I bring you to Ueno. The food there is similar but not exactly the same to the Japanese. I say to him and he nods. If you marry, I can cook the dishes. He jokes. I laugh after giving him a stink eye. Well, that can only be Elbaf. I deadpan while looking at the approaching island. It was never shown, but the place with a giant Yggdrasil-like tree gives some clues. Sounds very inhospitable. Tsukasa comments, seeing the island full of mountains. It's a place of warriors. Must be a hardened place. I say, we obviously gonna attract attention, so let's barge shamelessly. Maybe eat in a tavern, trap a giant wolf, have a brawl. Please no brawl. Tsukasa sighs. Ha. No, the only brawling will be Makia. Me. Makia's voice reverberates to us. I jump on his forehead and looks at him upside down. Yep. Those guys are strong, so train hockey beating and being beaten by them. We are going dojo hunting. I say with a smile. Makia is not dumb, but he is the type to learn by doing. So he is behind Siko and Cassandra in hockey. Time to remedy that. Can't we go in peace? Tsukasa tries to plead with an uncomfortable expression. No. In a Viking setting we need to fight. It's the law. Woof. See. Even Rover agrees. So. You're not gonna do anything. Tsukasa asks me while we are eating some unknown cooked meat with some unknown sauce with an unknown beer. Surprisingly, there are sized tables here. He doesn't want to drink, because he is a minor. I'm drinking only to taste it, so he is drinking the milk of some unknown creature too. Nah. We can hear the crash sounds outside and the earthquakes of Makia soloing this village on Elbaf. I throw a piece of meat bigger than a car to Rover. I ask myself if he also has a pocket dimension stomach like Cathalhu. I don't know a lot about this place. Why didn't you tell me a little, old man? I say to the barman. I really don't know, except there's a royal family with a guy called Loki and that's it. Maybe someone here ate a devil fruit. So, with the background sound of Makia trashing some giants, I learn about privileged information. Oh ho, there's a strong presence outside. I suddenly say, it's the Shanks D, snitch. I laugh. I stand up and drag Tsukasa to the outside with me. The scene that greets us is very chaotic, with many things happening at the same time. First things first, there's a sea of bodies, unconscious bodies, not corpses, of giants. I think maybe 500 giants. Makia was there in the middle, being encircled by more giants ready to jump my guy. On the shore and sea, I can see a fleet. Shanks' Yonko crew. His characteristic ship is already in the port. Then there's Rover, he is pissing on an unconscious giant. Bro. It appears that Shanks' people took offense to him giving a golden shower on the giant, because Lucky Roo, that fat guy, it's above Rover already delivering an attack with a huge hammer on him. The blow is strong enough to create shockwaves and cracks on the ground, and even make Rover Ness bend a little. But after that, my dog straightens himself and shakes his head from side to side like he is shaking something off. But this can't stand. Lucky Roo wants to continue attacking, but I glare at him. What are you thinking you are doing with my dog? My voice is transmitted directly to him and everyone else in this place. My tone passes the message of, attack again and you're dead, and Lucky Roo stops to look at me. I disappear to reappear on Makia's spiky back, looking down at the whole place. I ask, so? Why are you guys jumping on my people? This is not Jujutsu Kaisen. Seeing the situation, it appears that the Shanks people were almost attacking Makia too. We finally meet, the devil. The man himself walks in front of his people. He shows my bounty poster. Now my bounty is a 4B after defeating Kaido. Hello there, red-haired. I look down on him. I have the high ground. And my nickname is better. What are you doing here? He asks me while making an intimidating face. What are you doing here? On the paper, Elbaf is not his territory. On paper, at least. Visiting my friends. He answers. Fair. I'm doing tourism. It doesn't look like it. He deadpans while looking around the sea of giants, unconscious and standing. They are alive. And I brought my boy here to have some spar with people that can physically match him. Isn't Elbaf the land of proud warriors? I raise my eyebrow. Did these so-called warriors go crying to their daddy after being beaten? Are they frauds? Again, the mood doesn't look like of a merry spar. Shanks says, looking angry. I look around. Yep, the giants are angry. Did Makia disrespect them? Very possible. In the end, he is a villain. I look down on Makia and I can feel that he grew stronger, practicing make it perfect after all. Well, so what? I turn to Shanks and the rest and smirk, 1v500, you all are all happy in taking the challenge in the beginning. Now that he has proven much better, did he step on your pride as warriors? Boo-hoo, I mock. The giants bristle at my words. So disappointing. I expected more of the race that beat their chest and proclaimed themselves brave warriors. Or do you guys only act brave to the ones weaker than you? This is not a being brave, is being a bully, you know. When I want to offend, I know exactly what to say. This remembers me. Didn't Big Mom soloed some villages around here when she was 5 years old? And you guys acted like she was a monster. She is. Painting a child as a monster is easier than admitting your own incompetence, right? So what if Makia was disrespectful and Rover was pissing on the guy? They are my people. I will admonish them later privately. No one else has the right. What? No words. I mock again. I can hear some tighten their grips on their weapons, murmuring something about how dare I mock the death of Beardfall or something like that. I just continue to look down on Shanks. So what that he was a character that I liked to accompany in the past. If you have different views, I will not bend over backward to him. And I don't even know if he is a villain. I did a little research and sincerely he looks like a respectable and good guy. His Yonko's crew really protects weak countries and pirates. Much more similar to Whitebeard than Kaido and Big Mom. He being a villain would be a plot twist bigger than Aizen. He is fooling everyone then. So, are we gonna stare at each other forever? I ask with a raised eyebrow, if you want to fight, attack already. I really have no interest in his crew. No devil fruits. Spoiler alert, you're gonna lose. You come here and treat this place like your own backyard and want to go away without a problem. Shanks asks with a frown, the people around him getting ready for a battle. Isn't this called being a pirate? I tilt my head to the side. You're never gonna win with words against me, dude. Your hypocrisy is higher than that tree. I point to the Yggdrasil of this place. Some time ago you went to Old Man Whitebeard's ship blasting your hockey like your hot shit, and now do you want to admonish me? Did you lose your common sense together with your arm? I shit-talk him. All around him, I can feel the people getting angry for his sake. It appears that he is very respected and loved by his people. The difference is that I have the strength to act like that sometimes. He says, and I laugh. I fucking laugh more loudly than even in this world. Ha 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 ha. You're saying this. I pause for a moment and glare at him, to me. Zwan boom. Our conquerors' hockey clashes at the same time. That's literally one of the coolest things in this world. It appears that the whole place is filled with static electricity. The clash pushes the people a little. I'm protecting Tsukasa and I'm not going all out. But I can confirm one thing. Shanks is strong. Maybe stronger than Kaido. It's hard to measure with only that, but they are at least on equal grounds. What says a lot, if you consider Kaido has much more muscle mass and a mythical Zoan. The clash lasted for some seconds. From a third-person perspective, it would appear that we are equal. But an observant one would notice that the clash was more like waves trying to push a rock wall. My hockey didn't budge while his kept trying. He knows that too. Still wanna fight. If not, you would be a coward like these fraud of Vikings. I bet Luffy and Usopp would be disappointed. I continue my trash talk before I remember something. Using the world as a shocking factor, I reappeared between the red-haired pirates. Stopping time and appearing so close to these guys that trust in hockey so much has a great mental effect. Yassop, I have a question. I speak to the men. Talking about Elbaf and Usopp reminded me of this guy. Everyone turns fast to point their weapons and circle me. I calmly continue to stare at the shooter of Shank's crew. So, you abandoned your family, how do you feel about it? I say, not caring about his rifle pointing at me. In truth, I even put my finger in the barrel like I'm in some sort of cartoon, and if he shoots the rifle would explode on his face. For some reason I find this very funny. He doesn't answer and everyone's posture shifts, ready to start something. I turn my head to look at Shanks over my shoulder. If you can see the future, you must know that this is a bad idea. I glare at him. I put on my mind the thought that if they attack, I will rip them apart. It's that thing that I learned from the Ancient One again, the one that I used against Shirley. Projecting my thoughts to increase the possibility of the future that I want to show. Apparently it works because I see Shanks frowning and not making further moves. I turn to Yassop again. Come on. Answer my question. You abandoned your family for like 10 years. Never came back. How can you live with yourself being such a deadbeat father? I ask, genuinely curious. I'm a man of the sea. He finally answers, a pirate. Coming back would only put them in danger. He answers finally. It more or less makes sense. He is a top pirate in this world and everyone saw what the Marines tried to do with Ace and his mother. Not convinced. Your wife died while you were partying some islands away. You didn't even send some money back, did you? I did. He answers fast and defensively, and I didn't know that she was sick, I only learned much later. Then. Ugh, I don't even have the face to see my son anymore. He sighs and shakes his head. Well, I guess information circulation here sucks. I comment with my chin on my finger, but why delay? If you're men enough to face Yonkos and admirals, go face your son and let him give you some nasty words. He shakes his head. You're not a father. You wouldn't get it. Fighting Yonkos is easier. He sighs again. My super senses allow me to see how nervous and restless he is about this subject. He then continues and stares directly at me with some resolve, but I know that he will forgive me. I narrow my eyes at him. How could Dash? And I know that my wife never held a grudge against me either. He interrupts me. You can't know that. I say, a little out of my element by how sure he looks. My senses say that he really believed that. Or he is the most obnoxious guy on the planet, or there's something I can't see. The truth is, I'm not ready to be forgiven by Usopp yet. One day we will meet. He says with certain, and I know that he understands because he went to the sea. He stares at me. And I stare back. The stare down continues for a minute, maybe longer. Eventually, I sigh and turn away. The difference in culture is too much. I shrug, fucking anime worlds. No one blocks my way while I walk back to Makia and jump on his back. I raise my palm to the sky and a bunch of motes of light are emitted from it. A combination of my healing powers, the main one being the devil fruit from the Tantata princess. The motes of light heal the giants that are beaten black and blue by Makia. Well, maybe I should apply the when in Rome dash AAAAHHH, I was saying to myself before I pointed to a certain place in the crowd. There is a person that I recognize. But he should be dead. Jaguar D. Saul. I think that was the most shocked that I have been in this world. The orange-haired giant points at himself. He is the giant that saved Robin during her childhood. The fucking Dereshishi guy. You're fucking alive. I accuse. I don't waste time and vanish from my place to grab him. You're coming with me to see Robin now. I start flying away. Wait. I'm not ready. He tries to protest. No one ever is. I shout to him and I look at Yassop too. It's a leap of faith. I repeat the words that Siko said earlier. A leap of faith. After giving my orders to Makia to go back, and leaving one last gift to Shanks, I flow to meet Robin. And here I am. I would have cried if I was not a heartless bastard. Robin and Saul are talking. Robin cried a lot, but she was so happy. He is explaining to her how he survives and giving some other good news like the fact Vegapunk saved the knowledge of O'Hara. I really need to visit him. Hector. Robin brings me back from my plans by approaching. I'm really thankful for what you did. she says while drying some tears. Heh, no problem. It's part of my oath anyway. I say. Oath. She tilts her head in confusion. Well, the unspoken oath with all One Piece fans. Treat Robin well in the event of coming to this world. It's ingrained in all One Piece fans' minds. I read my fair share of OP fanfics in my other life. I think I haven't seen one that the MC did something bad with her. Even when the MC is villainous, he recruits her and treats her well too. But I'm not gonna explain about her army of outer-dimensional simps to her. Nothing. If you want to thank me, I accept a hug and kiss on the cheek. The hero reward. I open my arms and smile cheekily at her. And she really does it. After a giggle, she approaches and wraps me in a tight hug and kisses my cheek. Damn. She is soft, and her waist is tiny and she smells good. It's because of her power. We separate and I give a mental salute that can cross all dimensional walls to my fellow One Piece fans. Mission accomplished. Sanji gave me a bento to deliver to you. I take the items from my inventory and a bunch of letters. The rest of the straw hats are all good if you want to know. Fufu. Thanks. She smiles receiving the objects. Well, now that I'm on it. Let's complete this side quest and give the bento to the rest of the straw hats. Why are you still performing on the streets, Brook? I ask the skeleton musician while he eats from the bento. Yo ho ho. Being close to the people is better than holed up in a studio. He exclaims. We are in the break of his little performance. He gathered a respectable crowd here on this amphitheater. I can understand that. I say, what about we make a duet? I'm with this song in my head all day. Brandy, you're a fine girl. This song is resonating with my situation. Yo ho ho. Then let's go. You have a whole lot of plot armor in surviving it. I say to Frankie. Apparently, he exploded Vegapunk's lab at some point. Right now he is only a cyborg carcass, directly from a Terminator movie. It's because I'm superior. He strikes his pose. I throw the bento on the ground, whatever, and put something. I don't want to see you, robotic dick. Where's my Yuki Rito luck when I need it? It gives and it takes, huh? So, I was studying Zoans lately, and different from the other devil fruits, they have something of a will inside them, and the method of awakening is when you enter in contact with it in some way. I say to Chopper while we eat on the big tree of this island, looking at the ocean, it makes it easier to awaken when compared with the Paramecias and Logias, but there's a problem. If you don't have a strong mind, the will of the fruit/animal will overtake you. This happened with some people in Impel Down and is what happens when you use the rumble point. So I'm forcing the awakening and because of this I lose control. Chopper turns to my side, shocked. Yep, you need to have a good balance and dominate the animal side, in your case the human side. He pauses to think. Chopper always has a little of a problem in accepting himself because of his past. Considering himself a freak. It's also funny how devil fruits latch on our genetic code but is not passed to the descendants. But I theorize that Zoan users pass a little of their strength to their offspring. I say to take his mind off the gutter. We talked a little more about theories and his work. The guy doesn't have a sense of keeping secrets, too pure. I think I can make even more variations of my rumble point now. He says. That's one of the things that interest me a lot. In this world, the Zoan fruits allow you to turn in a 100% the animal or in a hybrid form. There's no middle ground in the sense of using a partial transformation like turning only a part of your body. But Chopper here created something that does this. It's incredible. Does the human fruit really burst intelligence that much? I have it, and the only change I noticed is that I can think even faster and my mind is more clear. Maybe I'm already too smart. Or Chopper is special too. He has a blue nose, different from the other reindeers. Don't come closer. Nami shouts from the other side of the table while we play a game of cat and mouse. She moves in response to my moves, trying to keep her distance. Hey, you're breaking my heart, my dear cat burglar. I smirk at her with a hand over my chest. I even gentlemanly declared that I'm going to steal your lips and you treat me this way. Your brain is rotten, you jackass. Who would stay still while being assaulted? She shouts while we circle each other. You can't run and would be a hypocrite on your part if you complain. In my country is said that a thief that steals from a thief is forgiven, I declare righteously. Shut up. Even your country is rotten. Hey, it's true but don't say it like that. And you already kissed me last time. That's only the appetizer because I have to figure out the boundaries with my girls. Now, I have the green light to take my payment. I say. Girls. You're truly scum. Hey, that's also true but you're hurting my feelings. Don't worry, it's not assault if your eyes turn into hearts. I smile roguishly while I continue to mess with her. How did you arrive here? I ask Siko after I visit Myhawk's Island. Long Een. She answers while giving me a strange look. A totally understandable reaction because Give back my body, you're creepy. Perona shouts at my side while I inhabit her body. She tried to sneak attack me when I arrived and acted all smug because she was in her untouchable ghost form. By the way, I could have grabbed her with hockey, but this is funnier. So I turned into a ghost and possessed her defenseless body. Don't sit with your open legs. Don't smile like this with my face. Don't touch my boobs. She exclaims while trying to invade her body. Too bad for her, my spirit is really strong. Relax, you don't know it, but only by inhabiting your body he is being improved. It's true. Some regenerative powers are kicking in, she is even getting a little stronger. It's because I turned my real body into a ghost, Danny Phantom style. I just need to be careful to not go overboard and break her. Oh whatever, I can fix her again. Damn, I'm become even more desensitized to these things, huh? This reminds me of how Doppio becomes muscular when Diavolo takes control. An interesting prospect. By the way, why did you attack me? I turn to look at her. Revenge for Moria-sama. She exclaims, you're the one that killed him. Oh, the newspapers, and that's why she ran away from me last time, huh? It was not me though. And he is alive. What? Is this true? She backs off, shocked, you aren't lying to me, right? Why would I lie to you? I deadpan. Don't make those faces in my body. She bites her sleeve in annoyance, but Moria-sama is alive. That's marvelous. She shouts and floats happily away. Wait, this could be bad. I remember now that she is the one who took Zoro to Sabaody after the time skip. If she goes away to search for Moria, Zoro can end up in another anime. Hey, Perona. Let's make a deal. I grab her attention, stay here with Mihawk and Zoro till his training is completed, take him to Sabaody. And I will not kill Moria. You evil man. She points her trembling finger at me. Please, like you is any better. I stand up and stretch my back. Damn, what a weak body. Don't make those moves with my body. I ignore her following me and walk to where Zoro is resting. Hey, Zoro. Give me Shusui. I extend my hand to him. He stops eating and glares at me, obviously, not for free. I will give you a sharper sword that you can make yours. Then I explain the history behind Shusui. The legend of Ryuma. Moria grave robbing. How Shusui is a patrimony of all Wano. So it's like an auspicious item to them. Give back and I will compensate you. I say. So that guy was really a big shot. He comments, more to himself. That guy is probably your ancestor, I don't really care, if I receive a good sword I will give it to you. Great. I even will give you a bonus. I smile broadly at him. Don't smile like that in my body. Perona shouts. Seiko POV, yeah. Beat the crap out of him. Perona shouts while cheering for the battle unfolding. I think I should have gotten used to Hector's weird antics. Hey, don't do that. They are gonna see my panties. But seeing Hector's Perona body beating Zoro like an unruly 3-year-old child is not something that I expected. Apparently, hockey can be used in other bodies too. Don't make that face with my body. I have to give it to Perona, is really unsettling. But I think I'm a little envious. Right now he is completely dominating her body and ahem. Anyway, Hector. Shouldn't you be in another place? I interrupt the battle. Oh yeah. He turns to me, I'm gonna take Shusui with me, I have a substitute anyway. He says and gets off Perona's body. She doesn't waste time and seizes her body back and puts some distance. Chill girl, he probably was only copying your power, if he wanted to do something with you he would have seduced you. Now that the lesson was given, I'm going away. Bye. And he disappears so fast that I can't even say if he teleported or simply moved. The lesson here is that Hector exchanged an adamantium katana with Zoro, and he is showing that even if the sword is strong, it's useless if it can't reach the enemy. Ugh. Damn it. I turn to look at the man panting on the ground. He appears frustrated to be so powerless against Hector, but he at least has the will to bounce back because he stands up and goes for training. But then something crashes on the ground near to us. A baboon. Perona tilts her head. This is one of the many baboons that live here, the ones that copy people's styles. But this one looks different. The baboon turns to Zoro and smirks before making a come here motion to the green-haired man. I thought I already defeated all of you. Zoro says and puts a stance, whatever, I will vent on you now. But the unexpected happens when the baboon blitzes to him. Zoro goes for a hasty counterattack, but the baboon easily dodges and counterattacks. What? That. And. You're using hockey? Zoro asks, surprised by the baboon. The baboon smirks again and makes some stances. Yes, these are familiar stances. And the way he counterattacked. Foo-foo. Ha 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 ha, I can't hold back and laugh, don't underestimate him. I turn to the surprised Perona and Zoro. Question mark. That's Hector's. Foo-foo. Oh, that is funny, he trained the baboon. They turn to look at the baboon striking some poses again. Foo-foo. The indirect way of saying, even a monkey is better than you. But now I'm curious. This monkey, it's like a very weakened Hector. He can be a good training dummy. I lick my lips while approaching him, I will not even use hockey. Like it's feeling my intentions, the monkey prostrates himself on the ground and presents something to me with his two hands in a respectful manner. Now I lost the will to bully, fight the baboon. Why it is afraid of you? Perona asks, coming closer. I open the letter and giggle again. Don't bully my outer disciple, Siko, I read the beginning out loud to them. Apparently Hector trained this monkey to be a training partner to Zoro. He said that Zoro should feel ashamed that even a monkey is stronger than him. He probably bombarded the monkey brain with the teachings of hockey. Then he made the monkey watch him fight. These monkeys have good instincts. That bastard likes to mock others, huh? Zoro grits his teeth. To this, I have to defend my men, don't be like that. He specifically prepared the perfect partner for you. With an appropriate level and techniques. Hockey grows in battle, you know. Hector is the type of man that pushes you forward by giving a dropkick on your back. If he is being rude, it's because he believes that you can take it. If you don't want to, I will take the monkey away with me. In the letter, it says that the monkey will obey everything I say and is at the level of that guy called Virgo. Zoro pauses, looking serious, so be it. What is one more obstacle? There are countless of them in the world. Zoro says confidently. Foo-foo. He really bounces back fast. By the way, Hector said that the battle is in your favor because of you receiving some sort of boost when fighting monkeys. What did he mean about that? Third-person POV. Rayleigh was instructing Luffy on the works of hockey when he suddenly stopped and looked in the distance. Let's make a pause, Luffy. We have a visitor. He says and walks away with Luffy following him. They eventually ended up in the same place where Luffy decided to start his training, the tree where the Straw Hat was resting while his owner went through his time skip. They finally get out of the trees to be greeted with the sight of Hector daydreaming while holding the Straw Hat. They watch Hector leisurely put the Straw Hat on his head and gives a childish smile. For some reason, Rayleigh suddenly stops in his tracks at the sight. Hey, that's my hat. Luffy complains, making Hector turn to him. Sorry, just want to feel how it is to put it on. And Hector removes the Straw Hat, still smiling, it's smelly. Didn't you wash it? The two banter for some time before Hector delivers Sanji's bento, distracting Luffy completely. He also gave Rayleigh a portion, and after a talk with the old man, something about marriage that Luffy was not interested enough to listen to, Hector went away. You dare appear here? Boa Hancock kicks Hector, who in turn defends himself with his leg. The clash makes her palace tremble while the two legs are locked in space. Do you think I want to see an ugly woman like you? Hector mocks, I'm here to see Marguerite. Hector shouts. I'm not ugly. For what use do you have eyes if you can't see my beauty? Let me gouge them for you. Hancock answers. My eyes are the best in the world, thank you very much. They can see your ugly heart and soul. The two continue to kick each other while on the side Elder Nyan, the other two Boa sisters, and the other Amazons watch helplessly. Shouldn't we intervene? Someone asks. Who is crazy enough to do that? Elder Nyan answers. Hector eventually puts some distance from Hancock and moves behind Marguerite. Protect me, Marguerite-chan. He hides behind her. The woman in question can only tremble and gulp when she finds herself between these two monsters. Hancock in front of her, her face screaming murder. Please, spare me. She mutters, didn't know to whom she was pleading. Don't worry, Marguerite-chan. I will protect you from this witch. Hector says righteously. But you're the one putting her in the spot. Everyone thinks. Whatever. I have my fun messing with your guys. Hector acts more seriously and removes something from his inventory. This is a devil fruit. Elder Nyan exclaims. A devil fruit. Some are confused. Oh yeah, the Boa sisters use some story about a Gorgon's curse to make that no one look at their back. The people here don't know much about devil fruits. Hector thinks. Yes, I found it earlier, it can turn the person into a brown snake. Very venomous. I think it combines with Marguerite-chan. Explain this to her, Elder Nyan. Bye. He says and doesn't wait for the answer. He will let them solve this issue and decide how they will explain their previous lie. Then he will come back to copy the power. Or not. If Marguerite didn't want to eat it, Hector would force some pirate to do it. Kokoyasi Village. I didn't expect the big and scary devil to appear in this humble village to steal some oranges. Nojiko, Nami's blue-haired sister, serves Hector some orange juice at her house. And you're not scared of this terrible pirate? I heard that those oranges are the best in the world, so obviously I came to steal some. Hector answers easily while supporting his cheek with his arm. So even an emperor of the sea covets the oranges here, huh? She smiles proudly. Indeed, but I just discovered something even better. Hector blatantly gives her a once-over, not hiding his appreciative gaze. Oh, should I be worried that you will steal me too? She smiles flirty while playfully covering her body with her hands. I'm tempted. Really tempted, Hector smiles but then sighs exaggeratedly, but then there would be no one to take of the orchard. Such dilemma. Nojiko laughs and sits on the table, resting her chin on the back of her hands. Smooth. Is that the fabled silver tongue of the devil? I'm scared that you will seduce me away. The two continue to flirt and laugh till Hector goes down to business. Here, I met you, sister. So I'm doing some courier side job. Hector jokes while putting some letters on the table. Oh. Nojiko takes the letter, and a multitude of emotions goes through her face. Worry, amazement, fear. Hector lets her take her time while enjoying his juice. After finally putting the letters down, Nojiko turns to him. So you helped them. Thank you. Hector shrugs at her words. But I can't wrap my head around that my sister made the great and powerful devil her delivery boy. She teases, should I feel jealous? Hector laughs, don't be. I have planned to visit the East Blue anyway. And there's enough Hector for the two sisters. He raises his eyebrow with a smirk. You're so bad, she slaps his arm. Talks goes on for some time, the mood is good and all. Nojiko then excused herself for a moment and returned with a small orange tree, ready to be planted. Hector stares at it intently. Here, you like the oranges here so you can have dash, Nojiko was saying before she pauses, Iya. Why are you crying? She asks frantically, moving her arms around in worry. What? Hector slowly turns his face to her, who is crying. He asks confused. It takes him a moment to take his fingers to his face and bring them back wet. His face is still calm, but there are really 2 lines of tears running down from it as if ignoring his self-control. Even Cortana is shocked. What? He looks at his fingers in amazement. Are you okay? Nojiko asks, worried. Instinctively putting a hand on his back and rubbing circles on it. I'm okay, I'm okay. Hector said slowly while wiping the tears, it was just. So many things have been happening lately. I think I let them bottle too much. And this small act of yours was like putting the last drop on an already full cup, destroying the surface tension and spilling it. He rambles. I didn't understand half of what you talked about. Nojiko smiles wryly. This was tears of happiness. Hector gives the abridged version with a faint smile. Lately, I've been doing a lot of fun things. A bucket list and all that. But deep down I couldn't shake the feeling that was just me childish trying to keep something broken standing. Like it was not really fun, but I act like that because it would suck to admit that I'm a bore now. He laughs, you know. Like playing a game or doing something that you had a lot of fun a long time ago, but don't have the same feeling. He turns to the small orange tree, but is alive. He smiles broadly, I'm not a bore now. He turns to Nojiko again, thank you. It was always a childhood dream of mine having an orange tree from here. In truth, it's on my list of things to eat in this world too. He raises his wrist and a hologram of a small list appears. Things to eat on the One Piece world. A devil fruit. Nami's oranges. Sanji's cooking. Viola's ass. He removes the list in a hurry. Wait. There's something weird on that last one. Nojiko points accusingly. Ahem. Hector stands up while coughing on his fist. Well. Thank you again, but I need to go. Hector says. Take care. She smiles at him and pats his shoulder. Crying in front of a girl. I really fumbled, huh? He shakes his head and laughs. I don't know, she puts a hand on his cheek, I think you gained some points, really, she winks at him and gives a kiss on his cheek before turning away with a sway of her hips. Damn, the unexpected riz. Pretty people can really do whatever. Really suffering from success. Right now Hector is on the beach of a random island. In East Blue. He just stopped by to put his thoughts in order. Sitting in the sand while hugs his Ness. He is looking at the ocean, as he mindlessly grabs some shells and throws them on the water. You know. I'm truly blessed. Hector starts. It's not known if he is talking to himself or Cortana. Nonetheless, Cortana remains silent, giving him his space. So much that on some days, in the beginning, I woke up scared of all being a dream. A little pathetic, huh? Or it's a normal human response. He tilts his head. The thing is that I don't think I deserve this blessing, chance. Whatever. I'm only a normal person like any other. At this moment, Cortana would say that he's selling himself short, but she's just letting him rant. One small part of me shouts to me simply shut up and don't think about it and enjoy the benefits, but it's hard. My mind goes to the losses. Technically I lost my life and my parents to have this. He gestures to everything around him. It's inevitable that I have a lot of unanswered questions in my mind. Did I ask for this and don't remember? Did I accept this canon event to gain power? Did I make this exchange? I would like to say no, but I ask myself another question. Would I give up everything that I have now to have my old life back? To have my parents back? I know the answer. He lowers his head in shame. Deep down I know the answer. I'm a fucking piece of shit. That's what I am. My mind even tries to rationalize saying that I can have the two eventually and all that. But ugh. Sometimes I think I don't deserve to be enjoying myself this much. He stays like this looking at the horizon, lifeless. Time goes on and he starts trembling till he Arif. He shouts to the sky in frustration, fuck it. My parents would not like to see me like this. And I have a lot of people depending on me now. His face is much better now, allow me to be selfish a little more. He stands up and looks at the horizon, but I'm gonna enjoy this life more. Now that I know that my inner child is still alive, I'm gonna enjoy all of this wholeheartedly. A smile starts to grow on his face. And for my fellows of my original world too. I will accomplish all silly desires that keep us awake in bed or distracted in class. Earlier I used a Goma Goma no pistol. But one day I will fuck use a Getsuga Tensho and a Kamehameha. I will be a fucking Hokage, Pirate King, and Stardust Crusader. I will gacha them all. And make DG evolutions. I will flirt with them and punch a lot of annoying faces. I will be a demon lord and also be expelled from my S-rank party even though they depended on me. I will do all that I want. I will fuck enjoy this ride. Like. Who enters a roller coaster just to get out immediately? Ups and downs, I will face them all. It's not about the destination. It's about the journey, right? I will also stop being so scared of these threats in Marvel. Thanos. Marquis of Death. Be under. Pft, he laughs. He doesn't notice, but his change in mindset changes something about him. I was wrong in seeking strength thinking about retiring and living a relaxing life. I need to seek strength to surpass all the obstacles of this hard life. So I dare you, Marvel Universe. I know that you will not hold back either. I raise all the flags. Do your worst. I will surpass all of it and turn even the worst moments into important memories. He opens his arm. A wake of hockey is emitted from him, spreading in all directions. Harmless to anyone but encompassing everything. His own conqueror's hockey. His own ambition. Not from a card. His own. Bring it on. He shouts, feeling better than ever. Like something missing was finally in place and a fog was cleared on his mind and heart. Look, that guy shouting alone. A childish voice says. He is crazy. Let's throw some rocks at him. Hector pauses and turns to the group of kids that spoiled his moment. Now you guys will see. Kaya. He starts pursuing them on the beach, kicking sand away while making a scary face. Wayno. With a paw, Hector opens the door to a room where Hiyori is sitting with her shamisen, but not playing anything. That gives her a scare and makes her turn to the door. Hector-sama. She hastily stands up to greet him. Hector with a calm face approaches her and takes her hand. Exclamation point. I thought about it a lot. He starts, looking directly into her eyes, and I reach the conclusion that there's no right answer. Her heart slowly sank into her stomach, and her head dropped to look at the ground. So. Let's make it right. He says, and she looks up to him in surprise. We just need to create the right answer. That's the reason I have so much power. He brings her dainty hand to his lips and kisses it. Let's marry. He says, and she throws herself at him, with tears in her eyes. Ahoy. This chapter took longer than expected because of the dialogues and the need to enter in the mind of the characters. I'm somewhat proud of this chapter. I think the pace went very well with the slice of life after a fight and the comedy. Character development too. The MC is almost how I envision him on his ultimate mode. Oni needs some experience. Like being a father. XD. The next chapter is the last of the One Piece world, BTW. Now, let me tell a personal history that connects with this chapter. Recently I went to a bank to solve some issues with my credit cards. I hate wait in line. Top 3 things that I hate in my life. But I went and act like any other normal human, respectful of my surroundings and the people around. But the same can't be said of my fellows in line. Some old ladies, Karens, but not really. This species can't survive in Brazil. They would be punched in the face, complaining about everything, especially the guy attending us. Loudly calling him a snail and all that. He was obviously hearing it too. Instead of being dragged on their negative mood, I kept my cool and was attended normally. Greeted the guy by his name on his badge, something I saw no one did, wished him a good day when I left to take my new card to another bank and all that is simply the minimum. But no one did. Then, 1 hour later, when I need to come back to liberate the card. It was more or less 12:06. The guy that should do it was going to his lunchtime, but the guy that attended me earlier went of his way to stop the guy and asked to help me for a moment. The guy stopped and in 3 minutes I was free to go, instead of waiting 2 hours till the guy came back. So, positivity is good, my friends. And I'm not even talking about the good karma of being helped by the guy that I treated well. That was nice too, but your own positive outlook on life makes you feel better. When I treated the guy well earlier, I could see him light up. For such a simple thing. And I felt good too. So, I know it's hard. But try to not go into a spiral of bad thoughts and actions. The change that comes from you is the best to make your life better. Exactly like our MC. Have a good day and stay that way. Till next time. Chapter 74, World of Pirates, Part Finale, 1/2. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. The best way to predict the future is to create it. Peter Drucker. Recap. After a journey of self-discovery around the world, meeting again the Straw Hats and experimenting with new things, Hector finally realizes his inner child is alive. And he wants to make him happy. He decided to create a good future he wanted. Ahoy. Sorry for the dealy but. The chapter ended up with 28k words. Sorry, I guess. Now I know how Oda feels, needing to wrap everything. I wanted to make a proper end of this arc, so I went all out. Now about the controversial decision of having a child by Hector. I noticed that some people don't like. It was his greatest L, that you are disappointed in him. The first thing I can say. You're not wrong. If you want to see it this way, I'm all for it. You can see this as a flaw in his character and in his previously immaculate record. I like it, making him more human. I hope that after you read this chapter you can understand his feelings and everyone else's feelings more, even if you don't agree. At least understand. From another side. I need to defend my boy. You guys aren't thinking he will leave for like 18 years, right? Dude. No. In my mind, he will go back before 3 years, and spoiler. Not because he doesn't want. Now for MY side. The child is a good plot device. Just watch the changes that will amp on him, how he will see the world. And conveniently in another world where I can progress with the story without a problem. Sorry again. At least I made the thing make sense. Anyway, enjoy. My parents are doctors and I was on the way to follow the same path. Well, I'm still going to do that, with some extras. Hector says while walking around the streets of the flower capital with Hiyori. Tama and Toko are walking with them as chaperones. Even if Hector said, let's marry, it means that he accepted the possibility of this endgame. There's still the need for the process to happen. Hence they are now on a date. Oh, I remember you treating the people. So that's how you learned the medic arts? Hiyori asks. More or less. Hector answers while watching Tama and Toko running around the streets, seeing the stalls with food. It was a no-brainer. I mean, there's no need to think much about me going on this career. He shrugs. And you said something about extras. Do you mean becoming a warrior? Yes. On that fated day, the previously narrow path opened wide. Very, very, very wide. Being a doctor became a side job while I mainly pursued what really matters. Hector says seriously, with a hard look, can you guess what? He turns to her and asks with a challenging smile. Strength. Even though she doesn't him that well, she knows him enough to guess. Hector smiles a little and nods, yes, for an instant I thought you would say freedom or adventures. It crossed my mind. Along with other things like wanting to protect the others. She confesses. But you're pursuing all that, so it must be something that allows you to do all that. You're smart. Hector looks at her a little differently. I remember your speech and talks with other people. You said a lot of times things like, I can do that because I'm strong, I can tolerate this because I'm strong, you can trust me because I'm strong. Yes. I believe that personal power allows you to do everything. It protects you and opens paths. To have my ideal lifestyle and to protect it, I need to always seek strength and continuously improve myself. Hector explains, that's why I came to this world. He turns to her thinking about explaining more deeply but deciding otherwise in the end. Later. If he is gonna make her his wife, he doesn't plan on hiding the existence of the multiverse from her. But it's too complicated to her mind and beliefs right now. You commented something about a fated day. Hiyori says suddenly while they are walking in a crowded street. Hector stops waving at some people who called his name in a greeting to turn to her. You really pay attention, huh? He turns, impressed. She smiles at him, somewhat proud. He chuckles at her cute actions and doesn't answer instantly to not kill the good mood. He stops at a stall to buy some taiyaki for the girls. Receiving some teasing from the old lady because the two are together. Later they find a quiet park to sit together on a bench. Tama in Hector's lap and Toko on Hiyori's. Hiyori didn't comment on Hector avoiding the previous question. The group talks about small things. She smiles gently while seeing Hector clean Tama and Toko's face of the red paste of the taiyaki. You know. Now that I think about it, our situations are a little similar. Hector starts while looking at the distance. It's funny how can people be so different and at the same time be so similar. My mother is similar to Odin. Ha. He chuckles at the thought. Hiyori didn't interrupt him even though she was confused. Like yours, my parents are also from different countries that met by chance. Far away from their respective homes. In the end, they hit off and ended up marrying. Now, to talk about that fated day, a little context it's necessary. Like your father, my mother felt a little suffocated by her family even though she was very well off in life. So she went to be a volunteer and ended up meeting my father who also went there. The thing is, if you want to say it nicely, my mother was a very tolerant and kind-hearted person. She avoided conflicts as much as she could and was a pacifist. Hector pauses before saying the next words. If you want to be mean, she was a pushover. She let people walk over her all the time, taking advantage of her goodwill. She tolerated personal loss because she was not a greedy person and thought that she had enough in life. A comfortable income, a happy family. And that's what killed her. Hector's eyes are now harder than Hiyori ever saw. It looks like he is visualizing himself killing everyone closer. But in some seconds his eyes go back to normal and he turns to Hiyori. Very similar to Odin's demise. She gave too much ground. Allowed that bastard to spread his wings too much and get comfortable in thinking that he would get away with anything. His words, even if he is talking about his own mother, look very personal to Hiyori. If Odin went on an all-out war with Orochi and Kaido from the start, his chances of winning would be great. But he compromised. The chances of winning are great, but sacrifices on his part are inevitable, so he sacrificed his image and reputation to buy the life of his people. Hector says, it was admirable. Hector nods, impressed, but a mistake nonetheless. Hiyori lowered her face, remembered that, but she looked up again feeling a hand on her head. Don't be like that. I bet he didn't regret it. He did what he thought was right and lived with it and accepted the consequences. It's easy for us to say that his choices are wrong now, after seeing the result. To him, at that time, was not clear. He didn't have a clear picture like us. Hector smiles warmly at her. Odin is an admirable man. He died as he lived, proudly carrying the other people's hopes, future, and dreams on his back and shoulders. Hiyori sobs hearing his words, putting her sleeves in front of her face to hide her tears. Are you crying? You can cry as much as you want. Let it out. Hector rubs circles on her back comfortingly, a patient smile on his face. I'm not crying, woo. She removes her hand from her face to show that she is not crying. She is only beating her lips hard, opening her eyes wide and looking away a little upward so that the tears don't escape from her moist eyes. I'm a samurai daughter. I don't cry. She continues, not fooling anyone. Hector chuckles. I see. You're really strong. As expected of Odin's daughter. He agrees with her that she is not crying. They stay like that for some time, simply watching the girls running around and playing with Kamenu and Rover, who finally arrive after Hector calls them. After some time Hector finally continues his story. My parents are killed by my greedy uncle. He says with a distant look. Hector-sama. Hiyori didn't say much beyond putting her hand over his. To make matters worse, it happened on my birthday. He adds. She squeezes his hand harder. I know that is senseless to think this way, but sometimes I feel like it was my fault. You know, my parents' working hours vary a lot. They never come back together from work and many times they continue till later. Doctors, you know. That day they finished in the expected time and came back together to go out with me. Because was my birthday. That allowed them to kill the two at the same time. My birthday gave those bastards the opportunity. It's not your fault. I know. But it's inevitable to have some guilt over it. The guilt of the survivor. It's okay, I can live with it. He smiles sadly. With the same sad smile, he turns to her. That's my origin story. Very cliché. I eventually killed my uncle. It didn't make me happy, but it was necessary to move forward, right? Hiyori nods, understanding the sentiment. But as much I admire and think tolerant people are cool, I still think it's wrong to let insects prance around that much. His eyes become almost malevolent while talking. You need to put them in their place so that any thought of bringing you harm would be squashed by their own fear of you. He remembers 2 instances of this in the One Piece world. Shanks not caring about that weak mountain bandit and Luffy not caring about Bellamy. He understands that sometimes you shouldn't lower yourself to these people's levels, but if Shanks had put the mountain bandit in his place, he wouldn't have kidnapped Luffy and Shanks wouldn't have lost his arm. If Luffy had one-shot Bellamy like the clown he was, Bellamy wouldn't have hurt Luffy's friends later. Being merciful with your enemies is being ruthless with yourself and your allies. I think this rubbed off on me more than I thought. He suddenly says. Hector remembers his harsh words to Balder after the invasion. He really tore the guy off, called him a simp, and all that. Some would say that was a little of an overreaction and unnecessary, but some people are all the time pushing your buttons and testing your limits. You can't give them too much ground. In my world, dick measurement contests are very common. After what happened with my mom, I will never let people walk over me. Even if I look petty. But even so, he still believes that diffuse battles in the Marvel world are the best way to avoid things spiraling into a crisis situation. First, harsh words. If is not enough, I will resort to violence. He decides. Worked with Kurt's family. Well, that's the gist of it. Now you know me a little better. Hector smiles at her, dispersing the foul mood in the air. He crosses his leg and supports his cheek with one hand. Now. What more? What more? What more can I say about myself? I'm very eclectic in a multitude of subjects. Movies, music, books, food. Except for alcohol, I really hadn't found alcohol that made me one day choose of my own volition to drink it instead of some juice. My favorite hobby is playing with my powers. After that, I like studying science and magic now. And be with my girls. That's something I need to make it clear. Hector slowly turns to look at Hiyori's eyes. I have other girls. And the number will continue to increase. If you're not comfortable with it, we can call it off this whole thing, no hard feelings. Hector states. Siko-san already talked to me about it. I'm not gonna back off. Hiyori says stubbornly. I don't think you understand what you're talking about. Hector tries to explain. I'm talking about me, Hector, your men, going having other women. Can you picture that? Me, Hector, your husband, hugging, kissing, having sex, and all that with other women. Try to imagine it. How do you feel about it? You're taking it too lightly. You think is okay now, then you end up hurt but will be too late. I don't think there will be a problem. My great-grandfather and grandfather had concubines. Even my father had a harem in his youth. She says like is normal. Am I the weird one here? Hector second-guesses himself. He even went to check again his assimilated cards to see if there was some sort of universal calibration harem perk. There's nothing like that. Not even in the Yuki Rito and Helltaker cards. Maybe is a secret passive. And also, Hiyori attracts his attention again. I'm super beautiful so you will never lose interest in me. She smiles brightly. Hector stares at her for some time before he can't hold back some chuckles. Hee I like your confidence. I normally don't like women that act entitled because they're beautiful and all that. Hector remembers Amora, but you're saying it so innocently that I can't find fault in it. Hector pats her head. And yes, you're super pretty and cute. I will never lose interest in you. He states as a matter of fact with a small smile. Hiyori's eyes widen for an instant before a megawatt blush colors her face and she looks away. Hey. 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 You're blatantly saying this a second ago, why are you embarrassed now? Hector can't help but ask in exasperation, you must have heard the same thing 1,000 times. It's because it's Hector-sama is the one saying it now. She says in a whisper while trying to hide her face. Hector's face freezes. This is bad. Shy girls are dangerous. Like any man, I like women that like me. Wait. Am I easy? He can't help but look away and shout in his mind. If I go to Naruto world I need to stay away from Hinata. Hector decided to be a little more visceral. So, what if I say that I want to pursue a relationship with Yamato too, is an example. What would you think? Huh. He is really putting this whole willingness to share to the test. He is cautious like that. With Yamato-san. Hiyori pauses, she is pretty and nice too. Even if I think is weird that she is trying to be my father. Hiyori says the last part with a strange voice. Yeah. That can be pretty weird. Hector agrees, I will try to talk to her about that later. So you're interested in Yamato-san? Hiyori side glances him. He shrugs, what there's not to be interested in. She is pretty, has a nice personality, is strong. I was not going to try anything before, but right now maybe I will. And it's your fault. Hector points at her. Mine. Yeah. Let me gaslight you a little. He jokes anyway. I discovered that even if I play a lot, I don't see myself starting a relationship that I don't see a future. And I didn't plan to stay around for long, so I gave up on having relationships here. But if marry you, that means that I will be bound here, right? So there will be no problem. He smiles evilly at her, now you see. I'm a scummy bastard who wants everything and gives nothing back. Hypocrite to the core without an ounce of remorse. He puts his hands in claws and continues with his evil charade. This only makes Hiyori chuckle, a truly evil person doesn't admit it. Hector slowly stops and goes back to sit normally, that's not true. But okay. I'm feeling like I really can't break these rose-tinted glasses from where you look at my figure. He sighs. Looking at the sky, he is still a little confused and uncertain about this whole thing. But his instincts tell him that, for some reason, it's the right necessary. Maybe the word is appropriate, the appropriate path to take now. Feeling that he is only delaying things and delaying is not a good thing. Are you really okay with the scenario of me staying away some years and leaving you alone with our child? Hector finally asks in a serious tone. There's really no problem. Even my mother took care of us while our father completed his adventures. I understand that a man has things he needs to do, a dream to chase, a path to follow. She answers seriously like she is trying to assuage his worries. I mean, it would be great to have you at my side all the time and forever, but I'm happy to be a comfortable port where you can come back and rest. She says honestly, making Hector look at her intensely. I don't deserve you. He says honestly. Don't be silly. She giggles. I'm dead serious. He nods gravely, I have super senses, Hiyori. I can even look at people's auras, souls. And you're goddamn truthful in all that. He explains, I really don't deserve you. Seriously, stand up and go away now. He is saying it from the bottom of his heart. Different from his summons, she is not bound for life to him. No. She answers equally serious and strongly while meeting his stare. The stare down continues for some time. And after a long time, Hector finds someone who doesn't shy away from his glare and doesn't get uncomfortable with his silent treatment. No, she is uncomfortable and uncertain. But remains here. Hector avoids his gaze first. Something that he didn't not even against the Ancient One. But is normal when you have a guilty conscience. Married life will be tough. He admits and chuckles. Hearing his words, the tension leaves Hiyori's shoulders and she laughs too. Going to put her head on his shoulder. Hector-sama, why did you change your mind about the marriage? Hiyori asks after some time of comfortable silence. I will be honest even though will hurt. Please be. After our talk I went around the world, revisiting some interesting people, visiting new places. To take the whole ordeal out of my mind, but at the same time think about it. I know myself, I'm an overthinker. So yes, I would think about it. By the way, thank Siko later for recommending the direct approach. It would stick more on my mind. He teases her with a side glance. Hiyori looks away like a guilty kid caught in some mischief. Hector simply chuckles and lets go of the matter, continuing. The truth is I'm an egotistical jerk. He says as a matter of fact, I was treating this world as a healing oasis to my soul and planned to go away without a second thought. Then I discovered that even if I'm scummy I'm not totally heartless either. To every person that I interacted with to heal myself and have fun, I grew more attached to this world. Have fun and go away, easier said than done. I ended up getting myself involved in some troublesome stuff too. Like saving Wano? Hiyori asks. Like saving Wano? He agrees, do you know Hiyori? People are real people. He says softly. Whatever. My budding hero heart couldn't ignore people's suffering slapped on my face. And I need to pay Tama for this hat. He smiles while retrieving the hat he took as payment to liberate Wano. That and the water cup from the old lady. I like this world. Hector says. To Hector, the One Piece manga holds a special place in his heart as one of his favorite shonen. Together with the likes of Dragon Ball, Hunter x Hunter, and Full Metal Alchemist for first place. And Naruto, Bleach, and Yu Yu Hakusho a little after them. One Piece is like the Red Dead Redemption 2 of the mangas. No, Red Redemption is the One Piece from the games he tries to explain his fanboyism to Cortana one day, but just lets her more confused. It was naive on his part to think that he could come, take the powers, poke fun at some people, punch others, and be done with it. Maybe he is too young to be this detached yet. Again, it will look bad what I will say and you will have all the right to simply walk away, but at some point, I didn't want this trip to stay as a simple vacation. Even if I tried to replicate what happened here in another One Piece world, would not be the same. Sometimes life throws a ball at you and you need to think fast if you want to catch it or let it pass through you. That's what happened to me when you approached me with your feelings. I could have ignored it. But I feel like I was simply delaying the inevitable. I like you a little after all. He says, making her smile softly. Would it be better to ignore your feelings and wait till I'm older? But, like. Wait for what specifically? I don't have to worry about steady incoming, house, and other normal things. At the same time, that would be a good way to create a solid bond with this world that I grew to like so much. That's where it comes the scummy part. It's like I'm using you to be this bridge. I'm also curious as to what type of man I will become by being a father. It would be incredibly convenient to be a father, but still retain my youth because I will be very far away. It's convenient. Hector looks at her with a crooked smile. See? Scum of earth. Not like I plan to stay away that long if things reach that point. 2 years max. Only till after the time skip. Enough time for me to be 18 years old. Heck, depending on the time-based powers that I will have in the future, maybe I will not lose not even a second. But I don't like counting in things I don't have. He thinks. In truth, he thinks he needs to grow a little more as a person before being a father. Depending on the time dilatation, he would have time to do that. But he will not give excuses. He continues, I always had 2 objectives. A big and long-term one where I planned to change the world, and a smaller one that was my revenge. I recently accomplished the smaller one and was left with some emptiness, and the bigger one was so far away that sometimes I lose sight of it. He looks at the horizon and reclines himself on the bench. Maybe I'm seeking another smaller objective. Something positive instead of taking a criminal empire and slowly torturing a man in my basement. When you talked with me about marrying and having a child, my overthinker mind went years in the future in 1 second. I thought that it would happen one day anyway, and at the same time I thought about my past, and let's say that I'm a little ashamed of some things I did. He confesses, it looked incredibly silly to say it out loud, but I want to be a cool guy that my children will look up to and say proudly, that's my dad, or something like that. He scratches his chin and looks away a little ashamed. I think that is very normal, no? Hiyori giggles at him. Agreed. Cortana says in his mind. Hector is still a little bashful before continuing, so. I just thought in giving in and making it right, like I said to you. Creating the small objective of becoming a better person and cool guy to make my children proud. I mean, I will have children eventually. So I can start now, right? Is it bad? I can improve myself and return more experienced. 1 year or 2 later. Enough for me to grow into my child don't miss me too much, I think. He says unsure, I would lose some important things, but that would be my punishment. What I deserve. He sighs, kids forget easily, so maybe she won't even miss me. Hiyori was not sure what to say now, so she simply hugged him with one arm around his torso. Siko-san was right. You really think too much. Ugh. Why are you hugging and comforting me? I literally said that I'm treating you as some sort of device to my character development. Hector makes a helpless face. Well, but you liked me, right? You said that. She smiles brightly at him again. Seriously, where is the harem lord perk? I need to turn it off. Hector goes to look at his cards again. And I will also confess my feelings. She backs away from him and takes a deep breath. A part of me wanted to use our marriage and child to keep you here. She says seriously and a little ashamed. Baby trap me, huh? I figured out that much. Hector shrugs after giving her a glance. Hiyori was at her wit's end on how to reach Hector's heart. It's a crude way to approach it, but would buy her time to reach and make him love her. That's what she thought. But she suddenly says, I really never wanted to trap you. As your wife, I will always respect and support your freedom. But I also wanted to use the marriage and kid to force a bond with you. She finishes her phrase softly. Grabbing his hand she smiles, then in your words I'm also a bad person. I didn't think that far ahead like you. My simple thought is that even if I couldn't charm you after all that, I would still have the greatest gift that you could give to me. A part of you. She says with one hand over her heart and moves it to her belly. You should stop this. I'm falling for you for real. Hector deadpans at her, and then I wouldn't let you go and I will make everything to make you mine for life. No backsies. Please do. She only gives him her megawatt smile while joining her fingers together. Hector laughs at her enthusiasm before sighing again. In the end, if we are bad or good, right or wrong, will depend on our future actions. So let's do our best to make it right. Hector reaches for her shoulders to hug her. Omo. She nods at his embrace. I think this could work. Oops. Hector was talking before his face turned fast and he made a nudge motion with a finger. Hiyori looks in the same direction to see Toko floating close to the ground. She can deduce that Hector stopped her from falling. Be careful. Hector half shouts and stands up to get closer to them. What are you guys doing, by the way? Playing kunoichi. Tama answers a little sheepishly. Oh. I'm a ninja myself. Let me show you some jutsus. Hector smiles warmly before going to play with the two and the dogs, Kamenu and Rover. And he said that he was not ready. She comments with an exasperated, yet fond, sigh at the scene. It's like Siko-san said. He has too high standards for himself. She thinks good is the bare minimum. Great is the normal. He won't accept anything beneath excellent from himself. She resolves herself to show him that he can leave and trust her. The marriage was scheduled for a week from now. Hector said that Hiyori would have the final say and could simply stop at any time. And true to his words for at least being an honest bastard, Hector continued to talk more about himself to her, especially the bad things. So I recently experimented with some pirates on how the devil fruit's curse works, so I drowned them. He appears from where she is playing her shamisen. They are pirates. Hiyori answers simply. I killed dozens of thousands of people in a one-man army standing. Very admirable, one man versus an army. Hiyori praises. I tricked the world by making a man's power go out of control so that I can execute him. Is he a criminal? I'm really going for Yamato too. I'm dead serious. She is nice. And it continued. All week Hector goes on and on confessing his sins. Till to the point that he doesn't have much more to confess. One time I gave a hot girl from my class answers for a test. Was my simpest moment. One late night I trash-talked a guy on a game after I killed him, only for him to praise me and say that he was a little tired from work by proximity chat. I hit a vase with a ball and blamed a little brother of my friend. He couldn't even talk properly. I even put him close to the broken vase. I stole a Snickers when I was 6 years old. When I was angry with my mother I purposefully stepped on cracks in the ground and left my chanclas upside down to hurt her. I swapped my bean on the cotton with one of my classmates because mine died. There's one playthrough where I killed the trap dog in Resident Evil 4. In this one, he becomes so guilty that he reloaded his file. I cut sandwiches horizontally instead of diagonally. I use light mode. Many times I left like 2 milliliters of juice or milk on the recipient so that the next person needs to replace it. Did the same with cakes and as such, so that someone else cleans the plate. All week, he suddenly appeared and dropped such bombs on her. But nothing works. At some point, Hiyori simply started to smile fondly at his antics. Hector sits down and sighs heavily. That's it. I give up. I'm simply too handsome to do anything wrong. He shakes his head while putting some fingers on his forehead in a narcissistic way. Did Hancock rub on you, master? Cortana teases. Hector laughs and shakes his head. Not that much, but I'm worried if I will grow spoiled by being this handsome. He jokes, how could I know if I really created a connection with a woman or if they are simply lusting for my body? TSK. Cortana rolls her eyes. No one told you to be the white knight and save the damsels in distress. And strength is heavily admired in this world, coupled with everything more, you have it easy. Be careful, next time. Don't be jealous, my lovely AI. You're my favorite. He smiles roguishly at her. You would say that to everyone. All are my favorites. He then removes 2 cards from his inventory. Well, I didn't think that I would need to do this now, but okay. As much I don't care, I think certain talks are necessary to get things out of the way. Hector addresses the rest of the room. All of the important people of Wano are present here. So, after we have known each other better, Hiyori and I decided to move forward with the marriage. Hector gives the woman in question, who is by his left side, a look and a squeeze of the hand. Everyone is okay with that. Smiling and congratulating the couple. Back to the main topic, I only want to guarantee my future children's future, so. Kuri will be Hiyori's, and Momonosuke will be trained on the flower capital as the shogun of all Wano. Kuri will also become some sort of independent embassy mine. I know that many people are still reluctant to trust the beast pirates, so we can group them there. When they are not working on the rest of Wano, obviously. He says. Internally he is rolling his eyes, as if. If my children want the whole world would be theirs. But if they are a little like me, they really won't care. I also will need to decide if I will keep things in this world or eventually bring them to the multiverse. Hector gives Hiyori a side glance. What is better? A short and fulfilling life here? Or an eternal life with me? What would they choose? Is this the rock and banana again? He sighs while looking forward. Life is complicated. The reunion delves into boring topics and policies to be applied in Kuri and their relation with the rest of Wano. Some don't want to accept that separation, but Hector is having none of it. And he guaranteed that in the end, Kuri would be Hiyori's. So is all in the family. Hiyori, walk with me. Hector calls her after the boring reunion and walks out of the room. She bows to the rest of the room before following her soon-to-be husband. Outside the room, Hector hooks her arm with hers to make her walk by his side. At this point, you must know that I'm the cautious type. Hector starts seeing her silence, and obviously I will worry after I'm not here, so I plan to do many things to ensure your safety and create many contingencies in case things go south. She nods so that he can continue. The basic of the basics is increasing your strength. Like training. She tilts her head beyond playing around. When I was a kid I never fought. Wouldn't be better to train my retenters? I will do that too. Believe that you will have many, many protectors. He says slowly, looking forward while they walk around the castle, but personal strength is still the most reliable one. And I can cheat. He turns to her. Cheat. In this world, there's a way to have a sudden growth in strength. The devil fruits, right? Wano is a closed country, and like Amazon lily, the existence of devil fruits is not that much widespread. Many think about them in superstitious ways like curses. Hiyori knows better because of her proximity to the upper echelons and Odin's travels. Yes. Between them, a Logia and mythical Zoan would turn even a mongrel into a force to be reckoned with. Logias can turn your body into elements, instantly putting you on the top of the world. And Orochi had a mythical Zoan. He was very strong even when he was a waste of space. Hector explains. So you're gonna give me one of those? She asks. Hector smiles at her. Don't underestimate your men. I will give you more than one devil fruit. He raises his free hand to show her the truth is that I can take, copy, and give people powers, the devil fruits in this case. That's my second biggest secret. He reveals, his hand changes in many ways to illustrate the fact. So that's why you came to these seas. She deduces. Yes. I copied a lot of powers to increase my strength to protect what is dear to me. Originally, I came to Wano simply to sneak around and copy Kaido, Orochi, and other powers. Remembering that I have a power to see the future, so I knew that Momonosuke would return. I planned to leave things to him. But when I saw how bad the situation was, I couldn't stop myself. Let's say that if letting things to him, it would depend on luck for him to win. Hector says while changing his hand to one of a dragon using Kaido's powers. I see. I'm glad you changed your mind. People are happy now. Then she smiles slyly at him and squeezes his arm. See? Changing your mind could be good in the end. She says, referring to him changing his mind about marrying her. Look what we have here. Cheeky, huh? He smiles too, and squeezes her side to tickle her. The two enjoy their laugh for a bit before resuming their walk. They eventually stop on a balcony with an excellent view of the flower capital. Isolated enough to not be listened to and public enough to not be disrespectful. They're not married yet, after all. The heart of the situation is that there is a limit to how much power your body can handle, Hiyori. Hector says while looking at Wano, as right now, I would say one devil fruit power and a couple of minor powers. This is more than enough, no. Obviously not. Hector scoffs. Overkill is the best type of kill. There's always a way. Trust me. I do. She nods seriously. So this is my plan. The best path would be to give you a mythical Zoan. Better than a Logia for 3 reasons. First, we are in the new world, there are a lot of hockey users around here. Second, the mythical Zoans are packages of powers. Third, the mythical Zoan will passively strengthen your body, allowing you to take more powers, even a Logia maybe. Hector explains while raising 3 fingers in accordance with his words. I understand. There's also a method unique to me that will increase the benefits by a lot. Your man is also a genius, don't forget that. He winks at her with a smirk. Little flashback. And this is important to you, Siko. Hector smiles while pointing at her. This is during one of his lessons about powers, it's about your next upgrade. Question mark. Siko and Cassandra looks confused. I studied the devil fruits of this world, how they interact with the human body and all that. Hector starts explaining. A curious thing is that the devil fruit powers latch on the genetic code of the user. Do you remember how the people here, with devil fruits, introduce themselves? He asks like a teacher. Like. I'm a something man. Siko guesses unsure, remembering the meetings with devil fruits users. Yes. Hector claps 2 times to show approval. I'm Luffy, I ate the rubber fruit and now I'm a rubberman, I'm a barrierman, I'm a lightman, I'm a pawman. Do you see where I'm going with this? They don't say, I have light powers, I have rubber powers. They introduce themselves like they are of a different race. And how does this change things? Changes everything. Hector exclaims excitedly. They become the fruit. They fused with it. You guys can't see it, but the fruit takes the whole slot of your soul or something like that. Devil fruits are a mix of meta powers with supernatural powers. It's not only affecting your genetic code like quirks and mutations, Marvel, it's also a little like stands. Hector knows this because of power manipulation. There's a reason he is going through this path, order of worlds, in acquiring powers. Apparently, power manipulations is the most effective against genetic-like abilities, losing a little of effectivity against Esper-like power, losing even more against spirit-like powers like stands. He notices that took a lot of time to copy and he can't copy the stand, only the ability of the stand, and become totally ineffective against magic and other more esoteric things. So he was going through the safe path, visiting worlds where he was almost 100% sure that he could copy the powers. For example, he probably can go to Worm or Tora universes, but power manipulation would need to work hard. But it would be possibly, not to go to Jujutsu Kaisen. Even if that universe there, innate powers that would fall into the realm of power manipulation, authority. There's too much mysticism involved. He also can't use power manipulation to take a sacred gear, as an example. Or copy an innate talent to magic and fairy tale. Yet. So, devil fruits fundamentally changes the user's whole being. It's incredible that the person continues human and at the same time not. A curious thing too is about the genes. Having the genes altered, one would expect that the children would inherit the parents' power, right? Did not. Cassandra asks. Nope. But I theorize the passive strength, durability, vitality, and other things gained by a Zoan user can be passed forward onto their descendants. I think that is how so many people are ridiculously strong. And other things too. Hector puts a hand on his chin to think. Why the children don't inherit the powers? Siko asks. This is very complicated. Hector is more serious now. I would say that is a failsafe. Failsafe. Yes, like the devil fruits are programmed like that. Return when the user dies, make the user lose the ability to swim and float, and stop the powers from being passed to the descendants. Programmed. Then. Siko's eyes widen a little. The devil fruits are man-made. Hector confirms in a low voice, anyway, all of this is my speculation. Back to what is really important. He goes back to his teacher mode. Then. Knowing that devil fruits basically gives you, not only power, but an entire physiology, can't we do some bioengineering? Vegapunk created an artificial devil fruit, so. He smiles at Siko. What do you think about receiving my own customized mythical Zoan, Hito no Mi, model, Oni? He asks her. We can cheat even more. He raises his hand. And between his fingers a card. Kokoshibo's character card. His smile widens. Gaining all the benefits and none of the disadvantages. Keeping yourself human, but gaining an Oni physiology. He says excitedly, no fear of the sun, no need to eat humans, no drowning. And this without thinking about the cocktail of serums that I have from Marvel. Your body will passively grow stronger and stronger. And my adaptability on the E-serum will give ground to receive even more Oni-like powers in the future. That sounds nice. Siko says, a little overwhelmed by Hector's enthusiasm. That's more than nice, Siko. Ha ha ha, that's great. If it works, I will finally break through and will be proven that in the future I will be capable of working with physiologies. That's one of his blind spots. He has had this idea on his mind since his talk with the Ancient One. Where he learned that Azazel, Kurt's father, is not a demon. But has a metapower that gave him his demonic physiology to the point that even hell accepts him. He even raises his hand to the ceiling and laughs. Hito no Mi, model, Kryptonian. Hito no Mi, model, Time Lord, Doctor Who. Hito no Mi, model, Asgardian. Titan. Namekian. Scion. Celestial Sapien. Ha 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 ha. I will be capable of gifting these physiologies easily and people will not lose their humanity. It will be like a second form, like a final boss. He chuckles to himself. He controls his own excitement and turns at them again with a big smile. Now, there are many tests I need to do. I will not put you at risk, after all. Luckily there are a lot of bipedal sheep on this world to be used as subject. His smile turns evil for a second before it goes back to normal. Now the important question, Siko. This will decide your future. Think wisely. Hector looks at her eyes. Do you want 1 or 2 horns in your Oni form? That's important. Siko could become Cheyenne twin or not depending on her answer. Back to the present. Now. To choose your fruit. Hector hesitates a little. What do you think about the mythical Zoan, Yamada no Orochi? Hiyori makes a face. I trust your choice, Hector-sama. She relents. Hector keeps looking at her for some seconds before sighing. Forget about that. To me, power is power, but I came to understand that it's not that simple. They carry something more. He looks at the horizon while rubbing his elbow. Powers are part of a person. Can carry their will, their legacy. Sabo and Luffy didn't want the Mera Mera no Mi to fall in someone else's hands. People don't like to know that when their own powers are being used by others too. Hector also noticed the looks that some people give to Long In, his adamantium dragon, because of the similarity to Kaido. The reason that I would like for you to have that power, it's because you would have 8 lives. It's only my desire to you be safe. He shrugs, but is okay. Following my process you will have almost impenetrable skin and a decent healing factor, enough to regenerate limbs in weeks. Sorry if I can't give a better one. Healing factors, surprisingly, put a heavy burden on a body. But it will grow better like everything else. I see. Thanks for understanding. And for your worry. She caresses his arm and smiles at him. He smiles back to create a better mood. So, what about the Kyubi no Kitsune? He suggests with a broad smile. Like all mythical zoans, will increase your strength, durability, vitality. Will allow you to create illusions, transform, and even give you fox fire. I can fuse it with other minor powers of mine to make it even better. Like fusing the illusion ability with glamour, the quirk of Kamiutsushime, or fusing the fox fire with another fire-based power. Maybe even the fire logia if Hiyori can take it. There's something like that. Yes, I think it is very fitting. Hector goes to caress her cheek, and in the folklore, they are very beautiful, right? Only appropriate to my foxy wife. He teases. She blushes hard. I'm not foxy. She says in a whisper accompanied by a pout. Really? Didn't you trick those evil men into giving everything to you? He raises an eyebrow. Mine. She pouts even harder and turns her face away. Ha 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 ha. I also want to see you with fox ears. He says, in his usual way of always benefiting even when helping others. This place is very different. Hiyori says while looking around his lab. Get used to it, I will leave it here. There are many useful things for you, especially medical equipment. Hector says while preparing the serum chamber. They sneaked out of the castle, Hector leaving some duplicates behind. The process will take some hours. Will be painful. Hector warns, but I will be with you all the way. Then I'm not afraid. Hector nods and goes back to his preparations. One of my biggest fears is our child unknowingly hurting you in some way. I have many countermeasures to this. I even have a little plot armor. In the form of a perk, but who knows? Maybe the baby will suck a lot of nutrients. Hector types while explaining. That's worrisome. She frowns. Yeah, but it will be my child. Born from my adaptability, and his body will not be dumb. How so? Babies are essentially the perfect parasite. Hector-sama. Hiyori admonishes his way of talking. Hector shrugs, sorry, but is the truth. They perfectly trick the mother's immune system, make the mother's body produce hormones for them, and condition their brains to love them and find them cute. Even the gross things like puke. Hector-sama. Okay. The thing is, a good parasite will not kill the host, unless it has a way to migrate to another body or it completes its life cycle while it. Like the ones that put eggs on the host body. Gross. Hiyori covers her mouth. Yep, then. I'm the material of the E-serum. Coming from my secondary mutation that allows my body to adapt to supernatural powers. This will not only make the user resistant to the external powers, but will also limit their own powers to a level that their own body can handle. Till a certain age. For years, varying a little. You lost me a little. Okay, the thing is. While the baby will be inside you. It will be part of you. The baby's body will instinctively know how much your body can handle. Will hold back, or even accelerate the birth time. Don't be surprised if the gestation period happens to be 6 months. He continues, and now I will make your body like that. Your body will also adapt to my child better. So the gestation will be as normal as possible. At least, I don't think the baby will suddenly teleport out of your belly or something like that. He jokes. You really thought a lot. Hiyori didn't appreciate his joke too much, a little worried, like any mom. I'm a worrywart. I had these countermeasures months ago because of my people. My only worry is that I'm very strong, but... He points at her. You're gonna make me strong now. Exactly. Normally the process would give you that low-key adaptability, that works better to your own powers and in this case the baby's possible powers, a healing factor, impenetrable skin, 50-ton class strength, and longevity coupled with a lot of resistance to diseases. Hector explains. That's a lot. Hiyori says impressed. That's the better version of the serum he can produce. The one reserved for the likes of Shago and Helena. Now, if during the process some powers are introduced, we can control the direction where it goes. Everything that I said is only the standard. That's why he said to his people to choose the first 7 powers carefully. In this case, the mythical Zoan will lift the cap of your strength even more. You would be capable of dealing with some of the Toparapo even without training, and you will grow stronger even without doing anything. Your lineage is also very good. Hector finally finished everything. A chamber opens with a hiss, inviting Hiyori inside. Now, go inside. I will stick my arm a second before the process. Don't worry, I can at any time help and adjust anything personally. I'm a cheater like that. He smiles at her full of confidence. Without hesitation, Hiyori steps inside, ready to jump to the top of the world in a single step. Anyone would be envious of her if they know. Raw strength enough to contend with Yonko commanders, no limitations or weaknesses. When the high-level boyfriend boosts you. Hector jokes before turning the chamber on. Days later. Seiko slides a door open and looks inside to see Hector staring at the view of a window while shirtless. Look what we have here. The man of the night is not even ready yet. She jokes while approaching his set of clothes. Let me help you. She grabs the traditional black wedding kimono. He doesn't answer with a joke, so she asks, anything in your mind? Always. But particularly right now I'm thinking that life is really unpredictable. I never imagined that my first wedding, I imagined that I would have more than one, would be like that. Japanese, in this world, with Hiyori. He says, without my parents. Well, you said before that the unpredictability of life makes life interesting and worth living. She tries to help. Yeah. Fang Yuan was right. I'm not complaining, I only find it a little strange. Strange isn't always bad. And I think I should get used to it. He laughs a little. He turns to her with a more serious face. Do you have any problem in not being first? He asks. I'm a little jealous, but I know my time will come. She answers honestly while starting to work on removing his pants to put on his clothes, and I want to enjoy our time as lovers too. Hector nods. I will keep that in mind. I can do this alone, by the way. He says, gesturing to her dressing him. But I want to do it. She answers without room to refuse. That's new. She eyes his back while helping him put the upper part of the kimono. There, on his shoulder, close to his neck, a 1-inch birthmark. You like it? It's my new bloodline birthmark. Will appear in all of my children too. Hector says. A spiral. Yes, a vortex vector spiral. Unique enough to be distinct, but not weird enough to people suspect anything. Well, not like anyone would see Hector or even Eidolon shirtless that easy. It looks a little like the Eidolon symbol. Seiko comments before finally covering the birthmark with the kimono and continuing to dress him. It's the ideal. The most perfect form in creation. The circle. The convergence in the center symbolizes the forces of the universe, or the way it spreads in all directions symbolizes my many specializations. Hector smiles, the golden ratio. Phi. Spiral. I like the idea. Even the essence looked like a multicolored vortex inside the bottle before Hector drank it. Like a galaxy, like a roulette. I see. And what it does. Only marks your children. Afraid of being cheated on the paternity. She teases him. Ha. Impossible, are you forgetting about my senses? He laughs at her. It simply gives a little basic package to my descendants. A guarantee, really. Nothing exceptional, but enough. As an example, I think this would guarantee all my children to inherit my conqueror's haki. I thought that was a given, with the lineages and all that. She moves to his front and laces his kimono. Nah. It has a higher chance, but no. People are still surprised to see Luffy having conqueror's haki even knowing of his lineage. Seiko finally finishes preparing Hector and gives a nod of approval while smoothing any invisible wrinkles. Good. Let's go. She turns to leave. But Hector doesn't move. Getting cold feet. She teases. Maybe. I don't know. It still doesn't feel real to me. Hector confesses, here I am, ready to get married. But in 2 months I will go back to my other life. No consequences. It feels like I'm in a game. Just getting used to it. I decided already, even if I can live a life without consequences. I will carry everything I want. It's my choice. In the end, everything reduces to being my choice. Because I'm strong and I have options. He nods to himself. Good, you're cooler with this confident look. Seiko smiles at him. He smiles back. One of these days I was thinking about a harem. The two start walking away. Oh. Is that so? Regretting already. Seiko jokes, but Hector's face gets a little serious. A little. He says, but before he can hurt her he grabs her hand reassuringly. One of my favorite books has a quote of a character. The character lost the love of his life and said, when the sun has set, no candle can ever replace it. It's a beautiful quote. Make me look at the many examples of monogamous relationships and envy the ones that truly find their one and true love. So I was like, I will never have my son and only candles. I respect the no harem sect now. Then he turns fast to Siko, with a gentle smile on his lips. Sorry that you guys need to hear that. But I swore to myself to at least be honest. He says apologetically, but like all quotes, they can be changed a little, so to me I would change the candles to stars. And yes, while the stars in the sky can't replace a sun. We all know that stars are simply suns but very far away. He tightens his grip on Siko's hand and drops to a knee, and guess who is powerful enough to visit them? He points at himself cheekily. Pfft. Siko can't help but let out a little giggle. From close enough, they are suns and I'm powerful enough to treat all my little stars like the suns they are. He kisses the back of her hand romantically while keeping eye contact. I said that before, and I will say it again. I will treat you all the best I can do. Enough to make any woman envious. I love you, Siko, and I love you, Cortana. He hugs Siko in person and Cortana mentally. I love you too, Hector/Master. The two melt in his embrace. Now let's add another little star on our sky dome of love. He drags them away. Can't you let the cute moment live a little longer? Siko rolls her eyes. Nope, it's cringe. Let's go, I can't wait to be married. I'm like, the ultimate passport bro, look where I came to find a trad wife. He jokes. Pfft. You're insufferable. Wait till I start with the daddy jokes. The marriage will be realized in the flower capital because Kuri is not yet fully reformed. And Hiyori will be living here till Momonosuke returns. The attendance number is absolutely ridiculous as expected. There's not even enough space in the city. Outside the gates, the sea of people expands like an enormous festival. For the first time, Hector's supplies of food on his sky poison pearl were drained. He even went out to hunt more food and use some powers to not destroy the ecosystems. People in this world eat a lot. And all of this also because he doesn't want to hurt Wano resources, they still have a lot to rebuild. The marriage will also be transmitted on the many screens across the place and everything looks set. The decorations are up, everything is organized, security is tight and the food is ready. I'm beat. Tsukasa comments tiredly. Hector smiles smugly at him, didn't you say that you would cook for me? Yes, but... That's a lot of food. Tsukasa breaths out. Hector needed to duplicate him and boost his stamina. By the way. This new look didn't combine, can't you go back to being a girl? Hector laughs. Tsukasa's form right now is absolutely muscular. Machio level of muscular. That's Ivankov-san fault. Those hormones of his. Tsukasa complain. Haha. Don't worry, I know it will wear off and you will go back to normal but still maintain some strength. Very effective process. He is cycling on the juice. Hector says. I wish I didn't look like a brute. Tsukasa whimpers. You're emotional because of the hormones, try to not start a fight. Fights are bad. Isn't you that said something about fighting in a Viking setting? Tsukasa accuses. Me. No. Never. Hector denies innocently, I said that in a Viking setting, you must have no enemies. Hector even takes a flower and peacefully smells it. Passing the image of a delicate and polite gentleman. Tsukasa's face is a thing to behold, I will eventually grow crazy by being around you. Hector laughs and leaves the poor cook alone while he walks to the altar. A lot of familiar faces can be seen in the crowd. Yamato that is back from subjugating some territories of Kaido, Rayleigh, the Whitebeard pirates, and even Law. Hector slowly walks to the front of the altar, the raised dais that allows the main guest to see him, his face on the screens around the place. On the altar, only the important people like Siko, Cassandra, Denjiro, Yasui, and the bride herself. Wearing a white kimono, with her features mostly obscured by a wataboshi, the Japanese equivalent of a veil. The place slowly falls silent while the man prepares some words. This shows how much respect he imposes. Iya, thank you for the bride. The guy can't lose the opportunity to turn a solemn situation into a relaxed one. The whole place bursts into laughs and some jokingly curse at him. Can't you be serious? Give back my respect for you. Are we really gonna give our princess to this hoodlum? Ha ha ha. This remembers me of Odin-sama. Hector in all his seriousness and dignity answers appropriately, shut up, you bastards. Even if you don't give her, I would steal her now. Try to stop me, suckers. And he flips them off. Hiyori, he really can't be honest, right? Siko, the truth is that he is embarrassed in being on the receiving end of thanks and praises, so he acts rude so that people won't do that. Cassandra, Sundara. The riot continues for some time, allowing some good laughs till Hector coughs on his hand to turn the situation more serious. Anyway. You guys have a point. My Hiyori is very precious, so I prepared an appropriate dowry. He then takes something from his inventory and presents it to the crowd. That's the lost blade of Shimatsuki Ryuma, Shusui. Now this creates another uproar completely different from the previous one. Shusui is prized as the national prize of Wano. One of the few black blades in the world. It was buried with Ryuma and never touched again because Wano unanimously thought that no one should be worthy of such a weapon. Ryuma has the great title of sword god by the country of samurais. It can only be imagined his reputation and prowess while living. The blade was stolen more than 20 years ago, and after the fact, Wano went on a downhill. People believe that Shusui is an auspicious treasure of the country. That's how important the sword is to them. Hector turns around to present the blade, still sheathed, to Hiyori. Even she is incredibly shocked. Hector kept it a surprise even from her. Denjiro is the one who goes forward and takes the sword from Hector's hand. Exchanging a nod between them, Denjiro does the show of slowly removing the sword of the sheath in front of all of Wano. It's really Shusui. It can only be that black luster can only come from a black blade. Anyone from Wano can recognize the design. And to think I would see Shusui in my life. The crowd talks in awe, some cry, and some thank the gods and Hector. All types of overly emotional reactions. Hector-sama, how did you find Shusui? Denjiro asks the question everyone wants to know. It was stolen by some trash. The guy had the power to raise corpses with a fraction of the original's power. So it's not weird that he would lust for the sword god's body. Hector explains. Almost everyone seethes in anger hearing that. Someone desecrated the body of their idol. Unfortunately, the body couldn't be recovered. There's still some will of Ryuma alive on the body, and he ignited himself to pass away and don't cause trouble or bring shame to himself and Wano. Hector says a half-truth and half-white lie. After that, the ceremony proceeded as expected. The priest purifies the two, they ask for the blessing of the gods to the couple, and the two take 3 sips each from 3 cups of sake. Hector follows almost everything perfectly to respect their customs, but one would notice his neglect in bowing to the gods and other related things. He doesn't respect gods he didn't know, at least. The party shows no signs of stopping. It probably will last till dawn and beyond, even though it starts at the beginning of the evening. The couple then excuses themselves to their bridal chambers. Hector slowly slides close the door behind him while looking at his now wife sitting on the bed. She avoids eye contact, too embarrassed to look at him. Now. How to proceed with this? If you act all shy like this, you will awaken the beast that inhabits all men, my dear wife. Hector thinks before walking to his wife. Going on his knees, Hector takes her hands on his. My dear wife. He calls her with a smile. Hiyori shyly steals a glance at him before hiding her lower face with a sleeve. Husband, Oto-sama. I like the sound of that. His smile widens. Let me give my own vow. I'm sorry that you can't be my one and only, and how much of this relationship is unbalanced. Who dash? Hiyori goes to say something, probably gonna talk about how this all started as her idea, but Hector raises one hand to stop her. So to balance things, believe when I say that I will treat you the best I could. And I only ask of you to respect and love me, our marriage, and our family. Nothing more, nothing less. His woman could choose to be the most mediocre of all, it only needs to follow these things to him. Maybe it's a little hypocritical, but is non-negotiable. I accept. Hiyori confirms their marriage for the second time this day. Thank you. He says from the bottom of his heart. Then his smile grows a tad crooked, filling with bad intentions. Now. I think the night is not over, don't you agree? He teases. I think so. Her tomato blush goes back to her face. He loves seeing her like that. He stands up and pulls her to her feet and without hesitation raises her chin to capture her lips. Hiyori is overwhelmed by Hector's gentle kiss. After separating from their lip lock, he smiles lecherously. I think there's a thing where the man rolls the woman out of her obi, right? Yes. She answers bashfully, also reaching for his clothes to help him undress. Ah, he stops her, I want to enjoy opening my gift. He says while removing her obi. And taking some ornaments of her hair, letting her silk blue locks cascade over her shoulders. He slowly loosens the rest of her clothes and pushes her down on the bed. He appreciated her figure. Her legs and shoulders are revealed by the loose clothes. Creamy thighs and a white bosom tinted red by her embarrassment. I didn't say before because it was like stating the obvious, but you're beautiful, my wife. He smiles down at her, enjoying her blushing and capturing her cherry lips once again. After enjoying her soft lips, he didn't lose time on going lower. Leaving hickeys on her neck, shoulder, and chest, marking his territory. Even lower he found her modest breasts, small when compared with her peers, but Hector would never care about it. Husband, Hiyori breathes out. Gasping when Hector continues going lower. her thin arms trying to stop his advance and his legs closing in embarrassment. Don't look down there. She whines cutely, but it only makes his blood boil. Oh, my dear wife, you're not ready for what your future holds, he smirks at her, but don't worry, we're gonna discover together. He stands on his knees, removing himself from her, before removing the upper part of his clothes, baring her torso to her. From the way she looks at him, she likes it. She likes it very much. See. Now we're in a similar state. He laughs before slowly moving his face closer to her crotch. Now, I need to inform you. My powers allow me to guarantee pregnancy. So tonight is the night. Her eyes widen at his words. So let me prepare you for our baby-making sex. And taking advantage of her surprise, he delves deeper between her legs. Her underwear was removed so swiftly that she only noticed when the warm and hot sensation of his tongue touched her lower lips. All the way upwards, his tongue slowly drags over her slit. She moans, her hands instinctively going to his hair. Her legs clamping around his head. His big hands hold her ass from below, to better access, his thumbs spread her pussy and allow his tongue to delve as deep as it's allowed. Ing husband that's. She gives up of grabbing his hair and thrashes around a little on the bed, biting her sleeve, and clawing the sheets. Her sensitive reactions are fuel to Hector's enthusiasm. After a good and gentle tongue fucking, Hector removes his face from her, now red and flooding, pussy. She breathes hard. She feels that she is on the verge of something. Hector knows that too. To not lose the timing, he rips off his pants, revealing all of his body to Hiyori. She is on her end, still wearing her kimono loosely, if you ever can call that wearing. But Hector makes no move to take it off completely, he finds this way sexier. Blushing heavily, a sheen of sweat covering her pale skin making it practically glow, she looks like the perfect definition of a submissive maiden, and this makes him act up. Submissive and breedable. I ask myself since when I had a breeding fetish. He grabs her thighs to prepare for the next act. Hiyori sees his actions and helps him. Wrong. Don't be silly, Hector. Everyone has breeding kink. If not, we would fail as a species. With her legs wrapped around his waist, he lowers himself to kiss her dampened forehead. She could feel his member resting on her navel, making it clear how big and thick it was, making Hiyori gulp. I'm gonna start now. You can vocalize anything to me, my sexy wife. He says before interlacing their fingers together. He aligns himself with her entrance in a smooth, but slow, trust that takes her virginity. He can feel her clamping around his length instantly, his edging paying off. After giving her some time to recuperate, he starts moving slowly and in a probing way. Watching her reactions, I know that she is still too embarrassed to say something. He holds her hips with one hand to steady himself before getting more passionate with his wife. All the time, kissing her neck and face and whispering sweet things in her ear. She is latched on him like her life depended on it, hugging his neck with her arms, and his waist with her legs. Moaning in response to his words. I'm not gonna hold back. Are you ready? He asks. On yesh, I want your baby, and now, her response is a louder moan when he goes deeper than even, coming at the same time and flooding her insides. Hiyori releases a silent scream and her toes curl while she reaches her climax for the second time this night. I can feel it, oh gods. I can feel it. She takes deep breaths, moving a hand to her lower belly. Is that so? But let's make sure. He smirks before grabbing her hand and making her sit on his lap in a lotus position. He kisses her again while grabbing and squeezing her bubble butt to make her bounce on his cock. They have all night. Next day. The sun is already high in the sky, but the newlyweds remain on bed. Hector plays with Hiyori's hair, observing her cute sleeping face. She is tired from the night, but not as much as one would expect. Hector's improvements already showing effect. And he was very gentle with her for obvious reasons. It still does not feel real. But I will protect this smile with all my strength. He thinks while looking at her satisfied smile. She snuggles closer to him, seeking his warmth on her naked skin. And give reasons to her smile more. He thinks before kissing her temple. Your husband has work to do. He says, that sounds nice. Slowly removing himself to not wake her, Hector puts on his clothes and orders his Shadowcon to protect her. Going overboard enough to put 100 of them around the room. They will notify him when she wakes up so that he can return in a second. I never thought that you would get married. Law comments while sipping some tea. He and Hector are sitting on a balcony while observing the influx of people below them on the street, noticing the hangover and the people cleaning the streets of the party. I have a normal life too. Hector shoots back with a smile. As if. So what do you want to talk about? Law goes straight to the point. Don't act so cold, you're my cute disciple. Outside my people, you're the one that I most invested my time teaching. Hector acts hurt. Whatever. You still haven't answered my question. Law rolls his eyes. Hey, even if you act cold outside, I know that you have a conscience. You're like me on this aspect. Hector says while eating some dangos. I have 3 things to address. An order, an instruction, and a gift. You can speak, it's not like I'm gonna follow your words. Like I said. Cold on the outside. Hector chuckles before making a serious face. Law, my time in this world is limited. Are you dying? Law frowns while looking at him. Hey, worried. Hector teases for a moment, making a vein jump on Law's forehead, but no. Let's say. Imagine that I'm an ancient beast that woke up from a deep slumber, but needs to go to sleep for some years again. He goes with this. An ancient beast. I can see that. Law deadpans. You keep hurting my fragile little heart. Anyway, in 2 months I will need to leave for some years. I will return. I 100% will, but I can't give you the exact date. Probably in some years. Hector confesses. And what this has to do with me? Law. Become a Yonko. That's my instruction. That's up to me. But why are you telling me this? Law says confused, and what does this have to do with you going into hibernation or whatever? Nothing much. Hector shrugs. The world will change in the future, Law. I predict wars and skirmishes all over the planet. There are 3 vague spots to Yonko if we count Big Mom out of the equation. You really did a number on her, huh? She was mentally handicapped now, but can be a good guard dog, so don't go attacking her territory. Her children can use her. But I don't think they can command as much as influence as before. And the other 2 spots? You're occupying one of them, right? Buffed, as if. Maybe in name. I'm above you all. I'm not an emperor, more like a god. Or a devil. Hey, but Yamato will be the other Yonko after I leave. She will command Kaido's forces. She was his daughter, you must have seen her. Tall, white hair, horns, boisterous. I see. Wait, she is Kaido's daughter. He exclaims in shock, and the people here don't care. Rosinante and Doflamingo are brothers and they are very different. Hector says to summarize. Back to the topic, Ace will probably take over the Whitebeard pirates and become a Yonko too. Basically, your quest is to dispute with the rest of the worst generation for Big Mom's slot. Looks troublesome. He sighs. Wanna let Luffy, Kid, and the others surpass you. You have such a ridiculous head start and still gonna lose. Hector teases. Once again a vein pops off Law's forehead. I can do that. It's only a former Yonko crew. No big deal. He declares. That's the spirit. Hector laughs now. The favor. Remembers our deal. Hector side glances him. In the beginning, Hector offered himself to train Law and allow him to take revenge in exchange for a favor. I remember. What do you want? Protect Wano. My family and people here. Hector says. So this is what you're after in making me a mass influence as a Yonko. Law concludes. Don't worry, you can also come here for help. It's like a pirate alliance, but the 2 parts need to be equal, right? If not would be subordination. Hector says, not caring. After some time Law relents. Fine. I promise I will come to help. Hector smiles. Don't worry, you're personally trained by me. When you hockey grow stronger you will reach Yonko level. And if you want another objective. Hector takes 2 items from his inventory. A giant folded paper and a small chest. This is a copy of the road poneglyph. The one that was with Kaido. Hector explains before realization down on his face. Ah yes, you still don't know what is. The road poneglyphs points to the One Piece. To Laugh Tale, the last island. There's 4 of them. They are red, and when you decipher them, the center of the location that they described is where the last island lies. Law opens the big paper a little. How do I decipher it? In this world, only Nico Robin can read it. That's why O'Hara was destroyed. There are other ways, but you must discover alone. Nico Robin, huh? She is with the Straw Hats. Law contemplates. Let me say something. I know that you're not this type of person, but if you hurt her, I will kill you. Hector says in a carefree way like he is talking about the weather. Law needs to do a double take to see if he is really serious. But I will give you a tip. The Kazukis also can read the poneglyphs. Unfortunately, that was lost with Kazuki Oden. But I can read too and I will teach my wife. You can read too. I'm the devil. Hector says like it was some big explanation. Anyway, if you acquire all 4, just come back and ask Hiyori to read for you. See. The alliance is advantageous, right? By the way, keep it a secret. Law slowly nods. It's the secrets of D on Laugh Tale. He asks. Yes. Hector confirms. I have 2 other road poneglyphs, by the way. Do you? Yes, but I'm not gonna give to you. Hector smiles cheekily. One I will put in a secret place to create a real treasure hunt, Big Mom's one. And the other you can find easily. You only need to use your mouth. Hector gives another tip. Use my mouth. Law is even more confused. He only needs to ask one of the minks. Hector asks himself how long will take to Law realize. The guy is antisocial. Now, open the chest. It's my parting gift to my disciple. Hector smiles softly. Law slowly opens the small chest. His eyes widen and his mouth trembles, agape seeing the contents. A devil fruit. One that he recognizes very well after incessantly looking at it in the encyclopedia. The Nagi Nagi no Mi, Kom fruit. Corazon's devil fruit. I found it in the criminal underworld. Apparently, Doflamingo found it and kept it hidden. It's yours to use as you see fit. It's just a weak fruit. He tries to shrug off his heavy feelings. Powers are more than simple powers. Hector stares at him, trying to hide his emotional reaction before sighing and looking away. Do you know? Many devil fruits are like the counters of others. The Yomi Yomi no Mi counters, the Sora Sora no Mi, and other examples. After noticing that Law is paying attention, Hector continues, this fruit makes everything silent, right? Sound is vibration. This fruit counters the Gura Gura no Mi of Whitebeard. Exclamation point. A gentle power that can stop the power to destroy the world. Very fitting to Corazon, a man that wanted to stop Doflamingo's evil and destructive actions. Law is holding back his tears a little. Hector stands up to leave the guy alone. And every power can be trained to great height. This fruit maybe can awaken the power of stillness. You don't know it, but it's very op. Hector smiles before walking away. Call me if you want to eat it, I can make it happen. Days passed. Hector spends most of his time with his wife. While his divided bodies goes around the world collecting what he wants. He focuses especially on the reconstruction of Kuri, and when he can he always brings Hiyori together so that she can watch how he does things. Healing people, assigning jobs, reconstructing villages and creating new ones, restoring the environment, taking care of corrupt officers, creating orphanages and improving schools, delivering punishment to the beast pirates. Hector did everything while having fun with his wife and his people around this Japanese-like country. Outside Wano, Hector collected the powers that he was leaving for later. Meeting Buggy and Alvida, some of the worst generation like Apu and Basil Hawkins, going around the Four Blues to personally explore the world unknown to him because was never shown. He even finds some strong devil fruits users like the Warp fruits, Mythica Zoan, Pegasus, and other devil fruits powers that would eventually fall under the Blackbeard Pirates crew in canon. Essentially he is almost completing the achievement of collecting everything in this travel. Some moments worth noticing were when he finally went to the Germa Kingdom and him meeting Bonnie. In the Germa Kingdom, he was surprisingly treated with respect when he arrived there, Vinsmoke Judge planning to hop in his coattails to complete his plans. He sometimes forgot that he is a big shot and that Judge respects strength. Judge talked with him politely, invited him for dinner, proposed an alliance. He was almost put off by the unexpected display. Almost. He ended up destroying the German kingdom anyway. Even he finds it a little awkward. But even so, that place only sows destruction with his mercenary-like ways. It was funny when Reiju was sent to seduce him. Hector as a married man rejected her advances, obviously. But kidnapped her anyway afterward. So. You reject my father. Rejects me. Only to destroy my father's dream and take me anyway. Reiju raises her swirling eyebrow at him while being carried on his arms. It's complicated. Hector gives a wry smile. They are floating above the burning Germa kingdom. Hector didn't kill Sanji's family, but the blow is huge. He destroyed the lab, and the research, captured the clones and destroyed the factory, and the weapons, stole the money. Judge stays there, crying like a child amidst the ruins, asking the heavens why. Why? The Psychopath's brothers just remain still, maybe even finding the situation a little amusing. It's not about what I do. It's how I do it. Hector tries to explain his complicated way of doing things. I can't accept your body in exchange for an alliance. Your family is full of assholes and deep down you're a good girl. You would be the one sacrificing herself while the evil ones benefit. So, I destroyed their plans and freed you. He smiles at her, and now I'm accepting you on my crew. You wouldn't need to go through all this trouble if you just accepted my father's proposal. She sighs, I would be yours nonetheless. The results can be the same, but the process changes everything. Hector argues, anyway, come with me to live far away from you shitty family. What if I say no? She raises her distinct eyebrow again, challengingly. I will kidnap you. I'm a pirate here. Hector deadpans. He likes Reiju and thinks that she deserves better. He took her anyway. It's not like she has any place to return. He would show her something more than her toxic family environment, and if after all that she still wants to go away, he is not gonna stop her. He is not that much of a good Samaritan. Trying to save people that don't want to be saved is tiresome. And his meeting with Bonnie was. Hector drops off from the sky on the deck of Bonnie's ship. Ready for a fight, he turns to face Jewelry Bonnie. This is a robbery, he declares. But 5 minutes later, instead of going away after defeating everyone on board, copying her power, and flirting a little with her, Hector finds himself sitting on the deck of the ship while eating with the crew, Bonnie's arm around his shoulder like they're long-dated friends. So you're really Kuma's daughter? I knew that you two are related in some way, but not that close. Hector comments while taking a bite of the pizza that he cooked for them. After the initial confrontation where Bonnie asked what Hector did with Kuma, because the newspaper said that he dealt with him and Moria, he casually said that dropped him off with his friends. And the situation is like this. Kuma is my father. Don't you dare say otherwise. I'm his daughter. I'm his daughter. Bonnie throws a tantrum while eating. Weirdo. Hector thinks, but he is used to weird people in this world. But you cook very well. Good job. Like a kid, Bonnie forgets that she is mad and praises him with a thumbs up. Wanna enter to my crew? She asks. Hector laughs at the absurdity of the question. Instead, why don't you become my WOM dash, he starts saying to tease her, but he stops. At that moment, a shiver passed through his spine and he felt fear. His pupils constrict to minuscule dots and his body stiffens. His many sixth senses. Spider, danger, hockey. All alerting him. In life, sometimes people has a gut feeling, a without thinking reaction that saves them, a completely irrational premonition that assaults their mind. Some stop on time and dodge a car even without looking, some slap a mosquito perfectly like a ninja, and some catch their phones that are falling. A split of second where something alerts you and your body instantly reacts. The adrenaline only shows effects later. It's happening to Hector now. As a part of his personality, he always checks the person he is first meeting with his power. Especially as Eidolon. Seeing their aura, checking for hidden weapons, bad intentions, looking at their soul. It's almost instinctual when he uses the all-seeing eyes of God to do that. After all, in Marvel there are shapeshifters and all that. Here, in the One Piece world, he relaxed and stopped doing that. But at this moment he activates his powers to check Bonnie. It's totally a whim decision, his instincts making him do that without thinking much. His mouth slowly widens. Young. Her soul is young. He thinks her fruit. She is always using her fruit. Is she like sugar? Did the fruit stop the aging of her soul as a side effect? His overthinker mind goes a mile per second. He recoils always from Bonnie, any thought about enjoying her softness while she hugs him with familiarity forgotten. What is this? Is your stomach hurting? Bonnie asks in confusion. Hector doesn't say anything. Side-glancing her crew, he decides to keep her secret. How to know if she is using it as a protection, right? Mr. Blue Sky finishes the job of copying her power and Hector stands up. I need to go. He says with his voice tight, a little guilty about his initial thoughts. Already? I was preparing for us to party all night. Bonnie says with a frown. Her choice of words only complicates things more. In 10 years maybe. Bye. He runs. He is speed. To be continued. Chapter 75, World of Pirates, Part Finale, 2 halves. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. The only person you are destined to become is the person you decide to be. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Immediately. Hakanosu. The famous pirate island, a place without laws, is the paradise of the pirates in the New World. Strength rules here. In canon, this island would eventually become the Blackbeard pirates' main port after they defeat the current ruler and former Rocks pirate, Ochaku. Right now, Hector plans to act as some sort of corrective force. Let's destroy this place. He says casually while he, Seiko, Cassandra, and Maki cross a portal to the island. How much? Seiko asks with a predatory grin while removing a katana from her scabbard. I want nothing less than a massacre. Hector says coldly. That's what I was hoping to hear, Seiko hums before shooting off to the distance. The strongest one is mine. She goes straight to the huge skull in the center of the island, ready to take down Ochaku and whatever officials he has. You can stay out of this. Hector turns to Cassandra. She shrugs her shoulder and starts walking in the direction of the center of the island. She doesn't plan to stay away from this fight. Okay, but retreat if you feel bad. You need to get used to it anyway, but don't do anything you don't want. Hector sighs and relents. Cassandra blitzes at distance, it's unknown if she really is gonna kill anyone or not. Machia, destroy the ships. Hector orders and the giant man obeys. Going in the direction of the port. At this point, the whole island is on high alert and knowing that there's an enemy attack. Even in this lawless place a smidgen of order still remains. Large-scale battles are forbidden to not damage the island. So the people here divided themselves in two, the ones that are trying to run because it's not their problem and the ones that will stay for whatever reason. Maybe they will fight for some distorted patriotism, or maybe only to be in the fun or only wanted to watch. But regardless of what group these pirates belong to, they all freeze when they saw Hector floating a little above them. It's the devil. Fuck. Run. Hector's face is a mask while he looks down on them like ants. His mouth opens and even though he says it in a low voice, the whole plaza and beyond can hear his words like he whispered directly into their hearts. Death, or death. Everyone's hearts sank. Hector is using soul pocus from the soul fruit. The same words, but spoken in completely different tones, show his intentions of not leaving anyone alive. The only difference is that one will be painless and the other not. So this is how Big Mom does it. She combines it with Conqueror's Haki, he thinks while he watches everyone freeze in fear. Their soul literally left their bodies when his words and Haki crashed on them. Sorry. But I chose this world for many reasons. It has everything. Even scum material like you guys. He comments casually and without pity. With a grab motion, he starts to seize the soul force of everyone present. Their body withers and they die instantly. Hector floats leisurely while collecting material and recycling the trash. Most of them are paralyzed in fear. Some try to resist but are easily subdued, they couldn't muster even 10% of their power in such a state. Some tried to beg, bargain, play dead, seduce by showing their boobs, lie about having a family, shout things about the vengeance of a stronger boss, or whatever. Hector treats all of them equally. Death or death. Only the ones that tried to fight feel the excruciating painful sensation of having your life force/soul force rip off their bodies. This unsurprisingly shut up most of them. On that day, Hakanoso Island became a graveyard. And will stay like that for a long time. People of the sea are a superstitious bunch, they will treat the place as one of bad luck and curse and will keep it empty. The biggest storm ever registered is happening right now above the New World. It covers at least half of the planet and looks like the world is ending. Winds, rain, lightning, hail. Everything that one would expect from a treacherous sky is being displayed right now. People and beasts alike look at the huge spiraling dark clouds in fear and trepidation. There's nothing they can do, only cower in their safe places and wait for it to end. Pray for it to end. The black clouds and flashes of lightning revolve around itself, converging in a single point in the sky. In the center of everything stood Hector. Unmovable in the sky, wet and with his hair whipping around wildly. His two hands are outstretched like he is holding something. His unblinking eyes don't move away from his hands. Because he is holding the center of the storm. Converge. His words could have been heard even above the loud wind. And like a fast-forward movie, the storm starts disappearing. The huge vortex of dark clouds being sucked to the center. To a black ball on Hector's hand, that occasionally shines brightly. The process lasts a minute maybe. After that, everything is back to normal, like nothing happened and only people's memories can confirm that a truly strange event happened. So. How should I call you? Hector smiles at the ball that slowly unfolds in a small cerulean cute cloud. Maybe a simple nimbus. Cloud 9. Hector tries to think of a good name. He just created a new homie using the soul fruit. His strongest homie till now and also the strongest in history. Different from his mantle, this time he didn't use a part of his soul. Only used thousands of lives of pirates. Not even Big Mom would be that wasteful. But he needed a good foundation. Beyond the clouds, he also used mist and gases that he produced from his powers to create. This is why it has a bluish color, because of the quirk of Shirakumo Oboro. It will have many more abilities this way. Even creating portals. And the final touch. He gives it a copy of Storm's Omega-level Atmokinesis. It's another Yonko-level character being created by this guy. But obviously, he is going all out to create guardians for his family to when he leaves. The term head on the clouds means daydreaming. He watches the cute cerulean cloud be distracted by some birds and float away a little before noticing that it's getting far from Hector and returning. I will call you Kusoka. Means daydreamer in Japanese. I will create a daydreamer, in English, using my soul in my universe too. You're to protect my family, Kusoka. Hector talks to him. Kusoka nods obediently, like a kid. Hector didn't train enough with the soul fruit, so he is not that good at creating personalities. So his only worry is making it obedient, loyal, and loving to his people. And calm. He really put the effort into making it calm. It's a homie that can create storms after all. In a world filled with water. Let's go create your brothers. Hector drops to the sea below. Normally it wouldn't be possible. But mine is not a devil fruit power anymore. He puts his hand on the seawater and a vortex surges on the surface. Time to create another broken character. And in this world, it can only imagine the potential of something that can control the sea. There's that evil water on One Punch Man and Morphling in Dota. He visualizes what he wants to create. After that, I will go to that island with a huge volcano to create a phoenix. One that can cure too. He thinks out loud. But then a thought crosses his mind. And he slowly raises his head to look at the Sunday. A smile widens to ridiculous proportions on his face. The flow of time is unstoppable, unless Hector uses the world, so more and more days flies out the window. It could be said that Hector did most of what he wanted to do in this world. The trip was to last 3 months and he planned on going at a leisurely pace. After all, everyone on this planet was trapped here with him. But in the end, he ended up speed-running a little to stop the suffering of others. The last 2 weeks, after his marriage, are very calm. He trained every day, meditated, worked with his powers, studied Germa's technology, continued to collect powers, experimented with a lot of new food, visited new places, and spent time with his wife and friends. That's what he did in his free time for himself. One day a certain friend came to spend time with him and Hector took another decision to not hesitate again. Hector, let's fight. Yamato runs toward Hector on a beach while waving her kanabo at him. Her running throws sand everywhere. Hector stops middle motion. He is playing with Rover and turns to her. Can't you ask anyone else? Like Seiko or Makia? He asks and then throws the huge pillar of metal in his hand to the horizon at supersonic speeds. Rover speeds up and runs in the air chasing the stick. You're more fun. And Seiko and the others are out. She answers. Hector remains silent while watching Rover running back at him carrying the huge pillar in his mouth. Come on, she whines while pulling his clothes. What about a bet then? He suggests while throwing the metal pillar again, breaking the sound barrier. A bet. Yeah, the loser has to do anything the winner asks for. You can ask me to be your spar partner forever or any other thing. Even destroy the world or bring you to the One Piece. Hector's face still remains impassive while he tricks her. Oh. Let's do it. It's a win-win situation. We're gonna spar anyway, she smiles. Are you sure? I'm tricking you, you know. There's no way I would lose. He says honestly. He is tricking her honestly. I don't care. You wouldn't ask for anything bad, right? And to the surprise of 0 people, Hector won. Yamato lay sprawled on the rooftop of Onigashima, panting from the exertion of the spar. Hector slowly approaches her. Ah, that was fun. It is different from when my father used to beat me. Yamato sits up. So what do you want? She asks. I will take what I want later, hear me out for a second. Hector goes even closer to Yamato. Even sitting on the ground she is not that much smaller than him. Yamato, accept that you're a woman and be my woman. He doesn't beat around the bush. What? A shocked expression takes over her face. Listen. I will not say anything like, I'm gonna make you a woman, but it's basically that. He sighs at his own actions. The thing is being very direct, because I think is the only way to go through this thick skull of yours. He fondly pokes her forehead. I like you. Her mouth remains open. Asterisk ha asterisk I know. It's a little weird for me too. Hector sighs and looks around a little before focusing on her again. Normally I don't do that. In truth, you're literally the first woman that I'm actively pursuing. He continues, I'm adept at letting things happen naturally. It worked till now. I'm so handsome after all and apparently I'm everyone's fetish. Hey, he jokes narcissistically, but I know this wouldn't go with you, right? He looks at her eyes. The concept is too foreign for you. So I need, like almost every man, to take the initiative this time. He shrugs. Yamato is silent for a moment before exclaiming, but I'm Odin. That's exactly the other thing I want to talk about. He tries to be the most empathetically possible. Come on Yamato, you need to grow out of this. And don't take me wrong, I'm not acting like your father. He interrupts her before she can protest. Having a role model is great. But I think this mindset is limiting you now. And is a little inconsiderate to the people that know Odin. He makes a cringing face. No one said that to you. She rolls her thumbs and pouts a little at his question. Some people gave me some looks. Hector sighs again and pats her head. Yamato didn't have much of a skinship beyond being beaten growing up, so she likes it. You don't need to be Odin, Yamato. You're an amazing person in your own right. An amazing woman. Strong, optimistic, beautiful, hardworking, gentle, considerate, appreciative, and many other qualities that made me like you and desire you to be mine and myself to give all the love you never received. His smile at her is incomparably gentle, his hand caressing her cheek lovingly. Yamato is currently speechless from his words. The situation is completely unexpected, like Hector said she never thought about that. I like Yamato. Hector repeats, I don't need you to continue to pretend to be Odin. And there's also the limit to what Odin did. After you did what he did and wanted, like open the borders of Wano and travel, what you're gonna do? Kill yourself in a boiling pot. He challenges. And even Odin had a significant other, right? He smiles roguishly, ta-da. No better option than me. He points at himself with his thumb. Yamato doesn't react, so his jokes fall flat. Hey, anyway, I plan to use the bet to ask for a kiss. Give you a taste of romance, but I'm a pirate. I'm gonna steal that kiss. He approaches her and does just that without hesitation. A hand firmly but gently holds her cheek and he lowers himself to give her a long kiss. A long chaste kiss, no tongue or anything. Only their lips connected, Hector trying to convey his feelings through it and awakening some feelings on her. Her mouth finally closes instinctively to receive the kiss, proof that some things are ingrained in our beings. Affection is one of them. Removing himself from her, Hector keeps a short distance to look into her eyes and says while still holding her face, about that bet. I want you to really think about what I just said. Really put a thought about it. He finally lets go of her after planting a peck on her forehead. Tonight I will be alone if you have an answer or want to explore more. He winks at her, but you can take as long as you want, but remember that I will go away in a month. He turns around to go away. Yamato is still shell-shocked, but there's a small blush covering her cheeks and her chest is heaving slightly. Don't be afraid to reject me too. We can always be friends. Hector waves his hand in a goodbye, leaving her alone on the rooftop. All of this was brought up after a lot of consideration from Hector and talks with his girls. Previously, his mentality of leaving this world behind blocked his path of having anything slightly serious with any woman here. He didn't even want to sleep with anyone. But now that he will eventually come back anyway. Why hesitate? Why wait? He would pursue other girls. But he doesn't think he has the time to really do it seriously. So he bet on Yamato and her only. He also doesn't want to stay in the way of the others' dreams, like Robin. Yamato wants to stay in Wano anyway. And she doesn't like anyone else. And like he said, he would need to take the first step. All those shippers of Yamato's Ace are fake too, he checked. Ace in truth has a little strange relationship with a certain female marine that appeared in his novel called Isuka. A cliché situation of enemies but lovers. So Hector tried, she is one of his top-tier waifus too. He would regret not trying. Later that night. Hector was alone and smiled when he heard the knock on his door. Yamato was standing there for some time, unsure. And Hector didn't press her for anything and patiently waited for her. Enter. Hector says and watches Yamato bashfully enter his room. It's a stark contrast to how she always blasts on places without a care. This is good. This shows that she is seeing him differently now. Exactly like when someone confesses to another and even though the other doesn't have feelings initially, they get conscious of the first person's presence and love. Hi. Hector greets her normally. Hi. She answers quietly. The silence is a little awkward, so Hector as the man takes charge again. So, do you have an answer? If not, you can think more. And if you want to reject me just say so, you're not gonna hurt my feelings. He gives her an encouraging smile. This gives back her courage. She can be a fearless warrior but also can be a shy maiden. Hector finds this extremely cute. Seeing her play with her fingers and avoiding eye contact. I just thought that I can't be coward enough to not try. This woman thing. She whispers. Ha ha ha. Hector laughs out loud and after that stands up, well, that is not an answer. He says making her get even more shy. He walks towards her and extends his hand. Wants me to guide you and show it? He asks. Yes. She finally looks at his eyes, I trust you. She grabs his hand. He kisses it, giving her a taste of being treated like a dame, thank you, means a lot to me. It really means. Then he approaches even further and pulls her till they are very close. As much I would like to enjoy being the smaller one. I think the logistics would work better if I'm taller than you. He suddenly grows in height. Yamato is 8 feet 8 inches feet tall, 263 centimeters. And yes, Hector would enjoy a lot climbing all that, but he preferred to start at 3 meters. He was more than a full head taller than her now and keeping his body well proportioned. Wow. You can do that? She asks in awe. This and a lot more. He keeps her smile and pulls her closer, in a hug. He really likes Yamato, he wants to treat her right. And Hector is a patient man. He will be slow and steady. Trying to be the most understanding of her circumstances. How it feels. He asks while they keep hugging. It's good. She mutters with her head on his chest. That is the first time she has been hugged like that. Against a male body that so perfectly fits like that. With someone who is a potential romantic partner. Yes, hugs are great. I love them. Hector says while caressing her back soothingly. I'm seeing it. She tightens her arm around him. They continue like that for an unknown period of time. Eventually, Hector starts kissing her forehead and horns, asking if she can feel it. It's simply a pure and innocent show of affection. Their hands move around their bodies, not in lewd areas, they sway gently from side to side a little. Talking and playing around with some tickles too. Then the mood is just right. Just perfect. After a special good laughter Yamato gives, courtesy of Hector's wandering tickling fingers, her head moves back a little. And when the laugh dies off and the silence reigns again, she notices Hector's gentle gaze on her face. They kiss again. She meets him midway through his movement. Once again is a chaste kiss, only their lips connecting each other. But it feels much more. They said that the eyes and window to the soul, and then the mouth is the door to it. A kiss is a very personal experience. Incredibly intimate. They separated after a long time. Yamato takes a deep breath that she didn't notice she was holding. Let me teach a new thing. Hector gives her a light smirk before kissing her again. She answers in kind, even grabbing him by the back of his head and torso tightly. The kiss is more intense and finally, Hector introduces some tongue on it. Exclamation point. Yamato's eyes widen feeling it, but a caress on her side tranquilizes her and she goes with the flow. Nothing knowing what to do and simply letting Hector drive her onto this ride. Some seconds later she discovers that she likes this too. She likes this even more. The kiss brought out a wilder side of her and she grew active. The hands start going places previously unexplored. She moans deeply into his mouth when he finally gives a good squeeze on her thick backside, the soft but still firm flesh being mauled by him. He enjoys her reaction very much too and separates himself with a rogue smile. She is feeling hot under the collar now. Come with me. He pulls her to the bed. And she follows without hesitation. But no. He is not going to initiate sex with her. Not yet. They still have a lot to go through and have some talks. He sits first on the futon, his back on the wall, and he conducts her to straddle him. Their position is much more intimate, she can feel it. Their bodies are pressed tightly together, her weight on him. Let's continue. He says before reinitiating from where they stopped. The make-out session this time is more intense. They continue to swap saliva, Hector playing with her ass, Yamato's hand exploring his torso. Stopping sometimes to Hector to kiss her neck and nibble on her ear. Things she imitates too. I'm feeling a tingling sensation down there. She moans while he leaves kisses on her collarbone. A thumb circling around a nipple over her clothes. That's normal, *kiss*, this is your body feeling good and getting ready to go even further. To make babies. He gives her a teasing smile. Then he points at her covered nipple, this is also a signal. Showing her nipple poking the cloth. She cutely nods seriously at his explanation, while enjoying his ministrations. I also am being affected. He says and holds her ample hips with his two hands. He presses her down and with some movements, she can see about what he is talking about. She can feel it. She lets escape a moan feeling his big, hot, and hard length under her. Pressed against her pussy lips, separated by their clothes. She unconsciously and instinctively starts making movements to feel it better, dry humping his cock. Seeking something. Satisfaction maybe. This feels good. She continues to rub herself on him. Want to feel even better? Hector asks, making Yamato give him a curious look. And without further ado, but slow enough to be stopped, Hector removes Yamato's white top garment from her shoulders. Exposing her huge breasts. She doesn't care, in this world, these things are nothing much, especially for her. I need to address this later with her. Hector thinks while enjoying the act of slowly unraveling her soft tits, don't want other men taking advantage of her. His hands go to the lower part of her breasts, they are big as expected with a perfected shape and pink aureole. Once again Hector sighed at not being on his normal size, he would enjoy them better when they were the size of his head. Are you a baby? On this. She starts saying when he puts a nipple on his mouth, but is cut off when the sensations start to get good. He does everything he can with her milk juggers, using his power to massage them, biting slightly, his fingers, and tongue. Everything to her pleasure. Yamato goes back to rub herself on him while on the receiving end of his care. She really is seeking completion, which is hard to get. There is something. Something. She is almost there. Her movements go frantic and more desperate with each passing second. Go up a little. Hector says while one of his hands sneaks down on her abs. Yamato reluctantly separates their waists from each other, and his hand enters her red hakama. Ah! She exclaims in surprise. Now is a full-blown assault, her breast and her pussy are being stimulated by him. She is completely still while holding onto his shoulder for dear life, her eyes shut in concentration. She doesn't want to lose the pleasure she is receiving. With the last use of his powers, Hector flickers her bean and Yamato comes. She releases a high-pitched squeal uncharacteristically of her and tightens her grip, on his finger below with her pelvic muscles and on his head with her arms. She is smoldering him on her breasts, and probably any other would die from asphyxiation or by having their bones broken. Hector lets her ride the waves of her probable first orgasm and come back to her senses on her own. When he feels her gripping loosening and her breathing going back to normal, he asks. It was good. Yes. That was great. I never thought that something like this could exist. She confesses. He smiles at her for an instant before kissing her again. The kiss is even more intimate than the previous ones. Yamato is even more active with her tongue, moving her body to feel all of him and moaning in his mouth without shame. After they separate again, they only keep staring at each other's faces for a while. Yamato's features are being brightened by the moonlight reflecting on her sweat, and that only makes her more mesmerizing to him. Coupled with her white hair, she looks like she is glowing. You're beautiful. Hector states fondly, moving a strand of her away from her sweaty forehead and giving a peck on her lips. Yamato doesn't say anything. She is a little confused, but Hector can say that the way that she is looking at him changed. She is looking at him more deeply. Appreciating him. Her hand running around his muscular torso is another proof of it. Muscular bodies are not that uncommon in this world, but Hector is especially very well proportioned. Like a work of art. She looks down at his exposed pecs and abs, feeling strange that she likes it so much. Come. Let's sleep. Hector pulls her to lay down on the bed. Cuddling on the sleep is awesome too. He smiles at her. She lets him do it again. Once again, nothing lewd happened. Even if she is not mentally that exhausted. A nap after a climax is always a good experience for anyone. Well, sorry, but I'm gonna enjoy myself now. He smirks and goes back to his normal height. This makes his head goes on level with her creamy, and still exposed, breasts. You can treat me as a teddy bear. He hugs her tightly and she answers in kind, enjoying once again this much of skinship. She slept peacefully that night. The best sleep of her life, but Hector doesn't. I have a boner. He deadpans on his mind. He never reached his own completion tonight. Normally, after making Yamato feel good, he would say something like, now it's your turn, and guide and teach her how to do it. But not tonight. He is a patient guy. He can sacrifice tonight for a good investment in the future. And is not all about sex, he is enjoying the cuddling too. But damn this boner. And time continues to pass while Hector continues to make his preparations. At a certain moment, when Hector is going back to spend time with Hiyori, he pauses. Some meters away from Hiyori, he goes completely still. He was feeling. Inside her. Realization hit him like an interplanetary laser. Without saying anything, and quietly, he approaches her. He can see his child being formed. He can see the little motes of the soul converging to form a new life. He takes a deep breath, his eyes wide. Another breath. He calms himself and goes to hug his wife. Husband, HNG. She is stopped by a tight hug, her face buried in his chest. It's confirmed 100% now. Our child is growing inside you. He says to her. Her happiness blossoms in an instant and she hugs him with more strength. The couple is cuddling beside a tree, Hiyori on his lap while Hector protectively embraces her from behind. His hand rubbing circles on her belly. So what do you think the name should be? Hiyori asks. Gohan if is a boy and Tomi if is a girl. Hector answers instantly. Gohan and Tomi. Hiyori says the names to test it, they are cute names. She says seriously. Sorry, I was half joking and didn't think much about it. Hector's sweat drops seeing she taking those suggestions seriously. You can choose the name. A Wano name. He says. No. You name them. She turns to him pouting. Why? Just name them. I will not even be here when he, or she, will be born. He says sadly. Hector. She says his name. That's rare. You choose the names. And here it is again. Her stubbornness. What can he say beyond, yes, ma'am? At least he has the final say. Outside Wano, Hector is finally going to visit Egghead. I have to say that I'm a little impressed with your achievements, Vegapunk. Hector comments to the Tide scientist. He laughed a lot, really a lot when he saw him. He was expecting something to subvert his expectations. Maybe a muscleman, a woman, a lowly. Then he is exactly like the cliché of a scientist. It's a fucking Einstein parody. Can you let me go now? Vegapunk asks, irritated. Wait some minutes, yes. I will release you unharmed depending on what I found. He comments, Cortana will finish in a minute. You really created a very complex AI, she acts exactly like a real person and is incredibly autonomous. Vegapunk comments impressed after he saw Cortana blitz through all of his cyber defenses and still make fun of him while doing it. She is alive. Hector says, and what are we if not super complex organic computers? She is simply not bound to our prison of flesh. Done, master. Cortana voices says on his wrist device, his defenses are very immature. Cortana says with a smug tone. She is like that because Vegapunk said that his defenses are impenetrable. This makes the old scientists bristle in professional pride. It's normal, he is good, but he has no competition. Why improve the defenses when no one else can hack it? Hector shrugs and goes through Vegapunk life work. He is a little impressed. Cyborgs, robots, holograms, floating magnetic devices, and much more. These things would not be out of place in a highly advanced lab on Marvel. It's impressive he did everything by himself in this world. There are places out there that don't have electricity. People still go around lighting up lamps on the streets. Seraphim. Hector turns to Vegapunk with an accusatory look. What? Is to keep the peace on those seas. Vegapunk defends himself. You can't be that naive. Hector says in disbelief, listen here, Oppenheimer. If you give anything to a government they will turn it into a weapon. If you give a weapon then. I see. High IQ, low wisdom. No. You're really an optimistic guy, huh? Hector checks his other projects. He can see a clear outline. It's confirmed. Vegapunk is a good guy. A lot of his research is for the betterment of people. His only mistake was to trust the world government. Are you creating other bodies? Ask interested, maybe intelligent people always think the same. We are very limited to our one body. Vegapunk already transplanted his brain away, but is still creating his satellite bodies to divide his work. Yes, I will use my brain as a central too. Yes. I understand. Brain waves are like radio waves. Did you study the Den Mushi's telepathic link? Hector interrupts him, are you gonna control all the bodies? I bet a huge brain would allow it. Hector comments. He already copied Vegapunk's power. It's not that appealing. It's a simple unlimited brain storage. He is already close to it, and he doesn't want to have a balloon's head. Maybe a pocket brain dimension. He thinks of ways for it to be useful. No, they will be autonomous. I can't divide my work if I will be the one doing all of it anyway. Vegapunk states. Hector overcautious being rejects these words with all his power, you're really dumb. I'm the smartest man alive. In this world only. And tell me about the countermeasures of creating clones of you. Obedience as chips. Brain conditioning during their formative period. Self-destruct device through a certain signal emitted by your brain. Undisputable authority and clear hierarchy. Ugh. We are gonna be a team. Hector stares at this man, I think I gonna punch you. This is a recipe for a disaster. Even I don't dare to create clones and let them live more than a day. I know my ego, I bet they would think of eventually taking the original spot. Like switching minds or whatever. It's not gonna happen. I will separate them into clear functions that will be their entire focus and personality. Vegapunk argues. You're giving them unique personality. So this is Kuma's memories. Hector right now is sitting in an isolated room in the lab. His fingers pressing against his eyelids, damn, what a cool guy. He only witnessed firsthand Kuma's backstory. And the world government. His mood shifts to any of cold anger. After some seconds he controls himself and sighs. He stands up and gives one last look at the paw bubble containing Kuma's memories. And to think would be a fatherhood backstory. What a time, huh? I will work hard to be half as cool as you. He says before walking away. Even if their first impression was bad, afterwards the two of them ended up sharing a meal while talking amicably. Ancient Kingdom energy. If I can unravel its mysteries, the whole world will have energy. And one of the main causes of war will disappear. Vegapunk talks about his dreams excitedly. Naive. Hector comments while tasting some instant noodles that look like they are homemade. Don't talk with Grandpa Punk like that. Sentomaru defends Vegapunk. He was beaten instantly by Hector when he arrived on the island. And after Cortana invaded the systems, the whole island was under Hector's control. I will call him on his bullshit anytime. Hector retorts, by the way, you're supposing that such convenient energy existed because of that huge robot? Hector asked. Yes. For such a thing to move and have that battle power, the way they stored energy inside it without leaking in any way. Simply marvelous. Vegapunk talks excitedly. This reminds me of that city of automatons on the moon. There's a huge device where they can go recharge there. He says casually. Or not. He is throwing the bait. City of automatons. Moon. Did you go there? What device to recharge? As expected, Vegapunk is suddenly on Hector, pressing for answers. But Hector remains unaffected and continues to slurp on his noodles. Want me to tell you? Yes. Nah. I don't feel like it. Hector replies uninterestedly. Vegapunk practically dies inside. Everything you would do would benefit the government anyway. Hector says casually and then changes the subject. By the way, talking about such convenient energy remembers me of this thing. Hector takes an arc reactor from his inventory. What is this? What is this? Is it an energy nucleus? But the lab can only barely feel the loss of energy to the environment. This is man-made. How do you harness the energy? How do you jumpstart the generation dash? He tries to take the arc reactor from Hector's hands, but Hector dodges. A smile crept on Hector's face, hook, line, and sinker. They talked a lot on this day. The contents of the conversation will remain a secret to everyone but the three. They also talked about devil fruits. Vegapunk told Hector his theory that devil fruits was generated by people's wishes, dreams, and imagination. Makes sense. Hector comments, my world, people's imagination. This is not strange. Thoughts have power. Brainwaves. It's minimal, but they generated something. That whole thing about being positive and attracting positive things. Hector knows because he is working on not letting his thoughts, feelings, and other things leak. I know of some places where people harvest it. They harvest negative emotions/thoughts by torturing people and collecting the residual energy. Hector explains something very common. That's horrible. Yes, it is. I'm only confirming your theory. I also think that devil fruits are man-made. Didn't I say that I think they are spawned spontaneously by the wishes of people? Vegapunk turns to him. Vegapunk. Hector shakes his head in a patronizing way. Okay, maybe new fruits can spawn and old fruits can respawn alone. But who started it? Vegapunk eyes widen. Do you think there's some sort of machine creating devil fruits? A machine? An animal? A tree? Hector shrugs. A tree inside a whale where she releases the devil fruits in the ocean by her blowhole. He drops a bomb on the men. That's. How many species of animals are in the world? Hector suddenly asks an unrelated question. At least 8 million, by my estimative. Vegapunk instinctively answers immediately. So there's at least 8 million Zoans. Only Zoans. He gives the scientist a look. No, there's not. Devil fruits are still rare. So where they are? These 8 million Zoans. Even more mythical and ancient ones. And the Logias and the Paramecias that can be an infinite number too. Maybe in a vault. Maybe in the only place that is very hard to reach. The bottom of the ocean. Maybe inside a whale. Island whales are a real species after all. Hector comments. Laboon is an island whale, maybe in the last island. Exclamation point. Maybe this devil fruit tree works as an antenna that captures people's wishes as you said and then generates the fruits. Giant trees are also a recurrent theme here. My surname is Oak too. How fitting. Trees. Whales. Are always represented in places related to the ancient kingdom. Heck, in Zo. The tree that holds the road poneglyph is in the shape of a whale. Hector sighs. I think in the end I will go see it. Vegapunk. What? The One Piece. Hector left's egghead. He suddenly flew away after his conversation about devil fruits touched the known devil fruits and Vegapunk casually talked about Aramakis, the future Admiral Green Bull of the Marine, devil fruit. Did you just say? Would Logia? Hector turns his head slowly to Vegapunk like he is in a horror movie. Eek. And he took off. He always thought that Aramaki would have a Zoan, a Minotaur, or something. He didn't care too much because everyone was trapped here with him. But a fruit that can generate any plant that the user knows. It's the nature version of creation. The possibilities. And that's why Hector went all this way to attack a marine base where Aramaki travels. He was the successor of Kizaru in Vegapunk's bodyguard duty before he was elected as an admiral. So he always transited between some marine bases and Egghead. Alternating with Sentomaru. And to think that you're in a kinda groupie and a fanboy of the world nobles. Hector says in disgust while holding Aramaki's neck, so disappointing. Debris and destruction surround the two. He sighs. On another day he would have spared him. Maybe before he built something significant in this world. Maybe before he saw Kuma's memories. Now. Crack. Hector's gazes were already in another place when Aramaki's lifeless body touched the ground. He didn't even spare it a single glance. His eyes pierced through the distance to practically glare somewhere. Mary Gios. Let's go home. He turns away and disappears. Not only that, Hector finally found Fujitora. Beyond copying his Zushi no Mi, gravitational power, Hector shared some food and talked about some things with the men. Planting some seeds that if he is lucky, maybe will make Fujitora's path end up in Wano as an ally. Returning to Wano, Hector used his new forest powers to restore the environment in an even more perfect way and even create fields and fields of food. In an isolated garden, Hector is concentrating hard. His hands are in a shell in front of his body, light escaping between the space of his fingers. With a last flex of his powers the light flickers and then disappears. Hector slowly opens his hands and smile. Congratulations, Master. Cortana says happily. I'm finally using power manipulation at its full potential. He says. In his hand, a muddy pearl rests. How should I call it? Power orb. That is a metapower materialized. A person would need only to break the surface of the pearl over his skin and he would acquire the power. Hector took inspiration from those skill orbs in games and Ice Guy's manga. The reason? He wants to leave a legacy to his kid. Nervity is the mother of invention after all. He will tell this only to Hiyori and keep it safe inside on an adamantium chest with a password in a secret location under his castle on Kuri. But even if someone by a miracle acquires it, it will not be enough to rule the world. Only Haki is absolute, after all. This is only a shortcut. Can be a good contingency plan if someone declares war at Wano too. Hiyori can reward loyal subordinates. This is also a good way to cheat on his limitations to create copies. Before he needed to go through a whole process of giving away copies to brain-dead bodies, now he only needed to materialize in an orb. He goes to create more, nothing much broken. Only basic stuff. Power orbs. TSK. I'm such a genius. How other people could live. He shakes his head narcissistically. Siko slides a door open of a brothel in Onigashima. I thought Hector would be here. She comments not finding him. Where is he? She turns to the giant Black Maria sitting in huge cushions, playing a calming tune on her instrument. Lord Hector is napping. Black Maria says with a strange face and her eyes move south, to her cleavage. Siko deadpans, wake him up. I'm afraid he will kill me if I interrupt him. He is not a monster. Siko rolls her eyes at her, and apparently he likes you a little now. He wouldn't do it otherwise. Right. Black Maria says and puts her instrument on the ground. Lord Hector. Lord Hector. She puts her hands on her breasts and starts shaking them gently. A small kid's head pops off from between her cleavage, the rest of the body being squeezed by the enormous breasts. Calm me, Hector of the cleavage, and ask for my wisdom. He jokes in a serious, sagely mode. Oh, Hector of the cleavage, don't you need to create the sky islands above Wano today? And build that bride to Onigashima? Siko rolls her eyes. Oh yes. I really need to go. The kid Hector says. But makes no movements. He even tilts his head to rest his cheek on the creamy pillowy softness of Black Maria's left boob. Siko is not angry. She can understand when Hector really has lecherous thoughts or is simply curious. Like that time he slept on Nekamamushi's belly. He is really simply enjoying a small dream like he promised. You're so bad, Lord Hector. Making your woman come here search for you in a brothel. Black Maria comments in a sassy voice, should I prepare myself for a heartbreak too? She smiles flirtatiously at him. Do you have a heart? Hector raises his head to look at her. Then he jumps off her breasts, recording in slow motion the jiggle physics that his sudden movement caused. You're too far from it, Black Maria. Hector drops to the ground and makes a hand motion to her. She obeys his commands and lowers herself down. Her chin touches the ground and he puts his small hand on her cheek. Do you know why I like you a little, Black Maria? She could guess. Her body maybe. You're smart enough to be on the winning team and smart enough to see that I always win, and treat well my people, he says. Just don't betray me and maybe you can get there. He turned away and left. In this world, it's common for two people change crews for various reasons. Some crews are absorbed by others and all that. Black Maria and her little bands of courtesans are now under Hector's protection. She is useful because she is smart and has a very impressive network of spies across Kaido's territories and a little beyond. And she knows how strong Hector is. She is not crazy to betray him. Now. To slowly turn this fear into respect and loyalty. Someone charismatic like Hector can do that easily. He did it with like 80% of the surviving beast pirates now. In her case, he only needs to act like he likes her and enjoy her presence. She will think that she is growing on him. Close to gaining the benefits and status. She wouldn't want to fumble the bag, so will be useful and obedient. It's funny how a good way to make your subordinates like you is to like them first. If she is not as agreeable as I want till I go away, I will kill her. Hector thinks coldly while walking away with Seiko. So, why are you a child? She asks him with a raised eyebrows. Obviously it's better to be a child when pampered by a big one-san. Duh. He states the obvious. Hey, with this power I can realize a men's romance. Time to some Shota plays. He clenches his small fist and smiles evilly. A smile that doesn't match a kid's face. He then turns to her, by the way. You're the one-san type. Do not ever think about it. Seiko cuts him mercilessly, you're cute like this, but no. She pinches his chubby cheeks and smiles fondly but still refuses. Why? Because you're a child. She also states the obvious, how do you feel if I was a child and, you know? She challenges. It's like a bolt of lightning hits him. Slowly he touches her and makes her a child too. And he can confirm his suspicions. Yes, she is cute but... No. Impossible. He can't do it. She is a stick. There's a difference between Lolas and small women. He understands now. He literally falls to the ground defeated. His dreams crashing. His will disappearing. Why? Why do the double standards only work against men? Why? He throws a tantrum on the ground. Seiko, who is admiring her kid's appearance, looks at him. She is used to these antics now. The two look like childhood friends now, one the serious type and one the chaotic type. She only needs to wait for him to be a drama queen for some moments, then he will say something like anyway or whatever and bounce back and continue with his life. Why? Why? I want to make someone EX show to play. He trashes on the ground like an unruly kid, a Gyra one-san. A tan tomboy one-san. A Kaderi librarian with glasses one-san. Ayo Josama one-san. I want it. I want to be Era Arid. That demon one-san of Ain Naru. I want it. I want to be spoiled. Lukoa. Reiku. Unohana. I have the dreams of my fellows webs to realize. It can't be. It's all fake. His energy left him and he lay there, defeated. Till he bounces back. Whatever. The omniverse must be full of maniacs. He sits up and slowly goes back to his normal age. Turning Seiko back too. I will not lose hope. Everyone is different. By the way, Cassandra told me that you went searching for the last road poneglyph. Oh yep, already found the one piece. Hector says lightly and then starts laughing at a joke only he knows. Ha 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 ha. What is so funny? You wouldn't get it. He waves to dismiss her and snickers. I also went there and before the real One Piece, blocking the path. I put a big mirror with the words, the real One Piece is the friends we made along the way, ... And he starts laughing even harder. Pfft. You're such an evil man. Even Seiko laughs at this. Hector is taking a rare day off to himself. A strange thing to say something during a vacation. But things went in a different direction from how he previously planned and he ended up having to do a lot of work. His days off during these 90-day trips could be counted in a single hand. Today he is taking this day only to himself. Yes, it's good to spend time with his loved ones, but a man needs a day to literally do nothing and only stare at the space, maybe hearing music, watching something. An unproductive day. Hector is lying on the grass, a variety of animals nesting on him, birds, butterflies, squirrels, and others. All sleeping with him like he is the Snow White. He just lay there with his hands behind his hand, enjoying the wind and the good fragrances of nature. So it's like this. Hector slowly opens his eyes to look at the vast blue sky. It's like the world is brighter and more beautiful. And I'm not even a father yet. He comments to himself. By reflex, his eyes turn to the direction of the flower capital, to Hiyori. So this how it is. I can't even stop myself from reaching at her with my senses every minute. Mayan, an observation hockey unconsciously concentrates on her. Checking everything. He sighs. He is surprised by, not really unexpected, changes in himself. She is so beautiful. He admires, is this some sort of conditioning of our being to protect pregnant women? People instinctually shift their posture when a pregnant woman arrives close. Like is ready to protect her in any case of danger. We would fail in evolution if it's not like that. He says and sighs again, that's what I thought before. It's only a chemical response in our brain, years of evolution coding our behavior. But it's more than that. He gazes pierces the distance and he can see Hiyori sewing with Toko, smiling and playing with the little girl. She is literally glowing to me. It looks holy. His hand is raised, like he wants to caress her from a distance. So pure. Then he sees it. The blood on his hands, tainting her beautiful aura of motherhood. He slowly and almost sadly lowered his hand. I see. It's like that. I understand why people change so much. I understand how it becomes a weakness. His gaze goes back to the sky. To contemplate. Suddenly all animals around him receive a jump scare and flee. Not only them, but it's also possible to see birds and other beasts going away from Hector. His face is a cold mask, his bangs obscuring his eyes, while he slowly stands up. Master. Cortana calls him. But he ignores her and slowly turns in a certain direction. Or you hug your loved ones with your blood-tainted hands, or you watch them bleed. He murmurs almost the same things that he said after killing the kingpin. It's like everyone went in a full circle and he is back to that torture room in the basement. Master. Hate is born to protect love. He slowly starts to walk in a certain direction before taking flight. He doesn't teleport. His gaze was still fixated on the horizon. He is moving very slowly. Master. Where are you going? Cortana asks a little more frantically. Don't worry, my love. I'm only going in a enthusiastic walk. He answers with his gaze still fixated on the holy land of Mary Geos. Here I go killing again. I really didn't plan to do it. I really don't. It's weird how such a pure thing like the birth of my child can make me do something like that. He continues to murmur to himself, but you all are not letting him go, right? Right. He speeds up, the skies darken, life is so complicated. I want to be a good person, I really want. And here I am. Going to commit a war crime. I'm figuring out what type of man I am. He arrives on the red line. Hector is the man who does bad things for good reasons and does good things with a hint of second intentions. He kills people who can't hurt him because they can hurt others, and he saves people he likes even at the price of becoming a hypocrite. A man who altruistically does evil and selfishly does good. The next day, newspapers around the world shocked everyone. The world government has fallen. The holy land of Mary Geos was destroyed. In its place, an empty space like a giant beast took a bite of the red line. A strange phenomenon of the sea kings around the world going to the surface and moving wildly happened around the world. Some speculate that is related. Some think that the ancient weapons are used. A great number of Marines died, including Admiral Akainu and other vice-admirals. The Marines hastily entered in contact with the kingdoms around the world. King Nefertari Cobra and King Riku stepped forward to preside over a reunion to decide the future of world relations. Many kings around the world suddenly die. Most of them had scandals under their names. In the end, the world government was a medium between the Marines and the people that they wanted to protect. Now they need to restore the order and organize a new system. No one knows about the one pulling the strings behind the curtains. They can only guess. Welcome home, husband. Hiyori greets Hector when he returns. She is doing a traditional greeting in Saiza in his chambers. Hiyori. He hurries to bring her to her feet. I told you that you don't need to do that. You're pregnant. The ground is cold. I do not care about it. He hugs her side and puts one hand protectively over her belly. Fufu, I'm pregnant, not sick. And I like doing this for you. Treating you well. She says with her bright smile. I see. My heart skipped a beat. I love you. He blurts out. Her eyes widen upon hearing that. He doesn't say that lightly, he always says, almost loving you, like you, I will love you, and other redundant words. The two hug and kiss lovingly. I see. I thought that was different, but like any other man. I fall in love if the girl treats me well. I will not laugh at the people that create scenarios on their heads with cashiers anymore, Hector thinks. In the end, all share the same brain cell. The physical type can vary but will never be the deciding factor in a relationship. All goes back if he is treated well and she stays by his side, giving some peace of mind. Wait a minute. Hector suddenly pauses and widens his eyes. That time where I went to torture my uncle, with the kingpin too, working till late, a little disappointed with humanity. Shago was close during all that. Making her presence noticeable to me. She played me. That's how I fell for her. He realizes he can almost see her face turning to him and saying, took you long enough, sucker. And giving him a peace sigh. He can only laugh now. And he thinks he is complicated. In this aspect, he is dumb like any other man. Hector is humming to himself while sitting in his office. An enormous table with the map of Wano is in front of him while he moves things around. Everything is going well. He took all devil fruits he could. He even received a nice surprise in Mary Geos. Some nice souvenirs. Recently, that Tengu guy revealed himself to be his grandfather-in-law. The reunion is touching to everyone. Hector doesn't care much but gives him his respects. It took so long because he was ashamed of his failure. Samurai reasons. His grandfather-in-law approached him to talk about Pluton, which is below Wano. Hector said that he already knew and already scanned the ship. If he wants, he can make a fleet of Plutons. Hector is much more interested in the submerged old Wano. He has plans to bring it back. It's a lot of land after all. But would destroy Wano's natural defenses. But he has magma powers. It's a project to when he comes back. Hector also solved the small issue of Tama being a Kurazumi, the same clan of Orochi. A little flare of hockey and quietened down everyone. Hector already placed the Guardians of Wano around the country. Lun Ji-in will stay too, as the elder brother and leader. He went all out in the mythical creatures from Japan and China. A cherry blossom, a golden crow, a phoenix, and many others. He also revealed his power manipulation to a select number of individuals, giving some useful powers to them. He still has the ownerless CP-0 in his custody, working to see if he can rewrite the brainwash to him. If not, another bloody game of whack-a-mole will be played. He laughed seeing the Lucci from here. He also upgraded Yamato and even gave her a copy of the Gura Gura no Mi and an adamantium kanabo. Yamato is currently the strongest person alive in this world. It's debatable if she can take his creations though. Reiju surprisingly fitted well in Wano. She has some medical knowledge because she works with poison. Hector was training her in his spare time. He wants someone to guarantee that Hiyori's labor went smoothly. Other countermeasures are Law, the Phoenix, Vegapunk, a series of made robots, many things. This is mostly unnecessary because he checked the future and saw everything would go well. He hates seeing the future like that. But making exceptions is part of life. Like massacring a civilian territory. He is also preparing a fun game for the people of this world, bam. Hector. Yamato suddenly invades his office in her usual way. Yes. Hector turns to her calmly. Oh. There you are. She almost bashfully closes the door and stalks around him till she is behind him. She then sits behind him and hugs his torso. What are you doing? She looks over his shoulder easily because of the height difference. Deciding about roads. Roads. She asks confused while pulling him into her embrace, his head between her breasts. Yamato is a very affectionate person. And Hector presented to her the joys of cuddling and hugs. Yes, I was thinking if I should, and which roads I must enlarge and make it better. He says while holding her hand affectionately. There's really a need to think about it. Yes. Everything can become complicated when you think far enough. For example, what if I enlarge this road and one day it will be used by rebels? Hector explains. Times of peace and times of war affect everything. In an ancient country, all the cities were walled and with their personal armies during warring states. The roads are kept somewhat hard, to defend against invaders, was prohibited slums outside the walls. They don't cut some forests that are natural defenses and many other examples. But cut some that could be used to hide an invader army. He continues, in times of peace, accessibility is great. But during war can be a problem. Peace weakens us. Never let your guard down. Oh. I understand now. She nods at his words. That said, this world has people that can jump hundreds of meters. In the end, power is the best deterrent. Let's expand some roads. Better now than in the future when people build homes close to it and then when it needed to expand, would need to destroy people's homes. Hector talks about common structural problems in his world. Some cities progressed too fast. The tight roads and basic sanitation were complicated to reform because the city was ill-planned. Yamato stares at Hector while he works around changing the map. She likes to watch him do that. She knows that is not her expertise to do these jobs, so she admires this man very much. This man. Her man. Yes, after the engine was started, their romance drove forward smoothly. Hector didn't try to change Yamato, only her perspectives. She is the same person, and acts the same, but it feels different. She didn't completely grow out of being Odin, the return, but it's better. At least she presents herself as Yamato now. They also explored each other intimately many times, like high school lover discovering about what each other likes. Her feelings continue to grow. She watched him do things around Wano, help people, improve their lives, how people respect and look up to him, and much more. A strange feeling of pride growing on her chest. A weird thing to feel, on her mind, because it's not her. It's not her accomplishments. And it's not admiration, it's pride. She feels pride and happiness in another person's work and being. Only later did she discover she was in love. Like Siko once said, high exposure to Hector can cause that. And after a talk with the girls and figuring out her thoughts and feelings, Yamato didn't hesitate. In her usual prideful and boastful way went to Hector and declared that she loved him. Like how previously she would declare she is Odin. I'm glad that I reached your heart. You also have a special place in mine. Hector answered and kissed her. And that's how things developed till now. Yamato keeps a pensive expression. A penny for your thoughts. Hector asks while enjoying her hand going through his hair, his hand reaching for a cup of tea. I was thinking. Hector. Let's have a baby. Yamato shouts excitedly. Blurg, I will stop drinking tea, seriously. What? Hector gets off his comfortable position to look at her. Hiyori is pregnant, right? It's super cool. I want to try too. She says like it's enough. Having a kid is a huge responsibility. I know, I'm not joking. But wouldn't we have it anyway in the future? Why not now? She puts a finger on her mouth while asking in confusion. Well. You still have a lot to grow. Even to his ears, his excuse sounds weak. But wouldn't be a good thing to learn about being a woman. She shots back. Hector winces, okay. Who told you to use my words against me? Siko. She confesses easily. I knew it. She told me that the best way to convince you of anything is using your own words, because you're never wrong. You guys really want to double my sins. Hector can only sigh. He goes in his overthinker mode. He thinks a lot and eventually closes his eyes and sighs again. Like how my grandpa would say, what is a fart to whom already shat himself? Gross. Hey yeah, and a half-sibling of the same age can be good too. He convinces himself. The two half-siblings can keep each other company. A bigger family. He would need to teach some things to Yamato though, but Garp raised Luffy. So maybe she can too. And she will have help from everyone around her. We'll connect Wano and the Beast Pirates more. What irony of destiny. Kaido and Odin's grandchildren will be siblings. He suddenly stands up and takes Yamato in a princess carry, making her squeal. Okay, let's go do some plap plap get pregnant love session. He teases, making her blush. The final day of this trip is approaching. Hector is now ready to fulfill a promise. His duel with Mihawk. He, Siko, and Mihawk are on a desert island in the New World. Ready for our swordsmanship duel. Hector smiles. You look a little different. Mihawk comments while staring at him. Oh, you're not Hawkeyes for nothing. Indeed, I'm a little different today. Hector smiles, let's say that I equalize the chances. Siko gives him a glance. Hector is probably on his weakest body. It's simply a peak human body. Physically weaker than Captain America. Now, let's me prepare my weapon. Hector makes a grab motion on the air and grabs the air. His fingers are in a circle and he looks like he is holding a sword and pointing it at a Mihawk. But he is holding nothing. Are you mocking me? Mihawk narrows his eyes. A lion wouldn't hunt a rabbit with all his have. Hector gives to him similar words Mihawk gave to Zoro. And can't you see? My sword? Question mark. Siko and Mihawk look at him more attentively. It looks like he is really holding something there. Almost an invisible sword of some sort. A lesson Siko learned from Cultivation and Murim Worlds. A real swordsman doesn't need a sword. Because of himself, everything and nothing can be a sword. Hector says and makes a slash motion with his nothingness sword. A mountain nearby is slashed clean by him. Excalibur. He jokes in a deadpan voice. It's not because this body is weak that I can't bring great inner strength. Don't use your body as a medium of your inner strength, Hector. Enhance your body with your inner strength. Don't skip steps. Don't exteriorize, let it flow. He murmurs in his mind. Valuable lessons learned during the battle with Kaido. Very well. Mihawk removes Yoro from his back, let's start then. Siko jumps on Hector's homie Cloud and moves out of the way, watching the battle from the sky. Isn't him an impressive guy? Hector comments lightly while traveling back to Wano in his cloud. A satisfied smile on his face. Siko looks at him. A bloody wound in his cheek. You said that, but aren't you even more impressive? She then looks down on the ocean. The island where the two fought was split in two. Not only that. The sea was split in two. There's a huge rift. An open wound on the sea that is not being filled by water. Meh. Was an easy battle from the beginning. My hockey was much better than his. How did you do that? She asks about the cut on the sea. My hockey is still lingering on it. It's like how awakened powers can affect the environment permanently. Like how I created sky islands above Wano. He explains. Try to be one with the world. If you can understand what I'm saying. She nods. More or less understanding what he said, it will become a scar on him. She comments. Ha ha ha. Isn't funny that now he has the same scar he made on Zoro. Hector laughs. He continues, and he improved on our fight. He is really talented. As expected. Hector comments while touching his wound. Human potential is really impressive. Makes me proud, haha. Vegapunk walks together with Hector in a hidden location. I appreciate that you decided to be my ally. Hector says with a good-naturedly smile. And what other choice do I have? You destroyed the government. Vegapunk's huffs. Don't be like that. They're evil. You're evil too. Unnecessary evil. Hector retorts, now, let's go. You're one of the few that knows about this location. Remember your role. Yeah. Give the map and clues only to someone who deserves it and has at least one road poneglyph. Don't forget your part of the deal. Vegapunk says. Relax, when I go back we will start to change the world for the better. Hector nods and the two shake hands. Hector opens a portal to go away and Vegapunk gives one last look at the place. A ridiculous huge hall. A throne room. The aesthetic screams evil overlord. But more than that is an arena. On the two sides, they're running water and torches on fire. It's the place to test the ones that want to go for the One Piece. Unknowingly, Hector ended up taking care of most of the obstacles to Laugh Tale. And that is not fun at all, then he created obstacles. The world's most elaborated treasure hunting game. In Vegapunk words. He is now in one of the key locations where Hector put a road poneglyph. So to find the One Piece they still need to go through this place. The challenges, enemies, puzzles, and structure of the place are already bad enough, but that thing Vegapunk looks to the end of the room. It's possible to see a dais where the throne lays, and many types of weapons stabbed on the ground around it. In the wall behind it is possible to see semi-transparent curtains and the outline of a huge cube behind it. The prize. The road poneglyph. The problem is the thing seated on the throne. Even Vegapunk shudders in fear and awe at that thing and what it represents. Standing at 5 meters tall, a figure sits on the throne leisurely with its eyes closed. Using royal-like black robes with the chest open. His legs are crossed and his cheek is supported by a hand. In his chest a tattoo. PX. In short, it's a pacifista. A seraphim model. But is much more than that. First, it's a clone of Hector himself. And second, it's the ultimate life form. Vegapunk thinks. It's a culmination of all races in this world. Perfected. It has the brown skin, white and long hair, and dark wings of the Lunarians. The 4 horns adorning his head like a crown show the traces of the Oni tribe of Kaido and Yamato. The lines on his neck and ribs expose his gills, his fishman heritage. And only Hector knows how many special abilities it has. Maybe if the mouth is open will be revealed a row of sharp teeth that can regenerate easily, maybe it has poison like an octopus. From the Buccaneers, Giant, and Tontatas you can only guess that their strength and stamina are running through those powerful muscles. In his forehead, a vertical slit hides his third eye. Other heritages are not that obvious, but they are there. Overall, his appearance remembers Hector of a mix between Sephiroth and Re monster. And obviously, it's not even his final form yet. He has a second phase. Maybe even a third one if the enemy is a redhead. Maybe even more. Vegapunk sighs looking at perfection given form. And to think that the original is even stronger. How many devil fruits powers did he give to that thing? I hope he was careful, that can destroy the world. He sighs before going away. Leaving Seraphim model, Demon King Sephiroth, alone in his throne room waiting for his challengers. Obviously, Hector is careful. A ridiculous amount of countermeasures were put in place. And all that is to be summarized in 2 guidelines. Protect this room and protect his family. Only Hiyori and Yamato have authority over Seraphim Sephiroth in this world. And even they can't command him to do certain things. And it's not like he is invincible either. If not would not be a game. Hector made it possible to beat him in some ways beyond being stronger than him. Like there's no limit to the number of people that can participate in the raid. You don't need to destroy him to win. There's a health bar on his mind, after he takes that much damage he will concede. He can't leave the room, so you can try as many times as you want, if you're not killed by him. You can learn his patterns and grow strong fighting him. He is the perfect final boss. From a Souls game. Final day in the One Piece world. The day to say goodbye finally arrived. His close friends are present to see Hector's group off. The groups are not the same that arrived. They grew in strength, character, and even in number. There are 2 additions to the team. Yes, 2. Beyond the summon of Rover, Hector also took the opportunity to summon another character. The customizable Flora Colossus. The idea came when he saw the giant tree in Elbaf. In this world, there's a special tree called Treasure Tree Atom. The prized wood that is as resistant as a metal and of great quality. The customizable part of the card didn't allow Hector to go for esoteric types of trees. So he relented and summoned his Groot already. He also needs an example to make a guardian in Wano with Aramaki's forest powers. And he can always improve his Groot. The other edition is already a card. Baby 5. But this is a story to another time. I will miss you all. Hector gives a hug to Yamato and Hiyori. His 2 women are pregnant with his child. The expected reluctance assaults him. What if I force the development of the kids? I can be here. I only need to extend my stay a little. Stop thinking. Just go. I will be waiting for you. Hiyori puts a hand on his cheek. Just promise that you will come back to me. Hiyori says. Absolutely. Don't worry, Hector. We gotta raise them good enough to make you proud. Yamato says with a hand on her lower belly. That's not what I'm worried about. He sighs, the time is getting scarce. He kneels to give a kiss on each of his women's bellies. Trying to pass some positive energy to his future children. Children. My life is too crazy. He shakes his head before standing up. Remember. Don't go around teaching them weird things of obedience to the shogunate, but it's okay to teach about the values of this country and his roots. He points to the people on the back. Denjiro and the others, you guys are not allowed to lay a hand on my children, only the mothers. If they do something wrong, explain why it's wrong, and don't do it in public to humiliate them. Unless the things they did were really bad. Make them apologize. Not much physical punishment, but don't go soft on them too. If they are boys, you can be a little more harsh on them. If they are girls, don't even think about it. Keep them away from bad examples. Wait. All of you guys are bad examples. Don't let them leave my territory. I will come back before they grow too much. If they asked about me, say that I'm far away doing important work, or that I went to buy milk. Tell them that I will reward them if they behave when I was not around. If that little shit Momonosuke do something lewd with Yamato, I'm castrating him and continuing the bloodline by myself and he goes on and on and on and on and on. All right, husband. We understand. Hiyori stops them while giggling at his overprotectiveness. Yamato's head is fuming from the amount of information. Okay. If you have any problem, go order the Guardians or go to my lab. There, an AI can answer a lot of your questions. Don't tell Vegapunk though, and use the things on the vault whatever you want, no need to be cheap. Run away if you need it. He instructs. He hesitates, his voice tight, and. If they ask about me, just say that I love them more than anything, even though we never met. They hug him for comfort, but Hector doesn't cry. He has no right to it now. He will own his choices. 4. Don't apologize on my behalf, I will do it personally. I understand. Go do what you need to do. I know it's important. Hiyori consoles him. 2. Yeah. Tomorrow I have school. He smiles, joking to lighten the mood. End of the travel. Marvel Universe. Hector sighs while walking around his room. That feeling when you see your home after a long trip settling on him. He already returned his people to their respective homes. Huff, where did this mental tiredness come from? He sighs on a chair, taking on these feelings. Ugh. I remember that I was a little like that after coming back from Hero Academia too. He is feeling like shit. But he can't allow himself to be depressive now. He needs to live properly. I will go see Shago. He makes his choice of who sees first and stands up immediately. Teleporting away, he finds her. He missed her. She is in her residence doing some light training, and shadowboxing in her home gym wearing a green crop top and black biker shorts that do wonders for her green booty. His mood improved by only seeing her. He admires her for a little, her speakers blasting music loudly while she exercises. She appears to be humming under her breath too. Hector sneaks behind her and catches her calf while she is doing a spinning kick. Motherfucker. Do you want to kill me? She shouts in fright. Hello to you too, Shago. He smiles. Did you give up on your try? Oh. I forgot that is like instantaneous. She realizes. Beyond giving her his farewell, reuniting his group, giving his little speech, and bringing everyone back, not even half an hour passed to Shago. I missed you. He says with his small smile. HMPF. Sounds like your problem. She replies with a cocky smirk, to me, you didn't even leave. Her words can't break his good mood and goes for a tight hug. He hugs her around her waist, raising her in the air. His face was on her taut stomach. He adjusts the position and she was raised in the air while he hugs her under her ass and she spins her around. Let me go. I'm sweaty. She protests. To you, it was an instant. To me was 3 months. So I need to replenish my Shago reserves. He ignores her protests and continues to hug her by the butt. HMPF, didn't you drown your sorrows in some woman's bosom? She asks while looking down on him. Hector turns his head up to look at her, his chin on her navel. We need to talk about it. I decided to not sleep around and only allow myself to get close to girls that I see a sort of future. He says seriously. That's good. She says. There aren't a lot of girls in this world that can accept this type of relationship. And in other worlds, she doesn't care. Out of sight, out of mind. And this doesn't even steal her time with him. I've officialized things with Cortana and Seiko. Oh. Good for you. Said that. I got married. Hector reveals. What? She suddenly shouts, her voice showing her shock. And had a child. This time she is so shocked that she is mute, her mouth can't even close. 2 of them. Hector practically winces saying that. Hector. Ahoy. That's it. That's my One Piece arc. I hope you all like it. Heck, counting the words now, I can see that is bigger than many fanfics out there. It was a good journey of growth in many ways again, full of parallels with the MHA arc, but in a more mature way. In homage to Oda-sensei, the god of foreshadowing, I made my one. Many chapters ago Shego once told Helena something like, if I'm not careful some soft-eyed nurturing woman will make him fall from her. Well. Hiyori is her. Even her eye design is a little droopy to show her gentleness. There's no way #Evans genius, semi-god of the foreshadow. I have many things to say but I will not say them now because I'm tired. I will, maybe this week, post an extra chapter. Maybe about powers. Maybe a semi-canon story of Momonosuke or the Straw Hats arriving in Wano and seeing the changes made by Hector. And his toddlers. Which one you like more? Maybe the lemons with Hiyori and Yamato too. And some back of the stage scenes Todd are cut off because of the limit. Yes, I cut things. One Piece is huge. With the extra, I will post an important note. Till next time, stay good. Bye. Chapter 76, Dawn of Superheroes. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. You know, I guess one person can make a difference. Nuff said. Stan Lee, Spider-Man. Recap, as promised, let me make a compilation of everything did and acquired in the One Piece world. All devil fruits shown in the past and future. Technology of the Mads. Clones, multibody. Character development in not seeing people as fictional characters. Accepting that he needs to trail the thin line between good and evil. Having fun and getting happy. Now he can separate a power in smaller ones and even create a power orb. Artificially be capable of creating physiologies with the enhancements of the serums. Dauntless with Sora. Sora no Mi is OP, much better in magic. Cortana and Seiko in the harem. Hiyori and Yamato too. 2 kids. Deadbeat father, now work hard to create a good legacy. That's it, I think. Now stay with this Christmas gift. Enjoy. Helena POV, Helena, come and give this guy an earful too. It's the first thing Shego says to me as I walk down the stairs to Hector's living room. Yesterday he went to his convenient 3-month, in 1 second trip to another universe. In the living room, there are the expected initial members of this ever-growing group. How many are there now, plus Cassandra and the pets? And is that a tree? That alien black dog is new too. What he did do this time that not even your chaotic brain can't 4D dash. I start saying before being pulled in a hug by Hector himself. Long time no see. He says while pressing me against his chest. Missed you, Helena. He smiles affectionately at me after pulling me away and giving me a long look at my face, even putting some strands of hair behind my ear. Okay. Sorry that I can't say the same. He laughs a very carefree laugh to my quip before going to sit on his chair. By the way, this is Groot and that one is Rover. Hector points to the tree man and the dog. I am Groot. Yeah. Hector just told me that. I'm Helena. I say strangely. Don't mind him, he can only say those words. I am Groot. He repeats, but this time with a nod. See. With time you can understand what he says. Hector adds. I am Groot. Okay, I think I'm catching a little. Don't go changing the subject. Shego still impatiently stamping her foot on the floor. Shego, let it rest. It's done. Hector sighs. Will not stop me from tearing you off to make me that you will never repeat it again. She argues. Will not happen AG dash. He starts saying but shuts his mouth for some reason. Okay. What's going on here? This guy had a child. Shego points at Hector. What? I turn to him, waiting for him to deny it, but he just looks to his front sheepishly. Hector. That was exactly my reaction. Shago points at me. I'm in shock. Like, who, how? Why? What? He sighs again. I think that was the normal reaction. Then he chuckles, so I'm not the weird one. Don't laugh. Do you know what makes it worse? Shago shouts at him and turns to me. It's two children with two different women. That got out of hand quickly. This guy is a father already. I mean, I think he will be a good one. In 10 years. He is 16. But seriously, this is really out of character. Can you explain this to us? I say, diplomatically, I can give him the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, Hector. Defend yourself. Shago adds while crossing her arms in a bossy attitude. He sighs again. I already did. Shago is being a drama queen. Well, this I believe. Basically. I ended up liking to be in that world more than I expected, even interfered more than expected. So, I was really regretful in leaving it forever. Can't you go back? I ask. I do not know exactly how his powers work. I can go to an exactly similar universe, but not the same. Infinite parallels universe. And it's like. Even if it's the same, it's not the same people, you know, right? I can understand it. I agree with him. Continuing, the marriage and kid thing was presented to me by a local woman. She was not happy with the fact that I would disappear from her life forever. Menhor. Shago adds, making Hector's lips twitch. Anyway. Hector continues to explain his train of thought in cementing that world as a real port to him. Apparently, he hesitated a lot on the child part, but eventually relented when he noticed that would be for the best of his wife. Weird saying that. She would have company in his years of absence. She agreed too. Well, it's bad. But I don't know how the wife thinks. Is this worse than her simply being single and waiting for him? Afraid of ending up loving another man? Anyone has their own weird way of thinking. Shago here is an example. So you can't go back now? I ask, left your children fatherless? I raise an eyebrow at him and damn. Hector is very good at hiding his emotions. His poker face is flawless, but he can't hide the wince. He must been feeling a lot of guilt. Right now? No. But I will work on a safe way to get there. I think I can go back between 1 and 2 years. He says. So the child would be 18 months as their oldest. Not that bad. I say to make him feel better, but you're scum. I add because he can't feel too good either. Arg. I know, but is more from our perspective. People there are strange in this aspect. A backward world, 97% water. Only islands and no continents. It becomes normal for fathers to stay a lot of time away from their hometown and children. Ask Cassandra. Hector defends himself. Yes. Weirdos. She nods and confirms his words while rubbing the alien dog's fur. So it's culturally accepted, huh? I'm starting to get the full picture here. He was infected by their customs. It happens, I guess. A bunch of aliens took a lot of human customs while living with us in my former universe. Are you really accepting his bullshit? This is about you, Hector. So what now? Are you gonna spread your seed across the omniverse? Shago interrupts. His face is weird. I can't guarantee that I will. Don't do it. He says slowly. It's not my intention, okay. But I will live for a long time. I have time and I have options, thanks to my powers, so the things I could do make a long list. He argues. I decided to stop living so much in the future with my overthinker mind and take the chances that life gives me. My life sometimes looks so banal. Surrounded by people that I saw from other fictional universes. It's wrong of me to try to create something more real. To ground me to reality. He asks genuinely in exasperation. I have no idea. I have no fucking idea. Shago says my thoughts. That's the guy who can create money and clone women. What can he not have? Maybe he wants something out of his control. Weird, but I can't judge without being in his shoes. Are you bringing them here? I ask. I don't know. That's why I want time. To think how I will do this. He answers with a sigh. I will conveniently have time to figure out who I am. With a positive influence and motivation now. I think I'm getting the gist of it. Yeah, with the exception of him being an absent father for the first 2 years. It has no other downsides. Fine. Shago says, you did it, now there's no backsies. You can only own up now and do your best in the future. She says, suddenly giving good advice. Agreed. Now, the important question. These women. Are they redheads? Shago asks while staring at his soul. Seriously? This is what is important to you? Pfft, no. Wrong this time. He answers immediately and in a relaxed way. She narrows her eyes, are they Asian then? Now he pauses in shock. He puts a hand on his chin and looks flabbergasted. Damn. I coincidentally went to the one Asian island there. He looks impressed for some reason. I knew it. You fetishist bastard. Shago accuses. It was a coincidence. I didn't even think about that. He argues. Shago can latch on to the most useless things. I can only shake my head at their antics. Well, better to argue about something this silly than something serious. Oops, looks what we have here. Duty calls. Hector suddenly looks away and in a fast movement he is standing on his Eidolon's suit, hero's time. He disappears. And he can use this excuse all the time. Shago huffs. True, he probably is not lying. The world needs Eidolon 24/7. So this is his new pet. Good boy. Shago turns to Rover, who is on Cassandra's lap, and pats his head. Surprisingly, she likes animals. She likes them more than humans. And he let the dog with the Chinese girl. Ironic. And this is Shago. If she is not offending anyone every 5 minutes, something is wrong with her. Not surprising. What surprises me is Cassandra, in a rare expressive moment, giving her the middle finger. She normally only deadpans and doesn't care about almost anything. This trip apparently opened up her a bit. Oh. Shago puts her hand over her chest exaggeratedly. You. Flipping me off, sniff, she makes a show of removing a tear from her eye. I'm so proud of you. They grow so fast. I really can't let Shago influence Cassandra too much. Third-person POV, like. What is your plan again? Eidolon tilts his head to the side in confusion. He is standing on a certain fallen villain, but sometimes Hector forgot the long list of C-rank villains with ridiculous powers created by sleep-deprived, cigarette-addicted writers just to fill issues in Marvel. Like. You're a wall. No power shaming and all, but you're literally a brick wall. Eidolon asks a little weirded out. I'm not a wall. I'm the wall. The wall Spider-Man can't crawl. Joshua Waldemeier, the villain in question, shouts in a typical villain introduction in the 80s. The wall Spider-Man can't crawl. This is weirdly cool and lame at the same time. Eidolon deadpans, so you're from Spider's Rogue Gallery. The guy really has a big collection. Anyway, bad timing. The raft was just built. You're going to a special prison to metas. No. It's all that webhead fault. The wall shouts in indignation. How so? Eidolon engages with him. While he was jumping around fighting some freakies, an explosion engulfed me together with a wall. The bricks fused with me. And now I'm this thing. He explains his backstory still in his 80s style. The thing is the other rock dude. Eidolon quips, but I understand from where you're coming from. But you can't blame Spider-Man for this. You're lucky that you're not dead. But seriously. Bricks fell on him and he became a wall. What drugs are the writers using? I need to ban it. Eidolon thinks. Now a dilemma forms in his mind. He can help this dude by taking away this brick wall physiology, but this would out his capabilities to the world. The police finally arrive while Eidolon is thinking, it was this or being a red paint on the concrete. The hero addresses the wall while he is being directed to the special car, and powers acquired in such unstable way probably will wear off, have faith. While saying this, he was thinking of investigating the criminal backstory of the guy and maybe making a stealth visit to take away his power. Hector accompanied the raft's construction closely. He knows it like Batman knows Arkham. He doesn't plan to allow it to become a cesspool of evil where the villains can only remain villains. In Old Man Logan, the comic, the villains outnumber the heroes greatly and they ganged up on them, causing the fall of the hero society and society in general. The world becomes Mad Max. He thinks. While watching the police taking the C-rank villain away, he looks at the sky and sighs. It's here. The dawn of meta society. More and more people with powers will appear, aliens will not be hidden from the world, secret societies will grow bold and act openly, and conflicts will inevitably increase. The tutorial is over. In another part of the city, Spider-Man swings away after capturing another C-rank villain. Stiltman is a guy that has long robotic legs and... well, that's it. Huff where did those people come from? There's some sales of 50% off villain costumes and weird powers online. Spider-Man asks himself after landing on the parapet of a roof. Bored? Or are you missing the Green Goblin? He hears a voice behind him, turning around fast to see Eidolon slowly land beside him. Eidolon. Ah, well no. Saying, like this sounds bad that I'm complaining. Spider-Man scratches the back of his head. Eidolon chuckles, it's okay, I can understand your feelings. Like, if they have such crappy costumes, weird powers, and nonsense motivations. It's better that they don't even go outside playing as a villain, right? Just giving us extra work. Yeah. Exactly that. You summarized it pretty well. The web-slinger nods. Let's be grateful that it's not a world-ending crisis every day. I can live without a world-ending crisis. Spider-Man agrees easily. The two fall in a comfortable silence while the two heroes watch the city below them. But Eidolon remembers a certain topic that he wants to make Peter aware of. So, how is going with Gwen? He starts laying the groundwork. What? Ah yes, you know. Spider-Man was surprised at first before his brain caught up. Well, pretty normal I guess. Did you two do it? The white-haired hero asks with his voice full of innuendo. Spider-Man splutters hearing that. That's personal. He answers a little affronted. Eidolon raises his hand in surrender to placate the guy. Your reaction is enough of an answer. But I have a serious motive to breach this sensitive and intimate topic. Sorry. He finally decides to talk seriously. Did you use the pocket lab that I gave you to study samples of your own body? Eidolon asks. No. Eidolon sighs, he is a little disappointed but not surprised. He doesn't know if it's some vestige of a writer influence, dumbing people down. Like, why didn't Tony Stark give himself the super soldier serum? Or if the people here don't have his sense of urgency in growing stronger because they don't know the dangers out there. But these guys really don't do everything to tap into their potential. Even Thanos dissected his own mother to better understand his deviant physiology and consequently, he made enhancements to himself later. Spider, that's why I gave it to you in the first place. You need to know yourself better. What if your powers changed something about you and you're allergic to something fairly common now? And it can be used against you. He instructs, doesn't spiders get drunk on caffeine? You need to understand how far those changes affect you. Not only you, but it can also affect the people around you. I see. Spider-Man nods seriously, I haven't thought about that. Beyond some lack of control when I just got my powers, it only had good sides. Maybe there's some hidden downside too. Yes. By the way. Radioactive spider, right? Eidolon gives him a side glance. Almost reaching where he really wants to arrive. Yes. So. Are you sure that you aren't a little radioactive yourself? Like blood, saliva, sperm. Dude. No. He denies easily, but seeing Eidolon's flat look he remembers that he truly doesn't know, I don't know. I hope not. Don't hope. Check it. You could give cancer to your partner. It happens. Eidolon says, shocking the web-slinger. That's what he wanted to talk about. In a certain universe, Spider-Man's body is a little more radioactive than others and he slowly kills Mary Jane with his radioactive sperm. Hector's universe appears to be a mix of various media. MCU, X-Men Evolution, movies from Fox, comics, Ultimate Universe. Who knows what is mixed on this strange plate that is this Marvel universe? For all he knows, Wanda and Pietro are playing Alabama and the Pym is playing 40s household with his wife. Deadpool will go even crazier and try to kill everyone tomorrow and many other crazy things. Some things are ridiculous, but it can be true here. Spider-Man is still shell-shocked by the implications. Okay. Calm down, nothing happened yet. Go make the tests. If there's no problem, great. If there's one we have time to solve it. Yes. I will do it. Now with this awkward talk of, no cream pie, use a lead-laced rubber, out of the way Eidolon decides to joke a little to make the guy relax. Now, this is a good opportunity for you. He smiles conspiratorially. Opportunity? Spider-Man asks confused. Yes. Listen to me, you can go to your girlfriend and say that there's a serious problem and you need a helping hand. For your guy's future. For science. Eidolon hooks his arms around the red and blue hero's shoulders. If he used X-ray vision, he would see the blush on Peter's face. Spider-Man literally jumps off the roof in embarrassment and web slings away. Why is so fun to mess with the guy? There's despair in the air. A plane has been hijacked. A tense situation that is still fresh on the mind of the world after the 9/11 some years ago. But the situation is different this time. The one who hijacked the plane is not a terrorist or a villain, it's the plane's own co-pilot. Bam bam. Bangs echo through the plane like the tick of a clock, increasing the tension. Murmurs and cries join the sound of the pilot trying to break into the cockpit creating a cacophony of terror. Open it. The pilot shouts while trying to catch a breath after hitting the door with a hammer. Unfortunately, as an irony of destiny, the door of the cockpit after the events of the 9/11 had been reinforced as a preemptive measure. We can talk about this though. Don't do this. The pilot shouts, begging the co-pilot. The intention of the criminal becomes clear after some time. He is not doing it for money or any benefit. The nose of the plane is slightly inclined downwards. He wants to crash the plane. A suicide. But he is not happy about going alone. Come on. You don't want to do this. He continues to lead, there are kids here, god damn it. But the co-pilot remains unresponsive inside the cockpit. Even the call from the command tower is ignored. Oh God. Please. This is not happening. People sob in fear, children cry feeling the situation, some look powerless to the ceiling, some are sending messages to their families. I don't want to die. Please. Anyone. Just. Arg. The ray of hope comes from a passenger who was lifeless looking outside the window. Not a ray of hope per se, more like a black blur. It's Eidolon. The guy doesn't even think before shouting animatedly despite the situation. And just like that, despair and fear are pushed away by relief and hope. The dire situation is forgotten while people try to look outside to catch a glimpse of the hero. To confirm that he is really here. Maybe that's why he always announces himself. But even better than hearing the "I am here" phrase, it's hearing the cockpit door unlocking and Eidolon calmly walking out of it. With a nod and a "thank God" from the pilot, Eidolon lets the men walk past him to the cockpit while he turns to the now happy passengers. Have no fear. Whyy. Eidolon points to a kid standing on her mother's lap while looking at him in awe. Because you're here. The kid answers brightly with a laugh. You're goddamn right. Eidolon confirms, sorry, language. His relaxed and joking attitude infects everyone. People saggy in relief, hugging each other, clapping and cheering, saying that love him etc. Eidolon goes back to the cockpit, seeing the pilot communicating with the control tower. The co-pilot remains tied to his chair by some black bindings, unconscious. He probably has some mental illness and is depressed. Eidolon gives him a disgusted look before turning to the pilot. It's not excusable, but he understands the guy needs help. He probably hates himself as much as everyone else on this plane hates him. So. Eidolon starts. He damaged the controls. I can only stabilize a little. An emergency landing is necessary. The pilot reports. Eidolon nods, the landing strip of the destination of this plane is free for the next minutes. Eidolon asks the control tower. Yes. But there's a plane scheduled to land in 14 minutes. The control tower answers through the comms. Okay. I will personally put the plane in a free hangar. Prepare a bus to take the passengers. He declares. After a positive response, he goes back to the passengers. People. I have bad news and good news. Eidolon says and some people tense, okay, no bad news. I'm gonna take the plane to the airport so. The good news is that you guys are early more than 1 hour. Eidolon jokes to nervous laughs. Anything goes, man. Just want to touch the ground. I'm never flying a plane again. I think my legs gave out. Seeing that they can joke now, Eidolon chuckles before sinking to the ground. In the next second, the passengers can see darkness enveloping the windows. Would be ominous if they don't know that is Eidolon's work. But he is here and they know that they will arrive home safely, with a good story to tell and remember. Later at night, Eidolon is balancing on one foot on top of the Eiffel Tower. His and covers the whole city of Paris and can go even further. That's a ridiculous range. The biggest radius of an in the HXH world is P2 with 2 kilometers. And Hector can go even further. Hector can cover whole cities with his aura, feeling everything like he is touching it with his skin. An excellent power for a hero, but disgusting, ugh. He trembles. Feeling like you're touching everything can be unpleasant for obvious reasons, that's a lot of rats. And people having sex. The French are really horny, huh? He says to himself. He stays where he is, without moving, but helping some people from a distance. Practicing with his powers and senses. You are really attracting attention. Suddenly he hears a voice at his side. Surprising even him that someone can sneak up so close without being noticed. Ancient One. He nods at the old man. Trying to fish something. The old man asks while standing on the air. He is referring to the fact Eidolon is like a beacon of vitality at the moment. Would not be strange for some demon, sorcerer, or monster to appear to try to devour him or something else. Not really. Would make things easy if they're that stupid. He shakes his head, I'm getting used to feeling the surrounds without being overwhelmed. He says and instantly shuts down his aura. He used an a lot in Wano, that's how he caught the CP0 hidden there and kept tabs on everything. A very useful power to a guy protecting a small territory. Oh, good job in controlling your presence. I can barely feel you. Ancient One strokes his goatee impressed. He also gives Eidolon a look and a small smile for some reason, something that the black-clad hero didn't see. Barely, huh? Old monster, Eidolon thinks. Thanks. I was practicing on it. To not let things leak, you know. I'm pretty confident people will have a hard time reading my existence and future now. If he meets David Aline, Prodigy, and Danielle Moonstar, Mirage, again, he bets that their powers won't be capable of scrutinizing his mind, conscious, like before. I see, very good. I knew that you have the talent. The old sorcerer nods. You knew about my soul, right? Eidolon side glances him, that's why you said, as expected, when I showed talent to magic. He is talking about the fact his soul appears to be much stronger, refined, and resilient than others. Yes. The Ancient One shrugs, talking exactly like Hector. And without further elaboration, he disappears. I'm gonna slap that bald head one day. Maybe. The Ancient One reappears behind Eidolon and slaps the back of his head. Still using one word answers exactly like him. Eidolon runs a hand through the back of his head, but when he turns around the Ancient One already disappeared again. Fucking old people have no filters. He grumbles while gritting his teeth. He swears to himself to study magic harder to get back on the guy. In his space station, Hector casually makes his periodic checkups on his projects and world affairs. He is in his standard civilian form but using his Eidolon suit because it's comfortable. So the Russians are secretly assigning their team, huh? I remember some of them. He comments while checking the lineup of Russian equivalents of Avengers. Like always, he hacks his brain into remembering their powers, backstories, and storylines that they will be involved in. I think that bear guy is a mutant. He says while tapping on his hollow keyboard. He also keeps tabs on the internet, checking popular opinions on his, and on his fellow heroes, actions, rumors, silly discussions about power scaling, and even some people asking for help in many ways. Nigerian prince wants to give me money. If was a Wakandan prince, I would have believed in it. He says sarcastically. Senate talks a lot about me and the metas but decides nothing. Typical. Finally, a voice interrupts him, so you just stay here sitting on your ass while navigating on the internet. I thought the hero work would be more glamorous. A head pops off his torso. A young girl head, with dark skin and long black hair. I'm working Nemesis. Hector answers with a sigh. Then he tries to press her inside again. Nemesis is a recently summoned character by Hector. She has dark matter physiology and is planned to be the AI of Hector's future Hellbat armor symbiotic armor. Or Hell Nemesis armor, like it's called now. He summoned her now to raise up the relationship loyalty to 10 before he can really need the armor. She pops off his body again. Come on, don't you have anything more fun in mind to do now? She says flirtatiously while removing herself completely from him. In her adult form, which is suspiciously similar to Shago's body, Hector notices, she straddles him while hugging his neck and blowing on his ear. Hector remains unfazed by her hoe tactics, if you didn't showed me your lowly body first. He says flatly while staring at the screen ahead without giving her an ounce of attention. Mao, I don't have a definitive form. I can be how whatever you want, she continues. To illustrate that she makes her breasts bigger. Her short black dress climbs up because it can't fit her body anymore. Her chocolate thick butt presses on his crotch and his face is between the two mountains of softness on her chest. He remains unfazed. Go back inside, Nemesis. This reminds him a little of his early days with Shago. But Nemesis is even worse than Shago. She is a manipulative, sadistic, and mischievous girl. He will never give her the satisfaction of a reaction. If things happen, and probably eventually will happen, will be on his terms. She pouts adorably seeing him being so cold to her. Don't bother our master, Nemesis, Cortana speaks a little harshly to the new girl. Is she a little jealous? Hector muses on his mind, is she jealous that she shares my body with her now? Women are so complicated. I was just playing a little, Cortana-senpai making him relax, you know. Someone needs to be the fun one. Nemesis gives the wrist device on Hector's arm a smug smile. Cortana, ring in equal to underscore ring in equal to. You just arrived and already want to sit by the window. Hector asks in a non-nonsense tone, go back inside. Now. He says a little more coldly. Nemesis, asterisk huff asterisk fine. Cortana, dashing away. Maybe I will need to apply what I learned on those bratty corrections dungeons on her. Hector thinks half joking and half serious before going back to work. Hector continues his work in peace, only with the occasional comments of his two freeloaders. He is almost calling the night to go study magic after checking for one last time his projects. Master. Check this. Cortana attracts his attention to some viral videos. He looks, Diary 30, Idolin is coming to school. He reads it with a frown, a tickle on the back of his mind trying to bring a memory to the surface. He reads the second video, Diary 31, Humiliation. Oh. Oh hell nah. He stands up instantly. Master. No, 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 no. He paces around before going back to research the boys' school. It's another one of the canon events. Like with Harambe. What are you doing? Cortana asks confused. Avoiding the dark timeline. He answers with determination. The next day. It's possible to see a car stopped in front of a school. A boy hesitantly gets off it, keeping his head down all the way while he walks his path. He can hear some snickers around him. At the moment, with his mood, any laugh that he hears he will think is directed at him. He speeds his steps, just wanting to get over the day. Till the sounds around him change. Gone are the buzz of the crowd and some gasps are the only thing cutting the silence. The boy finds it weird and finally takes his eyes off his shoes to look around, only to see people looking above, consequently making him follow their line of sight only to his vision be filled with a black figure that drops off slowly very close to him. Sorry for the delay. But Idolin really came to school. The hero says while putting an arm over the student's shoulders, and naturally starts walking with him to the school. Mary Jane POV okay, is Hector avoiding me? I didn't want to think about it, but we really didn't talk about the night of Harry's party. We are back on being only friends. That's it. Everything that happened that night amounted to nothing. I turn to see him in class. Look at him staring out of the window like he doesn't give a fuck. Just because he is hot as fuck he thinks he can do anything, right? Jerk. He looked back. What a heck? Why did I avoid eye contact? I will turn again and stare at his soul. And I do just that. Me and I stay in a stare contest for an unknown amount of time. Did that guy doesn't need to blink. Look at him smirking. Bastard. With his super white teeth and sharp jaw. Seriously. Am I the only one seeing that he is super hot? It's like there's a spell in everyone to not notice it. Only Liz noticed it too after getting close. And that slut started annoying him. Apparently, our stare contest was destined to end in my defeat because I was the one looking to the back, and the teacher smacked my head with his papers. Seeing him chuckle made me notice that he predicted that. I'm saying, that guy has a bad personality. See? Bad personality. I approach him talking with Peter, Ned, and Gwen by the lockers. And by the way, he is smirking, he is making fun of Peter in some way. I arrive at his side and greet them, hey, guys. What is so funny? I ask with a smile, touching Hector's side with my shoulder. Now that I know him better, I can see him tensing a little. Seriously, what's going on? Nothing. Just Peter having zero confidence in himself and fanboying over Richards and Stark. Hector answers casually. I can imagine that. We continue to talk for a little while, the other three talking about internships. Gwen and her shaky time on Oscorp, with all that Green Goblin thing. Apparently, the group that she is part of remains unaffected for now. But nothing is certain. Ned and his recent internship and Peter trying for Stark and Baxter, hence the initial conversation. Peter, Ned, and Gwen say goodbye to us and we are finally alone. 1 hour ride home. He asks casually. Yes, thank you. Finally. Not running away anymore, huh? This time he came on his car, normally he uses his bike, so I can stare at his profile while he drives in silence. Is his skin even better now? Seriously, I will ask about his skincare routine. And if he says, water and soap, again I will rage. He eventually stops on an empty street, a little far away from my home, and turns to me. Well. We need to talk. He says. Really? I say sarcastically. He gives me a deadpan stare as answer. Okay, calm down MJ. He is not your boyfriend yet. Hector looks at me and I look at him. Well. I nudge. I sincerely don't know how to start. He admits with a sigh, I mean. What are we even? Good question. He turns again to look at the front, looking away from me. Let's start with the end then. I think it's for the better that we not see each other. He finally says. Okay. That hurt more than I expected, WY. Not my voice cracking. He gives me a gentle and apologetic look. He noticed. As much as cliché will sound. But it's not you, it's me. He says with a half-wry smile. Despite myself, I chuckle a little. So what is your problem, Hector? I say sarcastically, taking the opportunity to discreetly wipe off the tears accumulating in my eyes. I think he noticed again, by his frown. I like you, Mary Jane Watson. I really do. Seriously. I'm surprised myself that I like you. This would make me squeal with joy some minutes ago, but I think we're in different places and we will never align down the line. He says seriously. Whoa. That's a powerful statement. Yeah. And you don't know how much it saddens me. He reaches for my face, his thumb caressing my cheek. That night, was such a beautiful, but unfortunately temporary, coincidence. Like an astronomical event. I enjoyed every second of it. Fuck this guy. He is smooth. My heart just skipped a beat. I just want to kiss him and forget about this talk. But was bound to end. After the summer vacation, I will start college. I will take a more active role in managing my family business. My time will be so limited. I can't give you what you expect and deserve. Hence why we are in different places. And down the line. He sighs, you will seek your actor's career, maybe travel to LA. We are on different paths. And the bifurcation came too early. Okay, I get what he is saying. We really don't have a lot in common. And he is already going to be an adult, full of responsibilities and all that, while I'm this dumb high school girl. Don't cry. I hear him say softly. I'm not. I sniff to swallow the tears, can't we at least try? I ask weakly, taking his hand into mine. Damn, I sound so desperate. So weak. That's not what I expected of myself. But I don't want to lose him. He is such a great guy. We hit off so well. He is the first that made me feel these things. He pauses. There's something in his eyes. Some conflict maybe, I think I can guess is it by the way he tightens his jaw. I'm also not being completely honest with you. He says after some time. What do you mean? It's hard for him to say. My brain surprises me by guessing fast and my mouth finishes his phrase. Another. I say in realization and take my hand off his almost like is burning. Yes. He admits with a serious nod. Ha. I see. I laugh for some reason and turn away from him. Before your mind goes to dark places. I did not hide it from you. Like you, it was not official during Harry's party. He turns me away gently and I don't resist, and is not something that you bring up in that situation. Okay. I can be reasonable and understand. It's not like we are a thing. He has no obligation to tell me anything. It was not. So it's official now. I ask, catching the deep meaning of his words. Let's say I have been given an ultimatum. He nods slowly. So the other. I spat, made you choose and you choose her. Oh God, I'm going to cry hard. Hold up, MJ. No. He denies fast, in truth, it's much weirder than you think. He looks away with a strange face. He turns to me again, she kind of accepted that I double-timed. I had never seen him so unsure in saying something. What? She knows about you two and she doesn't care. I mean, you two will never meet probably. She is older. He tries to explain. Is he being groomed? Sincerely, I can't imagine it. So she accepted that you had side chicks? I ask in disbelief. There's no side chicks. Everyone would be treated the same. He says, more sure of himself now. So you would have two girlfriends? Or not dating exclusively? That's ridiculous. Finally. That's the normal reaction. He, for some reason, sighs in relief and sits straight in his seat after hearing my words. So technically she accepted sharing. I could have kept you in the dark, but it would not sit well with me. Thank you. I guess. I say, unimpressed. I mean, it's the bare minimum. But on the other hand, I know he is better than most at coming clean. And again, he owes me nothing. I'm trying to stop being an entitled bitch. But seriously, is he being groomed? I think this older woman, or whatever, accepted it because she knew other women would hardly accept it. So she would be the one left. Acting like she is not being forceful, but in truth is snaring him. What a manipulative bitch. Also. Is Hector worth all of it? I look at him again. Okay, he is a catch. I can see how some wouldn't mind being side chicks. But it's not for me. I think. Unless you want the same deal too. Hector turns to me and asks with a raised eyebrow. What? Is he? Sorry, but I have to ask. I will regret not asking. But would you like to continue this relationship knowing that I'm not dating exclusively? He is really doing it. He is fucking serious while asking it. Are you serious? I need to make sure. He sighs, as I said, I need to ask. Even if I can guess the answer. He looks away for an instant before turning to me again and taking my hand between his. Do you want to continue to see where this goes? Not thinking much about how it ends. Enjoying the ride. Enjoying each other. And I fucking hate that I'm considering it. This guy is so. Ugh. I take my hand trapped between his two bigger ones, and what would it entail, Hector? We're gonna be sex friends. Each other booty calls. We are gonna date while also being allowed to see other people. An open relationship. He winces a little at my words. Giving me a little satisfaction, yeah. About that. It would be more like. I'm the one that can see other people while you can't. He says slowly, his facial expression like he waiting for an explosion. Are you serious? Now I'm in disbelief. Yeah. But hear me out, it's not as bad as it looks. Ah, really? Because to me it looks really bad. Fucking bad. Like you want a harem or something. I finally explode. So what? I would be your obedient little girlfriend while you have other girlfriends too. I cross my arms and frown at him hard. Okay. I can understand your anger. But it's not like I'm forcing you into anything, or that was cheating on you for months, or asking you to marry me while I have other wives. So calm down. You can be angry by my suggestion, but you're blowing things off proportion a little. He says seriously. He has a point. I can't help but deflate a little. The thing is. This will sound a little narcissistic, but I believe that I could do better as boyfriend than any other. With the exception of not having much time. He says. I keep my arms crossed and wait for him to present his case. I like you and I know you like me. We're gonna continue to see each other, going out and all that. As an experiment. I'm not trapping you. If you want to leave it at any time, you can do it. If you want to go for another, better guy. You can do it. Just inform me before you do anything. Why? Because would be cheating. Look at you. So it would be cheating if I do that, but not if you do that. I point at him. Is this guy not listening to himself? Yes. He nods. That's why I'm presenting this previous agreement. If you don't want to, don't do it. Why are you so angry? I'm presenting a solution where all parts can be happy. He says in genuine exasperation. That you can be happy. You're asking for permission to cheat. No. There's no main girl or side girl. There's no affair if all relationships are serious to me. Believe in me that I would treat you exactly as I would treat a girlfriend, except you would be fucking other people and I can't do the same. I say sarcastically. This makes him give a tired sigh. So you want to fuck multiple dudes. That's it. He somewhat snaps at me. No. It's not about sex to me, Mary Jane. If it was, I would press it on the party. He looks offended now. That's true, I guess. I know that it sounds like it. Most people would assume that a guy wants multiple girls to be his booty calls or whatever. But I'm not like that. Sex is easy for me to acquire. I want the connection. Our connection was such a beautiful accident. I simply don't want to give up on it. He sits tired on his seat and rants a little. I like you all, and I can't choose. He sighs, and the other didn't make me choose. So I thought, I'll forget about it. You're absolutely right. He looks a little defeated, looking away. He continues, I thought we could have a high school romance. An isolated high school romance. Where my adult life wouldn't interfere. Just us. Being teenagers. Nothing a lot about consequences, learning from each other, making some memories. Good and bad. And taking the experience to the rest of our lives. He confess. He turns to me and gives me a wry, but relaxed smile. I thought I at least could have been honest and upfront on that. But it's strange to be honest while doing something wrong. Not that I think this is wrong. But let's say, for convenience sake, that what is not socially accepted is wrong. He shrugs. Wait. That's it. Are we over? He starts the engine of the car and starts driving me to my home. Yes. It would be completely unfair to you. I simply thought that I could have made up for it by being a very good boyfriend. Sorry. He says without even looking at me. Sorry that I'm a hypocrite. But I can't accept you with other men to level the playfield. The moment you kissed or did anything with other men, our relationship would be over forever. He continues while driving and looking at the road, because if I did a good job you wouldn't feel the need, right? Or you would be a cheating woman. He chuckles mirthlessly. I would be more offended if I'm not shocked. The two options are good enough reasons to end the relationship. Yes, hypocrite. But that's how I think, those are my terms. It's non-negotiable. No girl of mine can have side men. I will not force you on it. I will not watch over you to make sure you're not cheating. But I would know. I would know and then is over. I will simply walk away from your life. No drama. No fight. Nothing. He concludes and remains silent for the rest of the ride. I feel like I lost. For some reason. I didn't even give him an answer. But I fought so hard against it. What did I expect? And here we are. He says while stopping in front of my house. I didn't get out. But Hector doesn't force me either. He simply continues to stare at me with a gentle smile. You're not wrong, MJ1. He goes back to that nickname, like I said. The problem is all on me. He sighs and takes my hand again. I watch him bring it to his lips and kiss my knuckles. I'm gonna cry. This is really happening. It's over. Dead in the crib. I wanted more with him. You surprised me with how of a good woman you are. He caresses the place he kissed with his thumb. Don't change. Again, you're not wrong. He looks at me again with a sad smile. I really want to simply kiss him and forget this conversation ever existed. Just keep me in the dark like any other asshole, you asshole. One day you will find someone that will see exactly what I see. And he will be capable of giving you his 100%. He smiles sadly again. It's simply a pity. Don't act nice to me, jerk. It's making it hard for me to hate you. Like a robot, I leave his car and walk to my home. That's it, Mary Jane. Your taste in men is as horrible as your mother's. You need to fall for the guy that can't keep on his pants, huh? And you swore to never cry because of men too. Idiot. Third-person POV supersenses are not as great to have as what people think. Half of the time you become aware of things that would be better to remain unknown. Like the crying of the girl you like because of you. Hector sighs for like 100 times already. Tightening his grip on the wheel, in a rare show of control loss he really breaks and rips off it from the panel while hearing Mary Jane's muffled sobs in her room. He sighs again. He can't even unhear it. His senses unconsciously focus on her. Always keeping him painfully aware of her state. With Crazy Diamond's power, he repairs the broken wheel and continues to drive in silence. His jaw is tight while he unblinkingly stares at the road. This ending surprised no one. Hector. Why are you like that? He admonishes himself. You could have manipulated her a little. Nemesis talks to me, made her fall harder for you. To the point where she would accept that you have a harem. You made the right call, master. Cortana says her piece, I know you. It's for the best that you have a clear conscience. You would not be happy or satisfied otherwise. Thank you. I need to live for my self-proclaimed title of honest scum, he jokes mirthlessly. You are so complicated. Nemesis rolls her eyes, just do what you want. It's called basic decency. I answer equally sarcastically to her, my grandma always said that, your rights end where the other rights start. My desires and wants can't trample over other people. Humans trample over others all the time. You're superior to them. That's your right. What matters that you play with their feelings a little? She argues back. Matters to me. Hector POV. What is the best way to solve problems of the heart? To a man, is to drown yourself in some work. That's why I'm now in my main hospital releasing my frustration on my old rival. Paperwork. $1.200 for an ambulance ride. This health system is a fucking joke. I throw the notes on my table. Why? Did they catch living dinosaurs to extract the oil and make gas? Is the driver a fucking CIA agent? Fucking mafia. That's what this is. And my uncle was all for it. And I can't take it off my head, cancer is the century scam. I'm not sure about my other world, but I think people keep cancer as it is so hard and expensive to deal disease on purpose. Are you saying no one can remove cells and replenish them easily here? In the world where the creator of the super soldier serum used convenient Vita rays to juice a guy. My ass. Look at those bills. The guy is treated for cancer and has a fucking lifetime debt. Let me extend the payment date without fees. I type on my computer. I'm slowly introducing new policies to help the people. Not very popular with the board. But fuck it. All for the better that they're jumping off and I'm buying all the shares of my hospitals back. When I have 100% I will finally introduce revolutionary and cheap methods of treatment. Yes, they will probably try to kill me. The pharmaceutical companies and all that. Maybe I should talk with Emma Frost as Hector. Anyway, I'm fucking Eidolon. They can't kill me. And this will be years from now. I have to prepare. And this is another frustrating thing. I have so much to give to the world, healing chambers, protestic cybernetics, that robotic surgery machine. Doctors will be capable of operating in micro proportions with them. The VR goggles that can be used to transmit images direct to the brain, allowing blind people to see and so much more. And here I am. Can't introduce fucking anything. If I do that, well, the military is only the first that will knock on my door. I need some political power too. I need to use the college to go out as a genius in this medical field too. Okay, Hector. Calm down. I think I'm projecting my bad mood on this. I sigh again. Okay, in 2 or 3 years you will be capable of making a change in the whole world, Hector. For now, let's lower some bills. Third-person POV. New York. In the middle of the day, 2 women are making smacking sounds against each other. She-Hulk and Titania fight through the streets. All sorts of moves are displayed while one tries to get the upper hand over the other. Small shockwaves echo with each crash. Bitch, can you get off my hair? She-Hulk shouts while throwing Titania over her shoulder. No, till I paint the street green with your face. Titania answers while trying to bring She-Hulk in a submission. Around them, after the people clear the area to a somewhat safe space, they stop to watch the fight. Typical modern behavior is where they film and watch it in a circle. At least they are taking cover, somewhat. During the fight, people notice Eidolon himself slowly floating down to the top of a car. Watching the dispute with his arms crossed under his mantle. His sheer presence is enough to silence everyone. She-Hulk and Titania pause mid-fight. The 2 looked at him from the ground. Please don't mind me. Continue. Eidolon gestures calmly, unless you want my help, Ms. Walters. Jennifer grins a thim and boom punches Titania away, taking advantage of her distraction. I got this. She says to him and jumps on the other big woman to resume the fight. Be mindful of the people. It's Eidolon's last words to them before he continues to watch the fight in silence. The moose is a little strange. The seriousness of the situation is forgotten because of him. Like the serious fight becomes a spar. So, are you not gonna stop them? A civilian woman asks Eidolon in an unsure voice. You never separate a women's fight. It's on the men, bro, code. Eidolon answers as a matter of fact. It's true though. A guy says. I never heard of the code before, but I know about what he is talking about. Another confirms. It's written in our subconscious. Another nods. Eidolon chuckles a little, jokes aside. She-Hulk got it. No need for me to interfere. This is also a good learning experience. The world can't depend solely on me. He explains more seriously, I appeared so that you guys can feel safe and don't worry, I will fix anything they destroy. Even if he doesn't completely trust the heroes. He still can't deny that they will be his allies if a huge crisis appears. He can't coddle them too much. And yes, She-Hulk really got this. She is in a league apart of Titania. The only limitation is her inexperience and her own mental blocks that don't allow her to access her full strength. Maybe she is afraid of hurting the people around her, or even Titania. Maybe she is not even aware of that hidden strength. Who knows? But now, with Eidolon's presence, she relaxed a little and is letting go. Completely dominating the fight against her opponent. The black-clad hero's presence is also a constant weight on Titania, putting an invisible pressure on her mind. Suddenly Titania snaps, fuck it. I'm gonna take you down with me. She shouts and savagely punches She-Hulk in the face, making the green Amazoness stumble back. Oh, I felt that. She-Hulk holds her cheek, a savage grin on her face, and parts to the counterattack. People are usually afraid of getting hit, getting hurt. It's one of the first lessons in martial arts. To know how to get hit and to push forward despite that. To not allow your battle prowess to diminish because of the pain. Let the adrenaline take over. Jennifer Walter, the former mild-mannered lawyer, is finally experimenting it firsthand. She punches Titania in the gut so hard that the muscular redhead is lifted from the ground a meter and doubles over. Almost falling on her knees to the ground. She-Hulk, from inexperience, doesn't take the opportunity, and Titania shoots from her position to crash with the green woman's stomach, holding her waist and carrying her to crash into any obstacle. And that's where she messed up. Her move of carrying She-Hulk to beat her in any place would take the 2 to a small shop with people inside. Before they can even leave the street to cross the sidewalk, they are suddenly stopped by an irresistible force. She-Hulk is suddenly out of Titania's grasp, and Eidolon is between the 2 while facing the villain. Well. It seems this fight ends here. Good job, She-Hulk. He says flatly. His tone leaves nothing to the discussion. Titania almost hyperventilates while being stared at by him. She discovered now that seeing him in videos and seeing him personally are 2 entirely different things. In her proud brain, she still thought that she was on the same level as him. But now, even if she is taller than him, as tall as Thor, Eidolon notices, she feels like he is much larger than her. You can turn yourself in now. Eidolon state while giving her an uninterested look. Titania's fist clenches, her body tense, while he stares at him. To her credit, she eventually got over his pressure and stepped up to attack. I will at least take a piece of you with me. She barks while going for a punch. Eidolon looks at her slow movement with contempt. Brutes. So easy. And that's also where people can clearly see the difference between Eidolon and other heroes like She-Hulk. To the bystanders, She-Hulk and Titania's fight was impressive. Fast and strong blows that could dislocate the air. It's not for nothing that so many stay behind to watch the deadly, but mesmerizing, show. But now they see that compared to Eidolon it's like a drunken bar fight compared to a master. Eidolon doesn't even put a stance. Titania steps forward to give him a right hook with all her body weight. Eidolon casually lifts his foot and puts it beneath Titania's foot that is stepping forward. In a smooth motion on her heel he makes her step too much, forcing her heel to slide on the concrete, forcing her to open in a split and miss the punch by a great margin. In the next instant, he punches her throat with the knuckles on his fingers, and then, with the same knuckles, he slaps her chin, making her see stars by shaking her brain. It's over just with that. 3 moves. His hands barely left his mantle and he struck with incredible precision. Anyone can see how easily it was and how contemptuously he did that. Like an adult playing with a kid. It could even be considered beautiful, the flawless execution. Some people even clapped. Dude. You're making me look bad. She-Hulk jokes behind him. You did most of the work. He says humbly. She only rolls her eyes at him. By the way, why are you holding her like that? She-Hulk asks. After striking her chin, Eidolon grasped her jaw/neck and is holding her face up. To allow the passage of air. I healed her too. He says while holding the unconscious woman firmly. I see. You're the pro here. She-Hulk concedes, and that throat punch was really necessary. My own throat hurt only by seeing it. She massages her own neck to illustrate that. Eidolon rolls her eyes. I took her down fast and efficiently. If I beat her more, people would say that I enjoy beating up women. If I do it efficiently, I'm too harsh. There's no winning with you guys. So you finally figured it out. She laughs and slaps his back amicably. He notices that this time, she is not sending him sliding on the ground. So she has a better control over her strength. The two talk a little about how the situation reached this point. Apparently, Titania doesn't like that She-Hulk is stronger than her. Something about her feats of being a strong woman being obfuscated by the appearance of the female Hulk. Very childish. Our strength attracts challenge. But it's not your fault. Eidolon says to her. Yeah, I know. She is crazy. Jennifer agrees with a sigh, still feeling a little guilty over her problems affecting other people. At some point, someone interrupts their talking by shouting from the crowd. Choke me too, Daddy. Eidolon pauses and almost throws Titania on the ground. Jennifer stared at him, her lips trembling before she lost the fight with her laugh, ha 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 ha. So you are also catcalled? Yeah. It comes from the profession. Using tight clothes does that. But I even use a mantle over it. He says, making her laugh even harder. Pro tip, don't search your name online. This makes her stop laughing too late. She deadpans. Eidolon visibly jokingly winces. The fan arts. The fan arts too. She confirms, like. With my cousin. People. She says in disbelief. Eidolon chuckles while shaking his head. Anything that can relate is an excuse for a ship. You haven't heard about me and Thor after our fight. He raises an eyebrow. She boisterous laugh at that. You laugh now. Don't forget that you just fought an equally fit and muscular woman. Eidolon says flatly. This makes her shut up quickly again. Wanna bet with of the two of you will be given a dick by the artists. He twists the knife deeper. No one thought that would be possible for a green-skinned person to pale before now. I'm a lawyer. I will sue the assholes. She clenches her fist, half joking and half serious. The two continue to engage in the talk while waiting for the police to take Titania. Eidolon asks how she is acclimating herself to the changes, offering another lesson in spar, Jennifer flirting with him and asking out. I could pay you some drink as thanks. She grabs his shoulder and wiggles her eyebrows at him. Careful. Eidolon She-Hulk could become a thing on the cosplay porn tag. He deadpans, making her laugh again. Then Eidolon suddenly turns his head fast to look at the sky. What's wrong? She-Hulk asks. In the next second a multicolored light crosses the clouds and disappears between the skyscrapers very far away from them. A intergalactic visit. He says before saying goodbye and flying away. The multicolored beam of light hits the ground of a park. The people around it ran away in panic, but still kept an eye on it. The beam of light finally ends, leaving the ground scarred with some circular inscriptions and a single man standing in the middle. A sonic boom is heard not long after an Eidolon lands close to the circle. Eidolon. A voice excitedly calls. Thor, you son of Odin. The two approach each other. Thor and Eidolon stand in front of each other and they crash in a handshake that creates a shockwave, pushing leaves and trees away. PAH. They boisterously laugh afterward. I'm telling you, my friend. It was a huge mess. Jormungandr poison on Yggdrasil made it practically unusable. I needed to be sent personally by my father to all corners of the 9 realms to keep things peaceful. Mediate conflicts, defeat rebels, capture criminals. Thor says while gobbling some food. The two heroes are now in an open restaurant, eating at a table on the sidewalk. Obviously attracting a lot of attention from the bystanders. And the waitress freaking out was a little funny to the two. Sounds rough. Eidolon comments while reclining on the back legs of his chair. He is not eating anything while Thor enjoys his banquet. I missed Midgard food. The Asgardian exclaims. Hedda's booze and cooked boar lose the appeal. Never. But I can't deny that you guys advanced a lot on the food aspect. Thor says while filling his face with junk food. Now. Do you visit here means business? Eidolon has to ask. More or less. In the confusion, an unknown number of criminals and dangerous people fled to unknown parts of the 9 realms. My father suspects that some are hidden here. Thor confesses, with a serious face. That can be a problem. Can't Heimdall see them? Eidolon asks with an equally serious face. Thor shrugs, Heimdall abilities are well known so. Would not be weird for people to create countermeasures. Eidolon completes with a sigh. So your father sent you here as our guardian. Yes, things are fairly peaceful now in the rest of the 9 realms. It's also a reward then. A vacation. Eidolon deduces on his mind. Less worried now. The fugitives must be some chumps. But he made a mental note to check with the Ancient One later. Suddenly a black car aggressively stops close to them and Black Widow gets out of it. Hey boys, what's up? She greets them cheerfully. Black Widow. Sit with us. Thor greets equally excitedly in seeing a companion of arms again. Black Widow. Eidolon nods at her calmly, you're very blatant to a spy. Maybe you're losing your touch. He comments about her arrival. She narrows her eyes at him and kicks his chair away. If there was any other person in his place, having the chair kicked while reclining yourself would make him fall embarrassingly. But Eidolon remains locked in place. Floating. I know that destroying people's proprieties is an Avenger thing, but please control yourself a little more. Eidolon mocks with a flat tone while bringing the chair back telekinetically. Ass. She rolls her eyes at him before sitting in a chair. Did you two have some bad blood? Thor asks while awkwardly looking between them. Nah. Eidolon answers, I'm simply paying back from her annoyance in always trying to take samples of my DNA, figure out my identity, attract me to some problematic terrorist situation etc., etc., etc. Natasha huffs, give me a break. It's my job. And that's the only reason I didn't hold it against you personally. Eidolon points at her, but you can't blame me for annoying you too. Fair enough. She shrugs, but things would be simple if you are willing to work with us more actively. I can pay you a drink now. She offers. So that you can try to take my saliva. No, thanks. He replies with a done tone of voice and no. I have my own group. So Paranoicu and Fury would be best friends, or would try to kill each other. She says merrily. Isn't trying to kill each other how the best friendships start and are strengthened? Look at me and Thor. The three share a laugh over it. But come on, why are you resistant against it? Come to the cool club, we have Thor. Natasha says, pointing to the god stuffing himself in more human food. That will be debatable after I tell him what you guys did with his girlfriend. Eidolon's eyes close in malicious crescentes. Jane. What did you guys do? Thor pauses and slowly turns to Natasha. We put her under surveillance. Natasha answers slowly. Cameras on the bathroom. Eidolon adds with a smirk. Thor's eyebrows shot to his hairline in disbelief and anger. Fury did it. Natasha throws her boss under the bus immediately, and to be fair, was a team of women only that are watching her. She adds. Thor looks at Eidolon and he nods, don't worry, I took the cameras away. Now they only watch her street. Thor calms down, but still appears annoyed. It was for her protection. Natasha tries to add. Like with Steve. Eidolon asks with another malicious smile. Many people want a piece of Captain America. We are also helping him acclimate himself to the new age. Natasha argues. Putting the niece of the woman he loved as his neighbor is a good way to acclimate someone, I bet. Eidolon comments while acting nonchalant. Thor gives Natasha a look, dick move. Even he recognizes it. How do you know that? She can't help but ask. The guy is too prepared. He gives her a look. All right, forget that I asked. She throws her hands in the air and reclines back on her seat. You're Eidolon. Bleh. She says with a deep tone of voice to mock his way of talking. He chuckles at her annoyed act. By the way, if you didn't tell, Steve. I will tell. He gives her no ultimatum. I will tell Fury. She relents. In truth, I also didn't like it very much. She sighs. It was really a dick move. With hidden intentions. The two keep their silence till a turbine sound reaches their ear. Iron Man suddenly drops from the sky and straightens himself while retracting his helmet. Why didn't you guys call me? He asks while unceremoniously sitting at their table. Chef. Shawarma, please. To everyone. On an unsuspecting day, Hector took a decision. In a random hospital in Europe, Eidolon walks inside like it's normal for a 6 feet 4 inches hero clad in black to be there. Are you sure about this? Earlier Helena asks Hector while he uncharacteristic puts on his hero clothes slowly. I'm prepared. He answers. Excuse me. Can you point me to the pediatric section? Eidolon asks softly. The receptionist, distractedly, looks up to answer before pausing in shock. Only after some minutes she shakily points to a plaque signaling the floor. Thank you. He nods and walks away. Everyone's eyes following him. You are doing more than necessary already. You know how they will react eventually. Helena continues. I know. Hello there, Eidolon smiles while walking in the pediatric oncology section. The kids excitedly ran to him, the ones that could. Hee so you guys know me. I'm flattered. He says, I came here to visit my fellow heroes. People will never be satisfied. Helena says. You're right. Eidolon goes to each kid. To each room. Talking with them. Putting his palm over them. And giving them a new chance of life. He does this in many hospitals around the world. They will resist. Helena argues. I'm more stubborn than them. I understand that you don't trust me, but this can be your last chance. Eidolon says softly to a couple shielding their daughter from him. I will not let you touch her. I don't know what you will do to her. The father says accusingly, while the wife is behind him. Sir, I'm a busy man. I don't have the time and energy to save everyone. This could be the last time that I will be in this hospital. I will not trust you with her life. They look somewhat religious. Eidolon bows his head. I'm begging you. For her sake. The mother eventually nudges her husband's sleeve. Babe. Please. We have nothing else. The two are on the verge of crying. The battle between their beliefs and the hope blooming in their chest is fierce. The husband looks at Eidolon, bowing his head to them. They open the way. You are giving them fuel to criticize you. Helena sighs, a weakness to them to explore. This is not like you. I have grown. I'm strong. Eidolon can take whatever they throw at him. Sitting on a playground area with recently healed children, Eidolon let the girls braid his now ridiculous long hair, while he tells some stories using holograms. So Darth Vader walked into the temple. Eidolon, what type of story you told them? A nurse raises her eyebrow at him. About the younglings. Eidolon. Wait. Did you hear it? The hero suddenly stops and moves his head like he is hearing from far away. Feminine bathroom on the second floor. He says with urgency and disappears in a blur. The nurse calls other nurses and other doctors in a panic. Helena doesn't have anything more to say. Thank you for trying to convince me against it for my sake, Helena. I appreciate it. Hector says softly. I'm an overthinker. But sometimes it's better to be like those dumb main characters and simplify things. He continues and stands up to look at her. Obviously, there will be a lot of repercussions, but... On his face was the biggest and brightest smile that she had seen on him. Not a smirk. A genuine smile. She is taken off her loop by the sight. Saving kids is not wrong. The doctors and nurses walked into the bathroom to see Eidolon holding a small baby in his arms. A woman is crying on the ground hysterically. Trash, blood, and water are everywhere. From the mess, the awful situation came to light. A mother tried to flush her baby on the toilet. After being unsuccessful, it tried to throw the baby in the trash. Eidolon feels unspeakable anger, but nothing of it is shown on his face while he cleans the baby with his powers. All right, all right. You survived. You're so strong, I'm so proud of you. He says while balancing the baby gently. Don't worry. I'm here. Important note, please read. Hello there. Now that we are not in a pirate world anymore, I will stop using the ahoy. I have some news, but first about the chapter. Now we can see the effect that the One Piece world, and being a father, have on our MC. Before the travel, the guy was in his darkest moment. His revenge, seeing the evil of the world, doubting if it's really worth it. He decided to not be a pussy and stick around. Push forward even though all the shit. Despite the world and himself screaming that would be better to simply give up or go in his villain arc. Well, he was rewarded with good experiences thanks to that. He is more optimistic now and willing to take the first steps forward in making changes. A leap of faith. Trying to trust the world to appreciate his efforts and learn with him. We saw parallels too of his actions as Eidolon. But some wholesome stuff instead of only evil. And now I ask you. Is it a coincidence that the wholesome stuff and the nice people appeared to him now? The thing is that good in the world always existed, but he was only seeing the bad stuff because he was blinding himself of it. Making himself a hero that cleans the shit of humanity. Obviously, he will get dirty. But he learned in the One Piece world to adopt a positive outlook in life, maybe an even simplistic way to see life. I think that is the most important lesson to learn with One Piece. Your will and intentions mold you and the world around you. And if you have enough will, you can change your life and the life of the people around you. That and strength. Strength can determine how far your positive influence can go. But mainly, change always starts from inside yourself. Maybe that was the problem with Batman. He allowed himself to be contaminated by the gloominess of Gotham and his trauma. He fights gloominess with gloominess. A reactive solution that will not change anything. Superman on the other side. He can hear everything around the world. So don't you guys think that he is exposed to much more shit of humanity than Batman? But he didn't allow it to taint him. He continues helping people and trying to inspire them. His alien status stops him from interfering too much, maybe from the best. But he is holding the things to humanity, buying time for humanity to learn and improve. Hector is trying to be the best of both worlds. A little of Batman and Superman, after he tilted more to the dark side, now he finally balanced himself thanks to the travel. A hero who can make people feel at ease and safe, and a hero that can scare the villains so much that they tremble in his presence. His good side inspires people to follow in his footsteps and be good too, and his dark side is a scary enough deterrent to stop bad acts around the world. Let's see how things will unfold now. Must be full of challenges trying to be a good guy, we know that. He knows that. But he will do it nonetheless. An example of this mindset is the unexpectable harem. From an outside perspective is a silly and indecent thing. But Hector takes it seriously. So if Hector treats it seriously. If that is his attitude. So the harem is a serious thing. People can criticize, but what matter is what comes from him. This also go with dreams, people can laugh at our silly dreams, One Piece world again. But if you take it seriously. It's serious. Never let anyone say otherwise. Till this day, some people treat games and animes as silly and childish things. But the people that work on it, take it seriously. It's a strong industry. Moving a lot of money. No outside can laugh of the efforts of the people that work on it. This is also something that we can apply in our daily lives, my friends. I already talked about that. Your positive attitude has the power to change the world around you and your life too. This reminds me that one time was drenched wet by a car. Haha. Literally exactly like in those movie scenes to show how crappy your day is going. I've never seen that happening in REA life. And I laughed. I was in such a good mood that day, I laughed hard and gave the car a thumbs up sarcastically. Some people close laughed at me, but seeing I did not take it seriously laughed with me even harder. Some people in a bar nearby offered me a towel and I continued with my life. Now this is a funny memory, instead of an unlucky crappy moment in my life. And it changed because of my attitude at the time. Let's take advantage of the new year and make an objective to improve our lives, my friends. Starting how we see the world. Acting miserable attracts misery. Thoughts and attitude have power. The first step is the hardest. After that, be consistent. Let's be better next year. I will not wish that your dreams come true, but that all the hard work you guys do pays off next year. Now the bad news. I'm going in hiatus. In truth, I planned to go on hiatus when the OP arc ended. But for the people that didn't like One Piece that much and stuck around, I think they deserve a Marvel chapter. The truth, my dear readers. I'm tired. Maybe burnout. I love this story, but I feel that I need some time away from it. In truth, I'm writing some other stories to myself and I find them much more enjoyable. Writing super fast and easily. Maybe I will post them. I think is the pressure, sounds silly, but I don't want to disappoint you guys. But at the same time, I like to try different / controversial things to make this story different from the other fanfics. But I feel like it's a double-edged sword. Anyway, I need my vacation. I'm afraid of starting to hate the story and dropping it. I have so many ideas. I want to use them. Let me give an example of an abandoned storyline. Taking advantage that Christmas celebrates the birth of Jesus, let me tell you guys about one of the abandoned storylines related to it. Eventually would have an arc where would be revealed that Hector is a descendant of the mutant of Nazareth. Yeah, controversial. I took inspiration of JoJo's Steel Ball Run. Descendant of Joshua, son of Joseph. It would be part of a time travel, multiversal shenanigan arc, with the involvement of the Celestials and other high powers. Very hard to write. Let me Ctrl+C Ctrl+V my notes, plot points to follow in the arc. Keep it ambiguous if Joshua, mutant of Nazareth, and Jesus are the same people in Marvel. They lived in similar times. The three old pillars of mutant kind, Selene Galio, Apocalypse, and Joshua. Joshua saving Mutant King from extinction from the deviant threat. Joshua is the first natural-born Omega level / Selene is Alpha level and Apocalypse is augmented through celestial technology. Joshua has similar powers to Gold Experience Requiem / Spiral Forces of the Universe. Retroactively awakening of the lineage because of Joestar birthmark bloodline. Call back to possible canonization of Joshua / Kurt's father Azazel become a demon through his actions and adopting his lineage. Call back to power manipulation. All for one quirk creates holes in the hands, nail holes. The devil motif in One Piece / one often walks on his destiny unknowingly. Self-made prophecy. Black and white. The number 3. Rebirth. 30 days in BNHA. 3 months in One Piece. 3 years in Death of Eidolon, 3 connections with heroes in THRE different generations. Existence in Marvel World pre-transmigration. Hope Summers connection. Power manipulation. Mutant Jesus. Chosen one Thingy / inheritor. It would go something like that. The rest is on my head. Would be one of the ending arcs of this fanfic. But I can predict the headache already. Ugh. So I gave up. It would be complicated to write too. I think is cool. I mean. So many want to be Kryptonians, Scions, Incubus. But let's have some human pride, shall we? And who is more human than Joshua? And I think is super badass. Imagine how metal would be Hector fighting demons on Hell, and his awakened blood burning the bastards. Hee hee. Anyway, it's a too much of an interesting idea to only stay in my mind. But not worth for me to write. If you like it, you can consider a headcanon. A hidden thing that will not be revealed on the story. Maybe I will even make references to it here and there. Already did, BTW. If you don't like it, forget it. Now I'm going before the guy that spams something about the kingdom of heaven appears. Funny how we can't respectfully use biblical lore. JoJo and Hellsing used it pretty well, and coming from a Catholic household, gives me a little pride even though I'm not that religious right now. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. See you guys in some months. If I don't die. Bye-bye. I expect to see you guys better than now next year. Authors out. Chapter 77, World of Pirates, Epilogue, Extra. Well, look what we have here. A shameless author coming back like nothing happened. Does anyone ever remember this story? Well, sorry but not sorry. If you guys want a reason that I guess you all deserve, I'm in the awkward period of transition to adult life. Ending of college, starting working, etc. Anyway, I did not stop writing, I even wrote some other stories that I may post too, but I left this one on hiatus because of the many reasons that I ranted. Some may remember, whatever. I like this story, and one day I open my notifications to see people asking for a comeback. I have a little more time in my hands now, so let's go. Let's start with an extra to go back in shape, okay? Enjoy. If you guys want to support my work, I would be very grateful. It would be a good motivator to continue writing. I, sadly, do not have a lot of time in my hands anymore. By the way, the P*Trian is under work, so there's not much there, but meh. I will add in the future. Peace. One Piece World, Country of Wano. City of Kuri, backyard of Odin Castle. A certain group of individuals patiently waits on the spot, observing a certain open space ahead of them. Any minute now. Yasui, one of the people helping to rule Wano, comments to the others. It was unnecessary to say, just some casual words to fill the silence. Everyone present is anxiously waiting for the moment when the travelers of the past will arrive. This event is kept as a known secret from the general population. They know that Momonosuke, Odin's heir, and the rest of the scabbards will reappear thanks to Kazuki Toki's powers, but they don't know the details. To give the travelers time to adjust to the new Wano, the people who know about it made this decision to hide them for the foreseeable future. Yasui, the scabbards that stayed, some other guards, feudal lords, and Hiyori, carrying a child in her arms, wait with certain because they trust the words of that person that confirmed this story. And their faith was rewarded, swish. Finally, a sudden but controlled flash of light brings the people that they are waiting for. Wah. The newcomers shout in confusion, tensing while checking the surroundings. Momonosuke, Kinemon, Reizo, Kanjuro, and Kikunajo. All of them are exactly like everyone remembers them. There's a momentary pause in everyone's reaction. An awkward second where one group is still undecided about how to start explaining the very long new situation and the other group that understands nothing and is on guard. Rightfully so, because a second ago they are living a very traumatic event. Then suddenly everything looks normal. The night turns into day, there's no fire, no shouts, would be no danger too. Even Momonosuke stopped his crying to look around, to check the situation properly. The impasse was broken by Nekomamushi. He suddenly jumps very high in the air and drops back like nothing happened. A strange action that apparently has no meaning. But his face was much more serious and grave, unfriendly even, when he landed back on the ground. This makes the present-day group show a variety of expressions. Anger, sadness, resignation, and more. Hiyori eyes become sharp for an instant before she assumes a calm smile again. More than a year of acting as a ruler taught her even more about keeping her head cool. And this is not even talking about the years that she needed to put up a facade in her time as Kamirasaki. She steps forward, genuinely happy to see everyone well. Everyone. Let me explain. She starts saying, holding back some happy tears in her eyes. The child in her arms looks at her curiously and then looks at these new people, alternating between the two, like he is trying to discover something. Mom. Momonosuke suddenly shouts. Fufu. No. No. Hiyori was caught off guard and laughed lightly, that broke her composure a little and she couldn't keep to herself anymore. Putting her child down, she suddenly lunges forward to hug her small big brother. Ah. For years I thought the worst. It's good that you're all alive. She cries while Momonosuke can't even react in shock. So this is really 20 years in the future? Kinemon asks again, his brain adjusting to the new reality. And Kaido and Orochi are truly defeated. Yes. More or less 2 years ago, Kinemon. Yasui answers. We have a lot to catch up on, Kin-chan. Denjiro approaches with a smile. Denjiro? What happened to your hair? Hee don't you know hair loses color with age? Denjiro laughs in a carefree way. We are 20 years older, so we are your seniors. Treat us with respect. Ashura Doji adds in a teasing way. Not only that, 20 years getting stronger. Inuarashi also teases Kinemon and the others. Don't worry, Kin-chan. We are gonna train you to our level. You bunch of. The group of samurai have their first brawl after 2 decades. Such lively atmosphere. Shinobu, the female ninja, chuckles. By the way, Hiyori-sama. I wanted to ask. What about this little kid? Kinemon pauses the all-out friendly fistfight to point to the kid in question. Oh. That's my son. Kenshin. Hiyori pulls the small boy by the hand, say hello to you uncle and retainers, Ken-chan. Kenshin is a cute and pretty boy with blue curly hair and shiny blue eyes. He obviously doesn't even have 2 years, but his build it's of a 4-year-old at least, maybe older. Kenshin walks slowly to the front. Your child. All of the time travelers shout in unison, eyes alternating between the kid and Hiyori, their mouth agape. Fufu, yeah. Isn't he the cutest thing? Hiyori fawns over her kid, showing her doting mother's side. Go on, say hi. She urges Kenshin to greet the newcomers. Kenshin looks at everyone with curious eyes, his index finger on his mouth. My uncle. But you're small. He frowns cutely while looking at Momonosuke. Obviously. I'm a child. Momonosuke defends himself after being called a shorty. When Kenshin and Momonosuke are in front of each other, it's possible to see that Momonosuke is not that taller than Kenshin. I will explain better later, Ken-chan. Hiyori pats her head. It's that my brother didn't age since 20 years ago. Boo. I see. Kenshin nods in understanding. Suddenly they hear a female voice approaching them. Damn, so I'm late. She shouts while running at the group, raising a path of dust behind her. She is carrying her kanabo over her shoulder, and grabbing a kid by the scruffle of his neck, like a bag. Yes, you are, Yamato. We are about to enter the castle to talk better. Hiyori says with a fond smile. The two became good friends during those 2 years. Damn. It's because of Ryusuke. He runs away at every chance he gets. I needed Long-in and the others help to find him this time. I thought he was on Onigashima, but he already run off here. I lost a lot of time looking for him, she says and raises her left hand to show the kid in question, still holding him by the collar on the back of the kimono, like a bag. Hi. Ryusuke says uninterestedly while looking around at everyone. He is much different from his half-sibling. This is Yamato and Ryusuke. Ryusuke and Kenshin are half-brothers. Hiyori explains while gesturing to them. What? Once again the newcomers receive a great shock. It's a long story. It's all Hiyori says for now. At this moment, Ryusuke is struggling against Yamato's grip like a dog trying to run away. Mother Yamato. Ryusuke. Kenshin starts moving at a moderate speed to the two, but suddenly he trips. Boom. But instead of what would be expected, he didn't hurt himself on the ground after falling. He destroyed the ground, creating a crater. Kenshin brat. Don't run suddenly, you don't have control over your strength. Yasui admonishes him sternly, with his arms crossed. The time travelers' mouths are agape once again after witnessing the scene. Kenshin looks like a fragile kid, but he cracked the ground when he hit it with his head. He slowly pushes himself with his arms and looks at his mother with tears in his eyes. Mama. The ground tripped me. He isn't really hurt, these are tears of frustration. Hiyori holds back to not console him instantly. She knows her child, he doesn't need help to get up. He is only checking everyone's reaction to see if no one is mad or anything. It's what he does when he messes up. Ryusuke approaches the fallen Kenshin slowly, eventually looming over his fallen half-brother. Ryusuke it's really the complete opposite of Kenshin. Ryusuke it's at least a head taller than his brother. Even taller than Momonosuke. His head is full of black hair, long enough to reach his shoulders, and only slightly curly. His are red and sharp, and on his head, a set of dark red horns rests pointing at the sky. While Kenshin has an angelic appearance, you can say that Ryusuke has almost a demonic appearance. Sharp features, red eyes, and horns. The two look like they can't mix together. Like yin and yang. It's hard to imagine them getting along. Ryu. The ground tripped me. Kenshin whines at his brother. Oh. Ryusuke narrows his eyes while looking down at Kenshin, then let's beat him up, Ken. He raises his clenched fist. Boom crack bam. The two literally start bashing the ground with attacks, taking revenge with their own smaller hands. They don't look alike, but in the end, the two share the same brain cell. The scene is obviously weird to the time travelers. The two children stomped and punched the ground seriously as it owed them money. And the ground cracking and being destroyed by their attack like it's made of salt. There, boy. Stop it. Finally, Yamato crouches down to stop the two. The ground doesn't fight back. There's no honor in defeating it. She explains seriously. And the two nod, accepting her reasoning. Kinemon points to the kids while turning his head robotically to Hiyori. It's a long story. It's all she can say now. The group starts making their way to the castle. It really changed a lot. Kinemon commented while looking at the city below them and the landscape beyond. I didn't remember those floating islands. The city was worn down, to say the least, when Hector saved everyone. And thanks to his knowledge of modern infrastructure, he remade it more efficiently and appropriately to guarantee people's living quality, while keeping the roots and traditional style. This is one of the things that we will need to explain as a whole. Hiyori says while walking to them, but she suddenly stops. But before that, her eyes became sharp and she looked at the mink retainers, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi. The signal was given. In an instant they moved faster than the eye could see, catching every one of the time travelers by surprise. And they attack Kenjuro. Putting him in a submission, his hands are held behind his back by Inuarashi, while Nekomamushi slaps some sea-stone handcuffs on his calves. What? The time travelers jump in shock. What's happening here? Calm down, Kinemon. Just watch. Ashura Doji grabs him by the shoulder so that he will not do anything stupid. Nekomamushi. Hiyori says in a chilling voice. Much different from the previous warm girl who reunited with her family some minutes ago. The big mink cat sighs and shakes his head. He then opens his hand to show everyone a painting smearing his palm. It's possible to see some resemblance with a bird form and some letters. So it's true. Let me explain to the ones that don't know. Denjiro steps forward while shaking his head. I believe since long ago, all of us have the looming suspicions that there's a traitor between us. Only with these words, do the realizations start hitting the travelers. Initially we thought that maybe was a servant of the castle, a guard. But Kaido and Orochi knew of all of our movements. Even when Oden-sama one day decided to act and immediately did so. They still knew and are waiting for us. Denjiro says with a heavy tone. He is making public everyone's secret thoughts. The thoughts no one dared to have for long before dismissing them. Seeing the situation, with Kenjuro on the ground, it didn't take a genius to figure out where this is going. But the traitor is much closer. And our past experiences. The good times. The crisis that we overcame together blinded us. Denjiro sighs and looks down with a look of anger. Isn't right, Kenjiro. Kenjiro still keeps a confused expression. On his roll till the end. Denjiro. Are you saying? Kinemon voice quivers. Tell me, Kenjiro. What is your last name? Denjiro asks, his voice carrying a strange power. Kurazumi. Kenjiro answers while keeping his confused face. The word leaves his lips on its own. What? How? He surprises even himself with the answer. As the one tasked to keep the order and uphold the laws of Wano, Hector-sama saw fit to give me a power that compels the people to tell the truth and to detect lies. Denjiro explains, his eyes hard. That's the man who thought that he lost everything. He went through so much pain that his hair changed colors and even his body was restructured by his anger. And now he is facing the traitor. Few things awaken anger like a traitor. Since when? Denjiro asks. Since the start. Kenjiro answers without any falsehood. As expected. Denjiro sighs again. Hiyori moves forward, her eyes cold while looking down at the traitor. Her leg blurs and she kicks his stomach with considerable strength. Arg. Kenjiro doubles over, puking his guts at the attack. That's for my parents. My father took you under his wing, shared his roof. She says through gritted teeth, you didn't deserve the Odin made by him. You can put it all out now. Hiyori-sama. The time travelers are shocked by her attitude. The small, sweet, and tomboy girl also can be ruthless. Kinemon is still shocked. He, Denjiro, and Kenjiro are the oldest followers of Odin after all. Kenjiro. Why? He asks in a pained voice. Why? It was simply my role. Kenjiro answers with a bloodied smile. What we should do with him, Hiyori-sama? Denjiro asks. Death obviously. The only question is how. Crucified, boiled, quartering, burned, decapitated. Ashura Doji says in anger. But Hiyori keeps looking at Kenjiro coldly. Tell me, traitor. Now that you are caught. Do you regret it? She asks. My only regret. It's that I can't die on the stage. Kenjiro says plainly, what a pity. I missed the play. He sighs, showing no remorse for his actions. You're really a heartless monster. Exactly like my husband said. Hiyori spats, a person that can't have his own joy or sadness, so it takes from others. Death will not hurt you, right? So be it. Hiyori turns around and doesn't even look at the fallen man. Lock him up. Deny him the light that he longs so much. Let him live in the darkness of the backstage till his death. She gives her sentence, give enough to him to simply survive. It will be a good payback to all the years that Kawamatsu was locked up. She walks a little before catching her son in her arms and giving one last disgusted look at Kenjiro. His power will be a good gift to my husband when he comes back. He can serve some purpose one last time. Months passed. Through the streets of the city of Kuri, Kenshin is running away desperately. Ken-sama. Let me smooch you. So cute. A bunch of women of different ages are running behind him, raising dust and destruction on their path, pursuing the cute boy with hearts in their eyes. The people around only laugh at Kenshin's misfortune. It appears that this is a recurrent scene. The women continued running, but they didn't notice that Kenshin lost them and was hiding in an alley. Haha, he pants in fear, his kimono is in disarray and it's possible to see kiss marks all over his face. Women. Scary. After looking around one last time, he jumps to the roof and starts going back to the castle. He sneaks around and jumps a wall to reach the castle garden. Welcome back, Kenshin-sama. Hi. Kenshin jumps in fright before slowly turning around. Standing there, Shinobu the bewitching Kunoichi. She looks like she is in her younger days thanks to Hector helping her out. Sure, Shinobu. Are you following me? Since when? It's not me following you, but I knew that you would come back using this route. She says cryptically. HMPF. Kenshin snorts and pouts before turning around and starting walking away while kicking the ground. If I knew that, I would have used Kusoka to run away from those women. He continues with the biggest pout possible. He didn't call the Cloud Guardian to teleport him away because it would give his position to his mother instantly. What he didn't know was that security around him was getting tighter and tighter as he started to run away. Shinobu chuckles and shakes her head fondly at the little boy. Why are you starting to act like your brother? Shinobu asks while following him. Kenshin was not the type to run around creating trouble. HMPF, at least Ryusuke is having fun. And I'm here stuck with Momonosuke. Here is your uncle. He is annoying. That's what he is. A crybaby. A weak crybaby. He is family. Ryusuke is my brother. And Momonosuke doesn't like him, so I don't like him either. HMPF. He turns his head away again and runs inside the castle. Shinobu can only stay in place and sigh. The three kids are at odds for some reason. First, Hector's sons kicked Momonosuke's ass in a friendly spar. Ryusuke ends up hitting Momonosuke a little too hard, coupled with Momonosuke discovering that he is Kaido's grandson, which makes Momonosuke avoid Ryusuke and treat him coldly. Ryusuke doesn't have an opinion about it. He doesn't even appear to notice that Momonosuke doesn't like him. He is simple like that. Kenshin, on the other hand, it's a little more perceptive. He doesn't like the way that Momonosuke treats his brother. Coupled with the adults saying to be understanding of Momonosuke's circumstances, it appears to him that everyone is spoiling and prioritizing Momonosuke over him and his brother. Everyone is paying more attention to the newcomer Momonosuke. It's somewhat understandable. Momonosuke needs help to adapt to the new Wano, the new time, and his new training as a future shogun. But to Kenshin's young mind, it looks unfair. So this is happening, huh? Hiyori says with a sad sigh after receiving Shinobu's report. She walks to the window of her office in the Castle of Kuri, or Castle of Odin as it is more popularly called. She watches the beautiful view. The weather is good, the clouds don't hinder the sky, and they complement it in a picturesque visage together with the floating lands and shiny chains. Greeneries and beautiful mountains go to as long as your sight allows. She feels a sense of pride in her chest, it's her husband's work. Maybe I should have a talk with him. He is smarter than his peers. Maybe I can explain everything Momonosuke went through. She says. Isn't too heavy of a topic to bring to a 2-year-old kid. Shinobu asks, just let them be. Kids fight, they will come around. Maybe. But I also think that it will be of the best if their relationship was fixed earlier than later. Hiyori explains her point of view, and also. Momonosuke needs to be the one apologizing first. Her voice is a little harder now. I know how he treated Ryusuke. And he is the older one. Much older. He should be the one acting maturely. If not, he will never have Kenshin's respect. Against that, Shinobu doesn't have much to say. Pass the message to one of the scabbards. Or maybe Yasui-san. Momonosuke needs a man-to-man talk. After that, I will talk with Kenshin. I will pass the order. Shinobu bows before disappearing. Hiyori continues looking at the vast expanse of Wano before saying, continue watching Kenshin. She says seemingly to the empty air. Suddenly the shadows move and a dozen of ninja Shadowkan appear in their black outfit, gray skin, and eyes shining red. They respectfully bow before sliding away silently, mingling in the shadows. Anyone who knows the specifics must find it weird that Hiyori has the Shadowkan, Hector's personal demon ninjas, at her disposal when he is nothing in this world anymore. The Shadowkan are linked to the Shadowkan realm in Hector's being. They can't be separated and sustained a universe away from him. When he came back, the Shadowkan should have followed him back even if he wanted to keep them here. But Hector can always cheat the rules a little. The key to what he did was using the Sora Sora no Mi powers. First, he ripped each Shadowkan individually from his Shadowkan realm, then he imbued them with soul power before they disappeared to turn them into homies. Now they can exist independently from him and stay here. Obviously, there are downsides. First, without the Shadowkan realm, they can't regenerate anymore, so if they are damaged or destroyed it will be for real. Second, now they are like hybrid homies, they have the same weakness. And it was a costly process because Hector lost the Shadowkans that he ripped off, weakening his Shadowkan realm and losing his progress with it. How many Shadowkans he ripped off? All of them. Each and every single one that he had. The ninjas and even the ones of the other types, like the Sumo, Bat, Razor, and Samurai Khans that his realm started producing. He went back to marvel at Square Zero on that aspect. But he doesn't mind. It will heal with time in some months. He knows that his creations are the most loyal people that he can leave behind to take care of his family, he will not be stingy with them. Some days later. In the training grounds of the castle of the Flower Capital, Momonosuke swings his training sword under the supervision of Kinemon. On the other side, Kenshin observes Momonosuke's swings with an uninterested expression. Kenshin-sama, you should practice too. A tall man with a rectangular nose says at his side. He is a former CP agent, reformed by Hector, and also a known character from the franchise. Kaku, the giraffe Zoan and sword user that fought Zoro. In the end, Hector's charisma was enough to convert people who worked for the former world government after he destroyed them. No, I shouldn't. Why I am doing this again? Kenshin turns to Kaku. Kaku can't answer that. Normally, Kenshin shouldn't have practiced swordplay that earlier in his life, but thanks to his well-developed physique he could convince the people to give him some teachings. So, it proved too easy for him and he stopped from now. Because the next step is dangerous for his age. He is being forced to practice in a tentative to make him closer to Momonosuke. But Kenshin doesn't see this way. In his vision, he is being punished for no reason. Repetitively swaying a sword for nothing is what, if not punishment? And Ryusuke, his brother, is out there playing free. You shouldn't make light of the way of the sword. Suddenly Momonosuke intervenes, having heard the exchange between Kenshin and Kaku. Kenshin turns to him slowly. His eyes are fixated on Momonosuke like the older boy is an idiot. He is really his son. Kaku sweat drops while looking at Kenshin's expression. That expression that judged you unworthy of even explaining something. So he just stares down at you like you're a waste of effort. What? You should take your training seriously. Momonosuke continues, unaware of the reason for Kenshin's silence. Now Kenshin narrows his eyes. Ugh, this can be bad. Kaku is being hit by some PTSD. Bad things tend to happen after those blue shiny eyes are squinted. Suddenly Kenshin raises his arm which is holding his training sword, and brings it down. Swish boom. Luckily not in Momonosuke's direction, because his movement made a deep trench on the ground. Momonosuke and Kinemon are slack-jawed in surprise after seeing the display. Don't talk about what you don't know. Kenshin says with a deadpan voice. That doesn't mean anything. Only that you have a strong body. Momonosuke tries to argue. It means that I'm stronger than you. The younger one says with the smuggest smile possible. This only angers Momonosuke further, making him growl at the blue-haired boy. Just you wait. I will grow and surpass you. You're older than me. I will grow too. I will not stay behind you for long. I'm Momonosuke. That is what my name means. Second to none. It was given by my father, Kazuki Oden. Is that so? Is that so? I'm Kenshin. My name means. My name means. The two kids argue back and forth before Kenshin suddenly realizes that he doesn't know what is the meaning of his name. He never asked. You don't know what your name means. It's Momonosuke's turn to act smug. HMPF, stay right here. My name's meaning is awesome. Kusoke. Kenshin's shout makes a very conspicuous blue cloud in the sky stir. Take me to my mom. He shouts again and a blue portal starts swirling close to him. Fearless he jumps on it. Kaku can only sigh before following him fast. He will need to give the context to Hiyori. Mama. 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 What happened, Kenchan? Hiyori was in the middle of a meeting with some scabbards and Yasui when Kenshin suddenly appeared through a portal. Kaku following behind. What does my name mean? Hiyori gives Kaku a glance, making the men sigh and tell an abridged version of the events. Kenshin-sama argued with Momonosuke. That was one of the topics. I see. Mom, tell me, what does my name mean? Kenshin throws a tantrum to get her attention. Well. Hiyori put a finger in her mouth while looking at the ceiling to remember. Your father named you. He went through a litany of names. Some that I thought were good too, but he paused and changed it when she saw me seriously considering it. Kenshin has a laser focus on his mom's words. Even the other big shots present are paying attention. In the end, he settles for Kenshin. And what does it means? Well, it means modest before everything. Hiyori gives her son a knowing look. Are you being modest, Kenshin? Kenshin sweat drops while looking around nervously. Just earlier he acted exactly the opposite of modest. Hiyori chuckles after seeing her son's antics. Fufufu, your father knew, and made that, you would be above your peers, Kenchan. He named you in the hope that you would be humble beyond all that. She caresses her son's soft hair with fondness in her eyes. It's so much like her husband. She continues, he also told me about the men from which he took the name, but I will tell you later, okay? You behaved badly today. Kenshin's eyes shine hearing his mother, but then his face morphs into one of disappointment. Hiyori once again giggles seeing her son's face. She can read it so easily. Ryusuke's name was also given by your father. And it also came from, apparently, another someone your father admires. Why don't you go ask Yamato about it? She urges him. He smiles broadly before jumping for her lap and shouting from Kisoka to open a portal. Fufu. Kakik. He comes and goes as he pleases. Remembers someone. An old-timer laughs. It's on his blood. Ha ha ha. In another part of Wano, sometime earlier. Ryusuke tilts his head while watching a ship on the dry beach, overturned. It's a very colorful ship, with a lion head on the front. Pirates. Bad guys. He asks himself while fearlessly walking to the ships and the castaways sprawled on the sand. He thinks this way because they didn't use the port. But even so, he doesn't fear them. Rarely does he fear something. He approaches the group. Oh, this one is dead. He approaches a skeleton in strange clothes and makes a prayer to the dead man. Oi oi oi. Are you dead too? He crouches down and starts slapping the head of a black-haired man. The head of the man is flattened by the strikes. Yeah. That's fun. Ryusuke says while he keeps slapping the bouncy head. Who are you? And what are you doing? Suddenly a big blue fishman emerges from behind the ship. Oh. Like Kawamatsu. Ryusuke comments. What are you doing, kid? Don't go around hitting unconscious people. Jinbei says while approaching the fallen Luffy and grabbing him. I'm not hitting him, I was trying to wake him. Suddenly Ryusuke turns hostile and points at Jinbei, and don't give me orders. You're the invader here. Well, that's kinda true. But we mean no harm. Jinbei says reasonably, we are only here to visit an old friend. Oh, then it's okay. Ryusuke believes in him easily. Eventually, almost everyone in the Thousand Sunny woke up on the beach. Who is this cute child? Kaya Nami fawns over Ryusuke, hugging his head against her breasts. You look familiar. She stops, frowning, while looking at Ryusuke's deadpan face. This kid. Switch with me. Sanji beats the ground while biting his lips enough to bleed. While Ryusuke is being smoldered, he turns around and raises his hand to the sky, and says, I'm okay. What is that? They look at the direction he turned, but they don't see anything. Just warning my protectors. They could have killed you guys. Ryusuke says in a flat voice, finally getting away from Nami and putting some distance. Protectors. It would not be easy. Zoro says while looking at the direction but not seeing anyone. Is this kid some kind of big shot? Let's go. I smell something troublesome. We are not kidnapping him. Usopp raises his hand and tries to signal to the invisible protector. Are you rich? Nami approaches him again, trapping him in her arms. Can you tell us a little about Wano? Robin also approaches, smiling gently at the boy. At this point, the last member of the voyage wakes up. Ugh. The sea. So dangerous. A rabbit girl rises to her feet groggily. Finally, woke up Carrot. I was almost worried. Chopper comments. I'm good, Chopper Nikki. It was just that, Aeaweawa. Carrot pauses what she is saying when she notices Ryusuke Ryuchan. She shouts. Question mark. Do you know him? Do you know me? Everyone, even Ryusuke, is confused. I saw you when you were a baby. I visited you with the bosses. You don't remember. That's natural. Carrot approaches the kid and pats his head. His birth made you come here from Zo. Robin says and starts looking at Ryusuke more attentively. She is already guessing his identity. Yeah. He is the son of Hector Dano. One of the two. Carrot says what is nothing special, where is Kenshin? She turns to Ryusuke again. You really know us. Ken must be training. Ryusuke answers easily. Now everyone is looking at the small creature with different expressions. The son of that guy. Nami is holding Kenshin by his armpits, but putting him at arm's length. You guys know my father. Ryusuke tilts his head. Yeah, we met him some years ago. Is wavy hair here? Luffy asks with a big smile. Dad is out. Ryusuke answers without expression. Eh? Where? Don't know. Out since forever. Ryusuke shrugs. Oh, did he abandon you? That bastard. When I see him again, I will beat him for you. Nami hugs the poor child. Ryusuke simply maintains his impassive face. Suddenly, blue mist starts appearing from nothing close to them. The fighters put a stance first while the rest follow suit. Someone is coming. So close and I don't even notice. From the blue cloud-like portal a small silhouette appears. Ryu, check it out. I just discovered the meaning of my name. HM. Who are you people? Kenshin appears together with another tall figure. Eh? Roranoa. The Straw Hats. Kaku puts a fighting stance while facing the pirate group. You are. That giraffe guy. The Cypher Pole. The Straw Hats are ready for a fight. Fearless, like he is not feeling the tension, Kenshin walks to Ryusuke, who is still in Nami's arms, and talks to him like everything is normal. Ryu, let's ask Mama Yamato from where your name came from. HM. Fine, let's go. The kid jumps from Nami's arms and the two start walking away. Everyone stays in an awkward silence. Cypher Pole, what are you doing here? Usopp points at Kaku, from behind Zoro, and asks while shouting. I live here. You guys that need to answer some questions. They argue while Ryusuke and Kenshin move away. Who are those people? Ken asks. Dumb pirates, they don't know how to use the port. Oh, they're dumb. Eventually, the misunderstanding was cleared. The group decided to go together to Kuri to find Yamato. The boys try to not abuse too much of Kusoka's teleportation abilities. And what about the Sunny? Frankie asks. We can simply carry it there, no. Ryusuke asks confused, going to the ship and lifting the whole thing over his head. The Straw Hat group's eyes pop off their sockets and their jaws drop. No Ryu, there are some places that are too narrow to carry a ship. Let's ask Kusoka to transport it to the port. But we shouldn't use Kusoka all the time, it takes the fun of traveling and spoils us. Ryu repeats the words he heard in the past. We're not traveling. The ship is. It's okay if we don't go. Oh. Then the two shout for Kusoka to open a huge portal and Ryu throws the ship as it weights as much as a pillow. Hey, be careful with that. Frankie shouts. Don't worry. Kusoka is not that dumb even though he is a little dumb. Ryu gives a thumbs up to Frankie like he gave all the necessary information, even when he is not making any sense. Kaku, go check the ship. Kenshin says, to get rid of Kaku. Kaku expression changes but in the end, he sighs, whatever, there's nothing that can hurt you guys here anyway. But he still takes a Den Mushi out to warn another XCP agent who is in Kuri that the boys are going there. Then he jumps in the portal. I'm going too. Frankie shouts and follows Kaku. The rest of the Straw Hats stay with the kids. Are you two really Hector's children? Nami asks the obvious. Oh, so you know our father? Yes. Kenshin says dismissively and starts walking to a path in the forest. The Straw Hats look at each other before Luffy starts following the two, then Carrot, and then the rest. Can you put me down? Kenshin says with an exasperated tone while being carried by Nami. Her arms underneath his armpits while she hugs him close to her chest. No. You're simply so cute I can't believe that the devil made two cuties like you two. Fufu well, it's not that hard to believe because he is very presentable himself. Robing says at her side while carrying Ryusuke, who looks equally done with life. These two. Ugh hi. Why I am not a child. Sanji continues to cry blood. I would be crying blood too. If I had blood. And eyes. Yo ho 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 ho. Hey, Ken-chan. What about the cipher pole? Why are they here? Nami tries to get some information. Cipher what? That guy Kaku. Kaku is here since forever. From his perspective, it must be true. Robin says, how old are you? 2. 2. The Straw Hats are again surprised. The kids look at least almost 8 years old. Everyone is always surprised. Ryu says calmly from Robin's arms. Robin on her part, is frowning slightly while the pieces of a puzzle fall in place. There are others like Kaku here. Nami is good at prying for information discreetly, a skill she developed during her time as a cat burglar. Yes. There's a lot, but you must be asking about Kaku's group, right? Ken guesses correctly. He is a smart kid and he can understand they're talking about the people closer to Kaku. There's Lucci, Stussy, Blueno, Grog. Lucci. The pigeon guy. Why are they here? They are bad people. Nami shouts. They are not. Stop slandering my people or I will get angry. Kenshin says frowning, a strange pressure emanating from him. But. Nami gives Robin a glance. But the raven-haired woman smiles gently. With the ending of the world government, Hector-san must have taken them in. But. It's okay, it's not because they work there that they are all fully evil. Even I was evil before and you guys took me in, right? She smiles at the Straw Hats. Robin Chuawan. Your heart is bigger than the Grand Line. I love you even more now. They finally get out of the dense forest, having a clear view of Wano for the first time. From their point of view, they can see grasslands that stretch far and wide, pristine rivers that cross the lands unintended, floating islands surrounded by beautiful clouds, and rays of light that pass through the clouds giving the whole place a picturesque beauty. And this is without talking about the animals and flowers that add much more to the scenario, making it very alive. Wow. It's beautiful here. It was that floating islands. They are being held on Earth by these giant chains. They can see some structures on top of the islands, and the chains are huge enough for some carriages to use it as a bridge to reach the islands. They can also see Kuri at a distance, a beautiful and colorful city that surrounds a castle on a mountain, and a huge cherry blossom tree behind it. There's also some sort of building in the tree. From their high point of view, they can even see the port. In the past, the port was far from Kuri, but the city expanded slowly, with a road that connects the two. That's where I threw the ship. Ryu points, I can see my mother's ship from here, so she must be there too. You can see the ships from here? Usopp puts on his glasses to check. You have an excellent vision. You guys are fun, *munch impressed with everything. At some point, Kenshin escapes Nami's arms and reappears eating a fruit. Where did you find that fruit? Choppers ask, the two are the same height. It looks good. Luffy smells the air, I'm hungry. There. Just ask the Sakura tree for it. Kenshin points at a small cherry blossom tree close to the road. Boy, are you crazy? Ask a tree. Usopp says in disbelief, that tree doesn't give fruits, I know it. Hey tree, give me some too. Luffy is already asking for it, raising his hand like a beggar. Oi Luffy, don't fall for the kid jock, what? Usopp starts admonishing his dumb and naive captain before his eyes bulge out. From a branch, a fruit instantly grows and falls on Luffy's hand. Ooh. Luffy's eyes shine and he eats the fruits in one bite, give me more. And the tree obeys, dropping fruit after fruit in his mouth. Another impressive thing is that they are all different types of fruits. Mangoes, strawberries, oranges, apples. The tree also appears to understand Luffy and starts dropping bigger and bigger fruits. What is with this magical tree? Nami asks in shock. At this point, the rest of the crew also went forward to ask for some fruits. Sanji even asks for specific and rare fruits, but the tree never fails to deliver them. Even vegetables. Carrot acquired for a carrot and received one without a problem. Is this the all blue? Sanji asks in genuine curiosity. Can you explain, Ken-chan? Robin smiles friendly at the kids while crouching down to be at the same eye level as them. Kenshin shrugs, it's just Miratsuri. Miratsuri. One of the guardians. He points at the castle on the horizon, not the tree behind it. She is all over the country. Ryusuke adds. Parts of her. Kenshin explains, in the past a tyrant ruled Wano. He starts moving his hands and making faces to tell his tale. People went hungry. But my father saved them, and to anyone never go hungry again he created the guardian tree, Miratsuri. Her roots go all over the country, creating small versions of her. Travelers and hungry people just need to ask and she will give them fruits and vegetables. It's nothing luxurious, but this way no one will starve. He finishes with a big and satisfied smile. Robin looks at him with an unreadable expression. No one starves. That's nice. Can't people abuse this? Nami asks. Yeah, like asking for a lot and selling it. Usopp continues. People are respectful and grateful here. HMPF. Kenshin argues. And Miratsuri is not dumb. Ryusuke adds. The guardian tree is a last resort, or a treat, to the poor. It will never affect the production. Because the production is great from the beginning. Most people who use Miratsuri services are travelers and people who can't acquire something at the moment. Some even leave something in return, like money and other products, like hats, small sculptures, and other foods, like an offering. I already like this place. Luffy says, fat from eating a lot. And what if someone tries cutting it? Zoro asks. Kenshin and Ryusuke look at him like he is an idiot. She is a guardian. It's all they say, like is enough explanation, before resuming they walk to the port. In the port. Oi, Frankie. Luffy shouts as he runs to the Sunny. The rest of the crew pays a little more attention to their surroundings. They notice the lively atmosphere of this port town, everyone greeting Kenshin and Ryusuke with smiles. It looks like a nice place. The more perceptive ones of the crew notice the people equally measuring them up like they are ready to jump them if they hurt the two boys. Robin carefully collects information with her powers as they finally reach their ship. EY, isn't that? Nami starts. Yes. Robin says. Just a little beside the Sunny a ship dwarfs the rest, with a completely different aesthetic. First, there are no sails, it shines with its metallic exterior of black and white, sleek, beautiful, and menacing. Hector, the devil, famous ship Dawn. Never saw it. Me neither, only in the newspapers. They are close enough to listen to Luffy's sudden shout and see the reason for it. Straw Hat. Rob Lucci says with a displeased face. Pigeon guy. Luffy points, what are you doing close to the Sunny? Did you forget I am also a shipwright? I was making sure your ship has nothing dangerous on it. Lucci scoffs. He was trying to check on it, but I can't trust him enough. Frankie exclaims to the side. If you all don't comply, I would have to remove you. Lucci raises his hand, please, do not comply. A savage grin spreads through his features. From the side Kaku sighs, the situation is escalating quickly, and he hopes that whoever he calls has arrived already. Luffy stop this already. We're in their territory. Usopp, the guy that can smell danger, shouts. Hey Ken-chan. Help us out here. Tell Lucci to stop. Nami turns to the small boy. But this looks fun. He deadpans at her. You're his son all right. Nami shouts, her teeth become pointy because of her anger. The situation is getting tense, the Straw Hats are not gaining any fans from the locals from starting a fight with Lucci. To them, he was an ex-enemy, a killer. But to those locals, he is one of the Neo-Beast Pirates commanders. He was a direct subordinate of Phone Hector's wives, and gained some reputation for being strong, increasing his reputation with these samurai. Talking about Hector's wives. What is happening here? A voice cuts the tension, no mostly likely crush the tension. Yamato-sama. The people chorus at her arrival. The tall woman appears from the sky and lands on top of Dawn, looking down on everyone below, a frown marring her face. Oh, what a beautiful lady. Sanji easily becomes a wiggly worm, sparming around. Sanji. That's a Yonko. Jinbe warns. And Hector's wife. Robin completes, she easily guessed, Ryuchan mama, right? She smiles at the boy from confirmation. Ryusuke gives her a thumbs up while maintaining his calm face. Kaku, what is all this ruckus? Wait a minute. She shouts before pausing, your Ace's brother. Monkey D. Luffy. She smiles while pointing her kanabo at him. You know my brother. Yes, he talked a lot about you. She laughs, and my husband too. Her smile morphs into something more savage, he said that if you one day come here for the road poneglyphs. To kick your ass. Gulp, the whole place trembles as a wave of conquerors' hockey washes over them. But a fight did not break out at that moment. Tell me, Kenshin sways Yamato while grabbing her shoulder. Yamato is not a hot-headed individual who would jump into a fight without explaining some things beforehand. Not anymore at least. So, she invited them to one of the mansions she could use. Wait, I'm trying to remember. Yamato makes a face of concentration while stopping her son whom she never birthed from annoying her by asking for the meaning of their names. Around the room, the Straw Hats sit while eating and drinking from what some serving girls brought them. The two ex-cipher poles are on the corner awkwardly. If I'm not wrong. Hector told me the tale of Kenshin, a samurai bloodthirsty enough to be called a manslayer. Yamato says while making a pensive expression. Her words attract the attention even of the ones that have nothing to do with the matter. But he changed his ways, making an oath to never kill again. He even started using a katana with a reverse blade. A katana with a reverse blade. Zoro frowns while drinking some sake, he fought without the edge then. Yes, and even though he went through many tribulations that almost made him return to his blood path, he never took the easy way and killed his opponents. Yamato then smiles at Kenshin and roughs his hair, he said that your existence had a similar effect on him, Kenchan. It made him look at the world a little more positively and be more kind. Always trying his best to solve issues with recurring to the last resort. Oh, Kenshin looks fascinated by this piece of lore. Isn't the same guy that massacred Mary Gios? Nami whispers to her people. Robin. There's more to that story. Lucci heard her and said in a serious tone, I was there. The Straw Hat crew looks at him strangely, but he doesn't explain further. What does he mean? Didn't Hector erase the land of the Tenryubito from the map? What more happened there? Did he spare some of them? How? And what about me? Ryusuke asks, interested now. Well, the Ryu is obviously because we wished you to be a dragon among men. Yamato snatches her son, hugging him so that she could tickle his sides. This makes him laugh loudly and fight back till she shows mercy and stops. The Tsuk parts also come from some people that he admires. Kind people. He also wished you to be kind. She smiles at him fondly, there's one in particular that he told me about. He was a kind person, but very misunderstood because of his appearance. People always thought that he was a delinquent and created trouble with him, but at his core, he was a kind person even though he didn't show it that often. Even with all the discrimination. Your grandfather did some bad things, I don't even know if I should talk about it, but he feared that you would be avoided or discriminated against, he couldn't stop it from happening. So he wished that you wouldn't stop being kind because of other people's bad feelings. She roughs her hair too, I think the name of the guy was Yusuke or something like that. Unfortunately, some people will have some bad impressions of Yamato and Ryusuke because of Kaido. It's hard to change other people's feelings, Hector simply desired that his son wouldn't change because of it. He knows that if he keeps being an honest person, he will reach everyone's heart. After all, it's his son. Thankfully, Yamato's honesty changed a lot of people's views, and is rare for people who still has some misgivings regarding the two or the beast pirates. Oh, that guy can be nice too. Nami sighs a little happy. Wavy hair is cool dude. Luffy says with his mouth full, he gave me food, he can do ninjutsu and he saved Ace. Oi oi Luffy, the order of importance of those things is a little wrong. Usopp deadpans. While giving a playful chokehold on her kids, Yamato turns to the rest of the room. Oh Carrot, long time no see. She exclaims. Yamato Dano. Garchu. The rabbit mink hugs the tall woman and rubs her face with her own. Garchu. I guess you brought them here, right? Yes, they helped me when I was stranded on the sea, and I brought them to Zo. Carrot answers, they are searching for the road poneglyphs. Yes, Hector collected them. Yamato reveals to the shock of the rest. Did he? Reached laugh tail. No idea. I asked once but he only laughed, Yamato shrugged, then he would say something like, it's not for me, dot. You guys came to the right place to get them. Wano is the key to 2 of them. She reveals with a big smile. So you can give them to us? Usopp exclaims happily. No. She denies fast, making the guy fall face first on the ground. Why? My husband's instructions are clear. That place is not for the weak. She smiles savagely, you guys need to defeat me to take my road poneglyph and after that, I will reveal the location of the other one. Sounds easy enough. Zoro also smiles predatorily. Luffy also rolls his arms, with a big smile. I can't hit a woman. Sanji adds. Shitty cook, I was not counting you anyway. What did you say, Moss Head? Maybe I should deal with you so that you can cut a hair from Yamato-sama. Oh no. Sanji changed sides. Well, that's it. Yamato says blandly after one-shotting Luffy and Zoro. The tip of her kanabo touching the ground, a silver-colored kanabo, that she swung just once top UT down the top fighters of the Straw Hat Pirates. There's no problem if you all go against me. Are you guys gonna try too? She turns to look at Jinbe, Sanji, and the rest. It can't be. Nami covers her mouth in shock. Luffy. Usopp mutters. Choppers rush to treat the 2. That's a Yonko. The top of the world. It's not because you can see it that you can reach it. Lucci says, half scorn for the Straw Hats, half reverence for their display of strength. As much as it hurts to admit, I don't think we can win right now. Jinbe says seriously. He is probably the most familiar with a Yonko power level. That's fine too. Yamato gives him a thumbs up, you guys can challenge me again, and even train here in Wano. Hector said that there's things to learn here. She says friendly even though she just pummeled them on the ground, trampling over their dignity. She starts walking away, her sons following her while waving goodbye to them. Anyway, I think I'm forgetting certain things, but just go talk with Hiyori. She will remember it, she says her goodbyes over her shoulder. On the sea, close to Wano. A very distinct ship travels through the waves, getting closer and closer to Wano. We can already see it. Wano. Captain Kidd grins largely while eyeing the turbulent waters and small mountains poking out of the water. Are you sure about that? Wano is the place where the devil rests, it's what the people say. Killer, one of the worst generation and the acting first mate of the Kid Pirates, says no unwanted pirate ever put their feet there and came back to tell the tales. The ones that come back swore their loyalty to Wano and the Beast Pirates. We can't move forward with stomping that place. Kid grins remain ferocious. Killer looks at Kid's side, at the lack of his arm, but decides to say nothing. He will follow his captain's orders. Men. Forward. Kid shouts to pump up the morale. Caw. Suddenly, they hear a sound. Like a bird. It's loud and appears to be from everywhere. The experienced Grand Line dwellers that they are, the crew quickly entered battle mode. Any change in the Grand Line is a potential danger, after all. Caw. The same sound again, a prelude to something. They can feel it. Then a yellow light starts shining through the heavy clouds, cutting them like nothing, making them look like they are in midday time. Exactly half a minute earlier in Wano. Miratsui, the guardian tree, the real body that stays behind Odin's castle. A huge and beautiful tree that provides a pleasant shade and protection to the residents of Hiyori and her family. On that tree, lays a nest. Caw. The sound makes everyone in the city look up, like the bell of a church. Caw. A second one. Kinrasu-sama is going to take care of it. A civilian comments before going back to his affairs. It appears that the numbers of caws have different meanings and no one looks worried now. A yellow light shines on the nest on the guardian tree for an instant, before the rays of light disperse. Poor fellas. A guy sighs and shakes his head before going back to hit a nail with his hammer. Asterisk Sheen GZSSSS boom. It happened in an instant. First came the yellow light. Then came the heat. And finally the impact. Victory Punk, the ship of the Kid's pirates, was obliterated in an instant. Kid and his tribulation are eliminated. Dozens of kilometers away, the confront was seen by another notorious group of pirates. Whoa, Wano is really forbidden territory, huh? Yassop whistles while lowering his telescope. Just for certain people. Like us. Ha 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 ha. Shanks laughs uproariously. That's what you gain for getting on the bad side of that Hector guy. Another laugh. What then, Captain? Should we try force in? Ben Beckman asks while taking a drink. Shanks gets a little serious. He looks over the edge of his ship, and his gaze appears to pierce through the miles, looking at the wreckage of Kid's ship. Right there, on the remains, the winner stands like showing off his superiority. A huge golden crow perched on one leg, looking down on the water that is boiling by his sheer presence. His feather appears to be made of gold and fire, the air is distorting because of the heat. The crow suddenly looks up, directly into Shanks's eyes. The red hair can see the haughtiness, the arrogance, the challenge on these pupils that appear molten gold. Kinrasu, the youngest of the Wano Guardians, the most arrogant one and with a troublesome personality. But his arrogance doesn't allow him to slack on his job. The crow opens his wings and flies high in the air, and then flaps them again. If all Guardians made a pirate crew, Kusoka would be the navigator, Marutsui would be the cook, Long-in the captain, and Kinrasu would be the sniper. Shing! Countless rays of light pierce the air and instantly reaches the ship of the red-hair pirates. Shanks obviously saw that and blocked the rays of light, causing them to diverge into the air and the sea, creating huge explosions that shook the ship. When he looks up, Kinrasu is not even there anymore. He returned to Wano. It was only a warning. He could have sniped Kid from Wano too, that's how powerful he is, but Kinrasu showed up to check his work. It appears that we're not welcomed. You think? Ha ha ha. The red-hair pirates retreat. It's funny that the whole spectacle, the fact that Kinrasu went personally and even antagonized Shanks was born from a single sentence from Hector. Don't let any red-haired pirates in. He joked once. My husband talked about you. Hiyori leads Robin through some secret passages of the castle. Good things, I hope. The archaeologist says diplomatically. Yes, he likes you a lot. Hiyori smiles. Robin doesn't know what to say to that. What can you say when a woman tells you that her husband likes you a lot? They reach a stair and start going down. He had many side projects and one of them was to collect poneglyphs. He kept all of them down here for you. Hiyori says. I'm very honored and grateful. Fufu don't be, he will get bashful, he is not good at accepting thanks. Hiyori laughs to herself, like remembering something. Robin doesn't know what to say anymore. In truth, she has something to ask, but it could destroy Hiyori's good mood. It's a beautiful country. Everyone likes it very much. It's what she decides to say. Fufu, thank you. Hiyori smiles gratefully before noticing something. Oh, let me show this first. The two walk a little to the side to find what looks like a window. This is. Robin's eyes widen. Old Wano. Hiyori explains. Robin looks at the submerged city with awe. So this what it means to open the borders of Wano. Exactly. And what are those things? In the antique Japanese-style city, some round and metallic objects stay floating in the water, like submarines. It looks out of place, something that looks too modern and clean, contrasting with the dilapidated and filled with algae ancient city. I don't know. Hiyori shakes her head. My husband put them there. He said it would be useful when the borders are open again and we reclaim our submerged land. I guess it's some robots that will help in some way. Robin still looks in awe. Something or someone closed an entire country. Like it raised the ground to make a bowl. She knows the reason for that. Pluton is here, right? She turns to stare at Hiyori's eyes. Yes. She answers easily. Did Hector-san take it? He checked on it, to make sure it was safe, but never touched the subject. Hiyori looks thoughtful. My husband is a patient man who wouldn't mind explaining things slowly and step by step that even people like me would understand. All these things that he never said. I can only guess he wanted us to discover for ourselves. And make our own interpretations. The Void Century, the ancient weapons, the last island. He would explain to me how the stars burn and how the light takes years and years to reach this planet. He would tell me about things that I would never imagine. But these secrets, he wouldn't talk. Like he doesn't want to taint our perspectives with his words. I think he felt like an outsider. If I hadn't snared him with a child, I think he would get even less involved. Fufu, Hiyori laughs at her own joke. Robin keeps a blank expression. On her face, her mind running a mile for a second. She is one of the people that are the most aware of the secrets of the words. Many pieces of the puzzles are falling into place. She is very close to accomplishing her dream. Let's go. The poneglyphs are just a little below here. Hiyori resumes her descent, making the archaeologist follow her. Back to the Thousand Sunny, the full crew of the Straw Hat Pirates is in the middle of a meeting. Ah, this place is nice, Nami says, refreshed after a good bat in an onsen. The library is great too. You have to check it later, Robin. Chopper exclaims. Fufu, I will do it later, but we have some things to talk about before that. What happened with the cook? Zoro asks as he looks down on the depressed Sanji. He saw his sister, and like any other girl, she appears to be infatuated with Hector. Usopp explain. Sanji hits the ground with his forearm. That damned Hector, how can he be so lucky to have two beautiful wives like that? He curses the men, and my sister, and Stussy-san, and all others. Grrrrrrrr. While I was suffering in that hell, he was living his best life. I hate him. I envy him. I want to be him. It would be good for you to not badmouth the men too much. People here respect him a lot. Jinbe advises, much like in Fishman Island. Yes, we are gonna stay here for some months, so no need to antagonize the hero of our hosts. Nami warns the dumb ones of the crew. Yeah. Do you guys know that there's a guardian that is water? Literally the water around the country. Usopp adds fearfully, we can never leave without his permission. It's not a surprise that he did that. Robin comments absent-mindedly. What do you mean, Robin? Nami asks. She looks at them before sighing. The first time I met Hector he sounded like a very free-spirited guy on a vacation. Going around doing whatever fancies him. Some people nod in confirmation. Then suddenly he destroyed the world government. Robin says, I remember some days before when he visited the Revolutionary Army, he went to talk with Dragon about something. Then she blushes a little. On that day, she tried to eavesdrop on the conversation but all her ear could hear was a very close whisper of naughty. Then Hector licked and nibbled on her ear lightly. The sensation traveled through her entire body that day. She was exposed and discovered nothing. **** calculating the time, it coincides with the earlier stages of the pregnancies of his wives. She closes her eyes to center herself before explaining. So you mean? Nami is catching up. Trees that give unlimited snacks anywhere, a cloud that controls the weather and can transport people, water that will never let them drown, floating islands filled with interesting things that don't exist here. Robin says seriously, this whole place is one big playground to them. To his kids. He even destroyed the whole world order because of them. So I think we should be good at not messing with them. He probably feared that something similar to what happened with Roger and Ace would repeat itself. Okay, I will stop trying to make Kenchan take me to the treasury. Nami raises her hands in the air. Somewhere on Wano. Kenshin was observing a line of ants when he felt something weird, ? He reaches his shoulder with his small hand, and then he looks around. He suddenly feels like he is being observed, that someone is close. Then suddenly a burst of energy emanates from his body. Whoa! He exclaims in shock, that he never felt better, like he is being lifted in some way. He also feels some extra things. He can't explain exactly. In some way, he is being passively upgraded. Like a game that wasn't played for a long time, all the patches catching up with him. Similar to the internet that can download the upgrades, it's like Kenshin is finally connected with something. Or someone. On another corner of Wano, Ryusuke feels something similar. No one noticed the small crack high in the sky. Like reality is breaking. Then some fingers appear from the other side and start stretching the crack. On Odin's castle, Hiyori was looking at the horizon through a window. Reminiscing a little while enjoying the scenario, a visage that she enjoyed a lot in the past with a certain someone. Her eyes then widen, she can feel a presence in the room. He is not trying to hide from her, he is just behind her. But she is afraid to be a trick of her mind. She is afraid of looking back and seeing nothing there. Not seeing him. Sorry for my tardiness. She can hear his voice from behind her. Like how she remembered it, but something more. A certain weight that can only grow with the experiences of life. I was trapped in a dead dimension slaved by outer gods. He says like he was stuck in the traffic. He probably is the only one that can say something so ridiculous and be serious. Hiyori can't help but laugh at his tone, she feels his hands touching her waist and she can't help herself in leaning on him. She still didn't look back, but as he hugged her from behind she could say that his build had grown. He is taller, and more muscular. But the warmth coming from him is the same. If this is a dream, can you let sleep a little more? Her words are soft as she closes her eyes and relinquishes in the feeling. I will make your whole life a dream, my love. He whispers to her, this time, I'm here to stay, and no one in all creation can deny me that. Hope you all enjoyed. There's another novel I was posting in QQ, that I put the chapters here in web novel too. If you guys like JJK and Waifu Catalog, the name is Potential Man. And the schedule of the chapters will be weekly, but the chapters will be a little smaller to balance. Bye bye, till next time.